Konoha, Year 63. Ninja Academy. Tomorrow is a day off. You are all expected to prepare for the graduation exam. Practice the body flicker technique at home. Anyone who dares to lag behind during the exam will not escape my wrath. The teacher announced this from the podium before turning and leaving the classroom. Finally, a break. What's there to review about the body flicker technique? Indeed, it's far too simple. I've mastered the body flicker technique long ago. The teacher was talking about that useless one, unable to manipulate chakra, yet still dreaming of becoming a ninja. How laughable. As these words were spoken, many students in the classroom turned their gaze towards the bewildered Rock Lee. Lee looked around, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. A flood of strange memories surged into his mind. Did I transmigrate? In his previous life, Lee was the reigning champion of the underground boxing circuit, preparing to contest for the ultimate title of world champion. However, on his way to Dragon City, a moment of negligence led him to fall victim to a truck from another world. Well then, from the corner of his eye, Lee caught sight of Niji Hyuga, who was preparing to exit the classroom. This confirmed for him that he had indeed transmigrated. Those Bajiquan eyes could not be mistaken. I never anticipated becoming little Lee in the early stages. Little Lee was nearly the strongest genin of Konoha, but unfortunately, he became a subject of ridicule later due to the emphasis on bloodlines. Such is the harsh reality. To thrive in Konoha, one must possess lineage and connections. Mere combat prowess is of little consequence. Lee rose from his seat. Ignoring the gazes of his peers, he departed the classroom. As he walked along the path, raindrops began to weave through the air, and dark clouds loomed overhead. His thoughts began to drift towards the future. The peace of Konoha would not last long. Several major conflicts awaited that would impact the village. Moreover, there were the Chunin exams and monstrous Jinchuriki like Gaara to contend with. Lee did not wish to have his limbs rendered useless. For those who cultivate physical techniques, should their limbs be incapacitated, even if healed later through medical ninjutsu, it will still affect their body and training. Progress. Unbeknownst to him, Lee found himself at the outskirts of the village, in the northernmost area. The thickets here were dense, and human presence was scarce. Continuing north, a dilapidated wooden house came into view. The house was rudimentary, its wooden walls somewhat damaged, and the roof leaked in places. Is this my dwelling? Lee chuckled bitterly. He approached the wooden structure in his previous life. He had also risen from the slums, thus he could accept the run-down abode. After all, this was the land of fire, Konoha, where every inch was precious. In Lee's memory, even such a decrepit house had consumed his parents' entire life savings to acquire. He stepped inside. After a simple dinner, under the dim light, Lee began practicing Bajiquan as a former underground fighter. He was well-versed in various ancient martial arts and combat techniques. Physical techniques were still viable in the early stages, especially moves like the Iron Mountain Lean and the heart-piercing elbow, which, when executed in close quarters, could unleash tremendous destructive power. Alas, too many gods appear later on. Lee sighed inwardly. Ding! The simplification system has been bound. The simplification system? Lee stood frozen in place. The concept of systems has become quite commonplace, an indispensable tool for traversers, and Lee Locke is acutely aware of this reality. Before him, a panel materializes. Name, Lee Locke. Age, 12. Ninjutsu 1. Strength 8. Illusion 1. Wisdom 3. Power 6. Speed 8. Precision 6. Seals 2. Ninjutsu none. Taijutsu none. Bloodline limit none. Detected that the host is practicing Bajiquan. Would you like to spin one tail to simplify Bajiquan? Simplify. Simplifying. Completion. Bajiquan elbow lift. Elbow lift. Lee Locke is taken aback. He gently raises his right elbow. Bajiquan 2100 beginner. Lee Locke continues to lift and lower his elbows repeatedly. His proficiency in Bajiquan steadily increases. An hour later, Bajiquan 31,000 intermediate. Various insights into the martial art and techniques of exertion flood his mind. His proficiency in Baji. Quan progresses to the intermediate level. Lee Locke notices that the number representing his taijutsu talent on the panel has risen from 8 to 9. I wonder if reaching perfection will elevate it to 10. Lilac persistently lifts and lowers his elbows. He gazes out at the curtain of rain, unable to suppress a sigh. If only such a system had existed in my past life, becoming a boxing champion would not be a mere dream. Since ancient martial arts can be simplified, what about ninjutsu? Lilac forms hand seals. Detected that the host is practicing transformation technique. Would you like to spend 50 taels to simplify? 50 taels. Lilac clicks his tongue. He rummages through his wallet. He has only 30 taels to his name. This is far too expensive for him. Evidently, even in another world, money is a necessity. He sighs. He can only wait until next month when the subsidies are dispersed to simplify his training. I just hope the graduation exam does not focus on taijutsu or the three-body technique, that if I cannot graduate and become a genin, relying solely on subsidies will make it difficult to sustain my training. At that moment, a voice calls from outside the wooden cabin. Waste, have you forgotten something? You've made Brother Suzuki come personally to ask. You should be ashamed. Lilac steps out of the cabin. 3 individuals with yellow hair glare at him menacingly. Oh, what have I forgotten? I've been preoccupied with my training and lost track. Lilac replies coldly. These 3 are the notorious bully trio from his class. From memory, they are inept, barely grasping the three-body technique, yet they exploit their family's influence to torment their fellow students, with no one daring to resist. Lilac, in particular, has endured the brunt of their bullying. Swift on your feet. Have you paid your dues today? Suzuki Genji, the leader with yellow hair, leans in, exuding an air of impatience. I have no money, Lilac replies curtly. To be honest, even if he had money, he wouldn't give it to them. Without parents or family support, he relies on the meager assistance from Konoha, making his existence a struggle. These bullies drain him further, hindering both his normal life and training. Are you tired of living? Brother Suzuki, this lad exercises daily. He must have become foolish from all that training. If he didn't train, he'd be a simpleton. A normal person wouldn't indulge in ninjutsu and illusions, nor would they daydream of becoming a ninja every day. Lilac was besieged by 3 individuals. Brother, he looks down on us. Let's break both his hands and see how he passes the graduation. Exam tomorrow. Listening to the suggestions of his 2 subordinates, Suzuki Genji shook his head. He fixed his gaze on Lilac, a glint of malice in his eyes. Break both his hands. With a kunai spinning in his hand, Suzuki Genji aimed it at Lilac. With the rain falling, the ground is soft. We can shatter his limbs and then bury him alive right here. Afterwards, we'll set this dilapidated place ablaze, so others will witness the consequences of failing to pay. Suzuki Genji spoke with a menacing tone. Upon hearing this, Lilac instinctively took a small step back, lowering his head. Are you not afraid of Teacher Yamada discovering that you've buried a classmate alive? Lilac's body appeared to tremble slightly. What? Ha ha ha. You crack me up. What difference does it make if we kill you? No one cares, and no one will intervene. It's not like we haven't done this before. We have families backing us. What do you have? Who are you even? Suzuki Genji wore a smug expression. According to the rules of Konoha, even if we were to kill someone, we merely need to be sent to the Temple of Fire for reflection. At most, we'll just listen to those monks chant scriptures for a year, and afterward, we will be released. In other words, that your death would be in vain. Do you understand, worthless trash? Suzuki Genji shouted. Besides, this place is remote. No one would know if we buried you. Dare to refuse to pay, and you have chosen your own demise. Aiming the kunai at Lilac's head, Suzuki Genji threw it. Lilac gently tilted his head, evading the kunai that was hurled at him. Only then did he raise his head, a sinister grin adorning his face. Since that is the case, I am relieved. Lilac's figure shifted as he swiftly charged towards Suzuki Genji. With a twist of his hips, he exerted force, raising his elbow in a seamless motion. Bang! A devastating elbow strike. Lilac's right elbow crashed into Suzuki Genji's solar plexus. A tremendous force erupted from the point of impact, sending Suzuki Genji flying, his ribs shattered. Blood gushing from his mouth, leaving him incapacitated. The 2 henchmen nearby had just thrown a few shurikens, completely unprepared for the scene before them, as their leader lay gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yet, Lilac showed no signs of hesitation. He moved even faster, his form darting again as he sidestepped several shurikens, seizing one of the assailants by the neck with a fierce grip. Crack! The crisp sound of a broken neck echoed in the air. The last member of the trio, paralyzed by terror, could only tremble. They usually engaged in brawls but had never encountered someone as ruthless as Lee Rock. Swift and decisive, he was a force to be reckoned with. I was wrong. Please. Don't kill me, or else Yamada-sensei and Konoha will. Cough. Lee Rock paid no heed, his palms slicing like a blade as he mercilessly crushed the last thug's windpipe. Rest assured, this area is desolate. No one shall know if I bury you here. Even if discovered, I would merely be sent to the Temple of Fire to listen to scriptures for a year. Under the night sky, amidst the rain. Blood mingled with raindrops, coursing down Lee Rock's face, enhancing his cold demeanor. He slowly approached the gasping Suzuki Jinji, whose eyes were wide with terror. He had always perceived Lee Rock as a hot-headed underachiever, meek and compliant, never expecting such ruthless decisiveness. Kill me, my family. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. You have chosen your demise. Lee Rock forcefully stamped Suzuki Jinji's head into the earth. With that, Suzuki Jinji breathed his last. Lee Rock then rummaged through Suzuki Jinji's belongings, retrieving a wallet before returning to the wooden cabin. When he emerged again, he wielded a shovel. Bury it deeper. After a brief interval, Lee Rock had dealt with the 3 bodies and sat down in front of the cabin, opening the wallet. 9,000 Ryo. For Lee Rock, this was a substantial sum. Simplify. Lee Rock formed hand seals. Transformation technique, simplification in progress. Simplification successful. Transformation technique, change clothes. Change clothes. Lee Rock removed his garments, only to don them once more. Transformation technique 100, beginner. He could feel the chakra flowing within him. As Lee Rock sensed the chakra coursing through his cells and meridians, a bold idea ignited within him. If chakra could be perceived as inner strength, could it be harnessed to stimulate ancient martial arts? A gleam sparkled in Lee Rock's eyes. Iron Mountain charge. He suddenly sprang to his feet, striding forward, tightening his shoulders before launching himself ahead. Boom. A tree, as thick as a person, snapped in response. The sheer power filled Lee Rock with exhilaration. 8 extremes, fist 5 1000. Intermediate. The amount of chakra was limited, allowing him to unleash only a single Iron Mountain charge. The lethal techniques of the 8 extremities fist can only serve as a trump card. It seems that I must find a way to increase my chakra. Lee Rock mused inwardly. Once more, he formed hand seals. Detection of the host practicing the shadow clone technique. Would you like to spend 50 Ryo to simplify it? Simplify. Shadow clone technique simplification in progress. Simplification successful. Shadow clone technique. Mirror reflection. Mirror reflection? Lee Rock approached the mirror. Shadow clone technique 100, beginner. He gazed into the mirror once again. Shadow clone technique 100, beginner. Both the shadow clone and transformation techniques can be simplified. To avoid failing the graduation exam tomorrow, I might as well simplify the substitution technique as well. Lee Rock formed the seals. Detection of the host practicing the substitution technique. Would you like to spend 50 Ryo to simplify it? Simplify. Substitution technique. Paper doll. Lee Rock casually picked up a pair of scissors from the table and cut a rough paper doll from scrap paper. Substitution technique 100, beginner. After a moment of contemplation, he positioned the mirror in front of him, simultaneously shedding his clothes and raising his elbow while crafting the paper doll in the mirror's reflection. Multitasking. Lee Rock immersed himself in his practice. However, unbeknownst to him, all his actions were clearly observed by Niji, who lurked in the shadows. A figure emerged from the cover of the trees, initially intending to lend a hand and subtly dissuade him from the path of a ninja to prevent future peril. He was taken aback by how deeply hidden Lee Rock's prowess was. Niji, with a cold demeanor but warm heart, had come to this place after overhearing that a trio of bullies intended to harm him, ready to intervene discreetly. Now, he could only feel a chill run through him. Just moments ago, Lee Rock displayed an unyielding decisiveness, even showing no flicker of emotion while burying his opponents. Niji activated his Bajiquan once more. He gazed at Lee Rock in the wooden cabin, hoping to glean the formidable techniques he was practicing. However, an odd expression crossed his face as he observed hyperactivity, narcissism, exhibitionism, and seemingly some sort of malevolent jutsu. Hyuga Niji averted his gaze. For the first time, he wished his Bajiquan would fail him. What have I just witnessed? He quickly retreated, disappearing beneath the curtain of rain. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, Lee Rock felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He had spent the entire night practicing the 3 bodies technique and had only managed a mere 3 hours of sleep. He nearly arrived late. Alongside him, as they entered the classroom just in time, was Niji Hyuga. Last night, Niji had closed his eyes only to be haunted by thoughts of Lee Rock's peculiar training methods. Sleep eluded him entirely. The dark circles under Niji's eyes stood out starkly against his pale complexion. "Good morning," Lee Rock greeted cheerfully, recognizing him as a future comrade. Niji, cool yet warm-hearted, was exceptionally reliable as a teammate. In the original narrative, Niji even stood up for Lee Rock, clashing with the Sound Ninja trio in the process. He held a favorable impression of Niji. Niji grunted in response, hastily creating distance between himself and Lee Rock. Lee Rock remained oblivious to the fact that Niji had witnessed his actions from the previous night, believing instead that Niji was merely aloof and indifferent. Inside the classroom, Yamada Ryo observed Niji as he entered precisely on time, offering a courteous nod. As a member of the Hyuga clan, albeit from the branch family, Niji inherently possessed a nobility far surpassing that of an ordinary chunin like Yamada Ryo. Niji acknowledged him with a slight nod before returning to his seat. Yamada Ryo then glanced at Lee Rock, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. In his view, Lee Rock was a worthless individual, and instructing him felt like a waste of precious time. This year's graduation rate was likely to be hindered by this inept student, further delaying his own ascension to special jonin. What a lamentable situation. Yamada Ryo sighed inwardly. Fortunately, the Suzuki family had promised lucrative rewards. Pondering this, he furrowed his brow. Had anyone seen Suzuki Genji? And what about Ono Katsumasa and Itakawa Kei? Yamada Ryo surveyed the students, who all shook their heads in response. Noticing this, Niji cast a glance at Lee Rock, who maintained a calm demeanor, appearing utterly unaware. With such mental fortitude, he could indeed become a ninja. Niji, while finding Lee Rock somewhat eccentric, still acknowledged his potential. The power of Tetsuyama-Q was indelibly etched in his mind. He pondered whether the Kaiten technique could withstand such formidable taijutsu. After a brief interlude, Yamada Ryo glanced at the clock and stood up, addressing the students at the podium. "No more waiting. We shall commence the graduation exam now." He cleared his throat. The examination would focus on transformation techniques. Those whose names were called were to proceed to the adjacent classroom. Across the examination hall, in a humble classroom, two figures were attentively observing the situation within the examination arena. The young man who entered with the branch family of Hyuga, he is the one you have high hopes for. Isn't? Kakashi remarked lazily. He had received orders from the Hokage to cease handling Umbu affairs and instead select 3 genin from the Ninja Academy to nurture new talent. Guy was also present on similar orders from the Hokage. Thus, the Ninja Academy was effectively under the joint authority of him and Guy. Indeed. "I see the flames of youthful passion," Guy exclaimed, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, his eyes shining brightly as he gazed at Lee Rock in the classroom. Kakashi followed Guy's gaze. Another ninja relying solely on taijutsu, he mused silently, harboring a tinge of disdain internally. The Hitaki clan had once been a prestigious family in Konoha. Might Guy possessed a family lineage with secret techniques and formidable strength, which allowed him to befriend Kakashi. Yet, in Kakashi's eyes, the boy named Lee Rock was lacking. He had conducted a cursory investigation and found that Lee Rock had no family heritage, could not manipulate chakra, and possessed almost none of the traits that would elevate him to greatness. Guy had even gone out of his way to greet the boy, altering the content of the graduation exam specifically for him, a blatant violation of Konoha's regulations. Kakashi believed such measures were entirely unnecessary. Even if Lee Rock were to become a genin, his potential ceiling remained patently evident. Nevertheless, since Kai had acquiesced, he found it difficult to voice any objections. And out of respect for Kai, he feigned ignorance. Kakashi tilted his head, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. It had been a considerable time since he graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5, and the figures of Obito and Rin seemed to materialize before him. Truly, this place was a veritable paradise, far removed from the bloodshed and scheming. As Yamamoto Ryo announced the content of the graduation exam, Kai's brow slowly furrowed. No physical techniques were to be tested? Kakashi snapped back to reality. It appears Yamamoto has forgotten your words. The exam will still consist of the shadow clone technique. That boy, let us wait until next year, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. Yet, deep down, he understood that the Suzuki family was intricately involved in this matter. As a former Umbu, he was acutely aware of the significance of intelligence during his investigation of Lee. Kakashi had discerned the shadow of the Suzuki family. It seemed that the Suzuki family was preparing to declare war on the ancient Hyuga clan. A gentle breeze stirred, and the shadows of the trees swayed, gradually carrying Kakashi's thoughts into the distance. Inside the examination classroom, students emerged one by one. Some wore expressions of joy while others were marked by disappointment. Outside the examination hall, Niji observed Lee approaching. Besides the transformation technique, There would also be a test on the substitution technique. With that, Niji hurried off. Thank you, Lee Rock clasped his fists and then stepped into the examination hall. Yamamoto Ryo looked at Lee, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. It could commence. He lowered his gaze to the register, noting that the next candidate was Suzuki Jinji. However, he was puzzled as to why Suzuki Jinji had yet to appear. The Suzuki family, which had rapidly expanded its business in recent years, wielded considerable influence throughout the Land of Fire. Nevertheless, their origins in the underworld had led to disdain from the ancient clans of Konoha. Yamamoto Ryo had secretly accepted a substantial bribe from the Suzuki family, intending to give Suzuki Jinji an advantage. Should Suzuki Jinji pass the examination, it would signify Konoha's official acknowledgement of his rank as a genin. With the endorsement of the Hokage, the Suzuki family would have a chance to ascend to the ranks of the ancient clans. Had the Suzuki family changed their strategy? Yamamoto Ryo pondered the situation regarding Suzuki Jinji, oblivious to the fact that Lee Rock had already executed the transformation technique. Yamamoto-sensei? Lee Rock inquired after standing for a while, unable to contain himself. Oh, failure in the transformation technique. The exam is a bust next year. What? Yamamoto Ryo's head remained lowered, and it was only halfway through his sentence that he realized Lee Rock had transformed into the likeness of Hyuga Niji. This worthless fool can actually perform the transformation technique. Yamamoto Ryo nodded. He was not inclined to test the substitution technique anymore. This way, the graduation rate would appear more favorable. Yamamoto Ryo took out a pen and inscribed the word pass in the register. However, as he was halfway through writing, 3 samurai burst into the examination hall. Halt. Suzuki Akira swiftly approached Yamamoto Ryo's side, placing his hand over the register and halting Yamamoto Ryo's actions. Following that, 2 samurai, following Suzuki Akira, approached Rock Lee, subtly forming a pincer movement. Brother Suzuki? This is the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy. Yamada Ryo inquired, his brow furrowed. He was acquainted with Suzuki Akira. However, the Ninja Academy operates under the direct supervision of the Hokage, and Suzuki Akira's brazen interruption of the graduation examination left him in a difficult position. Rest assured, my dear brother Yamada, we are here at the behest of Lord Hokage. Suzuki Akira replied, retracting his hand and directing his gaze towards Rock Lee. We have investigated and discovered that the last known location of the young master was in front of his residence. A murderous intent flickered in Suzuki Akira's eyes. As a guardian of Suzuki Jinji, he was tasked with covertly protecting the young master. On that fateful day, Hyuga Niji, a youth from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, initiated an attack under the guise of a friendly spar. Due to his status, Suzuki Akira had no choice but to engage in a fierce battle with Niji. He was not overly concerned about the safety of young master Suzuki Jinji, for they were still within the boundaries of Konohagakure. The reputation of the Suzuki family held considerable sway. Few would dare to brazenly assassinate the heir of a prominent family within the village. However, after concluding his duel with Niji, Suzuki Akira set off in pursuit of the young master's whereabouts, only to find that Jinji's trail had completely vanished. This revelation left Suzuki Akira in a state of utter panic. Should anything happen to Jinji, he too would face dire consequences. For an entire night, Suzuki Akira dispatched his subordinates and spies in a relentless search for Jinji. Yet, it was as if the young master had evaporated into thin air. Ultimately, Suzuki Akira fixed his gaze upon Rock Lee, a boy devoid of any background and incapable of ninjutsu. He noticed that Lee appeared to be quite familiar with Niji and had been observing him from the shadows without taking action. It was only when Rock Lee executed a transformation technique that Suzuki Akira felt certain. This is the one. He approached Lee, acting independently of the Hokage's approval and without the sanction of the Suzuki family. This was purely his personal endeavor. He sought to ascertain the fate of the young master. Should Jinji be alive, he would eliminate Rock Lee and then seek forgiveness from his family. If Jinji were dead, he would vent his wrath upon Lee and become a fugitive. Suzuki Akira gazed intently at Rock Lee, who had just reverted from his transformation, and a gentle expression suddenly graced his face. You are Rock Lee, correct? Do not be afraid. We are from the Suzuki family. Our young master has gone missing, and my investigation has led me to your residence as his last known location, Suzuki Akira said with a smile. Have you seen our young master? I have not. Rock Lee replied succinctly, without any superfluous words. This response caused Suzuki Akira's eyelid to twitch. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the classroom with Yamada Ryo. A short while later, Yamada Ryo hurried back into the classroom, his face flushed with anger. He stepped forward and pointed an accusatory finger at Rock Lee. Lee, your actions have been exposed. The murder of a comrade. No one can save you now. Within the examination hall, Yamada Ryo continued, Little Lee. The teacher is aware that Suzuki Genji often bullied his peers, and it is not surprising that conflict arose, leading to his untimely demise at your hands. He then softened his tone, casting a gentle glance at Rock Lee. In a candid conversation with his teacher, Lee Locke revealed his acquaintance with the Suzuki family and expressed his intent to appeal to Lord Hokage on his behalf, suggesting that a year of penance at the Temple of Fire would suffice for his transgressions. Gratitude illuminated Lee Locke's face as he thanked Teacher Yamada. Speak freely. I shall advocate for you, the teacher reassured. Yes, teacher. Lee Locke then turned his gaze towards Ling Yamada. I have never encountered Suzuki Genji. That day, it rained heavily, and I retired early, unaware of any visit from Suzuki Genji near my residence. A hint of mockery flickered in Lee Locke's eyes. He was all too familiar with such tactics. Any ordinary youth would have confessed, hoping for leniency. Yet, with over 20 years of experience from his past life, Lee Locke understood that his adversary lacked evidence. To confess would invite severe punishment, while to resist could lead to a return home for the new year. He had buried his secrets deeply, and the downpour had erased traces of his actions. Furthermore, his usual demeanor, innocuous and fervently idealistic, concealed the fact that this seemingly innocent boy could easily bury a man if provoked. Bold. Yamada's expression darkened, and he barked. It is not too late to confess. Teacher, I do not comprehend your words. Very well. Before Yamada could utter another word, Suzuki Chi entered the room. I suspect you conspired with external forces to abduct young Master Suzuki. If you confess now, I may allow you to keep your right hand. I do not understand what you are saying. Lee Locke was resolute. He would not divulge anything regarding Suzuki Genji. The situation had already drawn the attention of Kakashi and Guy, who were covertly observing. This is intriguing, Kakashi mused, abandoning his languid demeanor and regarding Lee Locke with newfound respect. Guy, do you think he truly killed Suzuki Genji? A complexity flickered in Kakashi's eyes. To slay a comrade is unforgivable in the eyes of others, yet he found it within himself to empathize. The nature of humanity often complicates the dichotomy of right and wrong. Guy shook his head, choosing to believe in Little Lee. The guards of the Suzuki family were preparing to act. It was time to intervene in this farce. Guy stretched his limbs, but suddenly, both he and Kakashi were struck by shock. Body flicker technique. How is this possible? Within the examination hall, Suzuki Chi swung his katana downward with a swift motion, the air whistling ominously as the blade descended. Lee Locke's form was cleaved in twain. What? Suzuki Chi felt no resistance as he struck flesh. In the next moment, a chill ran down his spine. Could members of the Suzuki family slay a mere apprentice ninja at will? The murderous intent in the air whispered like the very echoes of hell, reaching Suzuki Chi's ears. Lee Locke glanced at the panel. Substitution technique 10,000 perfect completion, replaced with body flicker technique 100 beginner. Upon reaching perfect completion of the 3-body technique, it would transform into the advanced variant. Within Lee Locke's body, chakra was mobilized in an instant, his arm and shoulder muscles coiling like iron and steel. His elbow transformed into a glinting spear of cold light, which erupted violently upon contact with Suzuki Akira. This was the manifestation of the perfected 8 Gates fist. Heart-piercing elbow. Boom. The entire examination room trembled with a resounding force. The gazes of all the candidates immediately turned towards the commotion. The classroom walls were shattered, and Suzuki lay sprawled in the corridor, his body resembling a lifeless mass, the scent of blood permeating the air, instilling fear in everyone present. The 2 bodyguards of the Suzuki family, upon witnessing this, fled in terror. Lee then cast his eyes towards Ryo Yamada, who was slumped on the ground, crawling and rolling out of the examination room. Well done. Behind Lee, Kakashi's figure appeared silently, offering his unreserved praise. Besides the body flicker technique, Lee had executed a physical technique rivaling the power of an A-rank ninjutsu. It could be said that unless unforeseen circumstances occurred, Lee's ascension to the rank of Jonin was a certainty. I misjudged him. Kakashi mused internally. This Lee Rock was a genuine prodigy. Guy, exuberant, produced a green bodysuit. Young man, I acknowledge you. Embrace your youth. Lee's eyelid twitched slightly. He accepted the green suit, but had no intention of donning it. Never would he wear such a thing. It was simply beyond words. Seeing Lee accept the symbol of youth, Guy picked up the book that Yamada had discarded and inscribed the word pass upon it. Go back now, and remember to train diligently, Kakashi advised. Lee nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his residence, he checked the panel. which still indicated a value of 9 for both his physical prowess and hand-sealing talent. It seemed that even perfection did not grant him the ability to summon results with a mere gesture. However, Li's hand-sealing speed had improved, reaching a limit of 6 seals in 1 second. As he lay on his bed, he felt no concern for the ninja school. Kakashi and Guy would handle any disturbances that arose there. Such was the advantage of strength. In the ninja world, the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Li sighed, pondering that had he not unleashed the body flicker technique and the perfected heart-piercing elbow, Kakashi and Guy might not have intervened on his behalf. Indeed, he could have easily become a casualty of the Suzuki family. Li had demonstrated his worth, a future jonin whose value far surpassed that of the Suzuki family, deserving of Konoha's nurturing. Yet, a wave of weakness washed over him. His chakra reserves were still insufficient, and increasing his chakra became a pressing goal. He contemplated the various methods to enhance his chakra, training in sage arts, implanting Hashirama cells, mastering the 8 gates, or becoming a Jinchuriki. The 8 gates. With Guy's acknowledgement, it was inevitable that he would acquire this technique. However, it was perilous. Ultimately, Li decided to pursue the path of becoming a Jinchuriki. Currently, only 3 tails remain unsealed, and it is imperative to swiftly enhance one's strength and master a sealing technique. Li Rock has determined his future training direction. He feels a weakness within his body and gradually succumbs to slumber as night falls. The following day, team cabin gathers. Li Rock arrives at the meeting place, a rooftop that offers a panoramic view of the Leaf Village. Good morning, Li Rock greets with a smile. Niji ignores him completely, while Tintin responds enthusiastically. Unfortunately, the girl is bound to Niji, and Li Rock harbors no intentions toward her. Tintin has remained single until the events of Boruto, never casting a glance in Li Rock's direction. At that moment, Kai glances at Little Li and asks, "Why aren't you wearing the tied outfit I gifted you?" Li Rock falls silent. He had sweat profusely during last night's training, washed the outfit, and it has yet to dry. He offers a perfunctory excuse. Kai gives a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Youth must ignite." He then produces 5 green tied outfits. Li Rock wishes to tell Kai that this attire is quite mundane, but dares not voice it, instead accepting it with a grimace. Kai is quite pleased, smiling at everyone. "You are all individuals I recognize, from today onwards. You shall be Genin." Li Rock breathes a sigh of relief. Being a Genin signifies an official status within the Leaf, allowing the acceptance of missions and providing numerous avenues for income, far superior to the meager monthly stipend. "Next, I shall impart to you the way of youth," Kai declares with a mysterious grin directed at the trio. The essence of youth is the ultimate secret technique, the 8 gates. The announcement of the 8 gates captures even Niji's indifferent attention. Li Rock's eyes blaze with excitement. The 8 gates represent the pinnacle of taijutsu, a technique capable of slaying gods. Li Rock had anticipated that Might Guy would test them further before sharing this knowledge, but he did not expect such ease in the transmission. Might Guy teaches all 3 simultaneously, treating them equally. Watch closely. Might Guy's chakra begins to coalesce. Open. The first gate, the second gate, the third gate, the fourth gate, the fifth gate, and the 6th gate are sequentially unlocked, unleashing a colossal and tumultuous wave of chakra. Li Rock is utterly astonished. Before him, Guy appears not as a man but as an ancient beast, capable of obliterating everything with a mere swipe. This is an overwhelming display of power. Is this the secret technique of the Might clan? Niji activates his Byakugan, observing the flow of chakra toward the 8 gates with clarity. Now, practice this technique diligently. I hope that before your next mission, you will have made progress. Of course, do not force it. Failing to master it could harm you instead. Kai refrains from opening the 7th gate, merely allowing chakra to flow toward it for demonstration. He addresses the trio, dismissed. Yes. With that, Team 3 disperses. Li Rock hurriedly returned to his residence, eagerly anticipating the mastery of this formidable technique, the 8 gates. Within him, chakra surged and he commenced his training. Detection confirms that the host is practicing the 8 gates. Would you like to spend 5,000 Ryo to simplify the 8 gates? 5,000 Ryo, this constituted all the money Li Rock possessed at present. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. He would not forsake any opportunity to swiftly enhance his strength, particularly when it pertained to such a potent skill as the 8 gates. Simplify. The simplification of the 8 gates is in progress. Simplification successful. 8 gates, open gate. Open gate? Li Rock rose to his feet, approaching the door of his bedroom, gently easing it ajar. 8 gates 1,000, first gate. Indeed, this was quite logical. The essence of the 8 gates lies in the act of opening. Li Rock delved into his training with fervor. Days passed. Inside the wooden cabin opened. Chakra surged rapidly towards the open gate within him. A faint sound echoed as Lee Rock's chakra forcefully breached the first gate, open gate. In an instant, he vanished from the cabin, finding himself outside. Lee Rock unleashed a punch, an ordinary strike that shattered a sturdy tree. This was the remarkable speed and strength he gained from opening the first gate. He glanced at the panel displaying his martial arts aptitude. Strength, 15. Speed, 17. Breaking through limits, and this was merely the first gate. The state of the first gate dissipated, and an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to falter. He collapsed onto the ground, gritting his teeth. He felt his chakra completely expended, and waves of excruciating pain coursed through his muscles. Fortunately, his regular training allowed him to endure the consequences of opening the first gate. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but admire the original Lee from the story. While he had simplified the technique, mastering and opening the first gate with such speed, the original character, an ordinary person, had managed to open up to 5 gates through sheer perseverance. Such determination and martial talent were indeed formidable. Lee Rock lifted his gaze towards the panel. 8 gates, 1/10,000, second gate. Gasping for breath, he was beset by intense pain, nearly unbearable. This was arduous. With each gate opened, proficiency increased tenfold. By this logic, to fully unlock the 8 gates, he would need to open them a staggering 100 billion times. He gazed at the battered door of his cabin, contemplating. In the future, merely the expense of purchasing doors would amount to a considerable sum. Nevertheless, the speed with which he had completely opened the first gate felt immensely worthwhile. After tidying up, he departed from the wooden cabin. At the Hyuga estate, Niji was diligently training in the 8 gates. He struggled to concentrate his chakra on the first gate. Forcing it open would only lead to his body's collapse. What kind of genius am I? Niji had nearly exhausted his chakra and, in the end, reluctantly conceded defeat. At that moment, a guard announced the arrival of Rock Lee. Niji ceased his practice and made his way to the front of the estate. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "My house was burglarized," Lee replied. "Your house was burglarized?" Niji echoed, puzzled. What kind of thief is so foolish as to forego plundering wealthy merchants and instead target a dilapidated wooden shack? What could possibly be of value in your home? Niji could not help but ask. Lee's face contorted with rage. That wretched thief, upon realizing my home held little of worth, smashed down my door and wrecked my bed. So, your purpose for coming here is? Niji prodded. I was hoping to stay for a while, Lee said, somewhat sheepishly. With a sigh, Niji reflected on his status as a branch family member of the Hyuga clan. His authority was limited. In the esteemed Hyuga family, he ranked only slightly above the guards and maids, and such privileges were not easily granted to outsiders. Moreover, he recalled Lee's peculiar habits, such as frequently disrobing to admire himself in the mirror, an oddity that would not escape the notice of the vigilant Hyuga clan. Should word spread that Lee, with his eccentricities, was friends with Niji, his reputation would suffer irreparable damage. No, absolutely not. Niji firmly rejected Lee's request. He retrieved a purse from his attire. This contains 10,000 ryo. Use it to replace your door and bed. The remainder can be used to renovate your dilapidated shack. He tossed the purse to Lee. Consider it a loan. Return it whenever you have the means. Thank you, Lee said, clearly pleased. This was precisely his aim, though he felt awkward directly asking for money. Thus, he had contrived a situation that would put Niji in a difficult position. As the saying goes, to open a window, one must first advocate for removing the roof. Niji, astute as ever, discerned Lee's intentions but was unconcerned. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, money was not a pressing issue for him. So, how is your training in the 8 gates? Niji inquired after a moment's hesitation. Not going very well. It's quite challenging. Lee responded. Upon hearing this, Niji exhaled in relief, torn between concern for his friend's struggles and the fear of Lee surpassing him. I've only managed to open the first gate. With that, Lee demonstrated the first gate. Open. With the release of his cerebral limits, his speed and strength multiplied, creating an overwhelming presence. Niji stood, dumbfounded. In just a few days, while he had struggled to unlock the gates, Lee had already mastered the first. Niji's mindset began to crumble. Oh dear, my friend isn't merely driving a modest vehicle, he's piloting a Bugatti Veyron. I have a few matters to attend to. You can exit the Hyuga estate by turning left and walking straight ahead, Niji said, his expression darkening as he silently retreated to the training grounds. Observing Niji's dismissal, Lee resigned himself to leave the estate. What's that sour scent? Lee pondered. He arrived at the bustling commercial street of Konoha, where an abundance of shops lined the way. Lee Rock paused before each establishment he passed, incessantly opening and closing doors until the shopkeepers grew weary of his antics. This continued until dusk. With the unfriendly gaze of the hardware store owner upon him, Lee Rock hoisted the wooden door he had purchased and made his way back to his cabin. 8 gates 310,000, second gate. The path ahead is laden with challenges. Lee Rock had acquired over 20 solid wooden doors from the hardware store, and after reinstalling them, he resumed his training. About half a month later, he received a summons. An urgent assembly of Team 3 was called. Urgent assembly? As he traversed the streets, he noticed numerous ninjas scanning their surroundings with vigilance, while shadowy figures from the Umbu moved discreetly. Was something amiss in Konoha? As he hurried to the meeting point, his mind raced. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke had not yet graduated, and such tranquility was a rare occurrence in the village. Donning his forehead protector, Lee Rock inquired of a patrolling ninja, yet the latter appeared tense and refrained from divulging any specifics. This only piqued Lee Rock's curiosity further. Upon reaching the assembly point, he found Neji and Tintin already present. Do you know the reason for the urgent assembly? Lee Rock asked the two. As a commoner, he was often out of the loop concerning information, but Neji, being from the esteemed Hyuga clan, should have caught wind of any disturbances. It's related to you, Neji replied, stretching his limbs. Suzuki Jinji has gone missing, leading to suspicion between the Suzuki clan and the village leadership. Ultimately, they betrayed us. The clan leader has defected, and all members of the Suzuki clan within Konoha have been executed. Neji's tone was devoid of emotion, as though such events were commonplace to him. Upon hearing this, Lee Rock grasped the situation. He had previously harbored concerns about potential retaliation from the Suzuki clan, but those fears now seemed unfounded. It was likely another scheme orchestrated by Danzo. Lee Rock mused inwardly, realizing that the village's upper echelons had made a choice between him and the Suzuki clan. A potential elite jonin versus a family with ties to the underworld. Konoha's leadership would find it an easy decision. Elite jonin are a rare treasure, each one a valuable asset to the village. However, the underworld family could be replaced. Should the Suzuki clan fall, the village could simply support the Mizuki or Tsukumi clans. Before long, Might Guy and Kakashi arrived at the assembly point. Guy's expression was grave. Suzuki Run has defected and possesses critical information regarding Konoha. The Umbu have been dispatched, and current intel indicates that he is still within the borders of the Fire Country. Guy announced the mission details. Suzuki Run's last known location was in the Fire Country, Aoi City. You three will scout these 3 locations. He unfolded a map, indicating 3 sites in Aoi City. Neji, you will patrol the eastern part of the city, Tintin, the southern, and Lee, the northern. Go, Guy commanded, folding the map away. Understood. The 3 responded in unison, dispersing to their assigned tasks, while Kakashi lounged leisurely nearby. Do you not follow their movements? Especially that Lee Lock. If Suzuki Runruel learns of Lee Lock's involvement in the mission, he would undoubtedly seek him out. Kakashi glanced at the ninjas exiting continuously and remarked casually. Although Suzuki Run is not proficient in advanced ninjutsu, his combat experience is extraordinarily rich. There is no need for concern, Guy replied confidently. He pointed to the map. Suzuki Run is no fool. If he does not depart the land of fire swiftly, he may find it impossible to leave. The eastern route from Aoyuki City is the optimal choice for exiting, which is why I instructed Lee to patrol the northern perimeter. As the two conversed, an Umbu member appeared. Kakashi, as a former captain of the Umbu, was assigned by the Hokage to oversee all aspects of this mission. The Umbu member presented the latest intelligence. Kakashi unfurled the scroll. There was no sign of Suzuki Run outside Aoyuki City. It appears that this C-rank mission will be completed by Neji. Kakashi continued to peruse the scroll. Suddenly, his expression shifted. This is bad. Guy, however, remained remarkably composed. Kakashi, one must not panic in youth. After all, you are an elite Jonin. Kakashi disregarded Guy and rapidly scanned the latter part of the scroll. Suzuki Run had injured 5 genin at Kazuraji Mountain, and the Umbu sensed Orochimaru's chakra at the scene, with Suzuki Run's last known location being near the northern part of the city. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Guy's figure vanished in an instant. We must not allow anything to happen to those 3, especially to Lee. 3 days later, Aoyuki City. Lee Lock and his companions arrived at Aoyuki City. Upon entering the city, they were warmly welcomed by the Lord. 3 banquets a day, accompanied by song and dance. This left Lee Lock utterly bewildered. Tion felt somewhat out of place, but did not entirely reject the experience. Neji, on the other hand, was entirely accustomed to such affairs. Once the feasting concluded, Li Lok could no longer contain himself. Are we to dine like this every day? He queried, perplexed. Wasn't our purpose in coming to Aoyuki City to undertake a mission and locate Suzuki Run? Are we not concerned he might escape? What's wrong with dining every day? Tion retorted, taking a bite of the venison in his bowl, somewhat disgruntled. Who asked you? That watermelon head looks truly unappealing. Niji interrupted their bickering. He turned to Li Lok. This is a tacit rule among large families. To decline would be to disrespect the etiquette. Currently, Aoyuki City has been sealed, and it is only a matter of time before Suzuki Run is captured. Niji continued, the banquet lasts only for one day. We must give the Lord of Aoyuki City the respect he deserves. Tomorrow, we shall begin searching for the traces of Suzuki Run, focusing particularly on the eastern area of the city. At that moment, a group of maidens dressed rather revealingly approached. Among them, the most stunning maiden carried 3 briefcases, one for each of them. Upon opening the briefcases, they were filled with money. This is a token of appreciation from the Lord. Li Lok was taken aback. In addition to the lavish meals, they were also being bestowed with money. Is this also the etiquette of your noble family? Li Lok inquired. This is not meant for us, Niji replied, shaking his head. He succinctly elucidated the significance of this money. The lord of the city is chosen by the daimyo. Given that Aoi City is in close proximity to Konoha, the stance of Konoha can, to a certain extent, determine who will assume the position of city lord next year. This money is not intended for them, but rather for those above. After all, if he does not take it, how can the Hokage? If the Hokage does not take it, how can the daimyo? If the daimyo does not take it, how can the city lord remain in office? The waters are murky, and the fish within can only go with the flow. Very well, I shall report the city lord's intentions faithfully. I intend to take a rest now, you may leave. He said. Understood. The maid, seeing that Li Lok accepted the briefcase without any undue desire toward them, thus departed from the annex. Once the maids had left, Li Lok opened his own briefcase. He counted the contents, a total of 280,000 ryo. 280,000 ryo. Li Lok shook his head, noting the peculiarities of the amount. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew 300,000 ryo, placing it into his wallet. 300,000 ryo is mine, and 500,000 ryo belongs to Teacher Guy, though he is a man of integrity and would surely refuse it. He then extracted 500,000 ryo and added it to his wallet. Since Teacher Guy will not accept this money, I shall simply treat him to a meal later. Li Lok was in dire need of funds. Training in the 8 gates of Duinjia comes at an exorbitant cost. Niji and Tintin exchanged glances, remaining silent. They were well aware of Li Lok's background and chose to feign ignorance. Niji opened his briefcase, revealing a total of 10 million ryo. This left Li Lok utterly astounded. He then turned to Tintin. With a wry smile, she opened her briefcase. The amount within was lesser than Niji's, yet still significantly more than Li Lok's. Truly, the commoners are worse off than dogs. Li Lok exclaimed indignantly. What good is it to belong to a great family? From the moment of birth, one's fate is already sealed. Hearing Li Lok's lament, Niji remarked, there is no refuting that. For the time being, Li Lok had no means to free himself from his gilded cage. Why don't we swap? You can discuss with the High Ga clan leader. And I shall endure your hardships while you take my dilapidated wooden house, Li Lok suggested earnestly. I cannot hold my liquor well. I am somewhat inebriated. Niji mumbled, his words slurred. Li Lok berated Niji for his lack of heart. Niji remained unfazed, recognizing Li Lok's efforts and genuinely acknowledging him. Over the past few days, they had grown familiar, and Li Lok had often jested. The three accepted the city lord's goodwill. As evening approached, the city lord sent his confidant once more to invite the trio to dinner. However, this time, it seemed the city lord had other matters to attend to and did not personally attend the banquet. It was presided over by Commander Masashi Asamizu. During the feast, Masashi continually praised Niji for his youthful promise and Tintin for her beauty and kindness. Li Lok, however, received a rather simplistic evaluation, eat more vegetables. To this, Li Lok was not offended. In terms of attire and demeanor, he indeed falls short when compared to Niji, who hails from a prominent family, and even Tintin surpasses him. Li Lok symbolically took a sip of his drink and excused himself from the banquet under the pretense of being unable to hold his liquor. Haru Mizushima and the others did not mind. Their true concern lay solely with Niji, the young scion of the Hyuga clan. Both Niji and Tintin understood that Li Lok was not particularly fond of such gatherings and did not attempt to keep him there. Meanwhile, within the fortress of the city lord, the lifeless body of Lord Aoba lay quietly on the ground. Seated upon a stone chair was a figure cloaked in black. "What is the situation?" he inquired of the 4 ninjas below him. "Rin Suzuki should have commenced by now," one of the ninjas reported. The man in the black cloak nodded. "Let us hope this experiment does not disappoint Lord Orochimaru." The cloaked figure removed his hood, revealing himself to be Kabuto Yakushi. He turned to the 4 ninjas. "Go forth. Everything is for the sake of Lord Orochimaru." The 4 ninjas shouted fervently in response. In the northern part of the city, Lee Rock returned to his residence. Upon entering his room, he opened the door with a creak. 8 gates. 8806-10,000, second gate. Today, he should be able to fully grasp the second gate. Lee Rock continued to open and close the door, disregarding the myriad distractions from the outside world. Currently, with Aoba City in lockdown, the samurai under the city lord's command were numerous enough that Lee Rock need not trouble himself with patrol duties. It was merely a matter of time before Rin Suzuki was discovered. As night fell, Lee Rock gazed at the door that had been thoroughly damaged, remaining silent. This door, which appeared exquisite, was of inferior quality compared to the wooden door of my dilapidated hut. He sighed inwardly, cursing the merchants. Fortunately, progress had been made. Mastering the 8 gates was no trivial task. Lee Rock looked at the panel. 8 gates. 10001 100,000. Third gate. The third gate required a staggering 100,000 proficiency points. Lee Rock dared not imagine what kind of gate could withstand such intense training. With the door in disrepair, he could only turn to other forms of cultivation. He began to practice the 12 forms of Shingi. This was an internal martial art. Unable to become a Jinchuriki in the short term due to limited chakra, he had a sudden thought. If chakra could be viewed as internal energy to stimulate ancient martial arts, then conversely, could utilizing ancient martial arts to cultivate internal energy increase chakra? He struck with his hands, executing cuts, leaps, drills, and powerful blows, moving like the wind, falling like an arrow, and acting with the speed of thunder, creating a fearsome spectacle. Detected that the host is practicing Shingi Quan. Would you like to spend 1 point to simplify? Simplify. Shingi Quan simplification successful. Shingi Quan roar roar. Lee Rock was momentarily taken aback. His eyes shifted, and he understood the meaning of the roar. Shingi Quan primarily rests upon the foundations of the 5 elements fist and the 12 forms fist, of which Lee Rock was particularly adept. The essence of the roar likely pertained to simply mimicking animal sounds. Letting out a tentative roar, Lee Rock attempted the sound. Form and intent boxing 100, beginner. The chakra within him seemed to have increased slightly, though the change was almost imperceptible. Nevertheless, it was a sign of potential growth, which was undoubtedly a positive development. As for the rest, it was up to sheer willpower. Thus, Lee Rock lay in bed, shouting incessantly. The guard stationed near the annex exchanged bewildered glances. Initially, they were unaware of the source of the commotion until they discovered its origin. Did all ninjas from Konoha possess such peculiar habits? Perhaps this midnight shouting was a means of conveying information. Was he communicating with an ape? Thus, tales of Lee Rock's eccentricity began to circulate among the guards. Lee Rock eventually caught wind of these rumors, but he remained indifferent. However, there was still no sign of Suzuki Ron, who seemed to have vanished completely from the city. The night had grown deep. Lee Rock removed his training attire, preparing for rest. He planned to request the Lord's residence to replace the old door the following day. As he lay down, drowsiness enveloped him. Suddenly, Lee Rock's figure flickered, and he vanished from the bed. A series of cross-shaped nails embedded themselves in the bed where he had just been. Who was there? He turned towards the corner of the room, where a figure emerged. Suzuki Run. Lee Rock's gaze sharpened. Although the man before him bore slight differences from the wanted poster, he was nonetheless recognizable. I will ask you just once. Is my son alive or dead? Suzuki Run's voice was hoarse and weary. Days of hiding had taken a toll on him, both physically and mentally. He is alive, Lee Rock replied without hesitation. Where have you hidden him? Right behind you. Suzuki Run did not even glance back. With a cold sneer, he drew his blade and lunged at Lee Rock. The strike was powerful and aimed directly at Lee Rock's head. Lee Rock sidestepped the blow, his palm slicing through the air, aimed sharply at Suzuki Run's heart with astonishing speed. Yet, Suzuki Run paid no heed to this attack. He redirected his blade, slicing upward towards Lee Rock's throat, his speed matching that of Lee Rock's previous strike. Realizing the shift in Suzuki Run's attack, Lee Rock understood the man before him was formidable. He was not afraid of a reckless fighter. Rather, he feared a reckless fighter with a wealth of combat experience. Even if his strike could pierce Suzuki Run's heart, it would still cost him his own life to a well-aimed slash to the throat. Suzuki Run fought with lethal intent. The blade glimmered coldly in the night, its lethal arc weaving like a silver serpent, continuously ensnaring Li Lok and preventing his escape. The two engaged in a relentless struggle under the cloak of night, their movements producing little sound, yet the atmosphere was charged with an ominous tension. This was a true life and death struggle. For either combatant, even the slightest opening could spell disaster. Li Lok evaded Suzuki Run's blade with calculated precision. He remained unhurried. Youthful vigor was a fearsome adversary. Moreover, Suzuki Run's days of evasion had drained his stamina and energy, which could not possibly match Li Lok's own. He simply needed to bide his time. Eventually, Suzuki Run would expose a weakness. Indeed, moments later, Suzuki Jun's momentum slowed, his blade slicing through the air. Now is the moment. Li Lok sprang into action. Adopting a firm stance, his right elbow thrusting forward. Bang! A tremendous force erupted. Warriors in the vicinity of the northern city heard the thunderous sound of the strike. Haramizu Shinji arrived with a group of warriors, shock etched on their faces as they beheld the near ruins of Li Lok's courtyard. Li Lok exhaled deeply and composed himself. He spoke, "Suzuki Jun has ambushed and now lies dead. The remaining matters are for you to address." Before he could finish his words, a voice emerged from the ruins. "Underestimated, the boy from Konoha. Tonight, no one can save you." A beastly roar echoed from the debris. A colossal chakra erupted violently, sending everyone sprawling. Four immense purple pillars shot skyward. Ninja art, 4 purple yang formation. 4 ninjas sprang from the shadows, initiating a sealing technique that ensnared both Li Lok and Suzuki Jun. The following day, the hospitality concluded. In the eastern part of the city, Niji activated his Bajiquan, diligently scanning the vicinity of the city gates, ensuring that no shadow in the dark eluded his keen perception. "Teacher Guy truly places great faith in me," Niji chuckled softly. Aware that Guy had assigned him to the eastern sector to apprehend Suzuki Jun, aiming for a flawless evaluation of the C-rank mission. Suddenly, Niji's expression shifted. He sensed an extraordinarily violent chakra emanating from the north of the city. "This is bad, it's Li." Without a moment's hesitation, Niji dashed toward the northern sector, neglecting to inform the warriors. Upon arrival, he found Tintin had already arrived, but a massive barrier prevented them from entering within 100 miles of the city gates. A barrier technique? What is happening? It was a barrier technique deployed by Suzuki Jun, and for reasons unknown, his body seemed to undergo some transformation. Niji activated his Byakugan. Suzuki Jun's chakra had nearly materialized, taking the form of a terrifying serpent. "It's Li." Facing Suzuki Jun, Li appeared tattered yet unharmed. Amidst the ruins, a pair of crimson eyes faintly emerged from the smoke. Li Lok felt as though he was being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He steeled his spirit to the utmost, fixating on those crimson eyes. The sensation was entirely different from the pressure he experienced when Guy opened the 6th gate. Li Lok's heart raced violently within his chest, a chilling sensation enveloping him. This was the oppressive aura of death. Emerging from the ruins, Suzuki Jun was enveloped in fine scales. His eyes transformed into slits. Thanks to the forbidden medication bestowed by Lord Orochimaru. Is this the essence of power? Suzuki Jun gazed at Li Lok. "You shall accompany the Suzuki family to the grave." Boom. In an instant, Suzuki Jun vanished from Li Lok's sight. The next moment, his blade was poised above Li Lok's head. Before the blade arrived, its force was already upon him. Li Lok felt a tightening sensation at his scalp. He swiftly retreated to evade the strike, but the blade was swift, slicing a gash across his shoulder, blood spilling onto the ground. How fast? Just now. He had failed to discern the shadow of Suzuki Run's assault. How long had it been since he felt such intensity? Li Lok exhaled softly, the fear in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an indomitable spirit and excitement. Open. The chakra within Li Lok surged forth, breaching a gate. Still insufficient. Second gate. Open. Boom. His chakra swelled violently. What? Suzuki Run was astonished. He had not anticipated that this 12-year-old genin before him could unleash such terrifying chakra. A dragon's roar reverberated through the northern part of the city. Li Lok, embodying the form of a dragon, executed a soaring kick, akin to a dragon's tail, forcefully striking down upon Suzuki Run, representing the dragon form of the 12 forms of intent. Suzuki Run drew his sword to defend. Crack! Li Lok's left hand morphed into a claw, seizing the samurai's sword and shattering it. You know nothing of ancient martial arts. Li Lok, suspended in the air, shook his body, transforming from dragon to eagle form, his right hand becoming a claw that lunged fiercely at Suzuki Run. With a rip, a large portion of flesh was torn from Suzuki Run's chest. Remarkably, he seemed to feel no pain, retaliating with a strike to Li Loc's abdomen. Bang! A broken wooden beam appeared before Suzuki Run's eyes. The ninja substitution technique. Suzuki Run's eyes shifted, and he turned to deliver a punch. Li Loc appeared behind him, unwavering, meeting Suzuki Run's punch head-on. Boom! Suzuki Run was instantly propelled backward, crashing through several houses. This battle left Niji and Tenten outside the barrier in utter shock. Little Li is so formidable? Tenten's eyes widened. Having shared a class with Little Li for some time, she was only now realizing his immense strength and resilience. Confronting a formidable foe without retreating, but rather meeting them head-on. Though Niji was already aware of Little Li's capabilities, it was his first time witnessing him in a state of battle. Within the barrier, Li Loc kicked Suzuki Run into the air. The bandages around his arms unfurled, dancing in the wind as they tightly bound Suzuki Run. Niji, watch closely. This move is prepared for you. Li Loc's body began to spin with great velocity. Lotus of the flower. Boom. Li Loc's rapidly rotating form propelled Suzuki Run crashing into the ground. The tremendous force even made Niji and Tenten 10 miles away. Feel unsteady. A madman. Niji stared in astonishment at the scene within the barrier. He recalled Little Li expressing his desire to challenge him, a chill creeping down his spine. He truly intends to kill me. Niji could not help but exclaim. 5 kilometers away, Niji's Bajiquan could not penetrate that distance. Kabuto's face bore a look of shock as well. He had not expected such an outcome. This mission assigned by Orochimaru was to gather intelligence on Hyuga Niji, as Orochimaru deemed the Bajiquan worthy of study. A miscalculation he had underestimated, realizing that the strongest was not that branch family boy, but this watermelon-headed one. Kabuto consolidated the intelligence onto a ninja card, gesturing to the 4 sound ninjas lurking behind him. Retreat. The 4 sound ninjas retracted their shadow clones, vanishing alongside Kabuto as they retreated. The 4 purple flames formation dissipated. Niji and Tenten rushed to Li's side. This technique had exacted a considerable toll. Li stood amidst the smoke, his body weakened. Niji and Tenten supported him. In the distance, Suzuki had completely perished, and the beast curse seal faded alongside him. What kind of forbidden drug did that fellow use to be so formidable? Niji couldn't help but glance over. The beast curse seal was likely related to Orochimaru. This matter must be reported to the Hokage promptly. After Li spoke, a wave of weakness overcame him, and he fainted entirely. In the land of rice, within the hidden depths of a secluded cave in the Sound Ninja village, a corpse lay upon a stone bed, covered in a myriad of intricate curse seals. Orochimaru gazed at the body, a hint of disappointment flickering in his golden vertical eyes. This experimental subject was far too feeble. Behind him, Kabuto approached. Lord Orochimaru, I believe I have discovered a rather intriguing experimental subject. Kabuto presented a ninja identification card to Orochimaru. Orochimaru accepted the card and perused its contents with interest. The 8 gates, you say? Indeed, the taijutsu of Konoha, the boy named Rock Lee can open the 2nd gate, and his power is formidable. As an experimental subject, his physical resilience should not be lacking. Kabuto recalled Lee's fighting scene and added, he seems to possess some taijutsu beyond Konoha as well, which is exceedingly impressive. Orochimaru cleared his throat, pondering for a moment. This body was becoming inadequate. He needed to find a new one swiftly. The 8 gates required prolonged training, which was unsuitable for him. What about that boy with the Bajiquan? He had not collected any combat intelligence. Orochimaru felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, in an instant, excitement surged within him. I have recently discovered an even more promising ocular power than the Bajiquan. Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips. Let us proceed to the Sand Ninja village. I have a grand gift to present to Lord Sarutobi. Konoha Hospital. Lee Rock gradually regained consciousness. You are awake. Tenten and Niji stood vigil by his bedside. Lee Rock paid no heed to the two. He grasped at the air with both hands. Where is my money? His voice was hoarse. Here. Niji retrieved a wallet from his pocket and placed it beside Lee Rock's pillow. Phew. As long as the money is still here. Lee Rock sighed in relief. It was indeed his wallet. His body was wrapped in bandages, and even turning his neck was somewhat uncomfortable. Do not move about too much. The doctor stated that you will need at least half a month to fully recover. During this time, focus on healing, Niji advised. The difficulty of the recent mission has been reassessed, classified as an A-level task. You completed it flawlessly, earning a reward of 300,000 Ryo. Once you have healed, remember to collect it from the Hokage's office. After Niji spoke, he glanced at Tenten. Tenten nodded, retrieving a scroll. This contains the date, location, and details of your next mission. Be sure to review it once your injuries have healed. With that, Tintin and Niji exited the hospital room. Once they departed, Lee Rock cast a glance at the scroll. The next mission was at least 2 months away. There was no rush. He lay back on the bed and let out a gentle shout. Xingyi Quan 36-100, beginner. Even if his body was immobile, his training must not cease. During his recovery, Lee Rock occasionally shouted aloud, and the hospital staff had grown accustomed to it, believing it to be the result of pain from his wounds. Guy and Kakashi had visited Lee Rock, bringing him some fruit. Before leaving, Guy made sure to leave behind a green spandex suit, reminding Lee Rock to wear it upon recovery, assuring him that he would be even more spirited in the next battle. Lee Rock accepted it but resolutely decided against wearing it. He planned to wait until he had healed to get a haircut and purchase a few new outfits, fully mastering his 3-body technique thereafter. The 8 gates technique also needed to be cultivated promptly. However, he was currently unable to move and could not train. Half a month swiftly passed, and Lee Rock was finally discharged from the hospital. He did not rush to the Hokage's office to claim his mission reward, but instead first visited the Konoha marketplace. Lee Rock got a haircut and then purchased a large bag of inexpensive clothing before returning to his dilapidated wooden house. His previous watermelon hairstyle had indeed affected his image. Standing before the mirror, he was quite pleased with his current appearance. Shadow Clone Technique 66-100, beginner. Shadow Clone Technique 67-100, beginner. Shadow Clone Technique 68-100, beginner. Lee Rock stood before the mirror, the proficiency of the Shadow Clone Technique steadily rising. He began to shout softly. Xingyi Quan 30-100, beginner. Xingyi Quan 31-100, beginner. His chakra was increasing. Lee Rock felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. Yet, his methods still felt insufficient. In his previous encounter with an ordinary warrior, he fared reasonably well. Yet when faced with Suzuki Jun, who had unlocked the Beast Curse seal, he realized that without activating the second gate of the 8 gates, he was no match for him. Once activated, however, he would enter a period of weakness. This was the consequence of having too few trump cards. Currently, Lee Rock possessed only 2 genuine means to determine victory, the 8 gates and the supreme perfection of Baguazang. Chakra is generated by the cells within the body and flows through the meridians, if the internal organs and meridians were to be damaged. Lee Rock pondered this, slightly closing his eyes, his hands naturally hanging down with palms facing inward, his breath subtly aligning with nature. Tai Chi. He assumed the initial posture of Tai Chi. Detected that the host is practicing Tai Chi. Would you like to spend 1 simplified point? Simplified. Tai Chi. Wave hands, wave hands. Lee Rock extended his right hand, moving it up and down. Tai Chi 1-100, beginner. Chakra was increasing, the speed surpassing that of Xingyi. Lee Rock continued to swing his arms. He decided to temporarily set aside the practice of Xingyi, as constantly shouting was a burden on his throat. However, Tai Chi was different. The up and down motion of his hands was almost second nature to Lee Rock, who regularly practiced physical techniques. He aimed to prioritize mastering Tai Chi to its supreme perfection. Both Tai Chi and Xingyi belong to the internal martial arts, yet their upper limits differ. Besides increasing chakra, Tai Chi also cultivates strength. Once mastered to perfection, it could trigger hidden strength. Hidden strength could damage an opponent's internal organs, conserving significant amounts of chakra. Lee Rock felt a surge of anticipation. In future confrontations with formidable foes, as long as he could make contact with their bodies, the activation of hidden strength could directly harm their vital organs. This truly constituted a lethal weapon, death upon contact. Hidden strength could serve as a secret weapon, remaining difficult to detect. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lee Rock rubbed his shoulders and arms. For 7 consecutive days, apart from eating and sleeping, he had almost ceaselessly swung his arms. Even for someone who frequently practiced physical techniques, his arms bore a sense of soreness. Such an intensity of training would leave others unable to lift their arms within 3 days. Yet, he felt fine, though his body was somewhat fatigued. His heart brimmed with exhilaration. On the panel, Tai Chi 10,000, Supreme Perfection, Lee Rock stepped out of the wooden cabin. He picked up a leaf from the ground and gently brushed his hand across it before placing it back down. He could now unleash hidden strength. Upon closer inspection, the veins of the leaf he had just brushed were all irregularly severed. This was hidden strength, striking the enemy without a trace. Next, it was time to diligently practice the 8 gates. Lee Rock stood outside the wooden cabin, gently opening the door. 8 gates. 15691. 100000. Third gate. Lee Rock contemplated for a moment. He moved a mirror in front of the door and retrieved a large bundle of clothing. Mere effort alone could not match the brilliance of a genius. Li Lok gazed into the mirror, reflecting on his own image. Shadow Clone Technique 69-100, Beginner, thus. From this day forth, I shall strive to become a diligent wallflower. As he looked into the mirror, he opened the door while changing his clothes. His proficiency in the 8 gates, Shadow Clone Technique, and Transformation Technique began to rise steadily. A month later, every door in his home lay in ruins. Li Lok surveyed the ground littered with shattered door panels, feeling a pang of distress. 8 gates, 17003, 100000, third gate. There remains a considerable distance to the 4th gate. Fortunately, his mastery of the Shadow Clone and Transformation techniques had reached perfection. Apart from the 8 gates, there had been no significant advancement in other areas. It was time to visit the Hokage's office. An hour later, Li Lok arrived at the Hokage office building, situated in the heart of Konohagakure. During ordinary days, all decisions and intelligence emanated from this very place. He looked up to see the Hokage building adorned with the likenesses of past Hokages, each gazing forward in various postures, as if silently guarding this land. Alas, this aura of dignity and sanctity was being ruthlessly disrupted by a mischievous child. Haha. You all wouldn't dare to do this like me, would you? I am simply incredible. 2 ninjas were wildly pursuing Naruto. Li Lok sighed, his gaze drifting to the Hokage rock, marred by Naruto's graffiti, with the 4th Hokage's visage being the most poorly rendered. Father and son, a legacy of filial piety. He mused, shaking his head. The time for Naruto's antics was at hand, and the prosperous days of Konohagakure were drawing to a close. Entering the Hokage building, he chose to disregard the chaos outside. His current strength was insufficient to engage in such significant matters. He approached the door of the Hokage's office and gently knocked twice. Come in, a slightly aged voice called from within. Li Lok stepped inside. The office was modestly sized, dominated by a finely crafted wooden desk that occupied much of the space. Li Lok's nostrils flared slightly as the scent of tobacco wafted toward him. He looked at the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had his back turned, not donning the Hokage robe, appearing more like a benevolent elder. Yet, Li Lok was acutely aware of the depth of the 3rd Hokage's capabilities and cunning, having presided over Konohagakure for the longest time and having endured 2 great wars. He was far more complex than he appeared. However, the 3rd's handling of the Uchiha and Orochimaru issues revealed a clear weakness. Moreover, the death of Nichi Hyuga's father was a consequence of Sarutobi's inadequacies. In Li Lok's view, this was also a reflection of the 3rd's helplessness. Although he was heralded as the strongest of all Hokages, this title was laden with ambiguity. Rather, he was the strongest among mortals, when faced with deities and prodigies. This claim became a mere jest. Following the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident, Sarutobi, confronted with a beleaguered Konohagakure, sought peace externally while attempting to eliminate the uncontrollable and deeply conflicted Uchiha internally. These were acts born of necessity, granting Konohagakure an opportunity for peaceful development. The most profound impression that Rock Lee has of the 3rd Hokage is encapsulated in the phrase, where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. Indeed, the village of Konoha represents the 3rd's unwavering principle. Even his beloved disciple, Orochimaru, is not permitted to transgress this boundary. However, in addressing Naruto's situation, the 3rd has evidently displayed a lack of discernment. Evaluations of the 3rd are mixed, balancing praise and blame in equal measure. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out of the window for a considerable time before finally turning to face Rock Lee. You are Rock Lee, are you not? You performed admirably during the recent urgent mission. Here is your reward. The 3rd approached Lee and handed him a banknote valued at 300,000 ryo. Patting him on the shoulder. Would you be interested in joining the Umbu? I can offer you the position of a squad leader. Sarutobi's gaze fixed upon Lee. This proposition, a remarkable elevation for a mere genin, was almost unprecedented. However, Lee shook his head in response. I am sorry, Lord Hokage, but I believe my abilities are insufficient. I fear I cannot fulfill the responsibilities of the Umbu. Lee declined the 3rd's offer outright. The Umbu, directly subordinate to the Hokage, exudes an air of grandeur and mystery. Yet it also entails significant constraints. The missions they undertake are typically of high difficulty or exceedingly monotonous, with compensation that hardly reflects the peril involved. For Lee, who aspires to enhance his strength, this path seemed entirely counterproductive. Furthermore, the Umbu is tasked with ensuring the Hokage's safety, which inevitably draws one into substantial conflicts. Oh, your capabilities are more than adequate for the Umbu. With further training, you could shoulder even greater responsibilities in the future. Lee responded. I have yet to fully grasp the teachings of my mentor, Gai-sensei. I wish to continue absorbing his wisdom. Once again, he rebuffed the third's proposal. Is this merely a fanciful notion? Greater burdens? Lacking connections and lineage, I have reached my limit as a Jainin. How substantial could my responsibilities truly be? Moreover, Li was tempted to express that the third's days were numbered. A new ruler brings forth new subjects, he thought. And the promises made by the third would likely be disregarded by the fifth. Li felt no need to hone his skills through perilous missions. He believed he could simply grind through the system to achieve his goals. As for indoctrination and willpower, Li dismissed them, placing his faith solely in his own strength. Without power, all else is futile. Very well. I shall keep the position open for you, should you wish to join. You may come to me at any time. Thank you for your consideration, Lord Hokage. With that, Li departed from the Hokage's building and returned to his humble abode. He retrieved a scroll, which detailed the next mission. After the daughter of the feudal lord of the Land of Frost visited the Land of Fire, she was subjected to an open bounty, with even her accompanying samurai being assassinated. Consequently, the princess had specifically enlisted Konoha ninjas to escort her safely to the borders of the Land of Frost. Li tucked the scroll away. While he held no interest in the princess, the mention of a bounty piqued his curiosity. The Exchange Bureau. Though the Land of Frost is not one of the 5 great nations, its relations with the Land of Fire are amicable. Such an audacious bounty on a princess could only be the work of the Exchange Bureau. Engaging with the currency exchange is an occasional endeavor that promises swift accumulation of wealth. It is a commendable choice. However, Li Lok did not pursue the currency exchange himself, as he was not well acquainted with its location. He was aware of a currency exchange situated within a public restroom near the Temple of Fire. The other 4 locations included a sewer, a tower in the forest, a small cabin by the river, and a brick building along the riverbank. The specifics regarding which part of the Land of Fire remained ambiguous. Li Lok harbored a keen interest in the mastermind behind the currency exchange. Was it Orochimaru? The leaders of the other ninja villages? Or perhaps a coalition of feudal lords? He swiftly dismissed the notion of Orochimaru being the orchestrator. Although that individual had an affinity for corpses, the bodies obtainable through the currency exchange were hardly formidable. As experimental material, they were subpar. Moreover, Konoha was well aware of the locations of the 5 currency exchanges yet had not eradicated them completely. This indicated that Konoha harbored some trepidation regarding the exchanges. Had Orochimaru been the one behind them, Konoha would have already dismantled all 5 outposts. So, were the leaders of the ninja villages or the feudal lords the true puppeteers? A glimmer of insight flickered in Li Lok's eyes as he tucked away his scroll. With the completion of this mission, the Chunin exams would soon commence. He calculated the time. It was already March, and the exams would officially begin in early July. Following this mission, Guy would likely cease all assignments to prepare Team 3 for the Chunin exams. That peculiar creature, Gaara. Li Lok replaced the door of his newly acquired residence. 8 gates. 17031, 100000, third gate. He resumed his rigorous training. Time flew by. And soon the moment for the mission arrived. On the rooftop, Niji was inquiring with Guy about the 8 gates. The last time he witnessed little Li opening the 2nd gate, he was profoundly astonished. I am also a genius. I cannot be incapable of opening even one. With this thought in mind, Niji returned home and began an intense training regimen. He even sought out Guy to request a training schedule. Determined to toil as diligently as Guy did, Guy pondered for a moment before sharing his training plan with Niji and gifting him a green bodysuit. Only by wearing this can one grow stronger. Niji, trust me. Niji was entirely skeptical. After accepting the training schedule, he embarked on an intense training journey. As of today, he sensed a faint inclination towards opening a gate. Where's Li? Tintin had set up a barbecue grill on the rooftop. Initially, she had been training fervently like Niji and little Li, but soon realized that it was not her calling, leading her to study space-time ninjutsu instead. Discovering her aptitude in this area, she decided to embrace her role as a support. The ingredients for the barbecue were summoned from her scrolls. Has he perhaps overexerted himself and forgotten about today's mission? Tintin offered Niji a piece of grilled meat, casually remarking, "No, that fellow has arrived." Niji's Byakugan spotted Rock Lee 500 meters away. What peculiar training method is he employing now? A strange expression crossed Niji's face once more. On the street, Rock Lee was dragging a makeshift wooden hut with one hand. The hut stood about half a person tall. As he walked, he continuously opened and closed the door with his right hand. 8 gates. 30,004, 100,000, third gate. 8 gates. 30005 100,000, third gate. Only a hut of half a person's height could enhance his proficiency. Smaller huts and doors would not suffice. Over the past few days, Rock Lee had assembled several small wooden huts using broken doors. He intended to carry them while undertaking missions, allowing him to perpetually train in the 8 gates. Initially, he planned to construct a miniature hut. But after numerous attempts of opening and closing the door, the proficiency on the panel remained unchanged. Ultimately, he confirmed that a hut of half a person's height was the minimum requirement. Rock Lee ascended to the rooftop, where he caught the enticing aroma of grilled meat from afar. "I'm ready to feast." Without hesitation, he placed the wooden hut beside him, grasped a piece of grilled meat in one hand, while the other hand continued to open and close the door. Tintin did not find this behavior odd. She had heard Niji mention Rock Lee's training method, which he described succinctly as very strange, and advised against watching it. At that moment, Tintin was wholly focused on enjoying her grilled meat, oblivious to Rock Lee's peculiar antics. Is this truly his method of training? Although she refrained from voicing her curiosity, her peripheral vision lingered on Rock Lee's wooden hut. "Lee, what are you doing?" Kai's expression was one of surprise as he chewed on a piece of grilled meat while observing Rock Lee. "I'm training," Rock Lee replied, relishing his meal. Kai paused momentarily, then his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Oh, I see. Then I shall join you in igniting our youth." In an instant, Kai vanished from the rooftop, only to reappear moments later wielding a hammer and wooden planks. Soon, a larger wooden hut materialized atop the roof. "Kai-sensei, enough already," Tintin exclaimed, her eyelids twitching. "Niji, quickly stop Kai-sensei and Lee. If this continues, grilled meat will turn into a bizarre form of training." Niji." To Tintin's astonishment, Niji, with a stoic expression, leapt off the rooftop. When he returned, he too carried a wooden hut. "You guys." Tintin sighed as she watched the 3 men repeatedly open and close the doors of their huts. "I should never have joined the taijutsu class." She wore an expression of resignation. Before long, everyone had their fill. The 3 men handed the wooden huts over to Tintin. Her gaze was filled with discontent. She could utilize her space-time ninjutsu to store a vast array of useful supplies in a different dimension. However, this broken wooden hut, with its damaged door, was utterly useless for such storage. Ultimately, it was Niji who broke the silence. Every day, Tion reluctantly sealed 3 wooden houses within a scroll. "For this mission, I shall not partake, as the Hokage has assigned me another task. You 3, led by Niji, will execute this mission." Kai addressed the trio. "Despite the mission's classification as B rank, you must ensure one thing. The princess of the Land of Frost must not perish within the borders of the Land of Fire. Otherwise, it would not merely signify a failed mission. The entire Hidden Leaf Village would also be implicated." "Understood." Rock Lee, Niji, and Tion arrived at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. At the entrance, 2 bearers carried an exquisitely crafted pink palanquin, accompanied by a young warrior poised with a sword. "Princess, we are the Leaf Ninjas assigned to this escort mission. I am Hyuga Niji," he introduced himself, stepping forward. "I am Tion, a member of the escort team." "So am I," chimed in Rock Lee, each introducing themselves. However, there was no response from within the palanquin for a considerable time. Rock Lee glanced at the warrior, who maintained a firm grip on his sword. His hands bore thick calluses, and he radiated an impressive aura, clearly a master. The warrior sensed Rock Lee's scrutiny of his blade and became wary. At that moment, a voice emerged from the palanquin. "Are you of the Hyuga clan?" inquired the princess of the Land of Frost. "I belong to the branch family of Hyuga," Niji replied. "Very well, let us proceed." Upon receiving the command, the bearers lifted the palanquin and advanced. The journey was uneventful. Rock Lee urged Tion to summon the wooden house and continue her training, showing little concern for the task at hand. The bounty for the princess of the Land of Frost was a mere 3 million ryo, hardly enticing enough to attract formidable foes. Speaking of strong adversaries, would 3 million ryo even be sufficient to lure the Akatsuki member, Kakuzu? A sense of unease crept into Rock Lee's mind as he opened the wooden door and approached Niji. With Niji's Byakugan activated, no one and no traps within a 3-kilometer radius could escape detection. "What troubles you?" Niji inquired, noticing Rock Lee's proximity. "The day is fading, and this escort mission feels excessively tranquil," Rock Lee remarked, surveying the surroundings which seemed unnervingly quiet. A nagging doubt stirred within him. Could it truly be that Kakuzu has arrived? With his current strength, Kakuzu would wreak havoc, and the 3 of us would stand no chance against him. "Have you sensed something amiss?" Niji scanned the area. "We have fallen into an illusion. This place was just visited 10 minutes ago, Niji noted, gently brushing his hand against a nearby tree. He found a mark he had made with a kunai earlier. Release. Rockley formed a hand seal but failed to dispel the illusion. What is happening? A multi-layered genjutsu? He frowned. Do not worry. At an angle of 53 degrees southeast, approximately 2,000 meters away, there are 3 ninjas employing a concealment technique, Niji whispered. Understood. I shall deal with them, Rockley replied, following Niji's gaze. And he quietly added a reminder. Niji, should your Bajiquan reveal an assassin cloaked in secrecy, adorned with 5 hearts and a crimson cloud robe. Disregard the mission and the princess of the land of frost. Take 10 in and flee as far as possible. Although Niji found it perplexing that one could possess 5 hearts. He nodded at the rare serious expression on Rockley's face. I understand. 2 kilometers away. 3 rogue ninjas from the hidden mist village displayed a cruel glimmer in their eyes. It was utterly disrespectful for Konoha to dispatch mere children to escort the princess of the land of frost. They had already fallen victim to a quintuple illusion. Once their stamina waned, we shall seize the princess. I have heard tales of her grace and beauty. No shoving. I shall claim her first, so line up. The 3 chuckled softly. At that moment, a frigid voice emerged from behind them. In your next life, remember to act sooner. That way, there will be no need to queue. The expressions of the trio shifted dramatically. How is it possible to see through a quintuple illusion and approach undetected? As the rogue ninjas prepared to unleash their jutsu, Rockley was already leagues ahead. Before they could complete 2 hand signs, he seized their necks with both hands, ending their lives. He then swiftly incapacitated the last one by breaking both their hands and feet. I will pose you 2 questions. If you answer correctly, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, the man's face transformed from anguish to exhilaration. I will answer truthfully. Very well. Tell me, did you accept the bounty from the exchange? The rogue paused, taken aback by the simplicity of the question. Indeed, it was the exchange that assigned the task. Rockley was satisfied with the rogue's response. And where is the exchange located? In the land of fire, within the sewers of Shortbook City. Rockley gently patted the rogue's shoulder. With a swish, his figure vanished. The rogue, now bereft of limbs, sighed in relief. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Ah! He screamed, collapsing. What technique was that? Niji's Bajiquan detected a strange force surging into the rogue's body after Rockley departed. It was dark energy. Rockley, unreserved, demonstrated the Tai Chi technique. This martial art, known as Tai Chi, when perfected, grants the practitioner dark energy. Niji and Tintin took note. The warrior observed the demonstration, perceiving it more as a dance, and felt no intrigue. The group continued their journey towards the land of frost. Along the way, with Tintin's summoning scroll at hand, they were spared the troubles of sustenance. The night was serene, adorned with twinkling stars. Flames flickered as they discovered a cave to rest for the night. The princess of the land of frost descended from her wooden palanquin, her elegance and beauty unveiled before the group. Rockley, persistently opening and closing the door of a wooden cabin, caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Beauty is innate, strikingly enchanting. This was the evaluation given by Lee Rock. However, the princess of the Frost Kingdom paid him no heed. She approached Niji, and in the glow of the flames, the Frost Kingdom princess, Ihua-in, appeared even more alluring, albeit somewhat aloof. The distance she maintained, coupled with the meaning behind her words, created an air of ambiguity. Niji was engrossed in his practice of Tai Chi, deeply immersed in the essence of the martial art, utterly oblivious to Ihua-in's presence. Yet, Tintin, who was nearby writing a summoning scroll, felt a sense of unease. Noticing Niji's lack of response, Ihua-in moved closer. A man devoted to his training is indeed dependable, she mused. She stood directly before Niji, her voice softly resonating. Niji, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, my heart stirred. I am the princess of the Frost Kingdom. When my father passes, the Frost Kingdom shall be yours as its sovereign. You would be far superior to the Hyuga branch of Konoha, would you not? The mention of the Hyuga branch caused Niji, who was executing his Tai Chi movements, to suddenly freeze. Tintin, witnessing this, nearly broke the brush in her hand. She harbored feelings for Niji, yet their disparate backgrounds had silenced her. This sentiment lay deeply buried within her heart. At that moment, Niji stepped aside, resuming the fluidity of his movements as he mastered the Tai Chi form. Princess of the Frost Kingdom, please mind your boundaries, Niji replied coldly. This brought a sigh of relief to Tintin, who resumed her writing of the summoning scroll. Ihua-in's face flushed with anger. As a princess, She was accustomed to having any man at her beck and call, yet here she was, rebuffed. Eliminate him. She commanded furiously to the warrior beside her. The young warrior hesitated for a moment. Me? Yes, you. Are you not fond of me? Kill that white-eyed fool, and I may consider your proposal. Upon hearing this, the warrior immediately drew his blade. However, before he could rise, Li Rock seized his wrist. With his right hand firmly gripping the warrior's wrist, he swiftly confiscated the weapon. In the cool night air, the sword felt slightly heavy in his hand. Its blade sharp and undeniably a fine weapon. With a crack, Li Rock crushed the warrior's wrist. Ah! The warrior howled in pain, clutching his shattered wrist. How dare you? I am a warrior of the Iron Country. Slap. Li Rock sent the warrior flying with a single strike. You claim to be a warrior of the Iron Country? Li Rock scoffed. Are you certain of that? Only then did the warrior realize that if he were indeed from the Iron Country, openly attempting to assassinate a shinobi of the Fire Country would likely provoke a significant diplomatic incident between the two nations. He groaned softly, nursing his wrist, and refrained from further speech, casting a glance at Princess Ai Huayin. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Useless fool, she scoffed. Boasting about your prowess yet unable to dispatch mere chunin. She raised her hand to strike at Li Rock. The lowly, I dare not strike you. Yet you think I would hesitate to strike him. In the next moment, Li Rock furrowed his brow, evading the impending slap and retaliating with a swift motion. The sound echoed, and the face of the princess from the Frost Kingdom immediately swelled. Niji, observing from the side, refrained from intervening. He regarded the Frost Kingdom princess, saying, My companion is unlike me. He hails from a humble background and fears nothing. Do not think that as a mere princess of the Frost Kingdom, you intimidate him. He would not hesitate to take the life of even a feudal lord from the 5 great nations. Niji continued, Moreover, I cannot best him. In this desolate night, with no one around, should my companion decide to eliminate you and bury you, he could easily report that you fell to the hands of a bounty hunter, and we would merely face mission failure. Of course, Li Rock would never truly kill the Frost Kingdom princess. The repercussions would be dire. Not only would mission failure be a concern, but any disturbance in the relationship between the Fire Nation and the Frost Kingdom would lead to inquiries from Konoha regarding the details of the incident. Particularly for a common ninja like Li Rock, such questioning could turn into brutal interrogation. He did not believe he could withstand the scrutiny of the Umbu's interrogator, Ibiki Marino. However, Niji's words had their effect. Yuan glanced at Li Rock, whose face was contorted with rage, and felt a surge of fear. I merely wanted to test your strength. I did not expect you to take it so seriously. Li Rock raised an eyebrow, harboring no affection for the strikingly beautiful princess of the Frost Kingdom. Silence. Speak another word tonight, and I shall tear your mouth apart. He placed his right hand gently atop Huayin's head, applying just enough pressure to cause her to tremble, her complexion turning pale. As she opened her mouth to scream, the cold indifference on Li Rock's face stifled her voice. Very well. Li Rock turned to Niji. I shall take the first watch. Niji nodded in agreement. Little Li is indeed well suited for the first watch. Throughout our journey, he has provided sustenance for the group, and his chakra has been considerably depleted. He requires rest. With my Byakugan, I am better suited to guard during the most vulnerable hours just before dawn. With the arrangements made, the group returned to the cave, and tranquility enveloped the night. Above, the clear skies witnessed the gentle falling of snow, shimmering in the moonlight. Niji, Tintin, the samurai, and the porters drifted into a deep slumber within the cave. Li Rock stood vigil by the fire, ever watchful of the surroundings. He observed the panel before him. 8 gates released. 98603 100,000, 3rd gate. He anticipated mastering the 3rd gate, the opening of life, by the morrow. The door of the small wooden cabin had fallen into disrepair. Li Rock retrieved a thick wooden plank from behind and affixed it, continuing to hone his skills. The night swiftly passed. At dawn, with the snow beginning to cease, the group set forth once more. Along the way, they encountered several rogue ninjas and assassins seeking the bounty. However, these adversaries were not formidable. Before they could draw near, Niji's Byakugan detected them, and Li Rock swiftly dealt with the threat. A bounty of 3 million was unlikely to attract any formidable opponents, merely a collection of insignificant foes. Li Rock mused as he pressed onward. Suddenly, Niji's expression shifted. His Byakugan scrutinized the surroundings intently, and after a moment, he took note of something amiss. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Niji's forehead. To his astonishment, the Byakugan had failed to detect the presence of an enigmatic figure lurking ahead. At a distance of 1,000 meters, 30 degrees southeast, 5 pulsating hearts could be discerned, cloaked in crimson robes. Upon hearing this, Li's expression shifted dramatically. How could he be fixated on a mere 3 million? Just as Li was devising an escape plan, the princess of the Land of Frost suddenly bolted from her palanquin in a frenzied manner, heading directly towards the direction of Kaku. On the mountain, Kakuzu perused the bounty manual in his hands, his eyes devoid of emotion. After a brief moment, he paused in his examination. The visage of a middle-aged man materialized in the manual, accompanied by notes detailing his identity and the bounty. Based on the intel, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers was expected to traverse this area. It would be prudent to lie in wait, just as Kakuzu prepared to conceal himself. A sound from the distant ravine captured his attention. Could it be a leaf ninja? Kakuzu swiftly rifled through the bounty manual. These 3 leaf ninjas were not listed within its pages. His hand faltered momentarily. Wait a moment. The princess of the Land of Frost. 3 million? Excitement glimmered in his emerald-hued eyes. I shall promptly deliver you to the exchange. In the ravine, the princess of the Land of Frost turned back with a laugh. A group of foolish men. I merely intended to jest, yet you took it so earnestly. Now that I am fleeing, how will you protect me? Furious, Li nearly lost control of his murderous intent. The group could have retreated in time, yet the princess's madness at this juncture was unforeseen. Were it not for the mission at hand, Li would have relished the chance to kick the princess of the Land of Frost to her demise. At that moment, Niji activated his Bajiquan. Li, the man in the crimson robe, is charging toward us. Upon hearing this, Li instantly propelled himself forward, delivering a swift chop that rendered the fleeing princess unconscious. Split up, rendezvous at the Snow Fox Mountain of the Land of Frost. He hoisted the unconscious princess and headed west, while Niji and Tintin took the northern route. In the blink of an eye, within the ravine, only the severed-handed warrior and 2 bewildered bearers remained, standing in place, at a loss. Kakuzu witnessed Li escape with the princess of the Land of Frost, his expression twisting in rage. That bounty is mine. Where are you taking her? Positioned on the mountainside, Kakuzu quickened his pace, a desire to eliminate Li swelling within him. However, upon hearing Kakuzu's voice, Li unleashed the 3rd gate. The 8 gates of Ryaku open. Without a backward glance, he sprinted forth. With a surge of chakra, his feet shattered the ground beneath him, clouds of dust rising in his wake. As the dust settled, Li vanished from Kakuzu's line of sight. Leaf Taijutsu. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Li had covered a distance of 5 kilometers. Such speed, he mused, was beyond his reach. Pursue. Kakuzu, with a wealth of experience from his long life, was not one to be easily deterred. He merely cast a glance at Rock Lee and surmised that such a martial art could not be sustained for long. Techniques that unleash immense strength and speed in a short burst are inherently transient. Of course, the Sage of the 6 Paths is an exception. Just as Kakuzu intended to employ Earth Release, ultra-lightweight rock technique to continue his pursuit, a procession slowly approached him along the mountain path. Dozens of horse-drawn carriages formed a long line, each surrounded by samurai and ninjas for protection. At the center of this caravan, 2 grand banners fluttered, emblazoned with the character for river, signifying the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. Kakuzu gazed toward the mountain hollow, where Li's figure was gradually becoming indistinct. He sighed. It was a matter of choice. 30 million ryo or 3 million ryo. Kakuzu could discern their significance. He resolved to deal with the daimyo of the Land of Rivers first before turning back to pursue that leaf village genin. Meanwhile, Rock Lee sprinted onward, having already entered the Land of Frost. Yet he dared not pause. He could maintain his pace for another 10 minutes. Calculating his route, he realized that 10 minutes would suffice to reach the Snow Fox Mountain, a place perpetually shrouded in snow that could obscure all traces. He could only hope that Kakuzu would abandon the meager sum of 3 million. Lee reflected inwardly. Niji's Byakugan had only detected Kakuzu, but the red cloud cloak indicated that he had joined the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki operates in pairs for missions. Lee could not ascertain whether Kakuzu's partner was lurking in the shadows or had been dispatched to the exchange. He could not afford to take chances. If he could barely handle Kakuzu alone, the arrival of another Akatsuki member would spell disaster for him. Niji and Tintin, none would return alive to the Leaf Village. Soon, a towering snow-capped mountain loomed before Rock Lee. He lifted his gaze to the azure expanse above, though snowflakes continued to drift around Snow Fox Mountain. It was said that within the mountain dwelled the mythical Snow Fox, capable of controlling the weather. Lee was somewhat skeptical. Yet he acknowledged the existence of fearsome beasts in the world of Naruto. His chakra was nearly depleted. A wave of weakness washed over him. He leaned against a rock for shelter from the biting wind and snow. The princess of the land of frost tumbled from under his arm into the snow. The icy water jolted her awake. This is. Ihuain felt a twinge in her neck and gently turned her head to survey her surroundings. This is Snow Fox Mountain. A sigh of relief escaped her. Now within the borders of the land of frost, she no longer had to fear the endless pursuit. Why are you lying down? Ihuain approached Rockly. You lowly commoner, failing to please this princess while feigning superiority. I now offer you a chance to serve like a dog, if only you. Silence. With a mere finger, I could crush you, Li retorted. Raising his right hand and extending a finger towards the rock behind him, striking it forcefully. Bang. The rock instantly bore a fist-sized hole. The sheer power of it left Ihuain astonished. She involuntarily took a step back, frozen in place. At that moment, through the swirling snow, a figure clad in black robes emerged at the end of the road. The wind and snow rustled the fabric of his cloak. It was neither Kagaya nor Akatsuki, which brought a sense of relief to Liluaka. He scrutinized the figure closely, noticing the snow swirling around his sleeves. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Liluaka's eyes. The man in black had severed fingers on both hands. This indicated that the final assassin was neither a warrior nor a ninja, but rather a commoner. Liluaka let out a low growl, feeling his chakra gradually beginning to recover. The man in black approached and removed his hood, revealing a youthful and innocent visage. The princess of the Frost Country's expression shifted upon seeing his face. Do you know him? Liluaka observed the subtle tension between the two. The black-clad assassin emitted a low growl, his eyes filled with intense rage. Is he mute? The peculiarity only deepened for Liluaka. The princess of the Frost Country sighed, beginning to recount a tale. That year, amidst a blizzard, a coup erupted in the Frost Country. I was pursued and encountered him here. Thereafter, we shared a beautiful time together, but alas. Well, what happened next? Liluaka interjected casually, having seen his fair share of romantic dramas in his past life. He was well acquainted with such tropes. Surely, the next part involved love and conflict. Indeed, the expression on Ihuain's face transformed from nostalgia to resentment. Then, when the coup ended and the dust settled, I provided him with wealth and introduced him to the powerful, aiding his rise to prominence. However, once he attained a high position, he changed his heart. Ihuain brushed the snow from her shoulders. Men are all wretched creatures. With each word the princess spoke, the fury in the eyes of the black-robed man intensified. Liluaka formed a series of hand seals. Binding technique. The binding technique is a commonly used immobilization spell, though there are more unique forms, most of which are secretive and beyond Liluaka's grasp. The princess of the Frost Country must not perish. At least not at my hands. With a slight recovery of chakra, Liluaka employed the immobilization spell, a desperate measure. In the midst of the storm, the man remained rooted in place, unable to move. His roar echoed like that of a beast, and his eyes seemed poised to devour. Witnessing this, Ihuain felt a sense of relief. She continued to narrate her history with the man. His ambition grew increasingly inflated, culminating in the audacious desire to overthrow the Frost Country and supplant my father as the daimyo. Ultimately, my father detected his treachery, leading to the annihilation of his family, and he vanished without a trace. Little did I expect to find him here. Liluaka harbored no interest in her tale. He gazed into the distance, where a throng of warriors was rapidly approaching. Anxiety surged within him. He was currently weak. Facing dozens of warriors, let alone 3, would be a daunting challenge. Fear not. They are the warriors of the Frost Country. At that moment, Ningxiai also arrived at Snow Fox Mountain. He and Tiantian helped Li lock up and gaze down the mountain. The warriors from the Frost Country had arrived, signifying the conclusion of their mission. Let us return to Konoha. The remaining matters no longer concern us. Indeed, the 3 descended the mountain. Lilock glanced back. The young man in the black cloak lay already in a pool of blood, his body severed. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on Lilock. It was a consequence of his own actions. Lilock felt no fear toward a corpse, a person who lacked the ability yet sought to usurp power, failing to grasp the precariousness of life and aiming to rise again, only to target a woman. Though Lilock was not fond of such terminology, he felt compelled to express, truly pathetic. He turned back, disappearing into the wind and snow alongside Niji and Tiantian. Upon returning to Konoha, Tiantian and Niji dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to preparing for the Chunin exams, refusing any additional tasks. However, Lilock's circumstances differed. He required money. Yet, he would not accept missions rated C or higher. Meow. Lilock caught a large orange cat in a tree. He cradled the feline and approached a mansion, gently knocking on the door. "Excuse me, is this your cat?" he inquired. "Indeed, that is my beloved orange cat." The noblewoman handed him a banknote worth 50,000 Rio. This was the maximum reward for a D-rank mission. Lilac accepted the note, recognizing the wealth of affluent families. Their generosity was remarkable. Previously, he had sought pets for common folk, receiving only a few hundred Rio in reward. This time, for the pet search, the reward was 500 Rio. But this noblewoman had offered 100-fold. Lilac calculated that the funds in his wallet would suffice for a while. He returned to his dilapidated wooden house. A month had elapsed since the last mission escorting the princess of the Frost Country. Lilac glanced at the panel. 8 gates of Duanjia. 360481 1000000, 4th gate. With approximately 3 months remaining until the Chunin exams, he believed he could reach the level of the 6th gate. Upon achieving the 6th gate, he would be capable of utilizing the morning peacock technique. Against Gaara, he would have a fighting chance, though facing Shikaku might still be daunting. Nevertheless, Lilac did not intend to engage Shikaku. Defeating Gaara would suffice, as there would be others to handle the tailed beast. Time continued to flow, and another month slipped by. One day, Lilac received a mission to find a missing person. Initially, he had no intention of accepting it, as such missions typically required extensive travel and information gathering, which was time-consuming. However, upon seeing the details of the person to be found, he hesitated. Suya, male, 23 years old, unable to speak, all 10 fingers severed. Please help me find my son. The reward is 1 million Rio. Lilac frowned. Wasn't this the same individual who attempted to assassinate the princess of the Frost Country? He pondered for a moment before ultimately accepting the task. Lilac did not retrieve the corpse from Snow Fox Mountain. Instead, he sought out the person who issued the request, a frail old man, about in stature. With hair entirely white and a face etched with deep wrinkles, the old man mournfully declared, "Kanjia has finally passed away." "Is that so?" Tears welled in his murky eyes as he slowly recounted a tale starkly different from that of the princess of the Frost Kingdom. 5 years prior, Kanjia had encountered Iwain. However, the vast chasm in their social standings rendered Kanjia insecure, preventing him from confessing his feelings and compelling him to remain by Iwain's side as merely a friend. During this time, he generously provided her with financial support and assisted her in evading multiple assassination attempts. As the days unfolded, his affection for her deepened. Ultimately, beneath the Snow Fox Mountain, Kanjia summoned the courage to confess his love. Yuadin did not outright refuse him. Instead, she cited the ongoing palace turmoil as a reason for her inability to live freely, requesting that they continue their friendship. After the power struggles within the Frost Kingdom concluded and Ihuayin's father ascended to prominence, she abruptly announced her intention to marry the prince of the River Kingdom, declaring that Kanjia's persistent affections were merely a case of a frog desiring a swan. This revelation left Kanjia devastated. He crashed the wedding, revealing the events of the past few years and presenting evidence. Upon hearing this, the River Kingdom prince annulled his engagement to Yowanin, leaving her humiliated. In her fury, she commanded her samurai to seize Kanjia, severing his tongue and annihilating his entire family. Had it not been for Kanjia's desperate fight for survival, facilitating his father's escape, Lilac would not have been assigned this task. After Kanjia's capture, Princess Iwain of the Frost Kingdom ordered the samurai to amputate his fingers, rendering him a cripple. She took great satisfaction in this act of vengeance, relishing the notion of reciprocating his suffering. After absorbing the elder's narrative, Lilac remained silent. "I shall retrieve Kanjia's remains." Days later, Lilac returned with Kanjia's body and assisted the elder in laying him to rest. After receiving his reward of 1 million taels, he returned to his wooden cabin, leisurely enjoying breakfast. Time passed, and he calculated that the effects of the dark energy should soon manifest. Meanwhile, in the Frost Kingdom, under the cover of night, Princess Iwain lay upon her soft bedding, though her slumber was restless. A few nights prior, she had suddenly awoken in the dead of night, sensing a hand resting upon her head. The pressure was reminiscent of the hand that Lilac had placed there during a previous escort mission. Was it merely a dream? She touched her head, finding nothing amiss. After lighting the lamp and confirming her solitude, she quietly drifted back to sleep. Yet, in the following days, her sleep remained troubled. Today, Princess Iwain awoke early, and her maidservants brought her breakfast. With a loud crash, one maid dropped her serving tray upon seeing the princess, her face pale with shock. "How dare you disrupt my breakfast? You deserve the harshest punishment." It was then that Ihuain realized her voice had grown astonishingly aged. The maid hastily knelt upon the ground, trembling as she pointed towards the mirror. Yi Huayin, perplexed, approached the looking glass. Within its depths, she beheld a disheartening reflection. Her hair, now streaked with gray and thinning at the crown, her teeth slightly loose, and her complexion a ghastly waxen hue, with faint traces of blood appearing upon her visage. "Ah, what has happened to me?" Yi Huayin exclaimed in sheer terror. In the span of a single night, it felt as though she had aged decades. Unable to fathom this grim reality, she cried out, "Go, summon a doctor, quickly." The maid, upon hearing her frantic pleas, rushed out of the room to fetch medical assistance. Yet it was too late. Yi Huayin, blood oozing from her orifices, collapsed upon the floor, her breath extinguished. When the doctor finally arrived to assess the situation, it became evident that Yi Huayin's internal organs were irreparably damaged, and her fate was sealed. In the Kanoa barbecue restaurant, prior to the CH9 exams, Rock Lee invited Team 3 for a small gathering. Guy was absent due to a special mission assigned by the third Hokage. It was rumored that ninjas from other villages would also participate in the CH9 exam. The barbecue was generously hosted by Lee, who diligently flipped the pork belly on the grill with a skewer, ensuring it wouldn't burn. Tintin swiftly seized a perfectly grilled piece of meat. "This first piece is mine," she exclaimed, gently blowing on it before placing it in her mouth. "There's nothing to worry about. No one from any ninja village is stronger than Niji, and you," she remarked, somewhat clumsily. This was indeed a truthful statement, and Lee nodded in agreement. "Don't be overly confident. I've heard that many genin from other villages have trained for 2.5 years," Niji said. Though internally he felt quite self-assured. Thanks to Li's teachings in Tai Chi, he had gained a deeper understanding of gentle fist and rotation. In fact, Niji had even mastered the second gate of the 8 gates. He kept this information to himself. Even Guy was unaware. "Little Li, I look forward to facing you in the CH9 exams," Niji thought, casting a glance at Rock Lee, who was obliviously enjoying his meal. Lee was acutely aware of the challenges ahead. Aside from Gaara, others were hardly worth mentioning. After the gathering concluded, Lee returned to his wooden cabin to continue his training. The CH9 exams were inescapably linked to Gaara, the Jinchuriki. Currently, Lee did not dare to claim he could surpass Gaara in strength. He entered the storage room, a newly constructed simple wooden shed filled with wooden boards. With only half a month until the CH9 exams, he felt he had time to prepare. Lee glanced at the boards. 8 gates, 16543131100 million. 6th gate. The 6th gate was his most formidable weapon, and with the integration of dark energy, it would suffice. As Lee was training, Niji approached from a distance. "Is there something you need?" Lee inquired directly. After several missions, Team 3 had grown accustomed to one another, trusting each other implicitly. Niji, known for his diligent training, often surpassed Lee in dedication. "I still have some uncertainties regarding Tai Chi, so I came specifically to seek your guidance," Niji said humbly. Upon hearing this, Lee released the doorknob with his right hand and pondered for a moment. "Have you mastered the transition of energy?" he asked. "I've grasped all 13 types of Tai Chi energies, yet I haven't been able to condense dark energy," Niji admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. He had been stuck at this juncture for a month, unable to find a breakthrough. "Don't you know how to use rotation?" Lee queried. "I do. Therefore, ISNT dark energy quite simple. It operates on the same principle. You channel energy through your entire body and release it through your pores, just like how rotation emits chakra through the pores." Niji suddenly realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. Indeed, with the mastery of the subtle power techniques, it becomes effortless for Niji to grasp the essence of the dark energy. Rock Lee observed Niji's earnest demeanor and pondered for a moment before articulating his innermost thoughts. "Niji, I believe your combat style has always been somewhat misguided." Niji paused, perplexed. "Misguided in style?" "Precisely," Lee continued. "If you were ordinary like me, then mastering the dark energy or even rigorously training in the 8 gates would not pose a problem. However, you possess the Byakugan." Lee sighed. "What reigns supreme in the world of Naruto? Certainly, it is the aesthetics, fashion, colored contact lenses, eyeshadow, and tattoos. The colored lenses rank second, after all. The capabilities of the Byakugan are extraordinary, aside from its lack of proficiency in the realm of high-speed combat compared to the Sharingan. It remains formidable and even more stable in other aspects. Your Byakugan grants you long-range vision and the power of X-ray perception. Why then engage in close-quarter taijutsu?" With a flick of his toes, Lee picked up a splintered piece of wood from the ground. "Observe," he said. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows. With a swift flick of his wrist, the splinter soared through the air, aimed at Niji. Niji tilted his head to evade. Boom. The fragment pierced straight through the trunk of a large tree. You saw my position, which allowed you to evade this strike effortlessly, did you not? Lee reappeared before Niji. Indeed, within a 2-kilometer radius, no adversary can hide from the gaze of your Bajiquan. Niji nodded. Lee clapped his thighs in approval. Exactly. It's a pity. You possess the ability to see through and have unlimited range. Why would you choose to play an FPS game as if it were an action RPG? Niji found the terms Lee used somewhat perplexing, yet his intellect was sharp. Reflecting on Lee's earlier demonstration, he suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting I should employ ranged tactics for my attacks? Precisely, Lee exclaimed, contemplating further. Have Tintin sketch scrolls for you to carry, harness the power of your Bajiquan, and then, from 800 miles away, strike the enemy with a chakra-infused projectile. No, eliminate the foe. That would be truly exhilarating, Lee declared. Is that the approach? Niji's eyes lit up as he envisioned a new possibility. Yes, precisely. Utilize the Bajiquan to identify the enemy's weak points, and then practice archery. Releasing high-density chakra projectiles in the form of arrows, one shot, one kill. Lee spoke swiftly. This is the proper application of the Bajiquan. Niji shuddered with realization, repeatedly murmuring the words, archery, long-range vision, X-ray perception. Gradually, he walked away. Lee did not call him back. Changing one's combat style, cultivated from a young age, is no easy feat yet. With the Bajiquan, transitioning from close combat to ranged should not be overly challenging for Niji. After Niji departed, Lee prepared to resume his training when Tintin emerged from the shadows. Are you two not finished yet? Lee sighed, one after another. Thankfully, his circle of friends was small, consisting only of Niji and Tintin. Witnessing their growth filled him with envy. Tintin felt a tinge of disappointment. She had explored numerous avenues to enhance her strength, ultimately resigned to the fate of being merely a support. What about me? Shaoli, since you can provide Niji with a method to grow stronger, what about me? Tintin suddenly looked up, her eyes glimmering with hope as she gazed at Rock Lee. For a moment, Rock Lee was silent, having not anticipated the need to devise a way for Tintin to improve. There was indeed a method, but it would have to wait until after the Chunin exams. After careful consideration, Rock Lee finally spoke. Moreover, this method is heavily reliant on talent. For now, focus on enhancing your chakra. After the Chunin exams, I shall teach you. Thank you. With Rock Lee's assurance, Tintin departed, her heart filled with satisfaction. Once she left, Rock Lee gently wiped the blade he held in his hand. This was the sword he had acquired from the Princess's Guard of the Land of Frost, far superior to any ordinary katana available on the market. Since you all have grown stronger, I must not fall behind. Rock Lee commenced his training in swordsmanship. The art of the sword encompasses 4 levels: blade aura, blade light, blade momentum, and blade intent. He suddenly swung the sword in his hand, the blade flashing with an extraordinary vitality. In the forest, the brilliance of the sword was visible, yet its wielder remained unseen. Indeed, the swordsmanship could also be simplified. Detecting that the host is performing the Bagua sword, would you like to spend a point to simplify it? Simplify. Bagua sword. Chopping vegetables? Chopping vegetables? Rock Lee murmured. He attempted to slice through a leaf with the sword. On the panel, his proficiency showed no change. All right, I'll buy a kitchen knife tomorrow. Rock Lee sheathed his sword and proceeded to open the door, resuming his training in the 8 gates. 2 weeks later, the Chunin exams officially commenced. The third team gathered before the examination venue. Niji had altered his usual attire, donning a wide robe and carrying 3 enormous scrolls on his back. What do you think? Rock Lee approached, inquiring about his outfit. Very stylish, was Niji's response. Rock Lee nodded in agreement. This is youth. Nearby, Tintin sighed. The 3 massive scrolls on Niji's back were the fruits of her labor over the past fortnight. The written test relies on you, Tintin. Rock Lee patted her shoulder. Tintin's spirit surged. Don't worry, supporting is my specialty. Soon, everyone entered the examination hall in turn, finding their respective seats. Marino Abiki signaled for silence, announcing the commencement of the written test. Rock Lee glanced at the test paper, intending to challenge himself. However, upon seeing the questions, he fell into silence. These questions were such that even the 6 paths would struggle for eons as a mere genin. Rock Lee sighed, beginning to observe his surroundings. The examination hall was filled with over 100 participants. He also spotted Naruto, Sasuke, and the other members of the Konoha 12. All are underachievers. Lee Rock surveyed the surroundings. The number of earnest participants did not exceed 5, and they were all from the Leaf Village. The rest employed a myriad of cheating tactics that left Lee Rock astounded. Niji's Byakugan could perceive the answers, but what astonishingly rocked the most was Sasuke. Through his gaze, he noticed that Sasuke's eyes were not even focused on the test paper, yet his hands moved frantically. If I had possessed such cheating methods in my previous life, my college entrance examination results would not have been so dismal, relegating me to a life of underground fighting. Suddenly, a flash of light darted across the ceiling. It was a signal from 1010. Lee Rock quickly glanced upward, donning his forehead protector in response to 1010. Soon, the written exam, where even the non-cheaters would falter, came to an end. The entire third class passed. Bang! A shuriken shot through the window, precisely embedding itself in the blackboard. Tomorrow, prepare to face the trials of the forest of death. No one in the examination hall echoed this statement, which left Hong Do feeling quite embarrassed. The forest of death. Lee Rock felt a surge of excitement within. This was precisely what he had been anticipating. In the evening, before a dilapidated wooden cabin, Lee Rock retrieved a newly purchased kitchen knife. At present, he had only managed to cultivate the 8 gates to the 6th level. There were no further advancements to be made in ninjutsu or taijutsu. Lee Rock casually picked up a handful of wild grass from the ground. Snap! The knife fell, cleaving the grass in two. 8 trigrams blade technique, 1/100, beginner. As long as it proves useful, Lee Rock breathed a sigh of relief. The investment in the 8 gates had drained his finances, leaving him with merely 100,000 ryo. If practicing the blade technique necessitated the use of a kitchen knife for cutting vegetables, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his already precarious financial situation. Fortunately, this wild grass was barely edible and could be considered a form of wild vegetable. Snap, snap, slice after slice. The wild vegetables in the forest were inexhaustible. Lee Rock's blade technique steadily improved. He slept only 3 hours that night. In the morning, he glanced at the panel. 8 trigrams blade technique, 5602 10,000 perfection. Insights into various blade techniques flooded his mind. With a swift motion, Lee Rock swung his knife. The blade's energy sliced through the air, and within a 10-meter radius, trees shattered. It was just barely sufficient. He was still far from the realm of blade momentum. He sheathed his knife, attaching it to his waist. If he could attain the pinnacle of the blade technique and comprehend the essence of the blade, he would not even need to strike for the trees ahead to shatter. The road ahead is long and arduous. Lee Rock checked the time and made his way to the venue for the Chunin exam, the Forest of Death. This location was fraught with venomous creatures and wild beasts. One must not only guard against foes but also protect themselves from the threats of nature. After Yusho Washi Hongdo announced the examination rules, everyone collected their scrolls. Let us go. After Niji retrieved his scroll, he turned to Lee Rock and 1010. The 3 individuals nodded and charged toward the Forest of Death. Along the way, Niji activated his Byakugan, gazing ahead. What we possess is the Book of Heaven, Niji remarked. I have previously observed the 13 teams that acquired the Book of Earth through my Byakugan. Upon hearing this, Rock Lee smirked. Having a teammate with the Byakugan was indeed a relief, sparing them from numerous unnecessary conflicts. We shall ambush near the central tower. If we encounter a team holding the Book of Earth, we will observe before we strike. Niji outlined the battle plan. This was undoubtedly the most prudent approach. However, Rock Lee shook his head. The Book of Earth is practically within our grasp for Team 3. It presents no challenge whatsoever. Oh, what are your intentions, Lee? Niji inquired. Noting Rock Lee's dissent. We need to locate Team 7, Rock Lee asserted firmly. Team 7? I recall those 3. One of them seems to belong to the Uchiha clan, Niji recalled. He was somewhat perplexed by Rock Lee's desire to seek out Team 7. Yet he chose to place his trust in him. Let us proceed. Their strength should not allow them to pass swiftly. Many are fixated on the 9 newcomers in the village. Niji surveyed their surroundings. 10-10, and I will form one team. Lee, you will search on your own. Once you find Team 7, signal us. Understood, Rock Lee responded, his figure vanishing in an instant as he moved northward in search. At that moment, in the Forest of Death, Sasuke found himself face to face with his life mentor, Orochimaru. However, the Orochimaru of this moment exuded an overwhelming presence, appearing somewhat eerie and terrifying. Sasuke granted Orochimaru no opportunity to impart his teachings. Sharingan, Windmill, 3 blades of the gods. At merely 12 years of age, Sasuke demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess in the presence of an elite like Orochimaru. After ensnaring Orochimaru, he unleashed his fire technique, fire style, dragon fire technique. Flames surged forth along the wire. I'm going to die. Orochimaru screamed in agony. Just kidding, he said. Breaking free from the wire with an unruffled demeanor, his eyes glinting with mockery. to master the Sharingan at such a young age. It's no wonder you bear the Uchiha name. Orochimaru clenched his hands, elongating his neck to snake towards Sasuke, just as Orochimaru was about to strike. A figure appeared before Sasuke. Bang! Rock Lee delivered a powerful kick that sent Orochimaru's head flying. Oh! Orochimaru's head spun through the air, ultimately locking its gaze onto Rock Lee. Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback. That guy with the thick eyebrows, Sakura remarked. Shut your mouth if you mention my eyebrows again. I'll let Orochimaru bite you. Sakura recoiled at this, fear evident on her face, haunted by the shadows of her childhood associated with Orochimaru. Sasuke sank to the ground. You take Sakura and escape. We are no match for him. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Rock Lee waved his hand dismissively. You have misunderstood. I am not a match for Orochimaru, nor do I wish to engage him in battle. What? Then who are you? Sasuke was taken aback. You neither flee nor express a desire to fight. What, then, do you intend to do? Even distant Orochimaru could not comprehend. In his golden slit pupils, the figure of Rock Lee was reflected. Rock Lee smiled gently. Why did you bite Sasuke? He shouted. Why not bite me instead? In the forest of death. That boy with the 8 gates, never mind. According to the intelligence, he could serve as an excellent experimental subject. Orochimaru's mind shifted, and he swiftly darted towards Rock Lee. Crack. After biting Rock Lee, Orochimaru turned slightly and sank his fangs into Sasuke's neck. It seems he still cannot forget Sasuke. Once Orochimaru's neck returned to normal, he furrowed his brow and gazed at Rock Lee, confusion filling his golden eyes. Why do you not evade? Because I am unafraid, Rock Lee replied nonchalantly. In stark contrast to Sasuke, who clutched his neck in agony, collapsed on the ground, Rock Lee was decidedly peculiar. Yes, splendid. This is precisely the sensation. Rock Lee appeared enraptured. Detection indicates that the host is cultivating the curse seal. Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo to simplify the curse seal? Simplify. Curse seal, simplified drawing. Rock Lee snapped a twig and drew his smiling face on the ground. Curse seal, 1,000, curse seal 1. Boom. His chakra surged dramatically. Even at the state of curse seal 1, the amount of chakra was already comparable to the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. This is the power of the tattoo. The cost of 50,000 Ryo for simplification is quite reasonable. After all, enduring through this leads directly to strength. A straightforward and brutal approach that saves considerable time from arduous training. This power is truly marvelous. Rock Lee laughed heartily. Beside him, Sasuke and Sakura were wide-eyed at the scene. Insane. Sasuke could not help but curse. Orochimaru was equally astonished. He could not fathom why Rock Lee could activate the curse seal merely by drawing a circle on the ground. Yet, he was exhilarated. Previously, Orochimaru did not consider Rock Lee a perfect experimental subject. Now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. While the talented Sasuke struggled, Rock Lee could activate Curse Seal 1 in mere seconds. This transcended the realm of genius. Rock Lee was born for the Curse Seal. Who would have thought I misjudged him so profoundly? What an unexpected gain. I eagerly anticipate the moment you come seeking me. Orochimaru's form began to meld slowly into the tree trunk. Wait. Hold on. Rock Lee shouted. He spotted Neji and Tintin rushing over. Come. Quickly. Rock Lee bellowed. Tintin and Neji were still oblivious to the unfolding events, maintaining a distance from Orochimaru. Come. Neji, don't dawdle, hurry. Let him have a bite as well. Rock Lee felt a wave of weakness wash over him, an after effect of the cursed seals fading. However, he remained unconcerned. The ephemeral sensation of chakra surging within is truly irresistible. Neji, with tattoos and colored contacts, you would be invincible, come quickly. Lee was exceedingly anxious. Orochimaru seemed displeased, his speed of retreat increasing. Have the young ninjas of Konoha become so impolite? Orochimaru formed hand seals and vanished in an instant. Huh? Why didn't he wait? Lee gazed at the disappearing Orochimaru, feeling somewhat vexed. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's disappearance, Neji finally exhaled in relief. The aura emanating from Orochimaru was exceedingly perilous, instilling a sense of imminent mortality. What was going on? Neji glanced at Lee and Sasuke, both bearing a cursed seal upon their necks. The memory of a caged bird surfaced in his mind. This is a valuable asset, but regrettably, you arrived too late. Lee shook his head. The cursed seal would be under Orochimaru's control. However, its power was undeniably potent. If all went as anticipated, Sasuke would eventually turn the tables on Orochimaru, thus nullifying the constraints. As for the excessive influx of natural energy, Lee was unconcerned. In due course, they would locate the true source of sage arts, be it Mayaboka Mountain or the Dragon Cave, and refine their mastery over sage techniques, naturally achieving adept control over the influx of natural energy. A look of regret washed over Lee as he gazed at the unconscious Sasuke. We will stand guard until both Sasuke and Naruto awaken. Lee turned his attention to Sakura, who was blushing slightly. Could he possibly have feelings for me? After all, I am quite beautiful. No, I am with Sasuke. Lee frowned, regarding Sakura. Why are you blushing? Are you incapable of caring for others? Have you not seen that both Sasuke and Naruto lie gravely injured and unconscious? Lee scoffed. You are too weak. I fail to understand how you can shamelessly consider yourself their teammate. Pathetic, like an ant. These words nearly shattered Sakura's composure, recalling Lee's earlier frenzied state. She dared not retort and instead silently tended to Naruto and Sasuke. Neji looked at Lee. Lee, why protect such weaklings? I have no interest in wasting time on them. This was Neji's attitude and his true feelings. Only those with formidable strength could earn Neji's respect, with the exception of Tenten. As for Sakura, Neji wouldn't even deign to glance her way. She was too feeble, akin to a cockroach, too disgusting to even crush. Orochimaru would send someone to eliminate Sasuke. And since his forehead protector bore the mark of the Sound Village, guarding them was merely a secondary concern. So that was it. Neji felt reassured to conceal his presence and wait in the shadows. He had noted the team that acquired the Book of Earth before setting out. The trio from the Sound Village had indeed obtained the Book of Earth. Meanwhile, Tenten did not intervene to assist in caring for Naruto and Sasuke, feeling no obligation to do so, especially since both Lee and Neji held little regard for Sakura. By the way, what exactly is this cursed seal? Does it truly possess the power to amplify strength? Tion had just witnessed the demeanor of Neji and Rock Lee towards the weaker individuals, and a sense of concern began to creep into her heart. Her own prowess was steadily lagging behind that of Rock Lee and Neji. If this continued, she feared she would become a second Sakura. In fact, she even harbored the thought that perhaps the cursed seal could indeed enhance her strength, leading her to consider seeking Orochimaru. After utilizing the cursed seal, her capabilities might reach the level of opening the third gate. Rock Lee discerned Tion's inner turmoil. However, he cautioned her that the burden of the cursed seal was too great. It could lead to a dreadful demise, one her current strength could not withstand. Is that so? Tion fell into a contemplative silence, feeling increasingly inadequate compared to Rock Lee and Neji. This situation was untenable. Do not worry. You are doing just fine as you are, Neji gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. A breath of relief escaped Tion's lips, though her desire to grow stronger remained unaltered. Rest assured, after the Chunin exams, I have promised you that patience will bear fruit, Rock Lee added comfortingly. Yes, thank you, she replied. We are teammates, no need for formality. Suddenly, a squirrel scurried swiftly into view. Neji turned to Rock Lee. Allow me to try a new combat approach, please. Rock Lee gestured graciously. Neji nodded, raising his sleeve. Whoosh. The sleeve arrow struck precisely before the squirrel, scaring it away. Boom. As the squirrel fled, the explosive tags attached to it detonated. It has been discovered that individual possesses formidable strength, Neji mused. In the shadows, TOS glanced at Neji with caution. He had an unsettling feeling that those Bajiquan eyes had already detected his hiding place. TOS, quickly deal with them. Sak urged impatiently as he revealed himself. Air slash? A powerful gust of energy surged towards Neji, who retreated instantaneously. The Sound Ninjas soon realized they could no longer sense Neji's presence. Did he escape? TOS stood frozen, astonished that the seemingly strong Bajiquan user turned out to be a mere Fade. Huh. Such trash, TOS you. Sak's words were abruptly cut short as he was met with a shuriken. Following that, a barrage of hidden weapons surged towards him with explosive ferocity. What? The Sound Ninjas had not even perceived the source of these projectiles. TOS and Kin emerged from the shadows. Sak, that Bajiquan user can see our hiding spots and excels in ranged attacks. You handle him, while I take care of the one with the bushy eyebrows, Kin. You deal with the one sporting the bun. The Sound Ninjas each found their respective opponents. TOS regarded Rock Lee with a cautious eye. Naturally wary, he would not risk a full frontal assault until he had ascertained Lee's capabilities. So, is he also adept at ranged attacks? TOS thought as he threw a shuriken for reconnaissance. Rock Lee deftly tilted his head to avoid it. So, he is skilled in taijutsu. There may be other methods as well, TOS surmised in an instant. A cold smile forming on his lips. Since he specializes in taijutsu, he cannot evade my assault. As he was about to take action, Rock Lee's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. What? Where did he go? Toss was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. Toss. Rock Lee materialized behind him. In the original narrative, this sound ninja was swiftly defeated by Gaara in the third exam, leaving without a trace. Rock Lee felt a sense of regret. Toss was quite an intriguing individual. The disparity in our strengths is far too great. I would advise against making a move, he stated. Following this, Rock Lee activated his curse mark and opened the second gate. The surge of power in that instant instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Toss. This feeling of fear was reminiscent of the absolute power he had experienced from Orochimaru. Toss felt a chill envelop him. He swallowed hard, his right hand twitching slightly. Are you planning to use that porous armor? Abandon the thought. You might truly perish. Rock Lee extended a finger and flicked it gently. Boom. Toss' body was propelled dozens of meters away, crashing through several large trees. He coughed up blood. Before he could react, Rock Lee was already standing before him. This is my final warning. Move again, and you will have no more chances. Rock Lee's voice was icy. He held a certain admiration for Toss. But that did not mean he would show mercy. Should Toss make another move, he would be regarded as an enemy. And in the face of an enemy, Rock Lee had but one course of action, to eliminate them without hesitation. Toss was drenched in cold sweat, soaking the ground beneath him. He struggled to maintain control over his body, even afraid to tremble, fearing that a slight movement of his fingers might lead to his demise at Rock Lee's hands. I am willing to present the Book of Earth. Can we be allowed to leave? Toss inquired. Yes, Rock Lee nodded. Toss had said we instead of I. And it was this spirit that Rock Lee found commendable. If Toss had attempted to flee alone, Rock Lee would have likely planted a hidden force within him. Rock Lee released the curse mark and the 8 gates. He extended his right hand, the meaning clear. Only then did Toss dare to move, retrieving the Book of Earth. What about my other 2 companions? Toss hesitated momentarily, yet summoned the courage to ask. They should arrive soon. Just wait a bit. Additionally, I will seek you out in the land of sound. I wish to establish an organization and require someone as meticulous and trustworthy as you, Rock Lee replied, placing the Book of Earth into his pocket. Before that, keep your distance from Orochimaru and strive to survive. Toss trembled at these words. Understanding Rock Lee's implication and realizing Orochimaru's intentions of treating them as pawns. I see. Thank you. It is an honor to work for someone like you. Toss respectfully stood behind Rock Lee, waiting quietly. After a moment, Tintin had already dispatched her opponent. The girl named Kodo Chue, whose attacks were perfectly countered by Tintin, proved that no one excelled in ninja tools quite like her. Why has T Niji finished yet? Tian clutched the unconscious Chin in her hands, casting a worried glance into the distance. There is no need for concern. Ningxi is merely honing his skills, and the timing is just right, Li Lok spoke up. Indeed. As his words fell, the sound ninja named Sak trembled as he emerged from the woods. He knelt upon the ground, his face pale and weary. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of that Bajiquan user. I couldn't land a hit with my void slash. How infuriating. With a thud, Sak collapsed to the ground, completely spent. He had succumbed to exhaustion. This method of combat proved remarkably effective. Ningxi's figure appeared, the scrolls behind him vanishing. It seems we are short on scrolls. Ningxi glanced at Tian. She offered a wry smile. No worries. I'll take care of the scroll situation. Ningxi nodded in agreement. He then turned his attention to Toss, who stood behind Li Lok. What shall we do with them? Shall we eliminate them? Ningxi inquired. Li Lok shook his head, looking at Toss. Toss understood and hoisted up his 2 companions. Let them go. We have secured the scrolls, Li Lok declared. Indeed. Ningxi had no interest in such weaklings, and Tian shared the sentiment. Toss cast a glance back at Li Lok, said nothing, and turned to leave. Let us proceed to the central tower and conclude this examination swiftly. Move. The 3 figures sprang into action, heading towards the central tower. Along the way, Ningxi's Byakugan once again proved invaluable. The vicinity around the central tower was densely populated with foes. Many had set traps, waiting for prey to wander into their grasp. However, with Ningxi's Byakugan, not only were the traps rendered useless, but the enemies, before even laying eyes on them, were repelled by Ningxi's arrows from a distance. Li Lok also showcased his exceptional taijutsu skills. With just a slight show of force, all the concealed foes near the central tower reached a consensus. These 3 individuals were not to be trifled with. They were genuinely formidable. The trio smoothly arrived at the central tower, and Li Lok pushed the door open. After a brief respite, all the genin who had passed the second exam gathered in the arena. The 3rd Hokage surveyed the assembly of genin. These are the future flames of Konoha, Naruto. The young one from the Uchiha clan, the boy from the Hyuga clan, and Lee Locke a look of approval glimmered in the third Hokage's eyes. The other genin from Konoha, to varying extents, had the backing of their clans. Even Sasuke possessed the Sharingan. Only Naruto and Lee Locke had clawed their way up from the very bottom. As for Lee Locke, it was uncertain what his views on Konoha truly were. Perhaps after this exam, it would be worth considering an acquaintance with him. As the moonlight breezed in, the crowd gathered, and the rules of the preliminary rounds were announced. Subsequently, everyone took their places in the viewing stands. Guy looked at Xiao Li, his brow furrowed. Why aren't you wearing your youthful battle attire? Lee Locke felt a profound sense of suffocation upon hearing this. Do not dwell on that tattered green attire any longer, Teacher Kai. Your youth has faded, murmured Lee Locke. Oh, what did you say, Lee? I said, Teacher Kai, behold. Lee Locke produced a scroll from his pocket. This was a summoning scroll meticulously crafted by Tian Tian. As the scroll unfurled, a sleek black flying fish suit materialized before Kai's eyes. Lee Locke donned the suit, and in an instant, his demeanor transformed entirely. Clad in the flowing black robe, he emanated an aura as formidable as the night. Akin to a black blade poised between earth and sky, its brilliance unmistakable. This is true youth, Lee Locke proclaimed. Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered such an attire. Simply standing there, Lee Locke exuded the grace of a master. So this is what authentic youth embodies. Kai immediately requested the garment from Lee Locke. Is there another? Bestow upon me a set. You thought to be this carefree. Lee Locke had anticipated this and handed Kai a summoning scroll. Once clad in the ensemble, Kai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. I feel invigorated. Kakashi. Once the examination concludes, let us engage in another competition while I wear this attire. To onlookers, the exchange between the master and disciple appeared rather peculiar. Especially among the Sand Shinobi. Gaara regarded it with disdain. Fools, they believe that donning a new outfit will grant them strength. How utterly trivial. The first match of the preliminary rounds commenced, with Sasuke facing an espionage agent from the Sound. He successfully suppressed the cursed seal, inciting great excitement in Orochimaru, who lay concealed within the audience. The Sharingan, the Eight Gates. He found himself momentarily at a loss as to whom to favor. Both forms of Sasuke were equally appealing to him. If Sasuke were to learn the Eight Gates, it would be nothing short of perfection, Orochimaru mused. Licking his lips in anticipation, Lee Locke cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, bemused by how adeptly he disguised himself as a larger feline. Leaning gently against the wall behind him, he absent-mindedly sketched rudimentary drawings upon its surface. Curse Seal, 506-1000, Curse Seal I. He was utterly disinterested in the ensuing matches. Both the preliminary rounds and the subsequent official contest were mere farces, lacking the essence of genuine competition. They were nothing more than a theatrical display, a transaction of interests. Even the banner that randomly selected the combatants elicited a derisive snort from Lee Locke. In the first match, Konoha had utilized Sasuke to eliminate a spy. Following this, the privileged offspring squared off against those of common lineage. In essence, the preliminary rounds served to filter out any remaining undesirable elements and ordinary citizens, paving the way for the official matches where the young aristocrats of the 5 great ninja villages would engage in frivolous antics. Lee Locke observed Nara Shikamaru, who appeared listless beside him. Among the Konoha 12, he was the first to discern this troubling reality. This was also the reason he later lamented the complications that arose. Crafting a solution satisfactory to both parties at the top was undoubtedly a vexing endeavor. For Shikamaru, the most profound impression that Rock Lee had was not from the preliminary matches, but rather from the official competition against the Sand Ninja Princess, Temari. Despite possessing over 200 strategies to secure victory, he chose to concede. This was a remarkably elegant decision. I could win, yet I voluntarily surrender. This not only preserved the dignity of Konoha but also afforded respect to the Sand Ninja, perfectly aligning with the true purpose of the match as envisioned by the higher-ups. Simultaneously, he garnered Temari's admiration, a trifecta of achievements. If Shikamaru does not advance to Ch Nin, who will? Had it been Neji or Rock Lee who faced Temari and decisively defeated her with the Eight Gates technique, it would have been a considerable spectacle for Konoha. Soon, the match turned to Tinin. She remained seated in the audience, gently raising her hand to concede. The arena erupted in astonishment. To reach the preliminary rounds only to concede so easily was unexpected, especially for Tintin, a teammate of Neji and Rock Lee. It was well known that among Konoha's newcomers, they constituted the strongest team. It's all right, Neji softly reassured her. Tintin smiled faintly, saying nothing, yet felt a deep sense of disappointment. This had been prearranged before the matches began. Rock Lee had informed Tintin's opponent in advance and divulged all the intelligence regarding Tamari's techniques. For 3 consecutive nights, Tintin had pondered strategies, but felt utterly powerless. Rock Lee and Niji had no viable solutions either, and ultimately, Niji urged Tintin to concede. Thus, she relinquished her chance. Meanwhile, Naruto had emerged victorious against Kiba. After all, he was the prince. Rock Lee was not surprised by this outcome. In the next match, Niji faced Hinata. He stretched his neck and glanced at Tintin. "I'll win this one for you." Niji stepped into the arena. Rock Lee contemplated dissuading Niji, suggesting he emulate Shikamaru's approach to grant the princess some grace. It was possible to win, but not too effortlessly. Ultimately, however, he refrained from speaking up. No one wishes to be a caged bird, enduring a lifetime of servitude. Moreover, this was Niji's own affair. Regardless of their camaraderie, it was better to remain an observer in such matters. Once he grew stronger, he would find a way to assist Niji in overcoming the cage. Rock Lee silently vowed that since he had arrived, he would truly alter Niji's fate and reshape the entire landscape of Konoha and the shinobi world. Although Naruto eventually ascended to the position of 7th Hokage, he changed nothing. Should Naruto and Sasuke, the nuclear forces, perish, the shinobi world would inevitably repeat the tragic cycles of war in the absence of external threats. This time, I will rewrite the future. Rock Lee observed the arena, where the battle unfolded predictably in a crushing manner. Meanwhile, Naruto was still cheering fervently for Hinata. Rock Lee sighed. "It's futile. Just give up." What? What did you say?" Naruto retorted angrily, charging towards Rock Lee and seizing his collar. The strongest genin in Konoha, no, the strongest individual in the entire examination, was undoubtedly Hyuga Niji. Lee Rock effortlessly pushed Naruto aside, adjusting his collar. To speak frankly, everyone present here is rather lacking in substance. Naruto was eager to charge forward, but Sakura restrained him, fearful that he might provoke Lee Rock's ire. In the arena, the outcome of the duel had already been determined. Niji returned to the spectator's seat, and Naruto gazed at him with determination. "I will definitely defeat you." Niji chuckled softly, disregarding Naruto's declaration. The banner in the arena rotated once more, announcing, Lee Rock versus Gaara. Both contenders entered the fighting arena. Kakashi looked towards Guy. "That child from the Sand Ninja is remarkably strong. According to the intelligence from Akatsuki, he possesses at least the strength of a Nin. In the Forest of Death exams, they were the fastest team and remained unscathed." Guy fell silent. Recently, he had been frequently assigned special missions, leaving him somewhat unaware of the strength of the members of Team 3. "Kakashi, my disciple." Guy's statement was interrupted as Kankuro approached. "Useless. That guy excels in taijutsu, but any taijutsu is ineffective against Gaara." Kankuro glanced at Naruto and Niji. "You previously claimed that this Byakugan fellow is the strongest genin?" Kankuro chuckled. "You weren't mistaken, but Gaara is not a genin. He is a genin." Both Guy and Kakashi were taken aback. "What? A genin?" As genin themselves, they understood deeply the disparity in strength between genin and genin. Despite Niji being the strongest genin in the arena in their eyes, he was still insufficient. However, genin were an entirely different matter. The gap between the two lies in the J-Nin's chakra reserves, which are ample enough to learn A-rank ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, and they can even attempt to cultivate S-rank ninjutsu. Once A-rank ninjutsu is unleashed, genin have no room for resistance. It becomes a complete rout. Hearing this, Niji and Tintin couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. They knew that Lee Rock could utilize the 8 gates and the seal, enabling him to unleash tremendous power temporarily. Yet, the chakra levels and ninjutsu of a genin could easily outlast this burst of power, allowing them to calmly deal with their opponent. Little Lee. Niji activated his Byakugan. As he glanced at Gaara, a wave of trepidation washed over him, as if Gaara were some terrifying beast, capable of devouring him with a mere glance. "Guy-sensei, that guy is not right," Niji urgently exclaimed to Guy. Kakashi also activated his Sharingan. Sharing the same ominous feeling as Niji, Gaara emanated an unfathomable essence, leaving even him uncertain of victory. "Guy, perhaps we should have that child concede. His taijutsu stands no chance against A-rank or even S-rank ninjutsu. To a genin is merely a plaything." Guy found himself wavering. Meanwhile, the third Hokage observed this match with great interest. Lee Rock, huh? The third Hokage recalled Lee Rock's previous refusal to join the Umbu. The youth, brimming with fervor, can be subdued with a mere push. This defeat will surely lead him to submission. Lacking resources and connections, solely relying on himself, He can see the limits of his life. Ah, how I long for the days of my youth. The third Hokage still ponders what position to assign to Rock Lee. In the arena, Lee cast a glance at Gaara, stating, "Honestly, our compatibility is lacking." This was met with Gaara's narrowed eyes. His retort was succinct. Sand coffin. Sand erupted from the gourd on Gaara's back, gradually forming a torrent that surged toward Lee. The sand engulfed him, leaving Lee in agony. "Damn it, I can't move." Gaara smirked coldly, adding honestly, "I detest those with bushy eyebrows as well." He extended his right hand, slowly forming a fist. Sand funeral. A cacophony of sand erupted, swirling throughout the arena. Kankuro feigned a sigh. "What a pity. We shall remember you." "What was his name again?" "Ha ha." His laughter echoed, drawing attention from all. Niji scoffed. "You're celebrating prematurely." "What?" Kankuro turned to the arena, where Lee's figure appeared on the stone statue of the ninja. "Is this all you can muster?" In an instant, Lee activated his cursed seal, black markings spreading across half of his body. He had merely tested Gaara's strength, which proved insufficient. Lee was unwilling to prolong the match. He had other plans. Boom. Open. Lee unleashed the first gate. You know nothing of taijutsu. The chakra within him surged, enhancing his physical vitality significantly. Sixth gate open. Massive chakra enveloped Lee, nearly taking on a physical form, a wild energy suffusing the arena. Rebirth. This was Lee's signature technique of the sixth gate. Chakra transformed into a blue phoenix, charging towards Gaara. Empowered by the curse seal, the terrifying chakra rivaled that of a tailed beast. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed through the air. Under the rebirth, all things were annihilated. Boom. The entire arena crumbled. The power of this technique exceeded everyone's expectations. Kakashi, Guy, Orochimaru, and the third Hokage were all caught off guard, unable to respond in time to intervene. What immense strength! Kakashi was utterly astonished. He too could utilize the 8 gates, but could only proficiently master the third gate. Anything beyond that was unattainable. Yet, Rock Lee, at the tender age of 13, had mastered the 6th gate with such finesse. "Kakashi, my disciple. He is a true genius of taijutsu." Guy laughed heartily. His words revealed his stance. He would staunchly protect his disciple. Even if it meant facing the consequences should Gaara perish, he would not waver. Kakashi shook his head in response. Although Konoha may seek retribution, it would not go so far as to extinguish the potential of a future taijutsu prodigy. The specifics of how to address this matter remain open to discussion. However, one certainty looms large. Gaara is doomed. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the arena, his expression darkening. It was inevitable that Gaara would meet his demise. The subsequent handling of the situation posed a formidable challenge. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the smoke dissipated. In the arena, Gaara had vanished, replaced by a colossal and terrifying beast. What is this? Kakashi activated his Sharingan, gazing in horror at the scene before him. Everyone present was struck with shock. This is bad. The One Tail has appeared. Curse it. Orochimaru seethed inwardly. This was a tactic he had intended to utilize in the main event to draw Konoha's attention. And now it had been prematurely revealed. Rock Lee, splendid. Orochimaru no longer concealed his intentions. Upon witnessing the emergence of the One Tail, the Sand Shinobi promptly initiated their plan for Konoha's destruction. "Sensei Sarutobi, I've kept you waiting." Orochimaru instantaneously positioned himself behind the third Hokage, a kunai poised at his throat. "Orochimaru, I never anticipated crossing paths with you again, but this time, I shall not show mercy." The 4 purple flames formation was activated, and the two engaged in battle. The remaining Jonin also clashed with their sand counterparts, plunging the scene into chaos. Amidst this turmoil, no one noticed that Rock Lee had vanished from the arena. On the streets of Konoha, civilians cowered in their homes, too fearful to venture outside. The roads were rife with conflict. At that moment, a young man adorned with a Sand Shinobi forehead protector, a white hood, and a dirt-colored cloak strolled through the streets. Rock Lee had transformed into a Sand Shinobi. His familiarity with Konoha's terrain allowed him to deftly evade the battles, navigating through shadowy alleys. Defeating Gaara was not his objective. His true aim was the Book of Seals. Rock Lee understood that once the One-Tail Shikaku was revealed, a battle between the Sand and Konoha would be inevitable. At that time, chaos would engulf Konoha, and the third Hokage would find himself in a desperate struggle, surrounded by adversaries. In that moment, the location of the Book of Seals, the Hokage's residence, would be the most vulnerable. Rock Lee paused near a building, having just opened the 6th gate and activated his curse seal, leaving him somewhat drained. He needed to rest. From his pants pocket, he produced a scroll, an advanced summoning scroll prepared by 1010. With a pop, a white porcelain jar materialized before Rock Lee. As the jar opened, 10 soldier pills tumbled into his palm. He swallowed one and began to gesture repeatedly, allowing his chakra to swiftly replenish. An hour later, Rock Lee's stamina was fully restored, though only half of his chakra had recovered. Time was running out. He rose and made his way toward the Hokage's residence. Soon, he arrived at a house. "San Shinobi, you have come to the wrong place." 5 Umbu members emerged, blocking Rock Lee's path. He remained silent, resolute. He activated the third gate and drew forth the long blade from his waist. The flash of the blade was instantaneous. 5 members of the Umbu clutched their throats and fell lifeless to the ground. The brilliance of the blade demanded only physical strength, devoid of chakra. It was then that Rock Lee comprehended the true potency of his swordsmanship. He had initially believed that such techniques were only effective against mere ordinary ninjas. Yet, just moments ago, having opened the third gate, his speed surged, and with a single stroke, 5 elite shinobi were caught utterly off guard, facing imminent demise. Such power rivaled that of S-rank ninjutsu. This was merely the manifestation of the blade. The extent of mastery over the will of the sword was yet unknown. Rock Lee gazed upon the door of the Hokage's residence, refraining from hastily opening it. Instead, he shattered the door with a fragment of stone. There were no concealed, formidable techniques. The Hokage was indeed audacious, making it unsurprising that Konoha's forbidden arts were always coveted. Entering the room, he found the decor to be quite simple: a wooden bed, a rudimentary wooden table, a bookshelf on the left, and an open kitchen on the right. With the bathroom at the far end easily visible, there was a hidden chamber. Rock Lee commenced his search within the room. Ultimately, he discovered a mechanism concealed within the bookshelf. With a click, he twisted a scroll, causing the entire bookshelf to slowly rotate. This was the concealed location of the sealing tome. Stepping inside, he immediately spotted the central sealing book. Out of an abundance of caution, Rock Lee tested the area with his ninja tools. Confirming there were no traps surrounding the sealing tome, he seized it with determination. With a swift motion, he opened the sealing book, his goal being the 4-symbol seal contained within. Mastery of this technique would enable him to practice the 8-trigram seal, a jutsu capable of sealing tailed beasts. The first forbidden technique recorded within the tome was the multiple shadow clone technique. Rock Lee's eyes rapidly scanned the contents of the jutsu. Next, he had come this far. He would seize every opportunity. He would learn all inscribed within the sealing tome. Edo Tensei, the 8 gates of death, the 4-symbol seal, the impure world reincarnation, flying thunder god technique, mutual explosive tags. Rock Lee's mind raced as he committed these forbidden arts to memory. After half an hour, he closed the sealing book and returned it to its original position. Leaving the Hokage's residence, he noted that the chaos enveloping Konoha was gradually being brought under control. The Sand Shinobi appeared to have received some directive, beginning their orderly retreat. Within the ruined wooden house, Rock Lee received the news of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise. He felt no sorrow for the third. It was a fate written in the stars. Orochimaru was also a release he had orchestrated himself. Now, everything lay scattered on the winds. The life of the third Hokage had been nearly devoted to Konoha, born of fire, witnessing its rise. Where the leaves of Konoha fluttered, the flames of life endured unceasingly. In the village of Konoha, a gentle rain falls, draping the surroundings in an air of melancholy. The sky is veiled with a delicate layer of gray, adding an extra touch of chill and desolation to the mournful atmosphere. All the ninjas of Konoha have gathered here for the memorial ceremony of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Clad in plain garments, they stand without umbrellas as raindrops descend, each drop seemingly imbued with boundless sorrow, slowly weaving an invisible net that envelopes the entire world. At the funeral of the third Hokage, individuals approach one by one, laying white chrysanthemums before the casket. Rock Lee glances aside, noticing Konohamaru, whose tears cascade down his cheeks, eventually giving way to sobs. The sound of weeping stirs a deeper anguish within Naruto's heart. With a heavy sigh, Rock Lee steps forward and places a white chrysanthemum gently down. "You may bear guilt towards many, yet you have never wronged Konoha. I once deemed you too weak. Perhaps I was mistaken. In your advanced years, you heeded the call in times of peril, bringing prosperity to Konoha. You are worthy of the title of the strongest Hokage." With that, Rock Lee turns away, feeling less sorrowful about the third's passing than Konohamaru and Naruto. His sentiment resembles that of losing an elder he once admired, evoking a sense of nostalgia. To die for Konoha is the finest fate for the third Hokage. In this era of peace, even the highest-ranking Hokage can succumb. One can only imagine the struggles of ordinary folk amidst the chaos of war. Returning to the dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee is acutely aware of his inadequacies. He swiftly begins to form hand seals. Presently, his ability value inscribed on his panel has reached 10. He can now execute 32 seals in a single second. Even the most intricate seals can be completed within that time frame. For symbol seal, detected that the host is practicing the 4-symbol seal. Would you like to spend 5 million Rio for simplification? Yes, simplify. 4-symbol seal. House construction. Construct a house? Rock Lee pauses, glancing at the crumbling wooden structure behind him. It seems quite reasonable, for wooden walls and a roof would indeed seal a person inside. However, he ponders, where would the funds for construction come from? He gazes into his empty wallet, which contains only a single 400 Rio note. The last 5 million Rio had been used for the simplification of the 4-symbol seal, leaving him with just enough for meals. Drawing his blade, Rock Lee slices through several trees, severing them at their bases. With swift and precise strikes, he transforms them into planks of wood. Doubts linger in his mind about whether he can truly build a house. Undeterred, he sets to work on a rudimentary wooden shelter. Before long, the house is complete. Yet the proficiency panel for the 4-symbol seal shows no changes. Indeed, it appears that only purchasing construction materials counts as legitimate building. Returning to the wooden house, he retrieves some food from the refrigerator, preparing a simple meal to quell his hunger. It's time to visit the exchange, he muses. After changing into a different outfit, he departs from Konoha. Days later, he arrives in the city of Short Scroll. Lee Luo-ku donned an elegant samurai outfit and made his way to Shoshi Street, gazing at the labyrinth of intersecting sewers. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Alas, he had forgotten to inquire about the precise location of the exchange point. To his dismay, the entrances to the sewers on Shoshi Street numbered in the dozens. Observing the patrolling samurai around him, he realized that venturing down each one randomly could lead to being mistaken for a suspicious character and subsequently apprehended. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Konoha ninjas were also stationed within Shoshi City, among them the elite Jonin and Oriitamo. This individual commanded the trust of Konoha's higher-ups and frequently undertook missions related to the Land of Fire. Given that Shoshi City was a significant tourist destination within the Land of Fire, it was entirely reasonable to have a Jonin stationed there. However, Lee Luo-ku was not particularly afraid of Ando Ryudamo's prowess. Rather, he was apprehensive about the complications that would arise. Should he engage with a Konoha Jonin, it would inevitably lead to a covert investigation. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, uncovering an individual for Konoha was a trivial matter. After pondering for a moment, Lee Luo-ku feigned casual exploration and subsequently checked into a hot spring inn. As night fell, he utilized a technique of invisibility, blending seamlessly into the shadows, swiftly darting through the streets. Soon thereafter, he vanished from sight. After a brief interval, a man emerged from the casino. He had walked far when splash. "My luck is abysmal," the man exclaimed, crawling out of the sewer, his expression one of utter dismay. Just as he lamented his misfortune, he noticed others falling into the sewers nearby, which brought him some small comfort. Splash! Splash! Damn it! Who has stolen all the manhole covers? In an instant, the streets of Shoshi were filled with irate exclamations. This commotion caught the attention of the patrolling samurai, though a few merely glanced and continued on their way. Thievery was a daily occurrence, and they could never catch them all. If tourists were robbed, it would require their time and effort to pursue the thief. However, if manhole covers were stolen, that responsibility lay with another department, who would simply replace them. After marking the sewer entrances with warning signs, the samurai resumed their patrol. Indifferent to the matter, as the night deepened, the vibrant signs lining the streets gradually dimmed, leaving only a few bars still in operation. Lee Luo-ku stepped out from the hot spring inn. Splash! He fell into a sewer. Not this one. He climbed back up. This incident went unnoticed by the patrolling samurai, as too many people had fallen into the sewers that night. It was a common occurrence. Two samurai even began to wager on how many individuals would tumble into the manholes that evening. As Lee Luo-ku continued on his way, he fell into yet another manhole. He searched the tunnel thoroughly. This wasn't it either. Thus, after exploring the 8th manhole, he finally discovered a hidden door. The exchange point. He kicked the door open. Within lay an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited from within the room. "Are you here to exchange bounties?" A haunting voice echoed, drawing nearer to Lee Luo-ku's ears. "I have come in search of a bounty. Are there any rewards below 5 million recently?" Lee Rock inquired of the manager within the exchange. The manager was a disheveled middle-aged man, bearing a prominent scar across his cheek. Upon hearing that Li Rock was here for a bounty, the man handed him a ledger. This ledger is updated monthly. You may return here to acquire the latest edition. Li Rock perused the pages of the ledger. The rewards listed ranged from 50 million to 1 million. Several names captured his attention. Bounty target, Hatake Kakashi. Strength, elite Jonin of Konoha, possessing the Sharingan, capable of copying ninjutsu. Bounty amount, 40 million. Asuma, Gaara, and even the names of various feudal lords were prominently featured. They truly have the audacity. Upon seeing this, Li Rock comprehended the identity of the entity behind the exchange. None of the feudal lords or their kin from the 5 great nations appeared in this ledger, indicating that a covert agreement had been reached among them. Is there anything else? The middle-aged man inquired, frowning. Nothing further, my apologies for the disturbance, Li Rock replied, promptly departing. At this hour, it was already the early morning. Few patrolling samurai remained on the streets. A middle-aged man clad in a red outer robe, wooden clogs on his feet, and an oil paper forehead protector was wandering the streets with Naruto. How regrettable that the nightlife comes to an end so swiftly. Jiraiya sighed. Naruto raised an eyebrow, remarking that they were supposed to be searching for Tsunade while training, yet they spent every evening in dubious establishments. That is not quite fair. This is a test of your character. Cultivating the heart is also a form of training. A weak disposition can easily attract malevolent spirits, Jiraiya stated seriously, pointing towards a well. For instance, it has been rumored recently in Shortbook City that a monster often emerges at night, stealing manhole covers. And if all the covers are taken, it will steal the hearts of children. As he finished speaking, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Li Rock emerging from the sewer grate. Is there really a monster? In Shortbook Street. Li Rock climbed out of the well, feeling somewhat awkward as he noticed Naruto and Jiraiya staring in his direction. Fortunately, he had employed a transformation technique. This flawless transformation would not be easily disowned even by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya's gaze was not one of surprise. Rather, his eyes narrowed in recognition. While others may be unaware of the exchange, he had long been gathering intelligence and was well acquainted with its workings. Come, that is not a monster. Merely a person who has accidentally fallen into the well, Jiraiya said softly as he hurriedly took Naruto away. Yet, Li Rock called out to Jiraiya, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Wait. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. I have been searching for you. Li Rock disguised his voice, rendering it somewhat hoarse. Oh? And who might you be? Jiraiya turned around and scrutinized Rock Lee carefully. After a few glances, he discerned that Lee had employed a transformation technique, though he could not ascertain the specific source of its power. Cautiously, he positioned Naruto behind him. Rest assured, I'm not here for that child. My purpose is to seek you out. Rock Lee expressed his intentions without malice. On the street, a chill wind blew, causing Jiraiya's crimson cloak to flutter gracefully. After a brief moment, he broke into laughter. Ah, since you were seeking me, why not converse at the tavern ahead? Please. Rock Lee gestured, leading the way, while Jiraiya and Naruto followed closely behind. Upon entering the tavern, the three took their seats. After 2 cups of wine, Rock Lee felt a pleasant intoxication wash over him. I wish to exchange intelligence with you, he began. Exchange intelligence? Pray, enlighten me. Jiraiya replied. I possess information regarding the Akatsuki organization and seek to trade it for the location of Mayaboka Mountain, Rock Lee stated directly. Such an exchange required no veiling. Both parties could benefit. You need it, and we can simply regard this as a budding friendship. Naturally, this was contingent upon Rock Lee recognizing Jiraiya as an honorable figure. Had it been Orochimaru, the situation would have devolved into a confrontation for intelligence rather than an exchange. Jiraiya refrained from immediately agreeing. While he indeed required information about the Akatsuki, the precise location of Mayaboka Mountain held immense value. Should Rock Lee's intelligence about the Akatsuki merely consist of hearsay, the trade would be fundamentally unequal. Rock Lee perceived Jiraiya's hesitation and poured another drink. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can share a piece of less significant information first. He downed his cup. The leader of the Akatsuki resides in the Rain Village and has control over Hanzo the Salamander. He is the de facto leader of the Rain Village. Consider this piece of information a complimentary gift. Not sufficient, Jiraiya exclaimed. Then allow me to add another detail. You have encountered him, the leader of the Akatsuki. Rock Lee replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Jiraiya's mind raced to recall individuals he had met, yet he remained uncertain. Can we proceed with the exchange now? I possess even more critical information, Rock Lee said with an air of mystery. Noticing Jiraiya's silence, he took his time to savor his drink. After a while, Jiraiya resolved firmly, very well. Maiboka Mountain is located within a cave at the foot of the Maze Mountain. Upon reaching the cave, seek the Toad Sage at the entrance to access the true Maiboka Mountain. He sketched a map, marking the route from Konoha to Maze Mountain, along with the precise location of the cave. Good, Rock Lee responded calmly as he tucked the map away, though his heart raced with excitement. After all, cursed seals were merely a counterfeit form of sage technique, fraught with side effects. In contrast, the sage arts of Maiboka Mountain represented a genuine method to harness natural energy. The leader of the Akatsuki organization is comprised of 6 corpses, known collectively as the 6 paths of pain: Nagato, the Deva path, the Hell path, the Human path, the Azura path, the Hungry Ghost path, and the Animal path. Corpses? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. This information is rather bizarre. He shook his head, feeling deceived. This piece of intelligence is not worth exchanging for the location of Maiboka Mountain. A murderous intent surged in Jiraiya's eyes as he coldly regarded Rock Lee. Lee remained unperturbed. I can provide you with the identity of the individual controlling the 6 paths of pain, but that is another piece of information altogether. What I can guarantee is its absolute accuracy, 100%. 100%? Jiraiya scoffed. Very well, I shall exchange another piece of information with you. If your claims prove to be unfounded, do not blame me. Not everyone can reap benefits from me. After downing a cup of sake, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at Lee. Should Lee make any move, he would not hesitate to eliminate him instantly. The overwhelming aura of death sent chills down Lee's spine. This murderous intent was unlike that of his previous life in the underground fighting rings. Jiraiya had endured the Second Great Ninja War. His murderous intent was forged amidst the countless corpses and was truly terrifying. Rock Lee took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. I will share with you the training method for the Rasengan. Oh? Jiraiya looked at Lee. You seem to know me quite well. Not extensively, but somewhat. Given your reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. Very well, proceed. Jiraiya raised his cup again and drank. The true leader of the Akatsuki, who manipulates the 6 paths of pain, is your former disciple, the one with that pair of eyes. Crack. The cup in Jiraiya's hand shattered abruptly. Naruto, standing nearby, was startled. He could not fully grasp the conversation, but it was the first time he had witnessed such agitation from Jiraiya. Hey, perverted sage, are you all right? Naruto exclaimed. Noticing the shards of the cup embedded in Jiraiya's hand, blood trickling down along the lines of his palm. Yet, Jiraiya seemed unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Lee. Rock Lee was drenched in cold sweat, his back entirely soaked. He felt the chilling terror that accompanies the approach of death. If Jiraiya wished, Lee knew he could perish in an instant. He forced himself to remain calm. After a moment, Jiraiya rose, leaving a scroll on the table before departing with Naruto. You take care of the bill, were his parting words. Rock Lee immediately felt his strength drain away, the suffocating sensation of near death filling him with despair. He realized that even if he activated the 6th gate and used the cursed seal, he would be killed in an instant by Jiraiya. I am still far from those top-tier powerhouses. Lee picked up the scroll and gently unfurled it. Inside, it contained the training method for the Rasengan. It is time to gather funds. Both the forbidden techniques and the Rasengan require significant resources. After leaving the tavern with 300 ryo on the table, Rock Lee embarked on a journey back to Konohagakure, burdened with 2 suitcases and weary from his travels. For months, he had been tirelessly pursuing bounties, visiting the exchange more frequently than even Kakuzu. However, his bounties were consistently of a modest nature. Though he yearned for a grand haul, his abilities did not match Kakuzu's, compelling him to accumulate wealth gradually. Approaching the gates of Konoha, Lee cast a brief glance as he passed through. The defenses appeared lax, yet there were more hidden ninjas than before. Had something occurred in Konoha? Upon entering, the 2 guards conducted a cursory inspection before allowing him entry. Instead of returning to his dilapidated wooden home, Lee made his way to Tintin's residence, only to find she was away on a mission with Shikamaru and Ino. With no other option, he proceeded to the Hyuga estate. Is there something amiss? Niji observed from a distance as Lee entered, his suitcases in tow. He presumed Lee was once again seeking a loan. With such luggage, it seemed more like an attempt to seize funds rather than merely borrowing. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Niji's forehead. Perhaps Lee had overestimated his own strength. Niji's curiosity was piqued as he scrutinized the suitcases, his Byakugan revealing their contents, stacks of cash, roughly amounting to 10 million ryo. Such a sum was considerable even for the Hyuga clan. Niji was unaware of Lee's recent endeavors or the source of his newfound wealth, and he refrained from inquiring. You see, my ramshackle home has been targeted by thieves, and I intended to ask Tintin to seal the money within a scroll, but with her absence, I had no choice but to seek your assistance, Li stated directly. Here. Niji tossed him a summoning scroll that Tintin had prepared as a backup for him. Thank you, Li replied, accepting the scroll and sealing the 2 million ryo within it as he and Niji walked through the expansive Hyuga estate. It was far grander than Li had anticipated. Traversing the corridors, Li marveled at the vast landscape before him. Has anything significant transpired in Konoha recently? The village's defenses seem considerably heightened, he inquired. Niji nodded. Sasuke has defected, and with the passing of the third Hokage, the position of Hokage remains undecided. He glanced around to ensure they were alone before speaking in hushed tones. Li realized then that he had been so preoccupied with his bounties that he had overlooked these critical developments. It seemed they were in the final throes of a struggle for the Hokage position, with Danzo vying for support. During this tumultuous period, any disturbance in Konoha would be of great significance. Li contemplated these weighty matters within. In the end, the ultimate victor was Tsunade. During the impending mission to retrieve Sasuke, several disciples from prominent clans were saved by her, cultivating a deep bond of gratitude. Clans such as Hyuga, Nara, and Akimichi were predominantly aligned with Tsunade. Furthermore, she hailed from the Senju clan and was a descendant of a notable lineage. Under the weight of such esteemed heritage, even the likes of Danzo would not dare to meddle. By the way, where do you usually keep your money? Lee Rock inquired without hesitation. He anticipated that his future financial needs would only increase, and the current method of transferring funds back and forth was exceedingly cumbersome. Niji's face flushed slightly. My money is all with Tion. I only have 30,000 ryo in private savings. Please don't mention this to her. All right. Lee Rock responded, feeling as though he had been fed a mouthful of dog food. He turned and departed from the Hyuga estate. It seemed that the idea of establishing a bank should be prioritized. He planned to initiate this endeavor after mastering the forbidden techniques. In front of a makeshift wooden hut, Lee Rock held a hammer and wooden planks, diligently working away. A simple, half-height wooden structure gradually took shape. 4 symbols sealing technique. 100 beginner. Fortunately, it was not overly difficult to master. Lee Rock then retrieved a kunai, meticulously inscribing intricate seals upon it. Flying Thunder God, he hurled the inscribed kunai forward. With a thud, it embedded itself into the trunk of a large tree. Yet, Lee Rock did not teleport to its location. He let out a wry smile. Indeed, I lack the talent for space-time ninjutsu, but that is all right. There's always the system. Detected that the host is training in the Flying Thunder God technique. Would you like to spend 500,000 ryo for simplification? Yes, simplify. Flying Thunder God technique. Throwing kunai. I may not possess the talent for chakra control, but with the system, I can still cultivate the body technique, and the same logic applies to space-time ninjutsu. Lee Rock's hands swiftly formed seals, completing all of them in a mere second. Multiple shadow clone technique. Detected that the host is training in the multiple shadow clone technique. Would you like to spend 300,000 ryo for simplification? Yes, simplify. Multiple shadow clone technique. Clone technique. Oh, Lee Rock had expected that after simplification, the multiple shadow clone technique would resemble mere reflections in a mirror. Instead, it turned out to be the clone technique. As for the remaining 3 forbidden techniques, Edo Tensei, Shiki Fuin, and the explosive tag, Lee Rock either lacked the funds for simplification or the life to do so. After some contemplation, he decided to practice the Rasengan from Jiraiya's scroll. He opened his right palm, but the system did not trigger simplification. Is this not feasible? Lee Rock pondered. He then inserted his fingers into the ground and grabbed a handful of dirt, shaping it into a sphere and placing it in his palm. Detected that the host is training in the Rasengan. Would you like to spend 100,000 ryo for simplification? Yes, simplify. Rasengan, grasping the milk, white snow. This was somewhat challenging for Lee Rock. A visit to the pink-themed establishment would require at least 100,000 ryo to emerge unscathed. This is far beyond what Rock Lee can handle. He let out a bitter laugh. If Jiraiya had a simplified system, he would have soared to great heights by now. All the money he had was completely exhausted. At this moment, within the sealing scroll, there remained only 1 million ryo for daily expenses. Rock Lee stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothing. Open. He activated the second gate. With a rush of energy, he began to sprint through the forest. During his run, he shaped his hands into a claw-like position. And as the fierce winds whipped around him, he gradually rediscovered that elusive sensation. This was a secret technique, known only to him from his previous life. Discovered while riding in a vehicle. By merely opening the window and extending his hand outward, forming a claw, the sensation of the wind was akin to touching snowflakes. The intensity could be adjusted according to the vehicle's speed, making it quite convenient. However, caution was paramount. One must ensure that no vehicles or trees were nearby. Otherwise, extending one's hand could result in a grievous injury. Spiral Sphere, 1000, beginner, as long as it proves useful. Rock Lee released the 8 gates. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. Even the consumption from the second gate should not be underestimated. Next, he would focus on mastering a few techniques. He dedicated himself to constructing a small wooden cabin, honing his proficiency in the 4-symbol sealing technique. Outside the forest, Jiraiya observed the dilapidated cabin with a peculiar expression. He had received news. It seemed that Orochimaru was planning something concerning the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon returning to the village, he briefly reviewed the individuals who had encountered Orochimaru during the last Chunin exam. Besides Sakura and Naruto, the names Sasuke and Rock Lee stood out, with the term Curse Seal being particularly striking. Thus, Jiraiya resolved to investigate personally. Kakashi would handle the situation with Sasuke, while Jiraiya would assess Rock Lee's circumstances. To his astonishment, he witnessed Rock Lee swiftly manifesting the spiral sphere with his hands spread wide. Who exactly is he? Mastering the Curse Seal, possessing forbidden techniques, and wielding an incompletely developed spiral sphere, this individual. Jiraiya decided to have Tsunade keep a closer watch on Rock Lee, prioritizing him even above Sasuke. For now, his main focus remained on Naruto. With a flash, Jiraiya vanished. And so, 3 months elapsed. For symbol sealing technique, 10,000 complete, Rock Lee activated the Cursed Seal. Chakra surged within him. For symbol sealing, boom, Rock Lee unfurled a blank scroll. He swiftly formed hand seals and struck it against the newly constructed cabin. Bang! The cabin was sealed within the scroll, inscribed with the intricate symbols of the 4-symbol sealing technique. He gasped for breath, wishing to cast another 4-symbol seal to form the 8-trigram seal. However, his chakra was insufficient, even in the state of activating the cursed seal. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in her chair. As soon as she expressed her desire to become Hokage, she immediately garnered the support of a significant portion of the higher-ups. The Uchiha clan's young heir. Tsunade cast her gaze upon the intelligence scroll. It had not been long since her appointment, and already a young Uchiha had defected, showing a complete lack of regard. It seems that the Senju and Uchiha clans are indeed fated to be at odds. Tsunade understood better than anyone the terror that the Uchiha clan represented. She had perused some of the records and intelligence left by the third Hokage, which revealed the grim truth regarding the Uchiha clan's massacre. If Sasuke were allowed to mature unchecked, the Hidden Leaf would inevitably face 2 exceedingly formidable adversaries in the future. Summon Shikamaru, she ordered. Understood, replied Ino, who promptly went to convey the message. Before long, Shikamaru, who had just been promoted to Chunin, stood before Tsunade. The village's Jonin were all occupied with special missions, and this urgent task required him to lead a team. What do you say? Can you manage it? What a hassle. I understand, I'll do my best. Shikamaru replied, appearing nonchalant. Tsunade's forehead twitched with irritation. With a sharp crack, she applied a gentle force to her desk, causing it to shatter into 2 pieces. Shikamaru was taken aback. Having assumed Tsunade would be more lenient than the third, he quickly realized how gravely mistaken he was. I understand. Shikamaru immediately adopted a serious demeanor. All right, go ahead and select the personnel you need. Yes. Just as Shikamaru was about to leave the Hokage's office, Tsunade called him back. A thought regarding Jiraiya's intelligence crossed her mind. I have a suggestion. Find a way to include Team 3, especially Rock Lee. Team 3. May I inquire about their strength? Shikamaru asked. During the last Chunin exams, apart from Tenten, Neji and Lee had displayed incredible prowess, with Lee even unleashing the 8th gate and delivering a devastating kick that shattered Gaara. Later, Shikamaru learned from his family that Gaara, much like Naruto, was a Jinchuriki. The sheer horror of such a creature being sent into a frenzy by a single kick was striking. Lee's formidable strength left a lasting impression on Shikamaru. As for their capabilities, Neji is at the level of a Chunin, while Lee, let us say he is at the level of a Special Jonin. Special Jonin. Shikamaru felt a jolt of surprise. Lee's strength was on an entirely different tier than theirs. Exiting the office and walking through the village, he muttered to himself. What a hassle. I'm not well acquainted with Sasuke. Why should I concern myself with this? I wonder what that fool Naruto is up to now. Shikamaru contacted Naruto to explain the mission, and Naruto readily agreed to participate. Rather than seeking out his friend Choji, Shikamaru opted to recruit Kiba. The 3 formed a temporary task force. Let us go. I'm going to bring Sasuke back. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he headed straight for the village gate. Wait. Shikamaru stayed put, acutely aware of the team's capabilities. Two fools like them are utterly insufficient. How vexing. What's wrong? Naruto asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit troublesome. If only those two could join our team, Shikamaru sighed. Although his family is prominent, they pale in comparison to the Hyuga clan. And there is little camaraderie between them. Ino, could you persuade Hinata to approach Neji and request his participation in this mission, perhaps even inviting Lee along? Shikamaru invited Ino to facilitate a connection between her and Hinata. If Hinata speaks, Neji is likely to show some consideration. However, Lee, being a commoner, may not feel compelled to assist. Thus, Shikamaru intends to have Neji join first, after which Neji can extend the invitation to Lee. I shall inquire. Inazuka Kiba swiftly moved away. In less than 10 minutes, Kiba returned with an unusual expression. What happened? Is that guy Neji not present? Shikamaru felt a twinge of concern. With Hinata's involvement, Neji would undoubtedly come, but he feared Neji might be absent. Hinata mentioned that Neji and Lee had been waiting at the entrance of Konoha since early morning, though she was uncertain about Neji's actions. Is that so? Shikamaru pondered deeply. The mission had only recently been assigned. From Hinata's words, it was evident that the Hyuga clan was unaware of this urgent task. As for Lee, Shikamaru doubted that a commoner would have access to information from Konoha's upper echelons. Perhaps Neji was aware of Sasuke's defection. The higher-ups would certainly seek to retrieve him, just as the Hyuga clan would likely act if one of their own were to defect. With these thoughts, Shikamaru led his group to the entrance of Konoha. They were too slow. Neji expressed his dissatisfaction. Lee stood quietly to the side. I apologize for the delay in gathering everyone, Shikamaru acknowledged. Knowing that Neji was proud and that his agreement to join was already a significant concession. Let us proceed. The Sound Ninja Quartet should not have ventured far. Shikamaru guided the team as they pursued. Akimichi Chuji diligently tracked Sasuke's chakra. Lee, clad in a flowing black robe with a sword at his waist, remained silent. Positioned at the center of the group, he deftly traced a smile on the trunk of each tree they passed. Curse Seal, 65-10,000, Curse Seal 2. Lee felt satisfied with the progress of the Cursed Seal. He understood the stakes of this mission. Aside from Kimimaro, the rest of the team would likely be manageable. Moreover, after the mission, Tsunade would heal their wounds, further solidifying her position as Hokage. This scene caught Shikamaru's attention. Lee, we will rely on you and Neji this time, he remarked from behind Lee. It is my duty to contribute to Konoha, Lee replied. Thank you, Shikamaru responded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He noted Lee's finger movements, seemingly drawing a smile. Was this some sort of mark? A mark for whom? It appeared there were no others involved in this mission. Shikamaru found Lee enigmatic. He sensed that Lee, unlike Neji, seemed to harbor his own intentions. However, Shikamaru refrained from probing further. His strength did not permit it, and he found it cumbersome. Should any discord arise, turning allies into adversaries would be disastrous. In Shikamaru's view, as long as the task can be accomplished, other matters are of no concern to him. No need for pleasantries. Lee Locke turned his head and gazed ahead. After all, he was merely passing by. Orochimaru must be growing impatient. By now, he is likely already reincarnated. The next reincarnation will not occur for another 3 years. Lee Locke mused internally. Once Sasuke matures and takes revenge on Orochimaru, the threat of the curse mark will be halved. The remaining threat will be addressed upon returning from the land of rice, where he intends to practice sage techniques. Before long, they discovered the location of the Sound Ninja. They were quite nearby. Inazuka Kiba remarked. Neji activated his Byakugan. He observed, southeast at a bearing of 2 degrees, approximately 1,300 meters ahead, for individuals resting. Neji quickly relayed this information. All right, let us formulate a battle plan. Shikamaru rapidly devised several strategies in his mind. Lee Locke listened intently to Shikamaru's analysis, nodding in agreement. In terms of intellect, he truly was a genius. Aside from combat prowess, he was nearly flawless in all other respects. Within the forest, the 4 Sound Ninja were taking a respite. The burden of the curse mark in its second state was overwhelming. Suijin gasped for breath. There was no choice. After all, they were 2 elite jonin. Once they had rested, they needed to hasten their journey. Lord Orochimaru is still waiting. At that moment, Kidomaru's thread stirred slightly in his hand. The other 3 felt a sudden jolt of tension. Suijin immediately hurled 3 kunai toward the shadows. Boom. The kunai, equipped with explosive tags, detonated instantly. Shikamaru and Lee Locke were caught in the blast, exposing them to the Sound Ninja. They have been discovered. Shikamaru exclaimed in shock. Kidomaru smirked coldly. He moved his fingers again, and the threads ensnared Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba. Ah, damn it, what is this thing? Naruto shouted. With a swift motion, Neji severed Kidomaru's threads. A flicker of surprise crossed Kidomaru's eyes. Oh, I thought they were all useless, but it seems there are capable individuals among them. He positioned himself in front of the group. You take Sasuke and go ahead. I will handle things here. Zuoji nodded. Picking up the coffin, sealing Sasuke, and departing immediately. Neji had similar intentions. Before coming, Lilac had mentioned that this individual named Kidomaru could provide him with a fresh perspective on combat techniques. This was a rare opportunity for honing his skills. Now, let us enjoy ourselves. I relish watching prey struggle, Kidomaru declared, unleashing several strands of silk toward Neji. Instead of attempting to cut through the threads, Neji swiftly retreated, disappearing from Kidomaru's sight. Nanny. Kidomaru was taken aback. He fled? That should not be. That guy clearly intended to hold off the enemy. How could he possibly retreat without a fight? Whoosh. A kunai flew through the air, followed by a torrential assault of ninja tools from all directions. So, this is the nature of the battle. How fortuitous. As the myriad of ninja tools flew towards Kyotomaru from all directions, he found no refuge and chose not to evade. Boom. Flies, my favorite. Haha. Kyotomaru activated his cursed seal state. With a surge of chakra, he deflected the incoming weapons. Skilled in ranged attacks, are we? In this cursed seal state, my physical prowess and speed are greatly enhanced, he thought as he sprinted, skillfully dodging the hurled kunai. Here, at this distance. Let's see how you employ your tools. Kyotomaru fixed his gaze on Neji, standing 10 paces away. In an instant, he materialized before Neji. Despair. Now it is my turn. Kyotomaru formed hand seals and struck the tree trunk. A colossal spider emerged. Spider rain. The gigantic arachnid unleashed a multitude of smaller spiders towards Neji. Yet Neji remained unfazed. Heavenly spin. The smaller spiders were instantly repelled. With a swift motion, Neji appeared behind Kyotomaru. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Thud, 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 thud. Neji struck various points on Kyotomaru's body. Haha, futile effort. Sticky gold armor. A golden layer of armor enveloped Kyotomaru's form, impervious even to gentle fist strikes. Neji pointed decisively. The confidence of the weak. Crack. The section of the sticky gold armor that Neji struck transformed into a viscous substance, cascading down Kyotomaru's body. Dark energy. Within Neji's gentle fist, dark energy surged, a technique he had learned from Rock Lee. Had it not been for the sticky gold armor, Kyotomaru would have perished by now. An intense agony pierced through Kyotomaru's body, rendering him incapable of even a scream. Once Neji completed the 64 palms, Kyotomaru collapsed. His chakra utterly depleted. Neji shook his head. If it weren't for Rock Lee's assertion that Kyotomaru could provide him with significant insights, Neji would have already dispatched him with dark energy. This level of technique is too feeble. Activate your curse seal second state. I do not wish to waste any more time, Neji uttered coldly. Ah, very well. Then I shall let you witness my true power. Kyotomaru, feeling the toll of his injuries, felt a flicker of rage ignite within his eyes. What was once a hunt where he stalked his prey had now reversed, with Neji becoming the predator and him the prey. This reversal was unbearable for Kyotomaru. Boom. He activated his cursed seal second state. His skin darkened, 6 arms sprouted. Each adorned with a horn, his hair turned white and stood erect, and a third eye opened on his forehead. Now perish. Spider battle bow. Lamentation. Kyotomaru swiftly retreated. Realizing that he could not contend with Neji in close combat and opting for a ranged strategy, golden spiral arrows flashed like lightning. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated in the air. How is this possible? Kyotomaru gasped in shock as he witnessed Neji effortlessly evade his seemingly infallible arrows. Neji slowly turned to observe the sticky gold arrows that whizzed past him, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. Ah, so that's how it is. Neji unfurled a scroll, revealing an iron bow within. This combat style indeed suits me perfectly. Neji swiftly retreated, vanishing from the line of sight of Gaetomaru. 8 trigrams arrow. Neji's voice resonated. A high-density arrow, forged from chakra, instantaneously pierced through the blind spot of Gaetomaru's vision, exuding a murderous intent before exploding violently. Boom. Gaetomaru was left with no time to react, utterly devastated by the blast. A kunai was launched once more, effortlessly finishing off Gaetomaru. Neji then departed into the distance. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and the others encountered yet another obstruction. Jiruba stood in their way. Lee, can you hold them off? At this moment, with Neji absent, Shikamaru considered Lee Rock to be the strongest among them. Only by having Lee Rock cover their retreat could they ensure that the team would not fall into a predicament of being attacked from both sides. No need. Lee Rock replied, gazing ahead at Jirubu. A foe of this caliber cannot stop me. Boom. The 8 gates, 3rd gate, open. Lee Rock unleashed a formidable surge of chakra. Jirubu's face displayed a look of astonishment. This level of power was nearly on par with his cursed seal's 2nd state. It seems you are the strongest among your group. Thus, I shall take you more seriously. Jirubu instantly activated his cursed seal's 2nd state and launched a punch at Lee Rock. Boom. Before Jirubu's fist could even graze Lee, he was sent flying. 5th gate open. Boom. The overwhelming chakra obliterated the surrounding trees. Lee Rock's speed became so rapid that it eluded the naked eye, as he appeared before Jirubu in an instant. And, boom. With a single stomp, Lee Rock crushed Jirubu. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba felt the tremendous chakra and were left in awe. A monster. Shikamaru sensed the ferocious power within Lee. He mentally compared Lee Rock to Asuma and ultimately concluded that even Asuma might not possess such chakra. How could a commoner attain such a level of chakra through training? Kiba trembled all over. I heard he typically trains only in taijutsu, dedicating every moment to practice aside from eating and sleeping. That guy is incredibly strong. Naruto felt that even combined with Sasuke, they would hardly stand a chance against Lee Rock. The 3 of them simultaneously recalled the stunning moment during the Chunin exams when Lee opened the 6th gate. Fortunately, he was their teammate, with him around. None could surpass the challenge posed by Lee. Shikamaru felt a sense of reassurance. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance, Kimimaro. Lee Rock turned to Naruto. Go after Sasuke. I'll handle this here. Understood. Naruto did not hesitate. Lee Rock's strength was nearly unparalleled among them. With Lee Rock present, Naruto felt a profound sense of security. Kimimaro did not impede Naruto either, having sensed Lee Rock's power. Who would have thought that Konoha also harbored a master of taijutsu? Jumuru cast a cautious glance at Rock Lee. However, Sasuke had chosen to follow Lord Orochimaru, and that boy would never be able to reclaim Sasuke. I never believed Naruto could bring him back either, Lee remarked indifferently. Then why do you block my path? Jumuru's body began to manifest a layer of cursed seal. Your strength is formidable. I possess a method to cure your affliction. Come with me, what do you say? Lee presented the most enticing bait. No one wishes for death. The desire for life is potent enough to shatter anyone's mental defenses. Yet, Jumuru was different. He smiled faintly. I have already lost the meaning of existence. Lord Orochimaru has found a superior vessel. Now, I merely need to fulfill my mission. Jumuru's fingers pointed towards Lee, and his finger bones shot forth with alarming speed. 10-finger puncture. Lee did not activate his cursed seal. In his ordinary state, he could evade such a swift attack. What a shame, he thought. He had intended to subdue Jumuru and utilize him for certain inconvenient tasks, while also seizing the Hashirama cells. However, judging by Jumuru's demeanor, that seemed unlikely now. Very well, in that case, I shall grant you a final dance. Lee slowly drew his long sword from his waist. The blade glimmered as it swept horizontally. Clash. Jumuru's bony hand intercepted the blade's arc. You possess a cursed seal as well, don't you? I heard from Kabuto that you are also one of Lord Orochimaru's potential vessels. Why do you not activate your cursed seal? Jumuru's speed suddenly surged. The bone blade lunged at Lee from an astonishing angle. Lee raised his sword to block. Whoosh. From an area beyond his sight, another bone blade struck. Jumuru wielded his palm as a blade, his movements as light as a feather, swirling like the wind, causing the wild grass to dance wildly. Lee's narrow sword intertwined with Jumuru's bone blade. At that moment, Neji had already assisted Shikamaru and Kiba in overcoming their opponents, arriving just in time to witness the clash between Lee and Jumuru. Against the backdrop of azure skies, the sword light resembled a dragon. Both fighters moved with grace, as if walking on clouds, their blades and palm winds intertwining, swift as thunder, vanishing in an instant. Amidst the swirling grass, their forms flickered, ethereal as mortals. Yet each strike was unyieldingly fierce, like a mountain collapsing, unstoppable in force. This spectacle left Neji and the others in awe. Shikamaru glanced a few times, feeling a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Lee was his ally. If he were an enemy, Shikamaru could not conceive any means of resistance. One force can shatter myriad techniques. Shikamaru finally comprehended Lee's training direction, ultimate speed and strength, overwhelming foes with relentless force, rendering any cunning schemes futile. with a single slash. All would be obliterated. That guy is merely 13. Shikamaru couldn't help but marvel. He dared not imagine how powerful Lee would become as he matured, compared to Xiao Li. Those who have faced him are formidable as well. Can Xiao Li emerge victorious? Inuzuka Kiba felt the fear emanating from Akamaru and was astonished. No. That guy is inferior to Xiao Li, Niji asserted with certainty. He had observed the cursed seal on Kimamaro's body. That cursed seal was something Xiao Li also possessed. Yet Xiao Li refrained from utilizing it, indicating that Kimamaro had not compelled Xiao Li to exert his full potential. Inuzuka Kiba and Shikamaru were equally taken aback. Even from a distance, they could sense the chilling aura radiating from the blade. And this was not even the entirety of Rock Lee's prowess. Ahead, Rock Lee still had the energy to glance at his status panel. 8 trigrams blade. 10,000, perfected. Rock Lee swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and his opponent. Next, I shall strike just once. If you can withstand this blow, I shall turn and depart. In an instant, Rock Lee activated his second cursed seal state. He slashed with his narrow blade. The strike caused the surrounding flora to tremble. Yet, this blow bore no visible blade aura. It was merely akin to an ordinary person practicing their slashing technique. Had he missed? Or had his chakra been depleted? Kimamaro furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. He sensed that Rock Lee's strike had somehow transformed. Yet, he could not articulate in what way. Is this your mightiest blow? Kimamaro too activated his second cursed seal state. His physique and appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His skin turned a deep brown. Black markings appeared on his face. His back arched, and a tail sprouted. In this state, his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities were immensely enhanced. Even if Rock Lee's strike was intangible, Kimamaro was confident he could defend against it. What is the source of this anomaly? The feeling of unease lingered in Kimamaro's heart, intensifying into a palpable fear. It's the blade. Something is wrong with his blade. At that moment, Kimamaro abruptly turned to gaze at the weapon in Rock Lee's hand. Boom. The entire world was engulfed in darkness. The cosmos fell into chaos, silence enveloping all. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged from the void. Then, countless beams of light from the blade cascaded down like a curtain, seemingly shattering the very fabric of reality. This strike was utterly unavoidable. Kimamaro sensed something slicing through his chest and abdomen, yet he paid it no heed, still entranced by the profound spectacle before him. Rock Lee dispelled the cursed seal and sheathed his blade. He turned to Niji and the others. Let us depart. Depart? Inuzuka Kiba and CHG were perplexed. Their gazes fixed on the motionless Kimamaro. Let us go, CHG, Kiba. That fellow is likely deceased. We should pursue Naruto. Although Shikamaru didn't fully comprehend the situation, he could discern the dynamics unfolding in the arena. Rock Lee's act of sheathing his blade spoke volumes. You all should pursue Naruto. I have a matter to attend to. Kimamaro is formidable, and there should be no one stronger than him among Orochimaru's subordinates. So you can chase without fear of interference. After Lee Rock finished speaking, he slowly made his way toward the border of the Land of Fire. The direction of the Valley of the End seemed somewhat counterproductive, and he had no intention of heading there. At this moment, Naruto had likely been defeated, and Sasuke's pursuit of Orochimaru had become an established fact. Lee Rock consumed a soldier's food pill, allowing his physical strength and chakra to gradually recover. The recent comprehension of the sword's intent and the subsequent strike had consumed a considerable amount of energy, had it not been for the cursed seal state. He would not have had sufficient stamina to wield the sword's intent. Orochimaru must have left the Land of Rice. Having defected from the Akatsuki, he would undoubtedly be pursued, and his base in the Land of Rice was no longer a secret. A month later, Lee Rock crossed the border of the Land of Fire and successfully entered the territory of the Land of Rice. Shortly after entering, he was struck by the desolation surrounding him. The residents bore pallid faces, their clothing inadequate for covering their bodies. Had there recently been a war in the Land of Rice? Lee Rock furrowed his brow in confusion. It shouldn't be the case, as he recalled. Prior to the Fourth Great Ninja War, while there were minor skirmishes between the nations, there had been no large-scale conflicts. Why then? Was the Land of Rice in such ruin? He observed the surroundings with care. It was summertime, and the fields were lush and verdant, with crops thriving and a bountiful harvest in sight. The fields along the road were not abandoned, leaving him puzzled. As days passed, Lee Rock traversed several cities and villages, finding the inhabitants of the Land of Rice to be gaunt and emaciated. Surely, Orochimaru could not be conducting experiments on these ordinary people? Initially, Lee Rock suspected Orochimaru's involvement, but upon further reflection, He realized that Orochimaru would likely disdain these common folk. He arrived in the capital of the land of rice, Windflower City. Upon entering, the bustling scene momentarily overwhelmed him. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding areas. Perhaps this was typical of small nations, where only the capital thrived. He rented a room near the street adjacent to the daimyo's residence. Subsequently, he marked a symbol on the wall. Returning to his room, Lee Rock awaited patiently. After a brief interval, 3 figures appeared in his chamber. Sir, Tors stood respectfully to the side, with Sak and Sheen behind him. Initially, Lee Rock's warning had made Tors wary of Orochimaru. To avoid becoming a pawn for Orochimaru, Tors had maintained his transformation since returning to the land of rice, serving as a guard for the daimyo. Since then, Orochimaru had not made an appearance, providing Tors and the others with a modicum of relief. Simultaneously, they had been eagerly anticipating Lee Rock's arrival. Upon seeing the symbol of Konohagakure etched in the corner, Tors knew Lee Rock had come and followed the mark to find him. By the way, what is the situation with the residents of the land of rice? Lee Rock inquired. He intended to establish a bank in the land of rice, but now, seeing the impoverished state of the inhabitants, he feared there would be no one to deposit money. Sir, you have arrived late. What does that mean? Lee Rock asked, his face filled with confusion. Toss let out a deep sigh upon witnessing the situation. The taxes of the land of rice have not been collected for 5 centuries. Lee Rock was momentarily taken aback. Taxes have not been collected for 5 centuries? Toss slowly elucidated the circumstances of the land of rice. The realm imposes 8 different taxes: the house tax, land tax, field tax, head tax, water tax, wind tax, road tax, and miscellaneous tax. This has resulted in the common folk bearing an immense tax burden, thus facilitating the opulence of the grand city and the lavish lifestyles of the nobility. I can comprehend the majority of these taxes. But what exactly are the head tax and wind tax? Lee Rock inquired, glancing at Toss. My lord, the head tax is a levy on meals, charged per person. If a household consists of 3 members, they pay 9 taels in taxes for their meals. As for the wind tax, Toss grimaced. The land of rice is situated near the coast, where refreshing sea breezes blow in every summer. And yes, this sea breeze is taxed. Goodness, what a wealthy aristocracy. Lee Rock chuckled. The nobility in the land of rice imposes taxes that threaten extinction. They cannot continue in this manner. It will inevitably lead to their downfall. Lee Rock tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, pondering for a moment. Toss, starting tomorrow, find a location to establish a bank. Toss nodded, having anticipated Lee Rock's intentions. He had a general understanding of the bank's function, yet he hesitated momentarily, looking to Lee Rock. My lord, the residents of the land of rice have no money left to deposit. No matter, let the nobility deposit first, followed by the aristocrats. Once they deposit, the common folk will follow suit. When the funds are secured, all money from the nobility and aristocrats will be stored, and the commoners' money will be divided in a 3-to-7 ratio. Lee Rock gazed out at the noble estate. The nobility is indeed quite affluent. As night fell, within the noble estate, Nakamura Ko of the land of rice scrutinized the photograph in his hand. He found himself at a loss, unable to decide who would attend to him tonight. Never mind, I want them all. Bind them all for me. Yes. Upon receiving the command, the guards promptly made their way to several households within the city. After the guards departed, Nakamura Ko patted his ample belly. I'm a bit hungry. Someone go summon the imperial kitchen for food. Outside the door, no one responded. Where is everyone? Blasted fools, do they wish to perish? Nakamura Ko erupted in fury. Before he could rise, a shuriken was pressed against his neck. Why you? Who are you? Nakamura Ko regretted his question almost immediately, knowing the answer would not be forthcoming. To his surprise, the assailant spoke. We are from the Akatsuki organization, and our goal is to make the world feel pain. Lee Rock and Sheen were clad in red cloud cloaks. Where is your money? Lee Rock inquired coldly. It's under the bed. Please don't kill me. I will give you whatever you ask for. If that is not enough, there is more in the corner. Nakamura Ko's face twitched uncontrollably as the shuriken against his neck radiated a chilling aura. He dared not move, yet he felt a sense of relief in his heart. It is easier to seek money than to seek life. The money has vanished. We can simply impose a poverty tax later. In the room, Sheen had retrieved 5 suitcases from beneath the bed and the corner of the wall. These suitcases contained banknotes from various nations, and she was unable to ascertain the exact amount. Now, do you feel the pain? Liluaka stored away the suitcases, not forgetting to ask with a tinge of malice. Do you feel it? Indeed, I do. Nakamura Yasushi hastily nodded. The funds, painstakingly amassed over a decade, were snatched away in a single night. How could one not feel anguish? It is excruciating. Li Luoka nodded in satisfaction. Qin trailed behind him as they slowly exited Nakamura Yasushi's room. Our Akatsuki organization is truly formidable. The fortune we secured this time was sheer luck. Xiaonan, do not be complacent. Had Nakamura's wealth been stored in a bank, we likely would not have been able to seize it. Indeed, the bank's guards, even if the entirety of our Akatsuki and all 5 Kaguya were to join forces, could not be breached. Precisely. Now, we must proceed to make the daimyo of the Land of Rivers feel the pain. As their voices faded, Nakamura Yasushi etched 2 names into his mind, Akatsuki and bank. Akatsuki, I know those madmen, but what is this bank? Nakamura murmured to himself. The following day, news of the Akatsuki organization's robbery of the daimyo of the Land of Rice spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki, stationed far away in the Land of Rain, was quite straightforward. They issued a statement taking responsibility for the incident, which immediately garnered widespread attention and vehement condemnation from the entire ninja realm. At the same time, Nakamura Yasushi heard another piece of news. In the Land of Rice, within the city of Kazahana, a shop named Bank had quietly established itself. A bank. He promptly set off for the location of the shop. In Kazahana, on the busiest commercial street, a shop named the Ninja World Bank had officially opened. Passers-by began to stop, and gradually, the crowd in front of the bank grew. What is this establishment? Why are the daimyo inside? Unfamiliar with the situation, they wondered why nobles like Hojo, Tanaka, and Yamamoto were also present. I hear it's a place for depositing money. Depositing? Handing over money to someone else? Don't be absurd. Inside the shop, the daimyo Nakamura Yasushi harbored similar thoughts. Are you jesting? Do you have any idea how much money I possess? Not even 50 cards could contain it. With a retinue of samurai guards, he exuded an imposing presence. He seized the collar of Tosi. Hey, you scoundrel, can you safeguard my wealth? Tosi remained unperturbed, gently waving his right hand. Instantly, 2 of the samurai behind Nakamura crumpled to the ground in agony. My lord, if we cannot protect your wealth, then there is no safe place in this world. This display indeed subdued Nakamura Yasushi, as he faintly recalled the scene from the previous night when he had been robbed. The Akatsuki organization has admitted responsibility for last night's robbery. Given their acknowledgement, it seems the individuals behind the bank are rather formidable. Nakamura Yasuyoshi transitioned from anger to delight, bursting into laughter. Excellent, he commanded his subordinates outside to bring in 30 briefcases. Inside these are 300 million ryo, which we shall entrust to your care. Tosa nodded at the girl behind him, Kin, who reached out to retrieve the briefcases, preparing to tally the amount. Wait. Nakamura halted, casting a glance at Tosu. What if my money disappears while in your custody? The 300 million was merely a tenth of Nakamura's total savings. He could afford to use it as a test. Yet he remained somewhat apprehensive. Rest assured, my lord, you are our most esteemed guest. We have long prepared the agreement, Tosu replied with a smile, producing a custody agreement from his pocket. My lord, please review this document. Once you deposit your funds with our bank, should any loss occur, we will compensate you in full, alongside an additional 10 million ryo as recompense. Oh. At this revelation, both Nakamura and the observing nobles were stirred. Some nobles even began to entertain ulterior motives. Very well, I shall sign. After a brief glance at the straightforward agreement, Nakamura promptly affixed his signature. Excellent, my lord. We will safeguard your funds, and you may withdraw them at your convenience. Tosa gestured for Kin to begin counting the amount. Following mutual confirmation of the sum, the transaction was successfully completed. With the daimyo depositing his wealth, the nobles eagerly followed suit. In just a few hours, the deposits at the Ninja World Bank soared to 2 billion ryo. These nobles were indeed affluent. Inside a dim room on the side of the hall, Rock Lee couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Tosu entered the dark chamber, holding a stack of thick agreements. These are the custody agreements recently signed by the daimyo and the nobles. He presented the documents to Lee. No need. I trust you to manage the bank. Lee waved his hand dismissively. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Tosu expressed his gratitude. Were it not for Lee's timely warning, he feared he would have already perished at Orochimaru's hands. Moreover, with the staggering sum of 2 billion ryo, merely counting the money made his hands tremble. Such an immense amount of wealth, and Lee did not even glance at it. What a testament to his trust. A profound feeling welled up within Tosu. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. He felt that Lee was far more reliable than Orochimaru. Lee, however, paid little heed. The notion of unwavering loyalty was fundamentally unattainable. The ancestors had long understood the truth. All under heaven is bustling for profit. All in the world is bustling for gain. As long as Li ensured his power remained formidable and his endeavors flourished, Tosu would naturally follow. Enough. Go attend to your duties. Tonight is bound to be tumultuous. Yes. As night fell, the bank had closed its doors, and the shadows on the streets began to dwindle. A few young rogues thought they could guard my wealth? They remain exceedingly naive. I shall first deposit the funds, sign the agreement, and later surreptitiously reclaim the money, compelling the bank to compensate. There is no swifter means of acquiring wealth. Hiroki Beicho, clad in nocturnal attire, led the family S samurai to the bank's entrance. The blades in their hands descended upon the grand door with force. Crack. The door shattered in response. Charge. Return the money to me. Yes. Whoosh. A figure, as elusive as a specter, darted past Hiroki Beicho and his warriors. Clang. Their weapons clattered to the ground in unison. You guessed correctly. Lilac and TOS emerged from the shadows. It was inevitable. Had I been in their position, I too would have chosen to deposit before pilfering. Deceiving the bank into reimbursement, Lilac replaced the bank's shattered entrance with a new door. Before it stood Hiroki Beicho and several samurai, frozen in place. Their internal organs and meridians had been utterly compromised by Lilac's concealed force. The following dawn, this scene left passers-by astonished. Is that not the elder of the Beicho family? Why does he remain motionless at the bank's entrance? Do not gaze any longer. Something seems amiss. Gradually, onlookers began to discern the anomaly. A normal person could not possibly stand still for such an extended period, especially with the warrior's weapons strewn upon the ground. At this moment, TOS posted a notice. This is the consequence of attempting to seize the bank's funds. In an instant, the noble circles of Taino Kuni erupted in chatter. They were aware of the Beicho family's scheme to rob the bank, which was tacitly permitted by the daimyo. It was merely an experiment to gauge the bank's resilience. Now, they dared not harbor any intentions against the bank. TOS returned to the hidden chamber. Intrigued, he inquired, "My lord, why do the nobles not sever ties with us and establish a bank of their own?" Lilac chuckled at the inquiry. They harbor mutual distrust. None wish for their family's true wealth to be revealed. Thus it is. TOS calculated the current deposits. "My lord, there are still no commoners coming to deposit funds." He reported respectfully. "Fear not. The daimyo and nobles have deposited their money. It is only a matter of time before the commoners follow suit. The present circumstances merely reflect their lack of funds," Lilac remarked, turning his gaze toward TOS. "Spread the word. Grand opening with enticing offers. Commoners who deposit will receive 1% interest after 1 month and 3% after 1 year. Furthermore, those who deposit within 7 days shall receive 50 pounds of rice or flour. But my lord, we must also cover the costs of safeguarding the deposits, in addition to the interest and rice expenditures. This will only incur losses," TOS calculated, furrowing his brow. "You still fail to grasp the essence," Lilac replied. "A bank, at its core, is merely a financial playground. For instance, in the northern village of Qingyu, generations have relied on fishing for sustenance, trading fish as currency. However, during the sweltering summer, fresh fish are difficult to preserve, while we happen to possess a natural cold storage cave." Lilac patiently elucidated the rules of this financial game to TOS. "At this juncture, we can employ guards to oversee the cave, offering to store fish for the villagers at no cost. It may appear to be an incessant expenditure, a losing venture, yet one crucial aspect has been overlooked. During the winter, the lake's surface freezes, making it exceedingly challenging for the residents to catch fish. During such times, the fishing tackle shops and various related industries will undoubtedly face a downturn. We can lend them fish, and when summer arrives, the peak season for business, they shall return to us 2 fish for every 1 borrowed. This forms the foundation of our ongoing operations." Lilac cast a glance at the thick custody agreement in Toth's hands, a cold smile curling his lips. "What you hold is not merely a custody agreement, but a debt agreement." Understanding dawned upon Toth, who contemplated Lilac's words. He began to realize that despite Lilac's youth, he possessed not only formidable strength, but also remarkable intellect. Aligning himself with Lilac would surely lead to significant achievements in the future. In Tianziguo, there would be numerous avenues requiring funding: housing, transportation, public facilities, ninja villages, schools, and more. At that time, we shall reap substantial profits. Lilac waved his hand. "All right. Go and attend to your tasks." "Understood." Toth disseminated the news regarding the interest on civilian deposits. Within half a day, civilians began to arrive to deposit their savings. They were not motivated by the interest, but by the 50 pounds of rice and flour. I wish to deposit 100 taels. Can I receive 50 pounds of rice and flour? A brave civilian inquired. Certainly, Toth responded with a smile. For 100 taels in TNT, one could only procure a pound of rice or flour. Yet, at the bank, one could acquire 50 pounds. Thus, the news spread rapidly. And soon the bank's entrance was overwhelmed with civilians. Had it not been for Sack standing at the door with a fierce demeanor, these civilians might have succumbed to their greed, resorting to a direct raid. Queue up. Everyone, form a line. Proceed in order. There is enough for all. With a resounding crash, Sack unleashed a powerful wave that felled a tree several meters away, restoring calm among the crowd. Before long, Chin and Toth, drenched in sweat, completed their tasks, while the satisfied civilians carried their rice and flour home. It's hardly lucrative. Over 3,000 civilians combined possess less than a noble-less deposit. Chin remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow, her dissatisfaction evident. After an afternoon of labor, she felt unmotivated by the paltry earnings. Patience, better days are yet to come. Toth replied with a grin. Chin, being younger and less contemplative, did not require further explanation from Toth. At that moment, the nobles, having caught wind of the situation, were incensed. They stormed into the bank with a martial demeanor. Those lowly peasants receive interest on their deposits, yet we nobles do not. Do you look down upon us? Having failed in their covert actions the previous night, the nobles had devised a new strategy. If brute force was ineffective, they would resort to subtler tactics. If the bank does not dispense interest today, do not expect to operate in TNT any longer. Indeed, do you disdain us? If you do not provide a 10% interest today, you may as well close your doors. A flicker of malice glinted in Toth's eyes. However, recalling Lee Rock's admonition against violence within the bank, he restrained his temper. It is truly vexing to realize that one cannot resolve issues through force. Had it been in the past, he would have dispatched these noble imbeciles on the spot. Noble lords, this interest rate seems rather steep. Please hold on while I seek clarification. Thus, Toth entered the dim chamber. Lee Rock had already observed the situation outside. He handed Toth a newly drafted financial agreement. As Toth glanced over the document, his hands trembled. My lord, a 30% interest rate for a month? Are we not destined to incur losses? Lee Rock responded with a cold smile, recognizing the naivety of the shinobi. Within the agreement, there was a clause stipulating that the second party assumes the corresponding financial risks. It is commonplace for investments to yield both profits and losses. Lee Rock regarded Toth, envisioning a scenario where he could secure financial contracts from these plump sheep, leaving them utterly drained upon maturity, with not a shred of capital left, let alone any interest. Your insight is commendable, he remarked, unperturbed by the potential wrath of the daimyo and the nobles. In the world of shinobi, the efficacy of agreements is paramount. Once signed, they are binding. This appears to be an unspoken rule in this realm. Lee Rock had learned from Niji that in both Konoha and the 5 great nations, agreements supersede all. And thus far, no one has dared to contravene them. Of course, this only pertains to the apparent compliance, yet it suffices. Lee Rock envisioned numerous possibilities, with the recent financial agreement being one. Should the daimyo and the nobles become infuriated, the bank could easily present the agreement as leverage. As for matters of force, the bank harbored no fear of the samurai associated with the daimyo and the nobles, which provided Lee Rock with a sense of assurance. Upon witnessing the exorbitant 30% interest rate, the nobles were greatly exhilarated. This was far superior to pillaging the impoverished. This investment is splendid. I shall deposit an additional 10 million ryo. The nobles promptly affixed their signatures to the agreement and departed with satisfaction. In the ensuing days, the bank flourished remarkably. During this time, Toth, following Lee Rock's instructions, commenced issuing loans, initially to business proprietors. With a 6-month term, the borrowers were required to return 2% interest to the bank after the period elapsed. Even at a mere 2%, there were still individuals eager to borrow, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Gradually, the bank found its footing. Lee Rock then settled into the dim chamber to commence his training. He scrutinized the data displayed on the panel. Name, Lee Rock. Age, 12, ninjutsu. 9, physical. 10, illusion. 3, wisdom. 7, strength. 9, speed. 10, spirit. 8, seals. 10, position. Genin, ninjutsu techniques, advanced body flicker technique. Flying thunder god, Rasengan, mutual explosive tags, shadow clone technique. Taijutsu, 8 extremities fist. Tai chi, shingi fist. 8 gates of Duanjia. bloodline limit. None. Lee Rock meticulously examined the taijutsu and ninjutsu listed on the panel. 8 gates of Duinjia. 468116691 100 million. 6th gate. First, let us focus on advancing the 8 gates of Duinjia to the 7th gate. Lee Rock instructed Sak to procure wooden planks and numerous doors. He meticulously assembled these materials to construct a wooden house. Subsequently, Lee Rock commenced his rigorous training. As a month gradually passed, a steady influx of nobles arrived to augment their deposits. In a mere month, the bank's reserves surged from over 2 billion taels to 40 billion taels. Entrepreneurs also sought loans, and overall, profits surpassed losses. However, the 1-month period had elapsed, and the commoners were the first to come for their interest, having initially lost hope. They were overjoyed when TOS provided them with their earnings. They promptly reinvested a small portion of their funds along with the interest. TOS welcomed all. Nobles, too, casually came to collect their interest. Apologies, but the investment has incurred losses. TOS feigned sorrow. Losses? How can that be? Your losses are your concern. I merely seek my interest. If it is not provided, none of you shall leave today. Indeed, let us not forget the compensation stipulated in the agreement. The samurai behind the nobles fidgeted with their blades. TOS, unperturbed, leisurely produced the financial agreement, highlighting the clause of self-responsibility for gains and losses. The nobles were rendered speechless. Ah, so you wish to play this game? How audacious of you to swallow our money. Enraged, the nobles commanded their samurai to advance. Alas, Sak, the bodyguard, proved exceptionally competent. Slash the void. Boom. The nobles, along with their samurai, perished on the spot. This news swiftly reverberated through the noble circles. At the hometown of the north, mourning banners hung at the gate, and everyone donned white attire. Previously, H.J. Hiroki had intended to rob the bank by night but met his demise instead. Now, the H.J. family was in the midst of funeral arrangements. My lord, the bank's guards are formidable. Our samurai stand no chance. A retainer reported the events at the bank. A glimmer of anger crossed the aged face of H.J. Muse. Go, summon the Akatsuki organization and offer a bounty of 100 million taels. I demand the bank's personnel be sent to accompany my son in death. In the land of rain, the skies perpetually drizzled. The streets were lined with desolation. Many children, emaciated and hollow-eyed, sat in corners, their food long spoiled from dampness. Yet, they numbly swallowed the remnants, appearing even more helpless beneath the rain, their eyes filled with confusion and dread for the future. Within a statue of a Buddha head, several colorful phantoms converged. This was Pain's technique of the phantom body. Hey, Kakuzu, did you seize the domain of the land of rice? I am only interested in the bounty. Then who is responsible for this? I do not recall the leader assigning such a task. No one speaks? Stealthily pocketing organizational kickbacks. Are we? At that moment, the 9th and 10th phantoms emerged. Pain and Conan, absorbed in contemplation, listened to the heated debate surrounding them. Their gaze shifted towards Kakuzu and Haydn. There is a request within the land of rice to eliminate an organization known as the Bank. You are to investigate, commanded Pain. Understood, replied the duo, as their illusions gradually dissipated. In the land of lightning, Haydn bore the bloodied scythe of the march, with the two-tailed jinchuriki draped over his shoulder. Kakuzu, did you seize the title of the land of rice's daimyo? Haydn inquired. Silence. I have already stated that I did not. Show me some respect, Kakuzu retorted. A hint of irritation evident in his tone. Unlike his previous partners, who were easily disposable, this newcomer proved to be a formidable challenge. It was not merely his resilience. He was also from Dunhuang, a place rich in murals. What is this organization called the Bank? Haydn pressed on. How should I know? Kakuzu snapped back. Then what do you know? Be quiet. The pair returned to the land of rain to surrender the two-tailed jinchuriki. The Akatsuki members convened. Pain unleashed the illusion of the 9-dragon seal, extracting the chakra of the two tails from the host's body. 7 days later, the two tails were completely sealed. Kakuzu and Haydn departed from the land of rain, swiftly making their way to the land of rice. Kakuzu began gathering intelligence. Oh, you're inquiring about the bank in Fenghua City, hoping to save some money, are you? Let me tell you, a local resident spoke animatedly. Moments later, Kakuzu and Haydn questioned several more residents. They exchanged glances, and even Haydn, known for his lack of intellect, discerned the situation. Kakuzu, lend me 100 million ryo. I will repay you in a month. You simpletons should refrain from financial matters. You'll end up losing it all. Kakuzu sighed. He managed the finances for the Akatsuki, considering himself a financial expert. Yet today's revelations had broadened his horizons. Kakuzu, you have wasted over 90 years. You are not even worth a hair from this bank. Kakuzu remained silent throughout the journey, while Hayden's incessant banter continued unabated. This time, however, Kakuzu did not lose his temper. Instead, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the bank. Soon, the duo arrived in Fenghua City. Following the throngs of people to the bank storefront. Ninja World Bank, quite an audacious claim, Hayden remarked as he swung his bloodied scythe, shattering the bank's sign into two pieces. The civilians who had come to deposit their money scattered in panic. Who dares to cause trouble? A menacing figure named Sak emerged from the shop. In front of the storefront, Hayden smirked. Do you wish to join the cult of the evil god? Or perhaps become part of the bank? Sak retorted. Huh? Hayden was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. The evil goddess, the Akatsuki, of course. My master has been eagerly awaiting your presence. He has a grand business proposition that far exceeds the bounty by tenfold. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sak's forehead, his fierce demeanor vanishing, replaced by palpable tension. I harbor no interest in wealth. Yet you invite me to join the cult of the malevolent deity. Hayden brandished his three-bladed scythe and charged forward. Bang! Hey, what are you doing? Kakuzu interposed himself before Hayden. I am interested in wealth, he remarked, casting a glance at Saku. Lead the way. I wish to ascertain whether your lord possesses the capability to safeguard my funds. Please. Saku exhaled deeply, proceeding ahead while remaining acutely aware of Kakuzu and Hayden behind him. The pressure akin to that of Orochimaru. What shall we do about the organization's mission? Hayden complained. Kakuzu remained silent, uncertain of how to address the situation. Yet the allure of a tenfold bounty proved irresistible. Kakuzu, are you planning to retire to the land of hot water after this job? I have no desire to converse with a fool such as you. Kakuzu and Hayden followed Saku into the dim chamber. At that moment, Rock Lee was incessantly opening and closing the door of a wooden hut. Fortunately, it was just the two of them. Rock Lee sighed in relief. He had recently visited the exchange, intending to procure several corpses that bore bounties to practice the impure world reincarnation technique. However, he discovered upon arrival that he had made the list himself, with a staggering bounty of 100 million RY. The head of the exchange had informed Rock Lee that this amount was merely the price until tonight, and that it would double by the next day. Upon seeing the bounty, Rock Lee immediately thought of Kakuzu. That fellow would undoubtedly come sniffing around. Thus, the idea of negotiating with Kakuzu crossed his mind. Little did he know that behind this organization stood a mere youth. Kakuzu's emerald green pupils shifted as he glanced at Hayden, who instantly grasped Kakuzu's intent. Kid, your head is now claimed by the lord of the malevolent deity. Hayden lunged forward. The distance between Rock Lee and Hayden was less than 10 meters. No sooner had Hayden spoken than the scythe was poised above Rock Lee's head. This strike can cleave through gods and demons. Rock Lee instantly activated his cursed seal, drawing his narrow blade from his waist. With a swift motion, he slashed. Hayden's body suddenly froze. The scythe halted mere inches from Rock Lee's forehead. In his gaze, the dim chamber was devoid of anyone but himself. A violent blade aura filled the space, held in check. He imagined a dozen different attacking methods. Yet no matter which he considered, he would be preemptively reduced to mere fragments by countless blade lights. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hayden's forehead. I cannot move. Even the slightest motion of my finger would render me to ashes. Kakuzu, witnessing Hayden's sudden cessation of attack, stood before Rock Lee, bewildered and drenched in cold sweat. Guests are to be treated with honor. I shall not slay you today. With a swift motion, he sheathed his narrow blade. The blade's aura before Hayden vanished, and he regained his composure. Kakuzu stepped forward. This alone is insufficient. Kakuzu formed hand seals. Earth style, earth spear. His skin hardened as he instantaneously approached Rock Lee, delivering a powerful punch. Is that so? Then how about this? Lee Locke gazed at the panel. 8 gates of bypass. 196816418 billion. 7th gate. 8 gates of bypass. 7th gate. Open. Boom. The terrifying chakra obliterated the entire dark chamber, sending tremors through the very street itself. Kakuzu and Hayden were thrown back, their eyes wide with astonishment at this surge of chakra. Now, we can engage in a proper discussion. Lee Locke released the 7th gate. Kakuzu vaguely sensed that this taijutsu was somewhat familiar. He suddenly recalled having witnessed this technique once before while hunting the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers. So it was you. This technique of yours cannot be sustained for long, can it? Kakuzu squinted at Lee Locke. Indeed, but I possess many other means, however, this time. I wish to conduct business without resorting to violence. Li Lok instructed Zack and Tors to reconstruct the dark chamber as he sat to the side. If you deposit your money with me for a full year, I can offer you an interest rate of 10%. Li Lok fixed his gaze on Kakuzu, deliberately ignoring Haydn. Furthermore, I can provide the Akatsuki organization with operational funds each month at no cost, without any interest, under one condition. What condition? You must have Kakuzu join the bank. Kakuzu did not immediately acquiesce, his mind still weighing the pros and cons. Seizing the moment, Li Lok pressed on. It is the essence of life to pursue wealth, is it not? Watching the money grow is where one truly feels the meaning of existence, coincidentally. I can count the riches here until my hands ache. What about the bounty this time? Kakuzu inquired. A sly smile crept across Li Lok's lips. It is simple. The most effective means to resolve a problem is to eliminate the one who presents it. That makes sense. Kakuzu succumbed to Li Lok's financial allure. He and Haydn once again plundered the feudal lords and nobles. This time, they were even more ruthless. The feudal lord and nobles of the land of rice met their demise overnight, their mansions untouched by even a passing bird at dawn. Kakuzu deposited the stolen wealth into the bank. He turned to Li Lok. I can freely manage my funds now. But matters concerning the organization must be discussed with the leader. Kakuzu still harbored some apprehension. Payne's power was formidable. If he disagreed, their collaboration might not endure. Rest assured, Payne will certainly agree. Li Lok replied with confidence. Subsequently, Haydn returned alone to the Akatsuki, while Kakuzu remained at the bank. A few days later, Haydn relayed the news. Payne approved the transaction and designated Kakuzu to handle communications between the organization and the bank. This brought relief to both Li Lok and Kakuzu. This is the true essence of living, far superior to following that fool around. Kakuzu gazed at the open vault, within which lay a staggering fortune of over 10 billion ryo. Only money tethered Kakuzu, yet he still felt a sense of something lacking. Something feels amiss, doesn't it? Indeed, it is rather disheartening to find oneself unable to take a life, is it not? It seems that way. Kakuzu nodded abruptly. Rock Lee, with a cheerful demeanor, polished the narrow blade in his grasp, which bore an almost imperceptible flaw. Ultimately, this weapon was merely an ordinary item. Affairs at the bank had stabilized considerably, with Kakuzu overseeing operations. Barring the arrival of one of the five shadows, there was little chance of disturbances. He sheathed the narrow blade. Do not fret. There are ample opportunities for you to indulge your thirst for blood. Rock Lee gestured toward the vault behind him. Currently, the bank's deposits were accumulating to mountainous proportions, rendering them nearly impossible to expend. Without the circulation of money, how could one proceed? His previous directive for Kakuzu to eliminate the feudal lords and nobility was aimed at satiating Kakuzu's bloodlust, while simultaneously cleansing the upper echelons of the land of fields. A dual benefit. Rock Lee summoned Tisu. From today onward, you shall be the feudal lord of the land of fields, responsible for all matters therein, while Kakuzu will manage the bank. Understood. Rock Lee patted Tisu on the shoulder. Next, I require you to consolidate the forces of the land of fields within a year and initiate a war, the financial demands of which will be met by the bank. With the target being the land of iron, Tisu was taken aback. The strength of the land of iron was formidable. The land of fields stood no chance. Was this not akin to striking a rock with an egg? My lord, we are not a match for the land of iron. No matter, victory was never the objective. What we need is destruction. Rock Lee closed the vault door. Despite the demise of the feudal lords and nobility, the rift between the upper and lower classes in the land of fields had reached a breaking point. War was the only path forward. And the aim of this conflict was not to win, but rather to dissipate tensions. Once the war commenced, the land of fields would unite against a common foe, alleviating internal discord. In the aftermath, the land of fields would be in dire need of reconstruction, as would the land of iron, necessitating vast sums of money. At this juncture, the bank's role could be maximized to undermine the land of iron through economic means. This was Rock Lee's true intention. He elucidated this strategy to Tisu, who was even more astonished. My lord, such tactics are nothing short of heroic. Rock Lee chuckled lightly. This is merely the surface. He calculated the time. He had been in the land of fields for over half a year. It was time to return to Konoha. Kakuzu, I entrust the bank to you. The ensuing war will provide ample opportunities for your indulgence, but remember to conceal your identity. No problem. Rock Lee explained the operational principles of the bank to Kakuzu, including how to manage loans and control interest rates. And if the debts cannot be collected? Kakuzu hesitated, intrigued by this new territory. If they fail to repay, simply summon Haydn to hang at their doorstep daily. They will undoubtedly settle their debts. Rock Lee reiterated the importance of employing civilized methods, regardless of the circumstances. Having discerned the intentions of Kakuzu, he set forth to leave the vibrant Fenghua city. His next objective was the elusive Sanbai. Lee Rock was unaware of the specific lake in the land of rice where Sanbai resided. Nor had he inquired about its whereabouts from Kakuzu. Given the implications tied to the Akatsuki, Kakuzu would remain tight-lipped. Asking would prove futile and could potentially diminish their rapport. Reflecting briefly, Lee Rock recalled that Konoha possessed information in this regard. Thus, he resolved to return to Konoha. A month later, in the village of Konoha, Lee Rock found himself back in the dilapidated wooden cabin. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. This was where his journey had commenced. Presently, the funds in his possession were ample enough to renovate the shack, yet he chose not to. This rickety abode served as a constant reminder to persevere in his training. Mastering the 8 gates would require considerable time, as would the enhancement of his swordsmanship. Pondering this, Lee Rock extended an invitation for a gathering with Team 3, once again at their favorite barbecue restaurant. "Where have you been?" "Niji, Gai-sensei, and I have been quite worried," they chided as they savored the grilled delicacies. "I apologize. I was engaged in solitary training," Lee Rock replied evasively. Guy raised his thumb in approval. "Training alone is commendable, yet it is essential to occasionally practice alongside your comrades to truly ignite the spirit of youth." Having navigated the treacherous intricacies of the outside world, returning to Konoha alongside Niji, Tintin, and Guy brought a sense of relief. Memories of their past endeavors together flooded Lee Rock's mind, evoking a sense of warmth. Indeed, excessive training could strain the body. One must maintain a balance between exertion and relaxation. Niji nodded in agreement. His words sparked a sudden realization in Lee Rock. "Speaking of training, I have discovered a method to bolster my strength." He picked up a piece of grilled meat and gazed at Niji, Tintin, and Guy. "I have located the site of Myaboka Mountain. Once there, I can undergo trials to learn sage techniques." Upon hearing the mention of sage techniques, Guy's expression turned serious. "Lee, are you aware of the perils associated with sage techniques?" He paused in his eating. "These techniques are exceedingly difficult to master. As far as I know, within all of Konoha, indeed throughout the entire shinobi world, only Lord Jiraiya has succeeded in mastering them. As an elite jonin, Guy possessed some knowledge of sage techniques. Indeed, they are formidable to learn, and I have acquired more detailed information," Lee Rock affirmed, taking another morsel of meat. "Training in sage techniques involves channeling natural energy into one's body. Too much can be fatal, while too little renders one incapable of transformation into a sage. Achieving a perfect equilibrium is paramount. Thus, it entails both risk and opportunity. Therefore," Lee Rock looked at his companions, "whether you choose to accompany me in learning sage techniques depends on each of you." Without hesitation, Tintin was the first to respond. "I am willing to give it a try." Her desire to grow stronger has been steadily increasing, yet she finds herself hindered by limited talent. Unable to surpass her current limits, gradually trailing behind Class 3 and even the remaining 12 formidable peers. Since they are all going daily, I shall accompany them as well. Niji, though silent, could unmistakably perceive that Rock Lee had returned to Konoha with enhanced strength. If he could not keep pace with Lee's prowess, it seemed inevitable that their futures would diverge. Truly, a worthy disciple of Guy. "I shall join you all in this fiery endeavor," Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He resolved to accompany the group to Myobokuzen. Lee nodded in agreement. Each of them was both a mentor and a friend, and he wished to prevent any widening gap in strength among them, hence his mention of Myobokuzen. However, whether to practice sage techniques would ultimately depend on individual choice. Fortunately, they all shared a deep yearning for growth. Lee savored a piece of grilled meat and sipped on some orange juice. Their choices were entirely reasonable. In the shinobi world, one is often compelled by circumstance. Failing to enhance one's abilities inevitably leads to becoming a victim of another's blade. This is the unavoidable reality dictated by the law of the jungle. Once their gathering concluded, Lee settled the bill, and Class 3 commenced their journey to Myobokuzen. Along the way, Guy inquired about the training progress of the three. Lee merely mentioned that he was preparing to unlock the 7th gate and had made some advancements in his swordsmanship, refraining from elaborating further. Should he casually mention a plethora of forbidden techniques like Flying Thunder God, Edo Tensei, or Shiki Fuin, Guy would likely be less than pleased and would apprehend him immediately. These forbidden techniques were inscribed in the Book of Seals, and even Guy could not master them. For Lee to exhibit such techniques would undoubtedly be akin to self-sabotage in acquiring forbidden knowledge. Guy did not press further. He had complete faith in Lee. Achieving the sixth gate without guidance showcased his unparalleled talent in taijutsu. And it was only a matter of time before he unlocked the eighth gate and inherited Gaia's legacy. He then turned his attention to Niji, who could now access the third gate and unleash 2 arrows of the 8 trigrams. His proficiency in close combat, both gentle fist and 8 trigrams, was remarkable, making his abilities exceptionally well-rounded. Guy nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Tintin wore a look of despondency. She felt as though she was stagnating. Do not despair, Tintin. Each individual possesses unique strengths, and your abilities are indeed invaluable. In the event of a great battle, your skills can significantly ensure the survival of others. As a teacher, Guy had imparted all he could. Personal talent was inherently limited. He believed everyone should strive in their areas of expertise rather than forcing themselves into pursuits where they lack proficiency, ultimately risking the neglect of their innate gifts. Lee observed silently without interjecting. As night fell, Tintin conjured tents and bedding for the group, taking the first watch of the night. The others entered the tent and fell asleep. In the dead of night, Niji relieved Tintin from her watch. After a half hour, Tintin succumbed to a deep slumber. Lee's figure materialized beside Niji. Is there any way? Niji did not turn to respond. Beneath the flickering glow of the flames, his eyes were filled with concern. Though Tintin had remained silent, Niji could discern her despondency. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. His thoughts turned to Rock Lee. If Lee had managed to discover the legendary location for practicing mystical arts, surely he could devise a means to enhance Tintin's abilities. Without uttering a word, Lee left Niji with a scroll. During my training in the ruins of Whirlpool Village, I unearthed a technique, he stated, casting a sidelong glance towards the tent. Aware that Tintin and Guy were still awake, the commotion here could not escape their notice. Flying Thunder God Technique. Lee softly recited the forbidden art inscribed within the scroll. Boom. Lee could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from Guy's tent, a sensation that Niji also felt. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the scroll, grasping Lee's intention. The Flying Thunder God Technique, originally conceived by the second Hokage and later perfected by the fourth, was a forbidden art unattainable by the average person. Lee's claim of acquiring the technique from the ruins of Whirlpool Village was fundamentally implausible. For a commoner to possess a forbidden technique once practiced by a Hokage was crossing a line, regardless of where Lee had acquired the Flying Thunder God Technique. The higher-ups in Konoha would subject him to rigorous interrogation, possibly leading to lifelong imprisonment. This is something I discovered while training alone at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, Niji declared, willingly shouldering the burden. Lee nodded in acknowledgement. The endeavors that lay ahead for him were far grander than merely pilfering a few forbidden techniques. This situation served as a test. Having benefited from Lee, the risks must be shared equally. This was akin to a bond of loyalty for Niji, Tintin, and Guy. Accepting this challenge signified their genuine commitment to face the future together, sharing both glory and misfortune. Be sure to remind Tintin that this technique should only be used in dire circumstances, he advised. Understood. Niji gazed into the flames, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Inside the tent, Guy remained motionless, and Tintin said nothing. Lee entered the tent, and the night passed in silence. Upon the break of dawn, the four Guy, Tintin, Niji, and Lee embarked on their journey once more. The events of the previous night were left unspoken, as if they had never transpired. After 2 months of travel, they finally arrived at the foot of the Maze Mountain. According to the map, the final cave awaited them ahead. Guy glanced at the map, and after walking for several more minutes, they finally reached the cave entrance. Where is the Sage of the Toads? Tintin inquired, peering into the cave. The cave was modest in size, revealing its entirety at a glance, yet the sage was nowhere to be seen. Lee wore a puzzled expression, for Jiraiya would not deceive them. Could there be some mechanism? Tintin pondered, continuously exploring within the cave. Niji shook his head in response. Bajiquan. He cast his gaze across the entire cavern. There. Ningxi extended his right hand, reaching towards a specific spot on the cave stone wall. Ribbit. A resounding croak echoed through the cavern. Within moments, the scenery before the group dramatically transformed. This was my Boku Mountain. Rock Lee surveyed his surroundings, where towering peaks undulated. Shrouded in mist, a delicate veil of fog danced softly, imparting an air of mystery and ethereal beauty to my Boku Mountain. Streams meandered through the mountains, crystal clear and bubbling, producing a melodious sound akin to celestial music, cleansing the souls of those present. Lush forests flanked the path, ancient trees soaring high with dense foliage. As sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting a patchwork of light and shadow, adorning the sacred land in a golden hue. Are you lost souls who have stumbled into my Boku mountain? A vibrant red frog leapt down from a massive leaf, gazing curiously at the group. Rock Lee shook his head. We are subordinates of Lord Jiraiya, here to learn the art of sage technique. Upon hearing this, the red frog's eyes sparkled with recognition. Ah, Jiraiya. Then follow me. Lord Fukasaku should be eager to meet you. As they trailed behind the red frog, curiosity filled their eyes. Even Guy could not help but exclaim, "It's my first time seeing a talking frog." Before he could finish, a small green toad with white whiskers and eyebrows appeared before them. How rude of you. Subordinates of Jiraiya. The red frog, upon witnessing this, became exceedingly respectful. Lord Fukasaku. Yes, you may go. I shall handle this. The red frog hopped away into the distance. My apologies, my experience is somewhat limited, Guy quickly offered. Fukasaku paid no heed and turned to the group. You have come to study the sage techniques? Indeed. They replied in unison. Then follow me, Fukasaku instructed, leading them to the Toad Oil Waterfall. Since you are Jiraiya's subordinates, you must be aware of the perils involved in practicing sage techniques, correct? We are aware, Rock Lee responded. Nodding. Fukasaku dipped a finger into the toad oil and smeared it on the group's wrists. Now, feel the natural energy. The group began their training as Fukasaku observed them in stillness. He noted their demeanor. Indeed, they were from Konoha. He had encountered that boy named Guy once in the Hokage's office alongside young Jiraiya. This realization tempered his inclination to rigorously test them. However, he had not received any requests from Jiraiya or Konoha, indicating that they had inadvertently wandered into my Boku mountain. Nevertheless, my Boku mountain has always been inclusive. The mere fact that they reached this sacred place, coupled with Jiraiya's connection, suggested a fateful opportunity to learn the sage techniques. Stop. With a swift motion, Fukasaku produced an iron staff and struck down towards Guy. Ah, that hurts. Kai was enraptured by the wondrous sensation of natural energy flowing through him. A significant portion of his body had already undergone transformation. Suddenly, Shinozaki struck him with a stick, waking him from his reverie. Shinozaki gazed at Kai, emphasizing the necessity of tranquility for cultivating sage techniques. Indeed, Kai resumed his contemplation of the natural energy. Shinozaki then turned his attention to the others present. They seemed promising, each capable of calming their minds. The young lad with the Byakugan must be from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. He possesses the greatest affinity for sage techniques. Shinozaki observed Niji, recalling what the great Toad Sage had once said about the Byakugan. He could be among the first to master sage techniques. What? Shinozaki suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of natural energy. His gaze shifted to Rock Lee, whose eyes bore the orange-yellow hue indicative of sage mastery. Lee opened his eyes, revealing pupils reminiscent of a frog's. Indeed, sage techniques can be simplified. Lee glanced at the panel before him, detected that the host is cultivating sage techniques. Would you like to spend 200,000 Ryo to simplify the sage technique? Simplify. Sage technique. Stay up late. Ah, staying up late to cultivate. How reasonable. Lee felt the vast natural energy within him. He approached a colossal stone toad. Lift. Boom. With a single hand, Lee raised the enormous stone toad. This. Shinozaki looked on in astonishment. In just 2 hours, Lee had mastered Sage Chakra. This surpassed even the legendary talent of Otsutsuki Kagaya. I cannot comprehend this, Shinozaki exclaimed. Darting deeper into the toad forest, Lee chuckled softly. With the simplification system, it was no wonder Shinozaki could not grasp it. He turned his gaze to the 3 nearby. Teacher Kai. Bang. Lee once again roused Kai from his deep concentration. Kai's entire being had undergone the transformation, with parts beginning to petrify. Had he waited any longer, he might have turned into a stone toad. Have you already mastered sage techniques? Kai remarked, feeling an overwhelming pressure from Lee's transformation. Teacher Kai. Lee clenched his fist. Youth is akin to a phoenix, first extinguished and then ignited. First extinguished and then ignited? Kai pondered this phrase, settling back down to focus his mind. Lee then looked toward Niji and Tintin. Surprisingly, Tintin was able to concentrate and absorb natural energy. Lee observed their forms continuously shifting. Even after their transformation, they could swiftly revert to human shape, indicating their potential to master Sage Chakra. Staying up late. This is truly demanding. Lee formed hand seals, summoning 5 shadow clones. Join me in staying up late. Time flowed slowly. Deep within the toad forest, in a temple, Shinozaki hurriedly approached the great toad sage. Old fool, something significant has occurred. Fukasaku lifted a sake bottle, taking a sip. He looked down at Shinozaki. Who goes there? Several toppled sake bottles lay beside Fukasaku. His eyes were clouded, revealing a state of intoxication. Old man, refrain from drinking. A human has just arrived at Mayaboka Mountain. And within a mere 2 hours, he has mastered the art of Senjutsu Chakra. 2 hours, mastering Senjutsu, that seems rather prolonged. His talent appears rather ordinary. After all, Yumura acquired Senjutsu in a single day. Those 2 hours should serve as a reminder for that human not to become overconfident. Crash. The bottle in Gamamaru's hand fell to the ground, startling him into immediate sobriety. What did you say? 2 hours to master Senjutsu Chakra. In an instant. Clarity returned to Gamamaru's hazy eyes. He even leapt from his seat. Could that human be the child of prophecy? He retrieved a crystal ball, revealing the appearance and actions of Rock Lee. This figure did not resemble the one he had seen in his previous dream. The physique and posture were inconsistent. Gamamaru fell into contemplation, then turned to Shinsaku. I wish to enter a dream. Very well. Shinsaku promptly took his position before the temple, ensuring no one would disturb Gamamaru. At midnight, Gamamaru sank into slumber. In the dream, beneath an expansive sky, he found himself before a grand throne hall made of gold and jade. A young boy, clad in a robe adorned with the movements of stars and the roar of a black dragon, ascended the throne step by step. He sat high upon the throne, surveying the world below. On either side of the throne hall, numerous figures exuded an overwhelming chakra, gazing reverently at the boy in the black robe. Further afield, tens of thousands of ninjas and civilians stood beneath the throne hall, collectively chanting 8 powerful words. Dragons rule the world. The emperor's might knows no bounds. Their voices resonated like a thunderous wave, shaking the very heavens and earth. Gamamaru awoke in shock, having witnessed an even more astonishing future. It was a realm where everyone possessed the spirit of dragons, resplendent like the stars, an era of unprecedented prosperity. This dream far surpassed the previous one concerning the child of prophecy in its overwhelming impact. This is another form of peace. The gentleness in Gamamaru's once dulled eyes vanished, replaced by an intense longing. He summoned Shinsaku. From this day forth, we shall wholeheartedly support those few individuals in their pursuit of Senjutsu. All resources of Mayaboka Mountain are to be unconditionally made available to them. We must hasten to have them sign the contract. With a swift kick, Gamamaru sent the bottle tumbling away. From today, I shall abstain from alcohol. The very mention of abstinence sent a shudder through Shinsaku. It had been centuries. This was the first time the great sage Toad had voluntarily chosen to forego drink. Moreover, the great sage was willing to mobilize all of Mayaboka Mountain in support of those 4 outsiders. This indicated that among those 4, there was someone of far greater significance than the child of prophecy. Understood. Shinsaku turned and departed the temple, returning home. Prepare a sumptuous dinner. For Mayaboka Mountain is graced with esteemed guests. Esteemed guests? Upon hearing these words, her heart raced. She nodded vigorously and hurried to prepare the evening feast. After a while, Shinsaku arrived at the Toad Oil Falls with the dinner. The others were engrossed in their training. Lee Rock, however, lay asleep nearby. He had created 2 shadow clones. One was diligently practicing the art of Senjutsu Chakra, while the other observed Kai and Niji, along with Tenten. This young Lee Rock possessed considerable talent, yet he was somewhat indolent, which was a cause for concern in Deep Sweat's eyes. He felt it necessary to encourage the trio, for only through stringent guidance can a master cultivate exceptional disciples. Bang! Oh dear! Lee Rock, deeply immersed in his dreams, was abruptly awakened. Old. His eyes widened in fury, nearly uttering an inappropriate term. Master! Yes, your talent is commendable, but you must exert yourself further. Do not squander your gifts. Indeed, Lee Rock did not dispute this. Since he was learning Senjutsu, he ought to at least feign diligence. Otherwise, if the Mayaboka Mountain deemed him inadequate in his efforts and expelled him, it would be quite the predicament. Your progress in absorbing Senjutsu Chakra is commendable. Next, I shall teach you the 2 summoning technique and the frog kata. Deepswa observed that Lee Rock could effortlessly and perfectly balance the energies of his body and nature. Under such circumstances, he was indeed ready to practice the 2 summoning technique and the frog kata. Excellent. Lee Rock had no objections. He dispelled his shadow clones and relaxed his body. Deepswa retrieved a scroll from his pocket. Upon seeing this scroll, Lee Rock's expression changed dramatically. No way. It can't be. Bang. As the smoke dissipated, Deepswa summoned an array of delectable dishes. He promptly grabbed a bug-filled bread and took a bite. Eat up. Replenishing your nutrition is an essential step. Only when you are well-fed can you train effectively. Deepswa savored his feast. Lee Rock gazed at the colorful insect banquet, nearly retching. Yet, he was compelled to partake. Refusing would be disrespectful. Disrespect, and one might as well abandon the prospect of training on Mayaboka Mountain. Observing Li Rock's grimace, Deeps was smiled. These dishes are meticulously prepared by the children's mother. Rest assured, they will aid in your cultivation. Li Rock remained conflicted. It wasn't merely a matter of how well it was prepared. This was not fit for human consumption. Well then, I shall begin. Li Rock picked up a piece of bug bread. What is that? He pointed in astonishment at something behind Deepswa. Huh. Deepswa turned to follow Li Rock's gaze. A large black bird soared through the sky. That's a crow. Haven't you seen one before? Deepswa queried, puzzled. As it turned its head, not a single piece of bug bread remained on the plate. This. Deepswa glanced at Li Rock, who was still chewing. It seemed the bread was simply too delectable. While his behavior might be deemed impolite, it was understandable. Deepswa said nothing further. With lunch concluded, Deepswa began to spar with Li Rock, practicing the frog kata. Bang bang bang. The silhouettes of a man and a frog danced through the air. Detected that the host is practicing the frog kata. Would you like to spend 50,000 Rio to simplify? Simplify. Li Rock found himself at a loss for words. Although the culinary resources of my Bajiquan were seemingly inexhaustible, he could hardly fathom the consequences of clandestinely preparing a frog. The entire frog population of my Bajiquan would undoubtedly demand an explanation from Konoha by dawn. Focus, little Li. He admonished himself as a punch from Shinsaku sent him sprawling against a stone frog. It truly hurt, but there was no time to dwell on it. He resolved to continue his training and address the matter upon returning to Konoha. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Rock panted heavily. His sage mode could only be sustained for 5 minutes at a time, after which he had to gather his sage chakra anew or summon shadow clones. That will suffice for today. I am weary, he declared. When the time comes, rouse them for dinner at my home. Shinsaku's silhouette stretched long in the twilight. And Li Rock felt an unmistakable hunger. The insects he had previously prepared as a meal had been swiftly dispatched using the Flying Thunder God technique. Tossed into the frog oil pool. He would rather starve than consume that fare. He gazed at Shinsaku's shadow, wishing fervently that frog legs could indeed be so long. Unable to contain himself, he turned and delivered a sharp tap to Tintin to rouse her. What is it? Tintin yelped, bewildered as she looked at Li Rock. Tintin, hand over all your food and the summoning scroll for your sleeping bag. I have an urgent need. Oh, here you go. She passed him the scroll. With a swift motion, Li Rock unfurled the scroll, summoning forth a delectable dish, his favorite, sweet and sour pork. He devoured it ravenously. Culinary offerings in the world of Hokage were somewhat scarce, making this dish, which he had prepared himself during his leisure time, a true delight that had earned him the praises of Guy, Niji, and Tintin. Tomorrow, we shall feast on Buddha jumps over the wall, he mused after finishing his meal. Niji and Guy awakened in succession, with Niji's Byakugan already revealing intricate patterns around his eyes. If all went as expected, he would soon master Sage Chakra in a few days. Tintin and Guy, however, still had some distance to cover. Lord Shinsaku has invited us to his home for dinner. Li Rock informed them. After a brief pause, he added, I have just eaten and intend to continue my training. You three should go. Niji, Guy, and Tintin did not give it much thought, having witnessed Li Rock's voracious appetite moments before. Li, remember to eat well. Dining is also a way to fuel our youth. Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Li Rock nodded fervently in agreement. Indeed, teacher Guy. Go forth and let them witness our youthful spirit at Lord Shinsaku's table. All right. Guy's enthusiasm ignited as he led Niji and Tintin towards Shinsaku's residence. Li Rock watched their retreating figures with a twinge of sympathy. There was no alternative. Declining Lord Shinsaku's generous invitation would be impolite, and someone had to partake in the evening meal. Ah, how can we speak of tranquil times? It is merely Guy, Niji, and Tintin who bear the burdens of life, Li Rock sighed. After burying the insect-infused toad oil bread beneath the earth, Li Rock sat quietly in a meditative posture. The long night stretched endlessly as he devoted himself to the cultivation of his celestial techniques. Myoboka Mountain Celestial Technique, 1000 Beginner. Upon viewing the initial proficiency panel of 1000, Li Rock's expression turned ashen. Alas, it shall take me over 3 centuries of relentless perseverance to achieve perfection. He remained seated, calculating meticulously. The beginner level required 1,000 proficiency points. The intermediate level demanded 10,000, while the pinnacle of mastery stood at 100,000. This celestial technique hardly seems worth the effort. The corners of Li Rock's eyes twitched. This was akin to the cursed ceiling technique, both draining the life force. Shadow clone. With a loud bang, 3 shadow clones emerged. An idea sparked within Li Rock's mind. Perhaps he could exploit the shadow clones to bypass the arduous training. Myoboka Mountain Celestial Technique, 3 1000. This proves useful. Bang. He formed the hand seals once more, summoning a total of 17 shadow clones. Mayaboka Mountain Celestial Technique. 21,000. Nevertheless, his chakra reserves proved insufficient. 20 shadow clones marked Lilok's limit. At that moment, he felt a twinge of envy toward the prince's abundant chakra. Come on, my comrades. Let us endure this night together. The shadow clones grumbled in discontent. Who are you calling comrades? I wonder if you even consider us as humans? You treat us worse than livestock. With a sardonic smile, they continued, honestly, you should abandon this nonsensical celestial technique and forget about banking. You ought to work in a factory instead, where even the assembly lines would be smoking from overwork. Lilok chuckled bitterly, having forgotten that the shadow clones possessed independent consciousness. Brothers, I truly find myself in a predicament. Lend me a hand, and I promise to treat you all to a delightful feast afterward. Reluctantly, the 20 shadow clones commenced their all-nighter. The following morning, Kai, Niji, and Tintin arrived at the Toad Oil Waterfall, discovering Lilok deep in slumber. In front of his sleeping bag lay the skewers of the tricolored dumplings he had consumed. Let us equip him with this celestial wood armor, Kai instructed. This was a gift from Shinsuke before their departure, providing a degree of protection against physical attacks. Kai then turned to Niji, who bore a serious expression. I understand, Niji replied, extending his hands. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid succession of strikes landed on Lilok's body. Not enough. This cannot exhaust his youth, Kai remarked from the side. Is that so? Niji inhaled deeply. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Lilok, still dazed, felt as if he were soaring through the skies, convinced that he had yet to awaken fully. Moments later, he sensed a soreness enveloping his entire being. Niji, Kai-sensei, you have returned. Lilok's expression shifted. Just as he attempted to evade the gentle strikes, he realized it was time to unleash his youthful vigor. 8th gate of opening, 3rd gate, open. Kai launched a kick. Leaf gale. Bang. 1 hour later, Lilok lay beneath the stone frog, his body riddled with shurikens, bruised and battered. Before he could catch his breath, Shinsuke approached him once more. These are merely superficial wounds, nothing to worry about. Come, let us practice the frog style. At that moment, Lilok found himself utterly devoid of energy to move. Tomorrow? There are countless tomorrows. Rise and practice. As a strict mentor, Shinsuke immediately engaged Lilok in a sparring session of frog style. Once practice concluded, Shinsuke instructed Lilok to forge a pact with Mayaboka Mountain. Lilok felt no aversion to this. By entering into a contract, he could avoid the back-and-forth travel and resolve matters with a simple reverse summoning technique. At midday, Lilok could no longer endure. His appetite was poor, and sleep eluded him. If this continued, he would surely succumb to exhaustion. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at Mayaboka Mountain. In front of the temple, Naruto, filled with curiosity, asked, Pervy Sage, where is this place? This is Mayaboka Mountain. Stand here and do not wander off. I will be back shortly. All right. Jiraiya then entered the temple. Great Toad Sage, you summoned me? Fukasaku looked down at Jiraiya. Young Jiraiya, what of the prophecy child? He inquired. I have found him. I am certain it is he, Jiraiya replied confidently. Fukasaku produced a crystal ball, revealing Naruto's likeness outside the temple. Indeed, there is a resemblance, but that is not the crux of the matter at hand. There is something far more pressing. Jiraiya felt a tremor run through him. It was the first time he witnessed Fukasaku's gravity. Moreover, there was something of greater significance than the prophecy child. I had a dream, Fukasaku continued. In my vision, the ninja world ushered in an unprecedented era of peace, and the architect of this prosperity is not the prophecy child. Not the prophecy child? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. He had searched tirelessly for this figure, only to discover that someone else might bring peace to the ninja world. All of them contribute to peace in the ninja realm. Who excels beyond the others? I cannot ascertain. Fukasaku handed the crystal ball to Jiraiya. These are the figures I saw in my dream. Which among them is the key, I cannot say. At that moment, Jiraiya's companion, Shikamaru, could not refrain from interjecting, You know nothing, old fool. Fukasaku was not angered. He had long grown accustomed to Shikamaru's tone. Are these individuals all your subordinates? Indeed, but how they arrived at Mayaboka Mountain remains a mystery. A puzzled expression crossed Jiraiya's face. The responsibility for them now falls to you, as well as young Naruto. What the future holds for the ninja world, I cannot predict. Jiraiya exited the temple. leading Naruto to the Toad Oil Waterfall. With a resounding thud, he struck with a fist. Guy trembled, his head throbbing painfully. "Lord Jiraiya," he murmured, rubbing his forehead, his expression one of utmost respect. Whether in Konoha or the shinobi world, Jiraiya's reputation and strength far surpassed that of Might Guy. Tsunade mistakenly believed that you had led the entire third squad to defect, and you did not even inform the Hokage. It is simply, "I'm sorry." Guy immediately apologized. Jiraiya let out a sigh. He understood that Guy could never become a rogue ninja and, knowing his temperament, chose not to dwell on the matter. "How did you learn about Mayaboka Mountain?" Jiraiya inquired, narrowing his eyes at Guy. During his solitary training, Lee inadvertently stumbled upon Mayaboka Mountain, learned its location, and brought us here. "I see," Jiraiya remarked, directing his gaze towards Rock Lee, who was engrossed in his training. Unlike the informant, Lee's physique was different, leaving room for the possibility of transformation. "The child has already mastered sage art, hasn't he?" Jiraiya asked softly. "Indeed. He has been practicing with Fukasaku-sensei for several days now," came the response. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before addressing Naruto. "You should remain here and train in sage art with them." "Sage art? Oh, Fukasaku-sensei will explain the details to you shortly." Jiraiya then roused Rock Lee from his focus. Upon seeing Jiraiya, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lee's eyes, quickly replaced by sheer shock. "Lord Jiraiya? Indeed, you can return to Konoha. There is a mission that requires your presence." "Wonderful." Lee felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He had long lost interest in the two-sided technique. He promptly packed his belongings and departed from Mayaboka Mountain. Jiraiya noticed this change. Although the brief flicker of surprise in Lee's eyes had vanished, he still detected it. "This Rock Lee is indeed the informant. Who exactly are you?" Jiraiya chose to keep his thoughts to himself, intending to observe Lee discreetly. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade was perusing a newly drafted mission document when a knock echoed through the room. "Come in," she called. Kakashi and Jiraiya entered simultaneously. "Jiraiya?" Tsunade expressed surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be training Naruto in sage mode?" She glanced at Jiraiya, who produced a file and handed it to her. "Do you know this person?" he inquired, placing the open dossier on the desk. The individual depicted was none other than Rock Lee. "Rock Lee?" Tsunade mused, recalling the boy. "He must be 17 by now." She turned her gaze to Kakashi, who pondered for a moment. "Rock Lee. I witnessed him graduate from the Ninja Academy alongside Guy. The boy is a prodigy, albeit one prone to causing trouble." This was Kakashi's initial assessment. The incidents that transpired at the Ninja Academy, as well as the subsequent betrayal of the Suzuki family, were significantly tied to Rock Lee. The third Hokage held a deeper understanding of the boy and had even invited him to join the Umbu, suggesting that Lee posed no threat to Konoha. Kakashi affirmed this notion, allowing Jiraiya's anxious heart to ease slightly. "That old man, the third, still commands my respect." Jiraiya recalled an encounter with an information broker on Short Comic Street, from whom he learned of the Akatsuki leader's intel. Raising an eyebrow, Tsunade asked, "Are you implying that this broker is the boy?" "Yes, but I lack concrete evidence. It is merely a suspicion," Jiraiya replied. "He is Guy's disciple." "He should not be a problem," Kakashi interjected. Within the Hokage's office, the three individuals represented Konoha's most formidable strength. Should anything befall the Hokage, the other two were assured successors. Faced with the differing opinions of Kakashi and Jiraiya, Tsunade remained silent. Having known Jiraiya since childhood and shared the trials of war, she was intimately familiar with his character. His suspicions spoke volumes. It was nearly certain that Rock Lee was indeed the information broker from Short Comic Street. Kakashi had taken full responsibility for Lee's status as a genin, which should not pose any issues. Yet, Tsunade pondered, how could a seemingly unblemished youth, whose lineage had been thoroughly vetted by the third, possess such mysterious intel on the Akatsuki leader? After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Kakashi. "This is the mission for the search operation. I suggest we add one more person." She handed the mission document to Kakashi, who glanced over it. The personnel listed were all exceptionally skilled at reconnaissance. "Is there a problem with the team? Are you suggesting we include Rock Lee?" Kakashi inquired. "Indeed," Tsunade affirmed. "Understood." Kakashi nodded. Tsunade's intent was clear. She aimed for Kakashi to monitor and assess whether Rock Lee had any connections to Orochimaru or the Akatsuki. Kakashi departed from the office, leaving only Tsunade and Jiraiya behind. "The intelligence I received indicates that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is Nagato, that child." "Nagato?" Tsunade expressed disbelief. "Indeed, those eyes are unparalleled throughout the ninja world. What could his intentions be?" Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. I remain uncertain. This matter requires further investigation. If necessary, I can verify it personally. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, his eyes harboring unspoken emotions. Ultimately, he refrained from articulating his thoughts. I shall take my leave now. My next visit will be in 2 months. In front of a dilapidated wooden cabin, Rock Lee procured a plethora of ingredients. Meticulously preparing each item. Heat the oil, he commanded. Boom. The gas ignited, flames leaping forth. Lee added the ingredients into the pan, stirring them before adding water to simmer. After the cooking process, he fished out the bullfrog legs, garnishing them with dried chili and drizzling hot oil. A fragrant and spicy dish, Jumping Frog, was completed. Frog Group Hand. 1000 beginner. Let it cool a bit before feasting. Lee gazed at the dish before him, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, this was not on Myobokuzen. Otherwise, upon serving this dish, that group of frogs would have erupted in chaos. At that moment, could one still hope to practice sage techniques? Lee and the entirety of Team 3 would become sworn enemies of Myobokuzen. Reflecting on Myobokuzen, Lee couldn't help but think of Niji, who remained there training alongside Gai-sensei. Alas, let them endure the hardships while I bear the blame. Lee sighed. Recently, he had been so focused on practicing sage techniques that he had somewhat neglected his forbidden techniques. Seizing this moment, he began throwing shuriken at the distant trees. Flying Thunder God Technique, 65 1000, beginner. Flying Thunder God Technique, 68 1000, beginner. Flying Thunder God Technique, 75 1000, beginner, by affixing tags. He could simultaneously enhance his proficiency with explosive seals. Lee retrieved the purchased tags from his pocket, affixing them to the shuriken. Thud. The shuriken embedded itself into the tree trunk. In the shadows, Kakashi, utilizing his invisibility technique, observed Lee's practice of throwing ninja tools. For a ninja, the skill of throwing shuriken had long been mastered during their time in the Ninja Academy. Was he throwing them carelessly? Nanny. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Kakashi's eyes. In the distance, after Lee released the shuriken, he swiftly vanished from in front of the cabin. In the next moment, he reappeared at the shuriken's landing point. With a whoosh. In an instant, Lee's figure returned to the cabin's front. Boom. He formed a hand seal with one hand. Bang. The tag affixed to the shuriken ignited, followed by a series of explosions. The explosion, though not particularly powerful, falling short of a genuine explosive tag, was marked by an overwhelming frequency, resulting in the tree being thoroughly ravaged. Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, was left in a state of utter astonishment. Among the living in Konoha, none were more familiar with the technique recently employed by Rock Lee than he. The Flying Thunder God technique and explosive tags. Could it be a mutual enhancement of explosive tags? Observing Lee as he began to partake in a meal, Kakashi contemplated his next move. Rather than apprehending Lee directly, he approached nonchalantly from a distance. Are you eating? Kakashi inquired casually. Teacher Kakashi, would you care to join me? Lee replied with politeness. Kakashi, unreserved, took a seat before Lee. Sure, I haven't had lunch either. Is that so? Please wait a moment. Lee turned and returned to the wooden cabin to fetch a set of utensils, which he handed to Kakashi. I heard you just returned from Myoboku Mountain. How did you manage to find it? Kakashi asked, casually munching on his meal. Oh, Myoboku Mountain. It was merely a coincidence, Lee answered. Ah, I see. You are indeed fortunate. How is your sage training progressing? Kakashi continued. Not too shabby, Lee replied, withholding the specific location of Myoboku Mountain. Unlike Kakashi, who hailed from a prestigious clan with a father who was even a successor to the Hokage, Lee and his comrades possessed a different background. Furthermore, Lee discerned the probing nature of Kakashi's inquiries. After finishing their lunch, Kakashi's subtle attempts yielded no significant information. This young man was quite astute. Deciding to cease his probing, Kakashi proposed there's a search mission to the land of rice to locate Orochimaru's hideout. Would you care to join? Without hesitation, Lee responded, certainly. He stood and followed Kakashi toward the gates of Konoha. As they walked, Lee inquired about the nature of chakra transformation. Kakashi was somewhat surprised. In his recollection, Team 3 was focused on physical techniques, and even Guy had not delved into chakra transformation. Chakra is classified into 5 fundamental natures: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Kakashi produced a piece of chakra sensitivity paper from his pocket and offered it to Lee. By infusing your chakra into this paper, you can ascertain your chakra attribute. Lee accepted the chakra sensitivity paper and immediately channeled his chakra into it. Yet, there was no reaction whatsoever. Is it formless chakra? Lee pondered, perplexed. Kakashi glanced at the sensitivity paper, internally lamenting the outcome. Formless chakra could not be utilized for attribute-based ninjutsu. Yet it could still facilitate foundational techniques like the body flicker technique. This indicated that Lee would primarily rely on physical techniques or those that did not necessitate an attribute. Although devoid of an attribute, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique suggested that his future accomplishments could still be remarkable. Kakashi continued to calculate in his mind. Choosing not to relay this information to Tsunade, let us entrust this matter to Guy. After all, I am merely an elite jonin, and it would be rather inappropriate for me to intervene. Kakashi did not wish to meddle unnecessarily. And what of the non-elemental chakra? Lee Rock, unaware of Kakashi's intentions, felt quite disheartened. He understood all too well what non-elemental chakra signified. Those dazzling wide-range jutsu would likely have no bearing on him any longer. Nevertheless, Lee Rock remained undaunted. There was still the system, and he could attempt any jutsu. Kakashi-sensei, would you teach me a jutsu? The one you taught Sasuke, what was it called? Lee Rock feigned ignorance as he inquired. Raikiri, Kakashi replied, moving forward. Without lightning affinity, you cannot execute Raikiri. I just want to see it. Raikiri is truly magnificent. Especially when you wield it, Kakashi-sensei. Which girl wouldn't he be captivated? Compliments are universally appreciated, and Kakashi was no exception. Though he would not become conceited from Lee Rock's flattery, he felt a sense of gratification within. Very well, I shall show you. Kakashi paused in his stride. With a swift series of hand seals, almost in the blink of an eye, lightning manifested in his hands. Lee Rock watched in admiration as Kakashi commanded the lightning with finesse. There, you see? Out of consideration for Guy, I'll let you witness this. Kakashi dispersed his chakra, feeling quite satisfied. His perception of Lee Rock shifted slightly. He appeared to be unlike Orochimaru. Kakashi resumed his path forward. Behind him, Lee Rock had already memorized the hand seals for Raikiri. He did not need to gather chakra, merely forming the seals would suffice. Kakashi-sensei, that jutsu is truly impressive. Could you demonstrate a few more? I've heard from Naruto that you surpassed the third Hokage as a master of ninjutsu, water, fire, earth, all at your fingertips. Oh, that is beyond my capabilities. Indeed, you have surpassed the third Hokage. That is not what I meant. Under Lee Rock's extravagant praises, Kakashi ultimately succumbed. Well, this child will likely never be able to perform jutsu with elemental affinities, which is rather unfortunate. I might as well show him. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Kakashi showcased 4 elemental jutsu in succession. He refrained from demonstrating his ice release technique, which involved another form of chakra nature transformation, as these jutsu had already significantly drained his chakra. Kakashi-sensei lives up to the title of genius. Kakashi-sensei is indeed worthy of the title of master of ninjutsu. Kakashi-sensei is the unrivaled master of the 5 elemental natures in the ninja world. Lee Rock continued to extol his praises. Internally, he diligently noted the hand seals Kakashi used for the 4 elemental jutsu. Indeed, let us present only these matters. They pertain to the realm of simple ninjutsu. While there exist more formidable techniques that are unsuitable for demonstration in this setting. As the two conversed, they proceeded onward. Kakashi shared the particulars of their mission with Rock Lee, who listened intently, fully aware of the task at hand. Although the Leaf Village was dispatched to investigate a potential hideout of Orochimaru, it was inevitable that they would encounter the Three Tails, with subsequent reinforcements, including Shino and others. Arriving to seal it. My 4-symbol seal has reached its pinnacle, and when combined with sage art, it is sufficient to execute the 8-trigram seal. A fleeting glimmer of determination sparkled in Lee's eyes. The Three Tails belonged to him. No one else would claim it. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the Leaf Village, where Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Akamaru, along with Yamanaka Shino, awaited their arrival. Kakashi-sensei Lee? Yes, the Hokage's orders have included an additional member. You are all aware of the mission details, I presume? Indeed. Let us proceed. The 5, accompanied by a dog, hastened towards the land of rice. Along the way, Rock Lee observed Yamanaka Shino. He was a quiet yet unassuming member of the 12 Guardians, possessing intellect and analytical prowess that rivaled Shikamaru and Kakashi, indicative of his potential to become a pillar of strength. Coupled with his unique reconnaissance abilities, Lee held him in high regard. Do you not recognize me? The Yamanaka clan is quite renowned in the Leaf. Lee swiftly approached. Although this is our first encounter, I truly hope to forge a bond with you, Shino. Shino was momentarily taken aback. His eyes, concealed behind dark glasses, met Lee's gaze. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Their exchange was succinct, yet the sentiment was conveyed. 3 days later, Li and his companions first located the site where a member of the Leaf's Umbu had perished while conveying intelligence. They subsequently discovered a cave suspected to be Orochimaru's hideout. At present, Li's interest in Orochimaru was minimal. He understood that even with power rivaling that of the Kage, Orochimaru remained elusive to death. He had a serpent hidden within his own neck. A map materialized in Li's mind. Having spent a period in the Land of Rice, he had meticulously gathered intelligence on its terrain. The Land of Rice boasted 24 lakes. And within a 5-kilometer radius, only one lake could be identified. The whereabouts of the Three Tails were thus confirmed. Li cast his gaze toward the north. Kakashi, noting Li's focus in that direction, inquired, "Have you discerned something?" He sensed that Li was concealing his true thoughts. Kakashi could not unravel the intentions of this youth. 13 years his junior. Nothing of significance. Let us continue our search. Yamanaka Shino's expression shifted as an overwhelming presence of unfamiliar chakra emerged ahead. The group followed Shino's lead as they advanced swiftly, only to find it had vanished. "It's gone," Shino remarked. They arrived at the location where the chakra had dissipated at that moment. The night was cold and desolate, with pink crystals drifting beneath the starry sky, evoking a dreamlike yet ominous atmosphere. Was it the Art of Earth release, or a transformation born from the interplay of two elemental natures? I had never witnessed such a ninjutsu before. Kakashi hesitated momentarily, contemplating summoning his Ninkin to return the collected crystals to Konoha for further examination before proceeding. However, Rock Lee was unwilling to wait. He sensed that if they delayed any longer, the members of the Akatsuki would soon arrive. To avert unnecessary confrontation, Lee picked up a shard of crystal from the ground. This was the crystal release, a bloodline limit. Crystal release? Kakashi exclaimed, crushing the pink crystal, causing its particles to scatter with the wind. What specific abilities does this bloodline limit possess? He inquired. It can crystallize individuals, and with the slightest touch, they shatter into dust, Lee recollected. However, this crystal release cannot crystallize chakra. When you encounter it, you can envelop your body in chakra to prevent instant demise. How do you know such intricate details? Kakashi pressed further. During my solitary training, I once passed through the Land of Rice and witnessed a confrontation between this individual and the samurai of that land. Lee provided an ambiguous explanation. Kakashi chose not to pursue the matter further, having a reason sufficed. Probing deeper would evidently be impolite and counterproductive to their current situation. As long as they understood the ability and remained cautious, the risks were manageable. Kakashi addressed the group, urging them to continue their investigation. At that moment, Aburame Shino and Inazuka Kiba sensed an unsettling presence. An ominous chakra, Kiba remarked. Do you perceive it as well? Such terrifying chakra. He turned to Lee. Ahead lies an unknown, abnormal chakra, immensely powerful, far exceeding the magnitude of Lee's sixth gate. Proceed with caution. Be prepared for battle, Kakashi commanded. The group advanced toward the source of the disturbance. Lee gazed ahead as the mist thickened. This was the fog released by the Three Tails, possessing hallucinogenic properties. Entering it unprepared could easily lead to a genjutsu trap. However, Lee refrained from warning the others. The members of this squad were all adept sensory ninjas, equipped with Byakugan and Sharingan, capable of countering genjutsu, rendering them largely unaffected. I need an opportunity to distance myself from them. Otherwise, my forbidden techniques will be exposed during the conflict with the Three Tails. The beast still posed a significant threat to Lee. Without sage techniques and several forbidden arts, he would not dare confront the Three Tails alone. At that moment, a dense cloud of smoke appeared ahead. It was the Red Lotus members. Lee turned his gaze toward the smoke. That cloud emanated from the Ghost Phoenix's smoke bomb. Kakashi gestured for the group to halt. After a brief assessment, he instructed, Lee, you and Hinata circumvent the smoke and proceed to the center of the lake to ascertain the nature of that chakra. Shino and Kiba will stay with me to engage the enemy. Understood, Lee affirmed without hesitation. He awaited this opportunity for separation. Let us proceed. Lee Rock and Hinata advanced towards the center of the lake, his speed remarkable, with Hinata struggling to keep pace. Anxious, she inquired, is Niji studying sage techniques at Mayaboka Mountain? Indeed. Yes. Please tell Niji that after mastering the sage techniques, he should not return to the Hyuga clan. It seems my father is searching for him. Understood. Lee Rock was taken aback by the extent of the Hyuga clan's apprehension regarding the branch family separation. Once Niji mastered sage techniques, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of the branch family. In such a scenario, Niji would face two choices, either to annihilate the clan under the full moon or to stealthily eliminate Hinata and Hanabi without arousing suspicion. However, Niji's disposition leaned towards rationality, making such actions improbable. Thus, only one path remained: to flee. Lee Rock cast a sidelong glance at Hinata, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. A life spent fleeing, never to return to Konoha, would be torturous for Niji. Yet, returning to Konoha would inevitably render him a target of the Hyuga elite. Now was a prime opportunity to strike. Lee Rock contemplated whether to first eliminate Hinata and later seek a chance to dispose of Hanabi. A shiver coursed through Hinata. She sensed the ominous aura emanating from Lee Rock, yet remained silent. Lee Rock, too, said nothing, but his pace gradually slowed. Hinata trembled, feeling as though a terrifying beast had fixed its gaze upon her. "Let us quicken our pace," Lee Rock urged, accelerating once more towards the lake center. Ultimately, he renounced the notion of killing Hinata. To eliminate her and pin the blame on Orochimaru would likely not evade the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the main house. With only the two of them present, Hinata's demise would undoubtedly draw the entire village's attention towards him. Under duress, he doubted his ability to withstand interrogation. If discovered, even if he managed to escape, both Niji and the entirety of Konoha would stand against him. This price was one Lee Rock could not accept. Hinata, noticing Lee Rock's apparent withdrawal of his murderous intent, breathed a sigh of relief, gradually falling behind while maintaining a cautious distance. Observing this, Lee Rock said nothing, merely quickening his pace to distance himself from Hinata. With her Bajiquan, as long as she avoided confrontation, she would not meet her end. Lee Rock's speed intensified as he neared the depths of the lake. At the center, Yakushi Kabuto, Honglian, and Waikai Maru stood upon a small boat. "We succeeded. Waikai Maru has subdued the Three Tails," Kabuto exclaimed with excitement. Yet, regrettably, Waikai Maru could not sustain the effort. As he collapsed into unconsciousness, Honglian commenced battle with the Three Tails. The situation was rather different. Lee Rock concealed himself in the shadows, spotting Obito perched on a nearby branch. The Akatsuki's arrival was swifter than he had anticipated. Naruto is currently immersed in the study of sage techniques, and there exists no one to organize the Ghost Lantern. The subordinates of Honglian are utterly incapable of thwarting Kakashi. Lee Rock has yet to reveal himself. Should he expose all his cards in a desperate battle against the Three Tails, he would undoubtedly be seen by the villagers of Konoha, ultimately falling victim to the Akatsuki's opportunism. Moreover, if his identity were to be discovered by the Akatsuki, it could jeopardize the interests of the bank, and currently, Kakuzu harbors a greater fear of pain. It appears that addressing these two members of the Akatsuki is of utmost priority. Lee Rock refrains from directly attacking Obito, as he bides his time, awaiting Kakashi's arrival. With Kakashi present, Obito would not dare to unveil his true identity. Otherwise, his so-called grand scheme would be irrevocably altered. Soon, the battle within the depths of the lake nears its conclusion. Honglian proves no match for the Three Tails. In the distance, Uchiha Obito also catches sight of Lee Rock. Yet he remains motionless. Konoha's ninjas. Kakashi. Behind Lee, Kakashi and Hinata make their entrance. "Lee, what is the situation?" Kakashi inquires, having dispatched Honglian's subordinates. He gazes upon the fray in the lake. Orochimaru's underlings are engaged with the Three Tails, and they are on the verge of defeat. It appears the beast is about to sink beneath the water's surface, Lee Rock responds, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi. Instantly, Kakashi comprehends Lee Rock's intent. "Hinata." "Yes." Hinata refrains from disclosing the events that transpired earlier to Kakashi, uncertain whether Lee Rock's murderous intent is directed at her or perhaps at another. This matter also involves the upper echelons of the Hyuga clan, which she cannot divulge to Kakashi. Byakugan. Hinata activates her Byakugan, perceiving Obito concealed in the distance. She nods toward Kakashi, signaling her understanding. Kakashi, poised to act, sees Obito rise, dust himself off, and scamper away in haste. "This is bad. This is bad. Senpai. The ninjas from Konoha are out for blood." Discovered? Kakashi vanishes in an instant. "Lee, you deal with Orochimaru's subordinates. I will intercept the Akatsuki members. Hinata, Kiba, Shino. Remain vigilant to prevent the emergence of the Three Tails." Understood. Obito flees further into the distance, casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder. Kakashi. The complexity of Obito's thoughts swirls within him. Once again, he is confronted with the Three Tails and Kakashi. Memories of that fateful night resurface. "Rin, Kakashi, you are both illusions. Wait for me, as I shall create a true world, a world where everyone exists." Above Obito, Deidara rides upon his winged creature, observing the frantic escape of Obito. You are a senior ninja. Why the panic? How embarrassing. He then turns his gaze toward the distance, where Kakashi pursues Obito. Let me show you the allure of art. On the other side, Lee Rock's heart swells with joy. This opportunity is truly rare. With Kakashi absent, and only these 3 relatively weak sensory types remaining, it is the perfect moment to seal the 3 tails. Shino, please hold off Orochimaru's subordinate, the female ninja skilled in crystal release, Lee Rock proclaimed, not waiting for Shino's response as he charged directly towards Kabuto Yakushi. In Kabuto's arms lay the elusive GY-Ki, the only being capable of summoning the 3 tails. Lee Rock had no intention of plunging into the depths to battle the 3 tails, which would be tantamount to suicide. Kabuto, hand over GY-Ki. And I shall spare your life, Lee Rock declared as he opened the second gate, instantly reaching the lake. Kabuto's expression shifted dramatically upon encountering the young ninja. He was acutely aware of Lee Rock's formidable strength. Retreating swiftly, he warned, if you approach, I shall eliminate GY-Ki, and no one will summon the 3 tails. Kabuto spoke coldly, recognizing that he was no match for Lee Rock, yet unwilling to abandon his mission. You have but one chance. I shall repeat myself, release GY-Ki, and you may depart. Lee Rock placed his right hand upon the hilt of his blade. The overwhelming aura of menace emanating from him was palpable. What an astonishing aura! In just a few short years, this boy's presence rivaled that of Lord Orochimaru himself. Kabuto, a master of weighing risks, discerned immediately that he stood no chance against Lee Rock. Without further hesitation, he hurled the unconscious GY-Ki toward Lee Rock. Your prowess is astounding, surpassing even Sasuke's rapid growth. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru would regret this. Kabuto's figure gradually faded from the water's surface. Lee Rock chose not to pursue him. His focus was on the 3 tails. Time was of the essence, and he deemed it unnecessary to waste it on Kabuto. As far as Lee Rock understood, Kabuto would be a difficult adversary to eliminate at this moment. Now GY-Ki awakened. Lee Rock grasped GY-Ki and submerged him in the water. Moments later, the nearly suffocated GY-Ki stirred from his stupor. Upon seeing Honglian engaged in battle with Shino, a pang of anxiety struck him. Do not be alarmed. Our objective is not you or Honglian. Summon the 3 tails, and you may leave with Honglian, Lee Rock reassured softly. GY-Ki hesitated, but with a swift motion, Lee Rock unsheathed his blade, unleashing a sweeping arc that shattered all of Honglian's crystals. Quickly, delay any longer, and I may change my mind, Lee Rock threatened. Observing the urgency in Lee Rock's demeanor, GY-Ki ceased to hesitate and began to call upon the 3 tails. The water's surface convulsed violently as a colossal tortoise, adorned with sharp spikes and encased in a formidable shell, slowly emerged from the depths. It has arrived. Lee Rock's heart raced with exhilaration. This was the tailed beast he had longed for. With this power, he would never again fear depleting his chakra. All right, cease your actions, Lee Rock commanded, shaking his hands. GY-Ki instantly regained consciousness, a flicker of terror illuminating his gaze. Do not be afraid. Instruct Honglian to vacate this area. Lee Rock sought to eliminate any potential distractions. He activated the second gate and seized the water's bovine head. Get out. Take him, and that woman with you, or I will kill you all. The terrifying aura of impending death made the bullhead tremble. He recalled the fear instilled by Orochimaru. All right. The bullhead ceased to linger. He seized Ghost Maru and dashed towards Honglian. Upon seeing this, Shino immediately withdrew. Honglian still wished to engage, intent on eliminating the Leaf Village ninjas and capturing the 3 tails. Move, Bullhead and Ghost Maru shouted. Honglian remained undeterred. Lee Rock, witnessing the scene, no longer hesitated. If you don't leave, you'll die? Swish. Lee Rock swiftly unleashed dozens of blade flashes from his narrow sword, each razor sharp, shattering all the crystals and hurtling towards Honglian. Crystal release. First type, light. Honglian gasped in shock. Only then did she begin to regret her choices. Exerting all her strength to execute a life-saving jutsu, a laser shot forth from the center of the large crystal, countering the blade flashes. What? As the blade flashes dissipated, countless shurikens appeared. Honglian barely dodged the shurikens, letting out a sigh of relief. Swish. Flying Thunder God technique. Lee Rock materialized behind Honglian. Get lost. Boom. He kicked Honglian away. Splash. Lee Rock cursed under his breath. This woman is such a nuisance. Were it not for the fear of Ghost Maru going berserk, he would have eliminated Honglian long ago. In the lake, during these brief moments, the 3 tails, now uncontrolled by Ghost Maru, began to lash out wildly. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba kept their distance. The area is cleared. Then come on, Three Tails, I've been longing for you. Lee Rock's gaze towards the Three Tails was filled with fervor. He formed hand seals, mirroring the hand seals Kakashi used for lightning cutter. Detected that the host is practicing lightning cutter. Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo to simplify? Simplify. Lightning cutter. Activate the flashlight. Lee Rock retrieved a flashlight from his pocket. A beam of light shot forth from the flashlight. Lightning cutter. 1-1000 beginner. Lightning cutter. 2-1000 beginner. Lightning cutter. 16-1000 beginner. The power of lightning cutter was insufficient. While effective against foes, it lacked the strength to confront the well-defended Three Tails. Lee Rock clapped his hands together. In an instant, he entered Sage mode. Sage Art. Thunder Punishment. With the amplification of Sage techniques, Lee Rock maximized the power of electricity, subtly summoning the thunder from the skies, descending with wrath. Such a manipulation of the natural forces instilled a hint of fear in the Three Tails. It turned to flee into the water, but Lee Rock would not allow its escape. Crack! A thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens. Lightning tore through the sky like a colossal dragon, descending with a cataclysmic force. Under the thunder punishment, all spirits trembled. The lightning struck the lake's surface, instantly causing the Three Tails to howl in pain. Now's the time. Lee Rock's Sage mode could only last 5 minutes. He had to muster all his strength to seal the Three Tails completely. Swish! Lee Rock opened the 5th gate, his speed dramatically increasing. He instantaneously appeared behind the Three Tails. 8 trigram seal. Lee Rock intricately formed a series of complex hand seals with both hands. Before him, a vast barrier materialized, inscribed with enigmatic and intricate runes. Roar! The Three Tails sensed Lee Rock's intent. Though it harbored resentment, it was powerless to resist due to the onslaught of thunderous punishment. Fear not, henceforth. You shall become my most exquisite power source. Boom! Lee Rock placed his palm upon the body of the Three Tails. Bang! The Three Tails transformed into an ethereal essence and surged into Lee Rock's being. He gasped for breath, acutely aware of the turmoil within him, the wrath of the Three Tails. Humph! Lee Rock's consciousness appeared before the seal. Inside the barrier, the Three Tails roared in fury, its gaze fixed on Lee Rock, filled with hatred and murderous intent. Thunder punishment. Boom. 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 Enormous bolts of lightning loomed ominously above the ceiling barrier, poised to strike. Upon witnessing the thunder, the Three Tails instantly recoiled from its rage. Rest assured, I shall seal you for a mere decade. When the time is up, I shall release you. However, should I meet an untimely demise within these 10 years, your fate shall be sealed as well, Lee Rock stated. Upon hearing this, the Three Tails gradually calmed. For a tailed beast, a decade was but a fleeting moment. Conversely, the agony of rebirth after death was far more prolonged. The Three Tails wished to avoid experiencing that torment once more. Lee Rock departed from the barrier's realm. A firm hand and a gentle touch were equally effective against tailed beasts. This was made possible in part due to the simplicity of the Three Tails' mind. Had he faced the 8 Tails or 9 Tails, the outcome would have been considerably more arduous. The Three Tails temporarily submitted. Lee Rock exhaled in relief. In the distance, explosions reverberated. Deidara? Lee Rock gazed toward the source of the commotion. He resolved to investigate. I still intend to marry that Suchakich. My esteemed brother-in-law must not perish for the sake of art just yet. In the forest, Deidara soared away on his clay-winged bird. Below him was Kakashi, adept in lightning techniques and possessing the Manjiki Sharingan. What a stroke of bad luck, Deidara mused inwardly. He clenched his severed right arm in his mouth. Recently twisted off by Kakashi's Kamui, Deidara deduced that Kakashi's ocular technique could only be utilized once or twice. He decisively prepared to counterattack. Then, Deidara's flames extinguished. The lightning neutralized the clay explosion, transforming his meticulously crafted art into Kakashi's training experience. Fortunately, Kakashi's ocular technique could not be employed again, otherwise he would surely meet his end here. Deidara glanced at Kakashi, who relentlessly pursued him. He halted. Observing Deidara's sudden stop, Kakashi immediately adopted a defensive stance, cautious as ever. The abilities of any member of the Akatsuki should never be underestimated. Deidara turned to face Kakashi, eyeing the Sharingan in his left eye. Kakashi, do you understand art? Deidara suddenly inquired. Kakashi paused, unsure of the significance behind the question. If you refer to explosions, that cannot be deemed art. Things that instill fear and awe can only be met with disdain. Silence. Be silent. Deidara shouted vehemently. Indeed, those endowed with the Sharingan are truly the most irksome. Deidara continuously consumed clay, dismissing the notion of art. What do you know of artistry? merely lifeless beings devoid of any creative essence. I shall send you on your way, and as for that foolish lot from Konoha, just wait for me." His words hung in the air, unfinished. In the distance, at the center of the lake, the terrifying chakra belonging to the Three Tails dissipated. What could this mean? Deidara's eyes turned towards the horizon, sensing an approaching presence. With Akatsuki's member departed, it was evident that it was someone from Konoha. Deidara furrowed his brow as he glanced at Kakashi. "Kakashi, prepare to witness my ultimate art." Deidara's form began to swell ominously. Behold, art is an explosion. With a resounding boom, a colossal explosion engulfed the surroundings. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. He let out a sigh, realizing he too would have to employ his final kamui. He directed his left eye towards the shockwave of the explosion. Kamui. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Kakashi's gaze. This is a sealing technique. Before him, a figure clad in black stood resolutely, hands weaving intricate seals that consumed the blaze of the explosion within a protective barrier. "This is my mentor's for symbol seal. No, the seals are merely a diversion. This is the Flying Thunder God technique." Kakashi's vision blurred. Was it Lee? Straining to confirm the identity of the shadowy figure, he called out, "Am I late?" Rock Lee turned back, feeling that his dark attire somewhat contradicted his usual image. Yet the words he uttered felt undeniably heroic. The vast barrier shifted Deidara's self-detonating clone above the lake. Kakashi exhaled in relief. "You arrived just in time." He collapsed onto the ground, fatigued. He had not anticipated that the Akatsuki member would resort to self-destruction. It was an oversight. "No," Lee shook his head. "Kakashi-sensei, even your Sharingan has its blind spots, such as..." With a swift motion, Lee unsheathed his blade, slicing diagonally at the distant figure. The blade's gleam soared several meters away. Meanwhile, Deidara utilized the Earth Dragon hidden technique to escape, reveling in the warmth generated by the explosion. Those who fail to comprehend the essence of art deserve to perish in the blast. He bit down on his severed right hand, planning to return to the organization and request Kakuzu to reattach his arm. The Sharingan possesses more than just Jinjutsu. It harbors other unique ocular techniques. And he vowed to exercise greater caution in their next encounter. Suddenly, he felt a jolt coursing through him. Swish. A terrifying blade narrowly grazed him. He intended to flee further, yet Lee's voice echoed behind him. "With the next strike, your luck shall surely run out." Realizing it was indeed a member of Konoha, Deidara revealed himself, his gaze unwavering. "It seems that I will not be able to return today. As for the Akatsuki, I shall not permit your escape, however. You do have other destinations to consider." Rock Lee sheathed his blade, seemingly disinclined to slay Deidara. "Humph, there is no need to head to Konoha. It is indeed time to dedicate oneself to the beauty of art." Deidara scoffed. He would not become a prisoner in Konoha. That would be a fate worse than death. "You misunderstand. I do not intend to capture you for Konoha. I wish to grant you your freedom." Deidara was perplexed. Kakashi, standing nearby, was equally baffled. "Lee, this individual is a member of the Akatsuki. We cannot allow him to escape. Capturing him could yield valuable information about the organization, possibly benefiting Konoha." Kakashi's words were abruptly interrupted by Rock Lee. "Kakashi-sensei, may I handle this situation?" Rock Lee did not turn to face him. His tone bore both a hint of entreaty and a note of firmness. Kakashi fell silent, recalling how Lee had just used the Flying Thunder God technique to evade an explosion, and he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I leave this to you," Kakashi stated. Yet he did not depart. Deidara observed the dynamic between Rock Lee and Kakashi, sensing a discord rather than a hierarchical relationship. "You neither capture me nor release me. What is your intent?" Deidara truly did not wish to engage in further combat. From the earlier flash of Lee's blade, he recognized that Lee was indeed formidable. And with Kakashi watching intently, Deidara felt he could not secure victory. "What do you consider art?" Rock Lee inquired, leaving Deidara momentarily speechless. Traditionally, it was Deidara who posed such questions to others, yet now someone was turning the tables. "What is art?" "Very well, let us enlighten you pitiful Konoha ninjas." Deidara sneered. Regarding Rock Lee, this man would surely become another great ninja who sacrifices for the sake of art. To perish beneath my art would leave you without regret. Soon, I shall unveil my ultimate. Wait. Rock Lee panicked. The explosive might of that ultimate art could not be easily evaded, even by the Flying Thunder God. He could escape, but Kakashi, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba would be left to face the consequences. "I have come to seek counsel from you, Deidara-senpai. Pray tell, what is art?" This question rendered Deidara silent. "If I am not mistaken, you hail from Konoha?" Deidara was uncertain of Rock Lee's true intentions. Noticing that Lee was not attacking and genuinely wished to discuss art, his tone softened somewhat. Art knows no borders. Rock Lee proclaimed with righteous fervor. He settled onto the ground. Oh, Deidara's opinion of Rock Lee soared instantaneously. Indeed, art transcends national boundaries. You are far superior to that foolish lot in Konoha. Deidara also sat down, and together they began to delve into a discussion about the nuances of art, as if they were long-standing friends sharing a profound connection. Kakashi watched in astonishment. He listened intently to the discussions between Rock Lee and Deidara regarding the so-called concept of art. As time progressed, their discourse gradually delved into deeper reflections and insights. Kakashi was taken aback when he heard Rock Lee share his perspectives on explosions and improvements regarding their intensity and breadth. This struck him as utterly alarming. Something was amiss. This was decidedly unsettling. Recalling Jiraiya's judgments, Kakashi began to feel a sense of unease. Gradually, it appeared that a divergence had emerged between Lee and Deidara. Art cannot remain stagnant. It must evolve with the times. Furthermore, art must not be excessively grotesque. Rock Lee persistently articulated his views on art, some of which Deidara did not concur with. Yet, he felt an immense joy at discovering a like-minded individual in this place. Deidara excitedly consumed a mouthful of clay. Indeed, perhaps it would be better to return to a Wagakure. Rock Lee suggested. Return to listening to that old man's incessant ramblings? How dull. It would be far more exhilarating for you to join me in the Akatsuki, so we can make the entire shinobi world recognize art. This was where the two profoundly disagreed. With the rapport between them reaching its peak, Rock Lee stood up decisively. Deidara, behold my art. Rock Lee prepared to showcase an art form that could truly overshadow Deidara's. He retrieved a scroll, the one left by Tintin, capable of summoning countless ninja tools at any time. Bang! Double Rising Dragon. The scroll unfurled, unleashing a multitude of ninja tools into the air. Rock Lee opened the second gate and moved with blinding speed. Each tool was affixed with explosive tags, accurately striking the nearby tree trunk. Once he confirmed that the tools had been launched a sufficient distance, he formed a hand seal with his right hand. Break. Boom. The explosive tags detonated, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Deidara's eyes filled with skepticism. This art is rather elementary, he scoffed. Such an explosion. No, this is not an explosion. It is merely child's play. I suggest you. Suddenly, a flurry of explosive tags surged towards Deidara. Upon cursory examination, there were an astonishing number, at least 100,000. This was the price Rock Lee paid for emptying half a bank. Now please enjoy a feast of art. Rock Lee gazed at the swirling explosive tags. He seized Kakashi and swiftly retreated. Boom. The flames erupted suddenly, obliterating everything in their path. Even those far away, such as Shino Aburame, Hinata, and Kiba, witnessed the terrifying spectacle. As the flames dissipated, Rock Lee appeared in the distance, unscathed. In stark contrast, Deidara appeared thoroughly disheveled. His red cloud cloak tattered, revealing his inner armor. Rock Lee approached him. What, then, is the secret to supreme art? It is explosion. Rock Lee inquired as he stood before Deidara. And what, pray tell, is courage? Maintain elegance in the face of explosions. Lee Rock paused once more, gently brushing off the ashes from his shoulders. Then, who is the true master of artistry? Lee Rock turned his gaze. For miles around lay devastation. It is I. Lee Rock laughed heartily. Kakashi stared in shock at the scene before him. A forest that once stretched nearly 10 kilometers had vanished, replaced by a vast crater. Deidara also gazed at the flattened woods, equally astonished. Such a level of artistry rivaled even his ultimate creations. Huh. This is indeed a feast of explosions. Deidara, far from being angered, erupted into joyous laughter. In this moment, he felt as carefree as a child. Your artistry surpasses mine. Deidara looked at Lee Rock. I heed your words. I shall return to the hidden rock, and when we meet again, I will surpass your artistry. Agreed. The two made their pact and departed. Lee Rock approached Kakashi, where he performed 2 forbidden techniques in his presence. Such actions were utterly intolerable for Konoha. Kakashi remained silent, as did Lee Rock. The embers from the burning trees floated on the wind, drifting toward the two. Let us return to Konoha. My eyesight has faded. This was Kakashi's response. He seemed to recall something. The matter of the 3 tails, you will bear that burden yourself. Kakashi had already surmised that the beast resided within Lee Rock. This secret could not elude the higher-ups of Konoha. No problem. Lee Rock nodded, assisting Kakashi as they made their way back to Konoha. Along the way, they encountered Hinata and others who had come to meet them. The trio of Team 8 believed that the earlier explosion was a result of a confrontation with members of the Akatsuki. Kakashi offered no explanation, merely stating that his vision was impaired and that Lee Rock was handling everything. Upon hearing this, the trio ceased their inquiries. Upon returning to Konoha, Tsunade entered the hospital. "Kakashi, how is that Lee Rock?" she inquired directly. "A good person, though perhaps a bit too obsessed with his art," Kakashi replied with a hint of resignation. "Is that so?" Tsunade refrained from pressing further. Kakashi's response was already quite clear. A good person with somewhat peculiar tastes. This was understandable. As the fifth Hokage, she too had moments of restlessness, eager to take risks. After exchanging a few casual words with Kakashi, Tsunade departed the hospital. In the Hokage's office, she perused the mission report submitted by Lee Rock. It detailed the events of the mission, revealing that he had managed to hold his own against 2 members of the Akatsuki. No wonder Kakashi deemed him worthy. In the report, Lee Rock had concealed his artistic feast, instead framing it as a fierce battle with the Akatsuki duo, ultimately persuading one to retreat while the other fled. A knock sounded at the door. "Enter." Tsunade did not lift her head, continuing to examine the mission report. Lee Rock stepped into the office, gazing at Tsunade, who remained focused on her document. "Though I harbor no particular obsession with the bosom, it is indeed rather ample." Rock Lee could not help but cast furtive glances where he ought not. Naturally, this did not escape Tsunade's notice. At this age, such curiosity is entirely normal. Tsunade turned her gaze towards Rock Lee. "You claim to have sealed the 3 tails within yourself using the 8 trigram sealing technique. From whom did you acquire such a technique?" Tsunade inquired, her voice sharp. An aura of menace enveloped the air, as if it had solidified, saturating every inch of space with a stifling sense of oppression. Suddenly, this oppressive atmosphere dissipated like mist, vanishing without a trace. Tsunade regarded Rock Lee with a gentle demeanor. "Do not misunderstand. This is not an interrogation. I am merely engaging in conversation as an elder. If you clarify matters for me, the interrogators shall cease their inquiries," Tsunade remarked. Internally, Rock Lee scoffed, recognizing this tactic as one he had encountered before. He feigned gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Hokage. The 8 trigram sealing technique is one I discovered during my solitary training at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools." Rock Lee attributed everything to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, just as he had done with the previous location of Mayaboka Mountain. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then nodded lightly. "Very well, there are no further issues. However, there is one more matter I need you to attend to." Rock Lee was taken aback. He had just returned from a mission and, under normal circumstances, would be entitled to a period of rest. "Do not misinterpret. This is not a mission." "But the Chunin exams," Tsunade clarified. "The Chunin exams?" Rock Lee recalled the events of the previous examination. "Indeed, it was a mess you left behind. During the last Chunin exams, the one-tailed Jinchuriki went berserk, necessitating its resealing within the village. Currently, Gaara remains under the watchful eye of Konoha's Umbu." Tsunade locked the mission receipt securely in her drawer. The higher-ups have no intention of returning the Jinchuriki to the Sand Village, seeing that they could not reclaim their Jinchuriki. The Sand Village has resorted to treating it as a gesture of reconciliation between the 2 villages. Tsunade clasped her hands on the desk and gazed at Rock Lee. "This Chunin exam will take place in the Land of Earth, in the Rock Village. In the Hidden Leaf Village, before the dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee tirelessly practiced the 8 gates of opening. 8 gates of opening. 846, 541, 681 1, 000, 000, 000, with 800 million proficiency. He was tantalizingly close to the elusive 1 billion. As mealtime approached, Rock Lee ignited a pan with oil. An hour later, a lavish spread of dishes was meticulously prepared. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Rock Lee opened the door to find Guy, Tintin, and Niji standing outside. "Rebel Ninja, greetings." Tintin's expression was icy. She brusquely pushed past Rock Lee and entered the house. Guy's eyes sparkled with fervor. Rock Lee smiled wryly, having left Mayaboka Mountain early to avoid the unsavory insect delicacies, thus earning himself the label of a rebel ninja. "Today, this rebel will learn of our suffering," Niji declared with a fierce demeanor. The trio stepped inside, drawn by the enticing aroma of the food, and made their way directly to the kitchen to indulge. On the dining table lay an array of culinary delights: sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, spicy frog legs, braised pork knuckles. Buddha jumps over the wall, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and crispy fried pork, each representing the pinnacle of various cuisines. Rock Lee's culinary skills were nothing short of exceptional. Guy transformed from a state of being unlit to visibly ablaze with enthusiasm. The youth of Mayaboka Mountain is truly unyielding, Guy exclaimed as he took a hearty bite of pork knuckle, tears streaming down his face. Life on Mayaboka Mountain is hardly bearable. Niji's Byakugan shone with renewed vigor. Indeed, I have never tasted anything so dreadful in my life. Niji, spare us the details. Ugh. Tintin felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the mere thought of the insect menu from Mayaboka Mountain. Fortunately, she had stashed away some food in her summoning scroll, yet the three could only indulge in secret. If Sage Shimasa discovered their clandestine feasting, he would remain silent. But Sage Jima would be exceedingly disappointed. A disheartened Sage Jima would lack the motivation to prepare meals, and without his diligence, Sage Shimasa would be unable to guide their training effectively. This would severely hinder their progress. Each day spent on Mayaboka Mountain darkened their spirits further. Delicious. Another bowl of rice, please. I want some too. Rock Lee filled their bowls with rice again. After the meal, the trio finally forgave Rock Lee. All right, this time I, Tintin, shall represent Team 3 and pardon you, Rebel Ninja. Tintin sighed. Niji turned to Rock Lee. Who will lead us in the upcoming Chunin exams? He inquired. Upon returning from their training at Mayaboka Mountain, they had received news of the Chunin exams. Shikamaru, Rock Lee replied. Of course, we are still Genin. And he is a Chunin. If he does not lead, who else could? Niji nodded in agreement. At that moment, Rock Lee recalled Hinata's words. Niji, I received word from Hinata that the Hyuga clan seems to have altered their attitude towards you. Rock Lee cautioned. He did not conceal this information from Guy and Tintin. Ever since Rock Lee had bestowed the Flying Thunder God technique upon Niji and Tintin, the secrets within Team 3 no longer required shrouding. Hinata clan. Niji fell silent. He understood that he could not resist the clan's authority. At this moment, there was only one path before him, to leave Konoha. This was an unacceptable notion for Tintin and Guy. Niji, if you must leave Konoha, please take me with you. Tintin grasped Niji's hand earnestly. Do not rush. This matter still has room for negotiation. I will consult with Lord Hokage first. And you both should refrain from making any hasty decisions. Guy interjected. He then turned his gaze to Rock Lee. As for your situation, Lee, I must, as a Jonin of Konoha, report this matter without concealment. It's all right, Sensei Guy. I will leave everything to your discretion, Lee replied with a nod. He watched as Guy departed, saying nothing. In comparison to the exposure of his forbidden techniques, Lee prioritized Guy's well-being. The current state of Konoha was grim. Tsunade was isolated and vulnerable, while Danzo lurked menacingly, posing a constant threat. Previously, Lee, a mere commoner, could never surpass someone like Guy, who had inherited the 8 gates. Tsunade might not have paid heed to Lee, but the circumstances had changed. Lee was now the host of the Three Tails. The significance of a Jinchuriki was well understood by Tsunade. This was also the reason she had refrained from sharing Lee's information with the Umbu and Torture Division. Furthermore, Lee was almost inseparably linked to Guy, and with Niji, a member of the Hyuga branch, the situation was complicated and delicate. It was perhaps better to suppress everything. In doing so, they could potentially align Lee with Guy, an elite Jonin, and the Hyuga clan. Lee turned to Niji. I have 2 methods I can attempt to lift the cage bird. Lee said slowly. Boom. Niji's chakra erupted within him at those words, and he felt an overwhelming shock. The cage bird was his mental barrier. 2 methods. Niji felt a mix of anticipation and disbelief. The cage bird was thought to be unsolvable. Yet Lee claimed to possess 2 approaches. Despite his words indicating an attempt, any effort was far preferable to a passive acceptance of fate. Indeed, Lee pondered, I cannot guarantee the success of either method. The first involves a significant transplantation of cells from the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Taketorai clans, all descendants of the Otsutsuki. Additionally, we would need to gather the Byakugan from members of the Hyuga clan who are on the brink of death. This could unlock the ultimate form of the Byakugan. Lee continued. As for the second, once my sword technique reaches maturity, I will attempt to sever the nerves connected to the cage bird within you. I can only say it's worth a try, but I cannot assure its success. After Lee spoke, Niji fell into deep contemplation. These 2 methods, one exceedingly demanding, the other uncertain in its success rate, posed a dilemma. Let us await the completion of your sword technique, Niji resolved. The first method was indeed too challenging. As a member of the Hyuga branch, how could he procure cells from the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Taketorai clans? The descendants of the Senju clan now hold the position of Hokage, and Tsunade would never allow members of the Hyuga clan to implant Senju cells. The remaining Uchiha, Uzumaki, and take Torai clans present formidable challenges in acquiring such cells. Should anyone attempt to pursue this matter in secret, it would not even require the involvement of these major clans. The Hyuga main house would likely take action themselves. Rock Lee ceased his attempts to persuade. Niji was not Orochimaru, after all, and still possessed some principles. However, Lee bore no psychological burden, as he intended to prepare for Niji the cells of the descendants of the Tsutsuki clan once he had sufficiently strengthened his own abilities. Let us wait a while, he remarked. He then glanced at the panel before him. On the panel, his proficiency with the 8-trigram sword had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. He had nearly attained the zenith of sword intent, yet breaking through to the realm of sword will prove to be exceedingly arduous. Last night, however, Lee had discovered a method. By activating Sage Mode, his swordsmanship had seen some improvement, and he had subtly brushed against the realm of sword will. Yet, the level of sword will he had reached was far from adequate. Lee resolved to devise a means to enhance his swordsmanship after the Chunin exams. As evening fell, Guy returned to the dilapidated wooden hut. Niji, your matter is being personally addressed by Lady Tsunade at the Hyuga household. Niji let out a sigh of relief. Tsunade's esteemed status ensured that as long as she remained in the position of Hokage, the Hyuga clan would not overtly take action. Thank you, Teacher Guy. Niji expressed his gratitude. Guy sighed. This is not a long-term solution. The Hyuga clan will act in secret as well. Niji, after the Chunin exams, do not return. In the land of Earth, this ancient and profound land seemed to be nature's most solid brushstroke, sketching grand and magnificent scenes across the vast expanse. Shikamaru gazed at the faint outline of a Wagakure appearing on the horizon. What a hassle, he muttered. Kakashi trailed behind the group, engrossed in reading Ika Ika Paradise. Completely detached from the situation, all decisions rested upon him. Shikamaru sighed. This time, Konoha was the away team, while the IWA Shinobi were on home ground. If they were to overshadow the home team's momentum, the outcome might not be favorable. He looked back at Lee, Niji, Tenten, and Naruto, all of whom were extraordinarily powerful in his eyes. These four were the root of the trouble. Have you four learned Sage Jutsu? Shikamaru inquired. Naruto nodded eagerly indeed. Last time, that bushy-browed guy disrupted the exam, but this time, I will definitely advance to Chunin. He then turned to Niji. You too have learned Sage Jutsu. Let us see who is stronger this time. Niji completely disregarded Naruto's challenge. In my Bokuzen, Naruto had issued his challenge to Niji. Were it not for the concern of leaving a poor impression on Shino, Niji would have already given Naruto a thorough beating. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Naruto shouted. Shikamaru felt an increasing headache. Hey, Naruto, let us wait until the exam. I'm leading the team, can you keep it down? Shikamaru replied, tilting his head. Very well, we must seek justice for Hinata during the examination, Naruto declared, thumping his chest. In the rear of the group, Hinata's face flushed even deeper. Rock Lee observed the scene with great interest. This is the spirit of youth. In contrast to the inhabitants of Konoha, he felt a certain lack of youthful exuberance. Such beautiful moments are fleeting. Last night, Rock Lee received intelligence from Kakuzu. The Akatsuki organization has begun to target the tailed beasts. Kakuzu is planning to leave the bank soon to capture the tailed beasts. Rock Lee merely sent back a simple message to Kakuzu. The letter contained only one sentence. Do not kill the people of Konoha. Otherwise, your 5 lives will not suffice. Rock Lee was uncertain whether Kakuzu would heed the warning. But he had done his part to caution him. Kakuzu chose to pursue the bounty on Konoha, which was a folly of his own making. Before long, the group beheld the Rock Village. In front of the Rock Village, many individuals from various ninja villages had gathered. The members of the Sand Village were also present. Temari and Kankuro harbored a flicker of animosity upon seeing the Konoha ninjas. However, when they spotted Rock Lee among the throng, that animosity was swiftly concealed. The terror of Rock Lee left a profound impression on the younger generation of sand ninjas. In their eyes, Rock Lee was akin to a human-tailed beast. As Shikamaru was about to greet them, Naruto stepped forward. What was his name again? Naruto intended to ease the tension between them and the sand ninjas, but he momentarily forgot the name of the one carrying the puppet. Rock Lee kindly offered a reminder. He seems to be called Kankuro. Niji shook his head. No, he is Kankuro. Enough. You all have had your fill. Kankuro's expression remained impassive. Yet the veins on his forehead throbbed fiercely. Those bastards from Konoha. I will slay you. Of course, this was Kankuro's inner thought, which he dared not voice. The last incident had also seen the Sand Village manipulated by Orochimaru, causing significant harm to Konoha, for which he sincerely apologized. Temari patted Kankuro on the shoulder. Suppressing his fury, Both of our villages have suffered greatly. Let us set aside our grievances and not allow Orochimaru to exploit our discord. Shikamaru, stepping past Naruto, hastily interjected. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If Lee, Naruto, Neji, and the others continued their banter, the Sand Ninja's composure would undoubtedly shatter. Indeed, Temari found Shikamaru's insight commendable. He was certainly far superior to those behind him, who could not even remember Kankuro's name. Why are the individuals from the 4 great ninja villages gathered here instead of entering the rock village? Shikamaru inquired of Temari. She shook her head, equally uncertain about the specifics. The 2 gatekeepers from the rock village simply stated that entry was temporarily prohibited and that they must wait, without specifying how long. We have already lingered outside the village for 2 days. The people from the 4 great ninja villages await their turn. They have traveled great distances. It is unacceptable to return without clarity, as such would be difficult to explain. However, the sandstorms in IWA Shinobi Village are hardly any better than those in the Land of Wind. The past couple of days have been quite arduous for them. Rock Lee gazed toward the direction of IWA Shinobi Village, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be that Deidara has returned to the village to create some ultimate art? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted Deidara leisurely emerging from IWA Shinobi Village clad in his battle attire. If it weren't for Lee's assertion that the Akatsuki organization was on the brink of collapse, prompting him to return to IWA Shinobi for refuge, he would have fled long ago. That old man even assigned me as the chief examiner. I truly wish to let the candidates from the 4 great ninja villages experience what art truly is, Deidara thought, his expression rife with impatience. He wondered if Lee would actually show up. As he continued walking, he looked up and spotted Lee amidst the crowd. Lee, over here, Deidara exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Lee's arrival finally brought a semblance of enjoyment to the monotonous examination. Shikamaru turned to Lee, inquiring, do you know anyone from IWA Shinobi? Yes, it was merely a chance encounter, Lee replied. Shikamaru was thoroughly unconvinced by Lee's explanation. Observing Deidara and Lee's brotherly camaraderie, engaging in animated discussions about art, it was evident that their acquaintance was far from coincidental. It was clearly premeditated. Shikamaru approached with a frown. Why can't we enter the village now? He asked. Lee, my art has once again reached new heights, but alas, as the chief examiner for the Chunin exams, I cannot showcase it to you, Deidara remarked, not even casting a glance in Shikamaru's direction. This only added to Shikamaru's irritation. It seemed that the chief examiner from IWA Shinobi was just as oblivious as that fool Naruto. He couldn't fathom what the Tsuchikage was thinking. Fortunately, Lee understood the gravity of the situation. He turned to Deidara and asked, by the way, Deidara, what has happened in IWA Shinobi Village? Why can't we enter? Deidara glanced around cautiously and gestured for Lee to lean in closer. The Akatsuki has been to IWA Shinobi Village, he divulged. The 4 tails and 5 tails have been captured, causing quite a stir among the higher-ups. The old man is currently dealing with the aftermath. He is quite concerned with appearances, hence the temporary village closure. However, Deidara patted Lee on the shoulder. With me here, I'll take you in to explore the village. It's far better than standing around in the dirt. Thank you, Deidara, Lee replied gratefully. We are both artists, no need for formalities. Lee glanced back and added, I have a few friends. I wonder if they can join us. Deidara waved his hand dismissively. As long as they are your friends, they are mine as well. Let us all go in together. I'll show you to where you'll be staying. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Lee and Deidara boldly walked into IWA Shinobi Village, with the members of Konoha following closely behind. The 2 IWA Shinobi guards at the entrance not only refrained from stopping them but even smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, why is he allowed to enter? Aren't they from Konoha? Is there some clandestine transaction between your Iwagakure and Konohagakure? 2 Iwagakure shinobi, unfazed by the discontent of the onlookers, responded with indifference. Lord Deidara is the proctor. He decides who may enter, and if he deems Lee Rock worthy, then he shall pass. The Iwagakure guard scoffed. What? Are you also friends of Lord Deidara? Within the confines of Iwagakure, Lee Rock strolled down the path, a flicker of realization igniting within him. The Akatsuki had made their presence known, and both the 4 tails and 5 tails had been captured, yet Deidara, a rogue from their ranks, remained untouched. This situation was indeed delicate. Lee Rock found himself justifiably suspicious. It was rumored that the cunning Inoki had personally sold the information regarding the Jinchuriki to the Akatsuki. As far as he was aware, the 4 tails host had parted ways with Inoki due to political disagreements, and the Five Tails seemingly held no affection for him either. Perhaps Inoki had bartered the Jinchuriki's information for Deidara's return, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. No, Lee Rock shook his head. Once the Akatsuki acquired the Four Tails and Five Tails, their gaze would swiftly shift towards Konohagakure, which at that moment boasted 3 Jinchuriki. This maneuver would serve to further weaken both Konohagakure and Kumogakure, achieving a trifecta of advantages. Such was Inoki's political acumen. No wonder he had maintained his grip over Iwagakure for so long and led it to unprecedented prosperity, Lee Rock mused. Before long, Deidara ushered the group from Konohagakure to their temporary lodging. Lee Rock surveyed the edifice before him. Constructed of earth and stone, the cylindrical structure featured scant and diminutive windows. Its architectural style seemed to amalgamate the advantages of both towers and fortresses, designed to minimize friction with the mountain winds and shield against sand erosion, while also accommodating the stark temperature fluctuations of day and night. The Land of Earth referred to this type of dwelling as a tower house. Lee Rock's gaze wandered beyond the tower house, taking in the other structures scattered throughout Iwagakure, varying in height and arranged with thoughtful irregularity. Given the region's mountainous terrain, the elevation differences necessitated the construction of connecting bridges between the tower houses for ease of movement. It was no wonder that Inoki harbored ambitions of ambushing Konohagakure. In comparison, the Land of Fire's environment starkly overshadowed those of the other 4 great countries. Lee Rock recalled that the Third Great Ninja War hadn't initially encompassed such a vast scope. As the conflict between Konohagakure and Kumogakure reached its conclusion, both sides found themselves weary and inclined towards peace. However, Inoki's sudden ambush provided an opportunity for Kumogakure to exploit, prolonging the conflict with Konohagakure. This ultimately led to the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, where Obito was rescued by Madara, sowing the seeds of peril for the ensuing Fourth Great Ninja War. The group entered the tower house, which surprisingly offered ample interior space. One by one, they found their respective rooms. Lee Rock and Deidara also entered their quarters. By the way, where is the leg shadow? Lee Rock inquired suddenly. It is Kuratsuchi, isn't it? Lee Rock's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of legs. Among the younger generation of Iwagakure, aside from Deidara, only Kuratsuchi held any significant standing. Kuratsuchi. That girl, I wonder where she is hiding, secretly honing some ninjutsu, claiming she is preparing for the Chunin exams to bring honor to Iwagakure, Deidara remarked casually. Oh, I see, Lee Rock replied. Lee Rock understood that he might not see the shadow of his legs for a while, but it mattered little. He was already in the rock-hidden village, and he would eventually encounter it again. By the way, I have invented a new form of art. Albeit somewhat abstract in its expression, I shall present it to you during the Chunin exam. Lee Rock wore a mysterious expression. Deidara raised an eyebrow, surprised that while his own artistic skills had stagnated, Lee Rock had already conceived a new form of art. Oh, a new art form? I am quite looking forward to it. After discussing various artistic matters, Deidara received a summons from Noki, indicating that there were matters to address, and he departed. Lee Rock did not remain idle upon Deidara's exit. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on Kakashi's door. Kakashi opened it, his right eye betraying a hint of annoyance. What do you want this time? Don't disrupt my viewing of Intimate Paradise. Kakashi's expression was one of impatience, and he did not invite Lee Rock inside. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei. But could you teach me the 5 nature transformation techniques? The more, the better. Lee Rock stood at the threshold, feeling that his current array of forbidden techniques and physical skills was indeed formidable. However, there was one glaring flaw. It lacked flair. In usual combat, where life and death are determined in an instant, powerful forbidden techniques and physical skills are undoubtedly the most practical. Yet, the Chunin exam did not require such seriousness. It was the flamboyant 5 nature transformations that Lee Rock truly desired. To learn these techniques, aside from the third Hokage, Kakashi was the most suitable instructor. You have no elemental affinity. What use would it be for you to learn this? Just focus on honing your physical skills. Kakashi began to close the door, clearly attempting to dismiss Lee Rock. The continuation of Intimate Paradise, titled Intimate Violence. What? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, questioning further. I possess first-hand information on the sequel to Intimate Paradise, Intimate Violence. How about I exchange this for your teachings on the 5 nature transformations? Lee Rock proposed. Come in. Please, enter. Kakashi immediately flung open the door, allowing Lee Rock to step inside. He cleared his throat. How come I've never heard of a sequel to Intimate Paradise? Did you acquire this information from Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi casually inquired. Kakashi-sensei, do you think you could extract information from me? Li Lok replied with a light chuckle as he settled into a chair. Little fox, Kakashi muttered under his breath, adopting a serious demeanor. The 5 nature transformations. Let's start with the water release. Inside the room, Kakashi continuously altered hand seals while Li Lok diligently took notes. For those he struggled to remember, he requested Kakashi to demonstrate the hand seals again, and Kakashi patiently obliged, going over the sequences for Li Lok. As night fell completely, Kakashi began to feel a twinge of fatigue in his hands. That will be enough for now. I have already imparted over 100 variations of the 5 nature transformations to you, Kakashi said wearily. Li Lok still had some sequences that he couldn't quite recall, but he refrained from asking further. He had managed to remember the majority, and that was sufficient. Thank you, Teacher Kakashi. Just as Rock Lee was about to leave, Kakashi stopped him. Wait a moment, when can I expect the sequel to Intimate Paradise? Kakashi's gaze was stern. After teaching this young man ninjutsu for half a day, if a sequel could not be produced, he might have to let him experience the true power of ultimate body techniques. While I was at Mayaboka Mountain, Master Jiraiya mentioned that only 3 chapters remain to be completed. I believe I can provide you with the sequel once the Chunin exams conclude, Rock Lee replied. Kakashi, somewhat skeptical, ultimately allowed Lee to return to his quarters. Upon arriving in his room, Rock Lee moved his hands swiftly. 32 hand seals in 1 second. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Boom. A water dragon materialized out of thin air, its roar echoing through the room. Detected that the host is practicing water release. Would you like to spend 30,000 Ryo for simplification? Simplify. Water release. Spit water. Spit. Rock Lee spat disdainfully. Water release. 1/100, beginner, now. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. Boom. A searing fireball erupted, shooting through the window, illuminating the night sky before dissipating. Detected that the host is practicing fire release. Would you like to spend 30,000 Ryo for simplification? Simplify. Fire release. Eat chili. Rock Lee wasn't particularly fond of spicy food. He then proceeded to simplify other techniques. Earth release. Throw sand. Wind release. Wave a fan. Rock Lee gazed at the simplification panel. Grabbing a flashlight, he exited his room. As he passed by the village shops, he casually purchased a fan and several chilies. In the darkness of the night, Rock Lee arrived at a hollow near Iwa Ninja Village. He scooped up a handful of sand and tossed it into the air. Earth release. 1/100, beginner. Rock Lee didn't quite understand the significance of being labeled as beginner. However, he felt that since the system presented the panel, there must be some rationale behind it. Thus, he lazily sat on the ground, fanning himself with the folding fan, tossing sand as he munched on chilies and spat water. He continuously flicked his flashlight on and off, simultaneously practicing fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water techniques. After all, the Chunin exams wouldn't commence until the day after tomorrow, granting him an entire day to hone his skills. Not far from him, a black-haired, black-eyed female ninja was diligently practicing her techniques. Clad in Iwa ninja battle attire, her lower half adorned with black fishnet stockings, her long, fair thighs were quite striking. Who on earth is shining a bright light here at such an hour? Spitting water incessantly? I can't stand it. Kuratsuchi furrowed her brow. She narrowed her eyes as she approached the source of the light. Hey, you from Konoha? I've been putting up with you for a long time. Are you out of your mind? Kuratsuchi advanced towards Rock Lee. She had just been contemplating how to maximize the power of her lava release, but Lee's antics had completely disrupted her thoughts. Rock Lee was practicing the 5 elemental ninjutsu when he turned his head. A pair of long, straight thighs came into view. What splendid legs! Li Lok took a bite of the chili pepper, unable to contain his admiration. Heitu was momentarily taken aback, then approached Li Lok. With a resounding thud, he stepped down, pinning Li Lok beneath his foot. Are you all right now? Heitu coldly inquired. As the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, a woman of unparalleled grace, it was the first time she had encountered someone bold enough to utter such frivolous words in her presence. She pressed her foot down harder against Li Lok's face. Spitting. Li Lok remained focused on his training, noticing his proficiency in water release had increased once more before finally looking up at Hey Tuesday. Why are you rewarding me? He asked, gazing upward through the fishing net, which seemed to stretch infinitely. Hey Tu's gaze sharpened, realizing he might just be a masochist. She seized Li Lok by the collar. So fragrant. Li Lok's nose twitched, though the female ninja was drenched in sweat from her relentless training and battles. Hey Tu's unique scent startled him. Hey, I'm talking to you. What kind of expression is that? Hey Tu adopted a rough demeanor, her hands gradually encased in solid rock. I'll clear out the trash from Konohagakure and take care of the Chunin exam slots today. With a thunderous crash, Hei-Tu's fist descended upon Li-Lok. She lunged forward, the gale from her punch roaring as it aimed for his head. Bang! What? Hei-Tu's eyes widened in shock. Li-Lok merely lifted his left hand to catch her rock fist technique. You underestimate the people of Konohagakure. Li-Lok shook his head, sighing. This only fueled Hei-Tu's determination. Is that so? Then how about this? Realizing Li-Lok's formidable strength, she felt a measure of relief. Earth release, ultra-heavy rock technique. Her right fist surged with enhanced power and speed, striking again. This time, Li-Lok retracted his left hand, raising his right hand and extending his index finger to block the blow. Your punch lacks speed, and even more so, ferocity. He flicked his finger, and an immense force instantly sent Hei-Tu flying, crashing against a mountain. In an instant, he appeared before her. Watch closely a serious punch. Li-Lok raised his right fist and struck towards Hei-Tu's day boom. His fist connected with the right side of her head, leveling the mountain behind her. The sheer terror of his power made Hei-Tu's pupils dilate. Who are you? Hei-Tu transformed into a cloud of earth and stone, shattering apart. The Hei-Tu before Li-Lok was merely a substitute. In the distance, she observed Li-Lok with caution, astonished by his speed and strength. Konohagakure, Li-Lok. Li-Lok did not linger, vanishing into the night. The tremor from his recent strike had already alerted the Iwagakure forces. Hei-Tu sighed in relief, then turned her gaze back to the shattered boulders. Had the Akatsuki organization made their move? Deara and Sho gazed at the disheveled Kuratsuchi. No. This is merely the result of my recent training in ninjutsu, she replied with a hint of nonchalance, unwilling to sacrifice her pride. It was imperative that she refrained from mentioning the fact that she had just been struck by a punch from Rock Lee, nearly meeting her demise on the spot. Well, that's a relief, Sho sighed. Deara, however, began to grumble. Causing trouble at this late hour, truly a lack of appreciation for art. Aside from you, who truly understands your so-called art? Kuratsuchi retorted. Your lack of understanding does not imply that others are equally oblivious. There are those in Konoha who appreciate my artistry. And furthermore, their artistry surpasses mine. Upon hearing Kuratsuchi's critique of his craft, Deidara bristled like an agitated cat, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Kuratsuchi, upon hearing the mention of Konoha, felt a stir within her. The people of Konoha, who could they be? Rock Lee, Deidara exclaimed, causing Kuratsuchi to shudder. Once again, it was Rock Lee. This Rock Lee, aside from possessing formidable taijutsu skills, could even surpass Deidara in the realm of explosive release. Rock Lee, you say? Among the individuals from Konoha, he must be the strongest. Indeed, Kuratsuchi and Deidara, along with Sho and the others, gradually faded into the night. Within the tower, Rock Lee returned to his chamber, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. The time limit of his sage technique had expired. Moments prior, he had appeared majestic, effortlessly leveling a mountain with a single punch, putting on a show before Kuratsuchi. However, this was merely the manifestation of his sage powers. Once the time limit elapsed, his true self was revealed. Gasping for breath, Rock Lee felt a twinge of regret. He had wished to observe his legs a bit longer. But alas, the sage technique lasted only 5 minutes. He lay upon his bed, succumbing to slumber within the illusion of his legs. The following day, the IWA Shinobi Village opened its gates. The individuals from the other 4 major ninja villages entered with palpable dissatisfaction. The IWA Shinobi stepped forward to placate the crowd. Now, I declare the commencement of the first round of the Chunin exams. Rock Lee, groggy, emerged from his quarters, roused by Shikamaru's nudging. What is happening? Isn't it supposed to start tomorrow? He grumbled, following Shikamaru towards the Tsuchikage building. Before the building, Anoki stood with Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi at his side, observing the younger generation from the 5 great ninja villages. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. If only I could be that young again. Oh dear. My back. Before Anoki could utter much more, he felt a twinge of pain in his back. It cannot be helped, Kuratsuchi stepped forward. His physique was robust. A veritable giant. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to IWA for this Chunin exam. Now, I will announce the rules of the examination. Kuratsuchi surveyed the crowd. The challenge for the first round is simple. You must proceed to the ruins of IWA Falls, locate the sun catcher, and return it to the front of the building. You will have 3 days to complete this task. With a flourish, Kuratsuchi raised his right hand. A white jade stone materialized in his grasp, and as sunlight struck it, the stone shimmered, transforming into a dazzling array of colors. The people of the land of Earth have named this stone the Sun Catcher. Now, the Chunin exam officially commences. Swift shadows dart forth, racing towards the ruins of the rock waterfall. Shikamaru gazes at the Leaf Village participants, forming temporary teams based on their original squads. The 7th and 10th teams are to proceed together. Go. Shikamaru commands. Hurry back, Lee. It seems there are members of the Hyuga clan in the distance. Niji activates his Byakugan, scanning the mountains. Oh, the Hyuga clan has arrived so soon? Rock Lee strides forward. Before the ruins of the rock waterfall, all halt their steps. What is this? How can this waterfall obstruct ninjutsu? The younger generation of ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages come to a standstill before the ruins of the rock waterfall. Humph, with such skills. How dare they represent their village in this exam? Kankuro, carrying his puppets, weaves through the crowd. He performs a ninjutsu, swiftly crossing to the other side of the waterfall. Following him, Temari, Kuratsuchi, Karui, and others also employ their respective jutsus to enter the waterfall. This stage is designed to eliminate those ordinary ninjas lacking secret techniques. Rock Lee, Niji, and Tintin exchange glances before entering the waterfall as well. Within the ruins of the rock waterfall, the mountains rise majestically, their peaks layered like ancient, solemn guardians, cradling a stretch of reddish-brown forest. This results in much of the ruins being enveloped in a forested basin. Rock Lee turns to Niji. How is it? Can you see anything? Niji shakes his head. Activating his Byakugan, he scans a 3-kilometer radius, finding no extraordinary stones, only monotonous brown rocks. Not a single suncatcher in sight. This is rather peculiar. Is our luck truly this poor? Tintin produces a scroll, summoning 3 rice balls, which she offers to Niji and Rock Lee. No. Perhaps it is not merely bad luck. Niji takes a bite of the rice ball. I see 2 teams ahead, one from the Mist Village and another from the Cloud Village. They too have found nothing. Surely, there can't be a single suncatcher within these ruins? The Rock Village would not jest about such a matter, would they? Tintin also feels a twinge of curiosity. Niji turns to Rock Lee. What do you think, Lee? Rock Lee casually remarks, I sense there is something amiss. There must be a grand secret behind the ruins of the rock waterfall. Though he jested, he begins to contemplate earnestly. Currently, the only challenge within these ruins lies in the initial waterfall. Once inside, there are no venomous creatures or fierce beasts. Moreover, due to the terrain of the Land of Earth, it is difficult for the teams from the 5 great ninja villages to encounter one another, making it quite feasible to retrieve the suncatcher and safely exit the ruins, returning to the front of the Tsuchikage building. Rock Lee looks towards Niji and Tintin. If this is the case, then why is the time limit for the first trial set at 3 days if there is no difficulty? The issue lies here. There was no conflict, and the level of danger was significantly lower than that of the Death Forest in Konoha. Could it be that the sun catchers were concealed in some obscure location, few in number, requiring a struggle to obtain? Tintin speculated. There is a possibility of that. Let us expand our search area. Each of us will scout individually and mark our paths, gathering here before nightfall, said Rock Lee. Agreed. Both Niji and Tintin nodded. The 3 dispersed. Rock Lee headed northwest. Along his way, he encountered several sand shinobi, who, after a cordial exchange, indicated that they too had not seen any suncatchers. As night fell, Rock Lee returned to the meeting point. Niji was the first to arrive. Soon after, Tintin returned as well. The 3 exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. My guess was incorrect. There are other possibilities, Tintin remarked. A chill breeze swept down from the mountains, biting at the skin. Even Rock Lee, who was accustomed to rigorous training, felt a twinge of cold. Is it really this cold in the Land of Earth at night? Rock Lee complained. The Hidden Stone Village was already situated in the southern part of the Land of Earth, and yet the night wind was bone-chilling. He dared not imagine how frigid it must be in the northern towns of the Land of Earth. With a sudden bang, Tintin unfurled a scroll, summoning the 3 cotton garments she had prepared earlier. This is comforting. Such a ninjutsu is truly wonderful. Rock Lee couldn't help but feel envious. He had attempted summoning techniques himself, only managing to conjure 2 small toads, which were of little use. Tintin's innate talent was something even Rock Lee, despite having a system, could not replicate. Survival was a daunting challenge, but thankfully Tintin was there. Rock Lee wrapped himself tightly in the cotton garment. The fire pit before him had long been extinguished by the fierce mountain wind. Niji glanced at Rock Lee, now clad in his cotton attire, and a sudden thought struck him. The terrain of the rock waterfall ruins is unique. The cold air from the north would linger here, and there would be snow accumulated on many mountaintops. Niji opened the map. Could this first trial be a test of survival? Rock Lee looked up at the sky. The night sky was leaden, with low-hanging clouds obscuring the moonlight. Under the howling night wind, It seemed a fierce snowstorm was imminent. Indeed, this hypothesis holds a substantial likelihood, Rock Lee nodded. Niji's conjecture certainly seemed plausible. However, Rock Lee was not worried. With Tintin, the mobile doryman, by his side. Survival was not a concern. Tintin, we are counting on you, he said, turning to her. Tintin nodded, scattering a dozen scrolls before her. With a bang, smoke dissipated, revealing various materials summoned from the scrolls. There were wooden planks, moisture-proof materials, and tools. These were the items Rock Lee had previously insisted Tintin carry, originally intended for training during their mission. Little did he expect they would prove useful in the Chunin exams. The three quickly divided their tasks and soon constructed a wooden cabin on the spot. With the furnace ignited inside, they finally felt a semblance of warmth. I once ventured to the northern land of snow, where the chill seemed no less severe than that of the rockfall abyss. Niji expressed his concerns, sensing an unusual climate in this place. Do not fret. Even if the blizzard persists for 3 days, the reinforcement materials within my scroll are ample enough to endure. Tintin reassured him. Within the wooden cabin, the trio had their meal and gradually succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, fresh snow began to fall. Thundering sounds echoed, accompanied by intermittent cries of distress. The commotion roused both Rock Lee and Niji from their sleep. Tintin, who was on watch, entered the room. What is the matter? Lee inquired. This snow feels peculiar. Tintin exclaimed just as a hole was suddenly smashed into the roof by the falling snow. This snow appears as heavy as stone. It's rock snow. This calamity was a natural disaster spawned by the unique terrain of the rockfall abyss. In the night sky, the light snow intensified, transforming into a blizzard that blanketed the land. The snow descended with alarming swiftness, its force powerful enough to crack the ground beneath. Return now, Niji commanded, unleashing a surge of chakra to protect the wooden cabin. The cabin cannot withstand this much longer, he shouted. At that moment, the majority of the ninjas who had entered the rockfall abyss were fervently employing their jutsu to combat this disaster. A myriad of defensive techniques emerged in a dazzling array. Within the Tsuchikich's tower, some young ones seemed to have discerned the purpose of this trial. Those must be the leaf and sand ninjas, not bad. Inoki observed with keen interest as he gazed at the monitoring screen. However, they appeared unaware that this rock snow was destined to last at least 2 days. And it seemed the youngsters were in for a significant ordeal. In this regard, Deidara and Inoki shared an uncommon consensus. Haha, let's see how long you can hold out. If only this rock snow could be enhanced with some clay, it would be even more intriguing. Inoki nodded, though he felt a twinge of pain in his waist. The assistant, Karatsuchi, supported Inoki as they exited the monitoring room. Inside the monitoring chamber, the expressions of Ao from the Mist Village, Maki from the Sand Village, and Tai from the Cloud Village were grim. The losses within the Rockfall Abyss were most severe for their respective villages. Shikamaru turned to glance back. Kakashi was engrossed in his book, Ika Paradise, showing no concern for the ongoing Chunin exams. Kakashi-sensei, should we terminate Konoha's participation in this exam? It is far too perilous, and the ninjas are utterly powerless against this natural disaster. As he spoke, Kakashi leisurely turned a page of his book without lifting his gaze. I trust in Rock Lee. Rock Lee? Shikamaru sighed in resignation. He is my greatest concern. Shikamaru recalled the intel Tsunade had provided him, which contained a detailed analysis of Lee's character and abilities. In terms of personality, Lee was rated AC, described as emotionally restrained and stoic. Such an assessment reminded Shikamaru of another individual mentioned in similar reports, Uchiha Sasuke. The last individual to receive such an evaluation had already become a rogue ninja. Although Shikamaru believed that the likelihood of Rock Lee turning traitor was minimal, he did not expect Lee to come to the aid of their comrades in the direst of times. Kakashi turned a page in his paradise of affection before lifting his gaze toward Shikamaru. Do not worry, despite his seemingly profound demeanor, he is quite loyal to his comrades. Kakashi cast a glance at the surveillance monitor, shock flickering in his eyes. Is he actually utilizing Earth Release? Shikamaru peered at the screen. On the monitor, Rock Lee formed hand seals with astonishing speed, completing the sequence in but a second. Earth Release. Earth Dome. From the ground, a structure of earth and stone materialized. Thud. 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 Snowflakes pelted the earthen surface, creating a resonant sound. Occasionally, some snowflakes breached the defenses, only to be cleared away by Niji's gentle fist. Ahead, Niji's Byakugan revealed 3 figures struggling against the onslaught of rocky snow. Who are they? Tintin inquired. Niji remained silent. Rock Lee quickly deduced the identities of the individuals ahead. It was Hinata, Kiba Inazuka, and Shino Aburame, valiantly holding their ground. All three possessed sensory abilities, which afforded them some means to combat other adversaries. Shino, in particular, was an undefeated warrior. However, confronted with such a natural disaster, they felt a profound sense of helplessness. Hinata also spotted Niji in the distance. Without uttering a word, she clenched her teeth and unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms to fend off the falling debris. To save or not to save, Rock Lee once again reinforced the earthen barrier. Presently, it was an excellent opportunity to eliminate Hinata amidst this calamity of the Nin exams in Awagakure. Not to mention the High GA clan, even the Hokage would have little to say. In such a disaster, self-preservation was already a challenge. No one had the capacity to offer support. Niji understood Rock Lee's intentions. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally sighed. Then let us proceed to save them. Rock Lee maneuvered the earthen wave toward Team 8's vicinity. Come in. The 2 words resonated in the ears of Hinata, Kiba, and Shino like a melodious sound from beyond the heavens. They promptly entered the earthen structure formed by the barrier. Phew. Thank goodness you arrived. Had you been any later, I would have been unable to endure. Kiba exhaled in relief as he gazed at the weakened Akamaru. Rest assured, we are comrades. Mutual assistance is our duty. Rock Lee reassured them. However, mutual assistance must also be of value. Were they mere expendable ninjas, Lee would not have cast them a second glance. Faced with the rocky snow, his own situation was not overly optimistic. Taijutsu paled in comparison to ninjutsu during such calamities. Lee was grateful for having learned the 5 nature transformations in advance. Within the shield formed by the earthen barrier, Niji and Hinata remained silent. The unresolved conflict between the siblings loomed large, with only one permitted to survive. Tenen sensed the tension in the atmosphere and immediately struck up a casual conversation with Hinata. It was only when the topic turned to Naruto that Hinata began to warm up. Brother Niji, I will never resort to that cursed seal, Hinata bravely declared. Niji gazed ahead. Upon hearing the term brother, a flicker of softness stirred within him. It has nothing to do with you, and I do not blame you. Thank you. Niji brother. After a moment, familiar faces began to appear in the distance. Naruto, Sakura, Choji and Ino are also in trouble. Naruto had exhausted all of his sage techniques. Yet the relentless blizzard showed no signs of abating. Each falling rock and snowflake bore immense weight. Niji felt indifferent towards Naruto, and the others were strangers to him. So he remained silent. Tenten also chose not to speak. Currently, Lee was straining to maintain the earthen barrier, his chakra rapidly depleting. It was uncertain how much longer he could sustain it. Expanding the barrier would undoubtedly further drain his chakra. However, Hinata was genuinely worried about Naruto. Before she could voice her concerns, Lee preemptively stated, "Don't ask, just save him." Lee believed that the prince was destined for greatness. And even if he did not intervene, it was improbable for Naruto to perish here. It was better to save him and perhaps improve their rapport. Thank you, Lee. Hinata expressed her gratitude sincerely. It's nothing. We are comrades. However, we are running low on chakra. Lee lamented. His consciousness entered the barrier. Hey, old turtle. It's time to pay the rent. Roar. The 3 tails bellowed in protest, clearly unwilling to reside there. This was Lee's unilateral imposition. Its 3 tails, clad in armor, thrashed about as a powerful chakra surged into Lee's body. Thank you. I'll reduce your lease by 7 days. With that, Lee's consciousness vanished. The 3 tails could no longer contain its frustration. What lease? This is a sentence. Typically reticent, it voiced its discontent this time. Nevertheless, despite its complaints, the chakra supply continued unabated. At the ruins of the rock waterfall, a surge of potent chakra enveloped Lee. Boom. Earth style? Earth barrier. This time, the barrier expanded further, encompassing Naruto and the others as well. Thank you, Hinata began. But Lee interrupted, shut up. If you call me bro again, I'll kick you out. This time, Naruto complied. He gazed at the swirling rocks and snow outside. The terror of nature surpassed all imagination. Were it not for Lee's timely intervention with his ninjutsu, he too would have been in peril. In the air, rocks and snow danced violently, showing no signs of abating. Thanks to the 3 tails' continuous chakra supply, Lee was able to maintain the earthen barrier, shielding the Leaf Village's people. Yet, the other ninja from various villages lacked such robust chakra reserves. Many were compelled to withdraw from the ruins of the rock waterfall. The remaining shinobi were few, each an elite, but they too struggled to endure. Within the Earth Shadow building, this scene truly astonished Noki and the leaders of other ninja villages. Unexpectedly, Konoha has produced a perfect Jinchuriki. Noki cast a glance at Kakashi, who promptly ceased his jovial demeanor. Shikamaru, being a junior, could afford a more casual attitude, yet Noki had to maintain a certain decorum. It is merely a coincidence, is it not? Noki was not convinced. He understood Konoha well. Aside from the 9 tails, there were no other Jinchuriki. Yet, suddenly a 3 tails Jinchuriki emerged. Either Konoha had concealed this for over a decade, or they had acquired a method to rapidly and perfectly master the tailed beasts. Lee Rock would need to pay closer attention to his intelligence reports. The long night passed, and the wind and snow showed no signs of abating. Aside from the tempestuous weather, the individuals within the earthen barrier sensed other anomalies. A palpable sense of oppression loomed. Naruto was the first to perceive it. The heavy snowfall outside prevented Shino from releasing his insects. Hinata and Niji promptly activated their Byakugan, scanning their surroundings. Everyone assumed that a formidable enemy or ferocious beast lurked nearby. What is going on? Lee Rock inquired. Niji and Hinata shook their heads. There were no enemies or beasts in sight. This revelation caused everyone to furrow their brows. Where, then, did this oppressive sensation originate? Moreover, the pressure seemed to intensify. After a brief moment, it struck Lee Rock. Gravity. A sudden realization gripped him. The earth itself was emanating a gravitational force, one that was continuously escalating. Something was amiss. Aside from the rocky snow above, the ground was exerting its own weight. Lee Rock's voice carried a note of surprise. Lee, do you have enough chakra? Niji asked. If not, I can take over for a while. He felt a strain beneath his feet, preparing to activate his rotation to support Lee Rock momentarily. Boom. Everyone suddenly felt a heavy weight descending upon them. The gravity was overwhelming. Aside from Lee Rock and Niji, the others found it difficult to even move. One could only dread that this was not the limit of the gravitational force. Lee Rock frowned. Suchikage was sustaining his chakra to counteract the gravity. Yet the others within the barrier were unable to withstand it. Hinata, Shino, Kiba, and others had already collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise. Naruto's 9 tails chakra was subtly leaking, just enough to fend off this oppressive weight. Niji and Tenten activated their sage techniques. Lee Rock knitted his brow. Niji, I will begin to move this earthen shelter. You use your Byakugan to locate the Iwagakure ninjas. He felt something was amiss. While the rocky snow could be manipulated to provide resistance, this gravity was beyond anyone's capacity to endure for long. This was in direct contradiction to the very purpose of this examination. Surely, it could not be that in a CHNIN exam, everyone would be eliminated. He pondered. The hidden rock ninjas must have been aware of certain circumstances beforehand. As the earthen dwellings gradually shifted, Niji activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. The Byakugan allows one to perceive the flow of chakra, enabling Niji to detect even the most cunning of Jinjutsu or transformation techniques employed by the rock ninjas. However, after a while, he still found no trace. Was there none? Lee Rock contemplated a possibility. The rock ninjas had sealed the cave entrance with stones. Such an action would undoubtedly result in overlapping rocks, which the Byakugan could discern. He shared this thought with Niji, who resumed his thorough examination within a 3-kilometer radius. There, Niji exclaimed, pointing ahead. Before a colossal mountain deep within the Earth Barrier Mountains stood a magnificent peak, robust and towering, devoid of any fissures or damage. Resembling an exquisitely carved block of jade, flawless in its natural beauty. Let us go. The earthen structures began to materialize rapidly. The leaf villagers could hardly endure any longer. At this moment, the only individuals still standing, aside from Lee Rock wielding the super lightweight rock technique, were Naruto and Niji. Niji's sage technique was nearing its limit. Lee Rock held on to Choji and Shino, while Niji guided Hinata and Tenten, and Naruto carried Sakura and Kiba as they hastened forward. Before the great mountain, the earthen dwellings were on the verge of collapse. To the rock ninjas, we of the Leaf Village wish to seek refuge from the blizzard here. May we? Lee Rock's voice thundered, echoing through the mountains. Boom. A sudden tremor erupted from a certain spot at the mountain's base. Kuratsuchi pushed aside the boulders, revealing a concealed cave behind her. You may, Kuratsuchi replied tersely, stepping aside. Lee Rock led the Leaf Villagers into the cave. It was modest in size, barely accommodating 20 to 30 individuals. Inside, aside from the rock ninjas, representatives from the other 4 great ninja villages were present, including several familiar faces. Oh, it's Kanpachi. And what was it? Hand something? Naruto gasped. He had nearly reached his limit. The other Leaf Villagers collapsed beside him. overwhelmed by the immense gravitational force. Tamari noticed the leaf villagers, her eyes twitching slightly. Her temper was even more volatile than Kankuro's. Had she been capable, she would have unleashed her wind blades upon them by now. Boom. The ground suddenly trembled violently. Those ninjas who had failed to locate the cave. Niji shook his head. His Byakugan provided a clear view. Outside the cave, no ninja was spared. Nearly all were grievously injured. Is your rock village going a bit too far? Niji spoke coldly. The Chunin exams were merely a facade, a mere formality where everyone understood the unspoken rules, and the scions of noble families were to be promoted. But now it seemed the rock ninjas were intent on playing for real. Huh. Byakugan boy, what did you say? Hey, I didn't catch that. Kuratsuchi spat, her expression gradually turning menacing. As the granddaughter of Inoki, that Tsuchikage, her status surpasses even that of Niji. Yet, she lacks the gentle demeanor typically associated with nobility, instead resembling a street thug. This bewildered Niji and the inhabitants of Konoha for a moment. In contrast, Hinata more accurately embodies the image of a granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. All right, from now on, we are family, so let us not quarrel, Suncatcher. Boom. Just as Rock Lee stepped forward to mediate, he was sent flying by a punch from Kuratsuchi, crashing into the wall. Huh, who are you calling family? Kuratsuchi defiantly raised her middle finger. This left Niji, Choji, Shino, and Hinata utterly astonished. As members of noble families, they could never resort to such gestures or tones. Ahem. Everyone, let us not get worked up. We might indeed be family in the future, so let us get acquainted. By the way, remember to use your legs next time. Rock Lee brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up to speak. Before he could finish, he was kicked away once more. Upon hearing Rock Lee's words, the attitude of the Konoha members towards Kuratsuchi shifted. So she is a sister-in-law. Niji thought of easing the tension. However, in the next moment, he too was sent flying. With that, the first trial essentially concluded. Once the snowfall ceased, they could obtain the Suncatchers. Kuratsuchi was forthright with the information, stating the limited quantity of Suncatchers. Though no one knew the exact number, 10 pieces? 3 pieces? Perhaps even just one. After this revelation, the atmosphere within the cave grew peculiar. A night of silence passed. The following day, the heavy snowfall ended, yet the gravitational force remained. Rock Lee activated the 5th gate, attempting to step out of the cave. Boom. The immense gravity nearly forced him to his knees. This intensity was beyond what even the 5th gate could withstand. Rock Lee returned to the entrance of the cave, realizing why Kuratsuchi remained unperturbed. The IWA shinobi possessed the technique of ultra-lightweight and heavy rock, enabling them to counteract this gravitational force. Noticed it, have you? Kuratsuchi approached the cave entrance, patting Rock Lee on the shoulder. The snow had ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Sunlight streamed down, gradually dispelling the lingering chill in the air. A rainbow arched across the horizon, refreshing to behold. That is the Suncatchers. Rock Lee gazed at the rainbow, realizing it was not a mere rainbow, but rather the arcs cast by dozens of Suncatchers reflecting in the sky. So the Suncatchers are airborne. Behind Kuratsuchi, 5 IWA shinobi approached. Let us begin, Kuratsuchi instructed. The 5 IWA shinobi nodded in agreement. Doton, ultra-lightweight and heavy rock technique. 5 instances of this technique were applied to Kuratsuchi, who began forming seals herself. This is a ninjutsu developed by the 2nd Tsuchikage. Allow me to show you. Kuratsuchi defied gravity, her form soaring into the air. She retrieved a scroll inscribed with sealing techniques. Apologies, but I shall take all of these Suncatchers. With a swift motion, Haidu prepared to initiate the sealing technique to seize all Suncatchers. Wait a moment, this is marital property. At some point, Lilac had also appeared in midair, grasping Haidu's hand just before it could cover the scroll. As he felt the softness of her palm, he mused. They say a girl's hand is cool, smooth, and soft. Too bad I've only touched such hands in dreams. Despite his teasing, his actions remained resolute. He too possessed a scroll, the time-space scroll of Tiantian. Bang! The scroll activated, and the Suncatchers began to cascade into it. Haidu retaliated with a punch, but alas, Lilac had unlocked the celestial arts and opened the 5 gates, rendering him invincible for 5 minutes. Don't struggle. I owe you my gratitude for teaching me the art of ultra-lightweight rock manipulation. Lilac, with the aid of his system, noticed Haidu brazenly forming seals at the cave entrance. Memorizing her hand seals, he simplified them and, empowered by celestial arts, defied gravity to ascend. You! Haitu exclaimed, witnessing the sun catchers vanish into Li Loc's scroll. She spat out lime and unleashed a water-style technique, lime condensation technique. Haida activated her bloodline limit, but unfortunately, it proved ineffective against the current Li Loc. Wind style? The turbulent air swirled. This ninjutsu inflicted minimal damage, yet with the enhancement of celestial arts, the gusts dispersed the lime she had expelled. In mere moments, the airborne sun catchers were swept clean by Li Loc, who counted them roughly over 20 pieces. Let us depart. With a flick of his wrist, immense force surged from his palm to Haida's body. Haidu's form weakened, nearly causing her to plummet from the sky, but Li Loc, with swift reflexes, caught her. She attempted to cast another ninjutsu, yet Li Loc had already seized her hands. To the onlookers observing from the cave entrance, this scene took on a different hue. In their eyes, it appeared as though Li Loc had first taken Haida's hand, then she leaned into his embrace, and ultimately, he lifted her, descending gracefully from above. While Ningxi and the Leaf villagers remained unfazed, the 5 rock ninjas were left astounded. This is not right. It cannot be. Indeed. How could anyone possibly fancy the young lady? As Li Loc touched down, he entered the cave and gently set Haida down. Her cheeks flushed slightly. His hands were far too powerful for her to resist. Boom. As the rainbow in the sky dissipated, the gravitational pull on the ground vanished as well. The individuals within the cave emerged, some rushing to aid their injured comrades, while others began to seek connections. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Ino approached Li Loc. Shaoli, could you grant me another suncatcher? She inquired directly, already possessing one that Li Loc had gifted, ensuring each Leaf villager had their share. You're asking on behalf of the Sand Ninjas, aren't you? Indeed. Jingya understood that he could not deceive Li Loc, so he did not resort to any cunning tactics and directly confessed. Li Loc pondered for a moment. Very well, but it will cost 5 million Rio each. Agreed. Jingya produced 10 1 million Rio Kanoa bills and handed them to Li Loc. This took Li Loc by surprise. Jingya did not consult with the Sand Ninjas, but chose to make the purchase outright. Such a close relationship. Would they lend a sum of 10 million Rio? Li Loc handed over 2 sun catchers to Jingya, and he couldn't help but marvel at the affluence of the aristocratic youth. 1 million Rio was mere pocket change to them. Before long, Kuratsuchi also approached. She was sent by the Mist Ninjas to inquire. My wife has spoken. No payment is required. All is yours. You decide how to distribute it. Li Loc then gave the remaining sun catchers to Kuratsuchi. A vein throbbed on her forehead. Accepting meant she was now a wife. Rejecting would result in the elimination of the Mist Ninjas, several of whom were her acquaintances. Fine, just wait. In the upcoming official matches, I will give it my all. Kuratsuchi reassured herself as she stowed away the sun catchers and walked away. Giving it your all? Perfect, for I, too, wish to test my new artistry. Li Loc mused internally. Once everyone had obtained their desired items, they made their way to the Tsuchikage building. Along the way, Temari and Kankuro learned that the Mist Ninjas acquired the sun catchers without payment, causing them considerable distress. 50 million Rio. How painful. Kankuro lamented. No matter. We have plenty of money. Advancing to Chunin is what truly matters, Temari consoled him. At the Tsuchikage building, Anoki observed the footage on the monitor, his expression darkening. He had witnessed Li Loc's recent actions in their entirety. Damn it. Anoki seethed inwardly. Ouch. My back. He cried out in pain, rubbing his back as he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, who is that boy? Anoki inquired. The one in black with thick eyebrows, the boy named Li Loc. What is his background? Upon hearing the Tsuchikage's question, Kakashi lifted his gaze. The one in black with thick eyebrows, he is a commoner. After this statement, Anoki's expression shifted once more. A mere commoner, daring to tease the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Such audacity was unprecedented. Anoki left the monitoring room with a cold demeanor. He exchanged a glance with Deidara, who followed him out. For the upcoming official match, ensure all of Li Loc's opponents are from Konoha. The first will be that Niji. Are they not friends? I will observe how he proceeds. Anoki declared coldly. Deidara nodded in agreement. Outside the building, the lower-ranking ninjas from various villages who had retrieved the sun catchers had already arrived. Anoki straightened up and addressed them. Congratulations on passing the first test. The next phase is the official matches, to be held at the Coliseum. With that, Anoki led the group toward the arena. Within the Coliseum, Deidara waited in the center of the arena. Anoki approached him. Deidara, it is time to announce the examination rules. I know. Deidara responded with a dismissive expression. Hey, you brat, take this seriously. Do you comprehend everything I just said? Anoki admonished, sighing inwardly. Deidara's talent and intellect were beyond reproach. He was originally regarded as the next successor to the position of Tsuchikage in Inoki's mind. Alas, Deidara's fervent obsession with art, coupled with his association with the Akatsuki, had severed his ties to that esteemed role. Nonetheless, Inoki still held Deidara in high regard. The future of the village would require someone to keep him in check, or else Deidara might find himself in trouble. Inoki observed Deidara, who was now announcing the examination rules from a distance, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Deidara had just concluded the announcement of the official match rules, and he joined Inoki inside. The official matches commenced, and the electronic banner began to rotate. The first match, Hyuga Niji versus Uzumaki Naruto. In the waiting room, Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Deidara. Did you treat my previous words as mere background noise? Deidara sheepishly looked back at Inoki. My apologies, old man. Lee Rock promised me that if I altered the battle order, he would allow me to witness his new art, so I completely forgot your instructions. In the arena, the clash between Naruto and Niji was undoubtedly one of the highlights of the entire event. The genius of the Hyuga clan faced off against the young Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan. I have heard that both seem to have mastered some form of sage technique. I eagerly anticipate the confrontation between the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans. The Iwagakure ninjas appeared to be no strangers to the Uzumaki name, as several older ninjas reminisced about how formidable the Whirlpool village had once been. In those days, the Uzumaki clan's powerful sealing techniques instilled fear throughout the ninja world. The crest on Naruto's back evoked memories of the once mighty Uzumaki clan. Hinata was filled with concern. After much hesitation, she finally approached Rock Lee, who was engaged in flirtatious banter with Akatsuki. Though she found his antics mildly irritating, she did not dislike him. Throughout the first test of the Chunin exams, Akatsuki had witnessed Lee's excellence in various aspects such as strength, emotional intelligence, intellect, combat experience, and overall perspective. This man is truly remarkable. Your little admirer is here. Akatsuki pointed out Hinata. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Why does everyone blush around her? Lee immediately waved his hands, pointing at Naruto in the arena. This guy is Naruto's wife. At that moment, Hinata fainted. For some unknown reason, Akatsuki felt a sense of relief as she helped Hinata regain her composure. Are you alright? Akatsuki gently inquired. I'm fine, Lee. Do you think, can Naruto defeat Niji and II? Hinata asked Lee, her gaze filled with hope. He won't be able to. Lee replied with certainty. However, you need not worry too much. Your brother-in-law won't go too hard on him. Rest assured. Upon hearing terms such as uncle and brother-in-law, Hinata's face flushed crimson, and she fainted once more. In the arena, the sage mode was activated. Naruto's eyes glimmered with shadows. It manifested the sage technique of Konoha. The chakra and overwhelming presence exuded was nearly on par with that of the Tsuchikage. Remarkably, he possessed strength akin to that of a shadow. That young scion of the Hyuga clan must also be adept in sage techniques. Niji's eyes too shimmered with shadows. Both had attained perfect sage mode. During their training in Miyaboku Mountain, only Rock Lee, Naruto, and Niji achieved a flawless mastery of sage techniques, harnessing the essence of natural energy. Notably, Naruto's training progressed at a significantly faster pace than Niji's. In terms of sage techniques, Naruto's vast reserves of chakra and Di bestowed him an advantage. However, Niji employed his own methods. He harmonized the natural energy within his body with his physical energy, invoking sage mode through the principles of Tai Chi. He firmly believed that fate is unbreakable. Niji stated calmly, holding a fundamentally different philosophy from Naruto. Their discord was irreconcilable, devoid of any room for compromise. Naruto's verbal jutsu faltered. If that is the case, then let me shatter fate. Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Two shadow clones gathered chakra incessantly in their hands. The technique in Naruto's grasp crystallized, manifesting a highly concentrated shuriken of chakra that astounded all present. Sage art. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken. Naruto hurled the spiraling shuriken with his right hand. The wind-infused shuriken spun at an incredible velocity through the air, emitting a piercing scream. Naruto refrained from employing any means to restrict Niji or using any form of trickery, for he was well aware that Niji would not evade the attack. Niji would confront him head-on. Both were compelled to vanquish one another in a direct confrontation to fulfill their respective ninja paths. This contest was not merely a clash of ninjutsu and taijutsu, but a collision of wills and philosophies. Niji gazed at the rapidly approaching spiraling shuriken, taking a deep breath. Rock Lee's arrival had, to some extent, altered his predetermined trajectory of fate. Yet, Niji still held the belief that fate remained unbreakable. From the moment of birth, each individual's future was foreordained. The son of a noble would inevitably become a noble, the son of a general would ascend to generalcy, and the son of the Hokage would likewise become Hokage. However, the singular distinction this time was that the branch family's son would no longer perish in defense of the main family's heiress. Fate, akin to Tai Chi, cycles eternally, unbreakable, yet Niji retrieved a scroll. I shall transcend fate itself, mastering it entirely. Bang! The scroll unfurled. A dark, enigmatic bow materialized in Niji's hands. He concentrated chakra, gently grasping the arrow, and closed his eyes to sense the subtle fluctuations of chakra within. Suddenly, Niji opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. Chakra coalesced into an arrow, transforming into a roaring silver dragon. Buzz! The bowstring quivered. Sage art. 8 trigrams dragon roar arrow. As the arrow was released, the dragon roared forth, the 8 trigrams manifesting in its wake. The chakra arrows, infused with the might of the dragon, soared through the air, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, showcasing the formidable power of the 8 trigrams and dragon energy. With a resounding crash, the 8 trigrams dragon chant arrow collided with the spiral shuriken in the gladiatorial arena. The sharp clang reverberated, shaking the ground, while the tumultuous chakra swirled chaotically, each force eroding the other in a fierce contest of strength. Under the impact of these 2 terrifying chakra forces, the surrounding space began to contort and warp, as if time itself had come to a standstill. At last, with a deafening explosion, both forces dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a scene of devastation and lingering shockwaves that affected all present. As the dust settled, Niji and Naruto gasped for breath, acutely aware of each other's condition. The 8 trigrams dragon chant arrow. Surely, you cannot unleash another, Naruto remarked with a grin. Niji, feeling equally drained, replied, neither can you. The two stood in the arena, exchanging no further words, silently gathering their strength. In the viewing stands, Shikamaru lazily observed that Naruto has truly terrible luck. Kakashi, having stowed away his intimate paradise, activated his Sharingan and began to focus on the unfolding events. Not necessarily, Kakashi said, glancing at Naruto. As his student, Naruto had learned sage techniques, and Kakashi was left with only one method to teach him, to commune with the Nine Tails and become the perfect Jinchuriki. To this end, Kakashi had sought out Tsunade, requesting the assistance of Yamato from the Umbu. I hope he doesn't lose control, Kakashi thought, watching Naruto with caution. However, Shikamaru shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, I understand Naruto's uniqueness, which is why I said that, but you seem to have overlooked one thing. Shikamaru, whose intellect had garnered admiration from the higher-ups, had gradually begun to touch upon core secrets and had seen some hidden intelligence. Oh, Kakashi replied, momentarily taken aback. Look over there, with him present. How could Naruto possibly win? Shikamaru gestured for Kakashi to glance to the right. Dressed in black, Rock Lee was not among the Konoha ranks, but stood instead within the IWA shinobi team, seemingly indifferent to his comrades' victories or defeats. Kakashi's pupils widened in realization. I had forgotten about that. Back in the arena, Naruto, the pesky fox, called out, pay your rent. He borrowed a faint trace of Nine-Tails chakra, refusing to concede. This was the very essence of his ninja way. His right hand throbbed with pain, rendering him unable to utilize the spiral shuriken. While Niji was equally incapable of employing his sage technique, the 8 trigrams dragon chant arrow. However, Naruto's chakra far exceeded Niji's. Shadow clone jutsu, he declared, forming hand seals as thousands of clones emerged in the arena. What do you think, Niji? You've lost. The chorus of thousands of Naruto's voices echoed throughout the gladiatorial arena. They surged forward, and to the spectators, it seemed that these thousands of sage-level Narutos could easily overwhelm Niji. Shadow clones. Niji observed the advancing Narutos and activated his Byakugan. Regrettably, Niji shook his head. The Taijutsu segment was his domain. 8 gates of might. 5th gate, open. The terrifying chakra surged forth once more. Reversal of heaven. No matter how many shadow clones you conjure, they shall all crumble upon colliding with the reversal of heaven, infused with sage chakra. Bang, 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 bang. The reversal of heaven concluded. Niji's figure transformed into a phantom within the Colosseum, ceaselessly darting about, his presence nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. All spectators could see were Naruto's vanishing shadow clones. To their astonishment, he managed to open the 5th gate. Indeed, Guy's disciples were all prodigies in taijutsu. In the observation area, Kakashi gazed down at Niji in astonishment. The 8 gates combined with sage techniques left Kakashi feeling a tinge of impotence. Perhaps, once the exam concludes, I shall inquire with Lee about the path to Myaboka Mountain. Kakashi mused within. He too was envious of the sage techniques. Previously, he had forsaken the pursuit due to insufficient chakra, but now, witnessing Niji's mastery of sage techniques ignited a spark of hope within him. Soon, within the dueling arena, all of Naruto's shadow clones were vanquished. Gradually, a third Crimson Chakra tail emerged behind him. That fellow is a Jinchuriki. 3 tails? No, it doesn't seem so. This sense of revulsion, it's the 9 tails. This scene left everyone in awe. Some observing ninjas had already begun preparing to flee, having heard tales of the terror unleashed by the rampaging 9 tails. Yet, Naruto maintained his composure. He summoned forth thousands of shadow clones once more. Sage Art. Supersized Rasengan. Each shadow clone held a massive Rasengan in hand. Niji. Naruto charged forth again. In the face of the Rasengan, Niji refrained from employing Reversal of Heaven. He had never witnessed the supersized Rasengan before. However, during their usual training, Rock Lee had once demonstrated the ordinary Rasengan, which had bested Niji's Reversal of Heaven. Upon returning home, he had contemplated a counter technique. Niji let his hands fall naturally, unleashing the 8 trigrams field. An ethereal aura enveloped him, imbued with a profound essence. Enigmatic and vast, akin to the Taiji diagram shrouded in morning mist, where yin and yang intertwined, unpredictable in its transformations. This embodied the ultimate secret of taijutsu that Niji had comprehended. Sage Art. The ultimate essence of taijutsu. Limitless. Niji struck forth with a palm. Within his palm, it appeared as if the taiji was in motion, black and white intermingling, as if the universe itself had just begun. The cycle of creation and destruction contained within that one strike. This technique was originally intended for Lee. Boom. Limitless collided with the supersized Rasengan. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Niji's hands danced, each palm infused with the rotating taiji, systematically erasing Naruto's supersized Rasengan shadow clones. In the end, only one Naruto remained within the Colosseum. All shadow clones had been obliterated by Niji. How is this possible? Naruto could scarcely believe that thousands of shadow clones, along with the supersized Rasengan, had been defeated. Impossible. Naruto experienced a moment of hesitation. The seal within him began to loosen slightly, and the seductive whispers of the 9 tails echoed in his mind. Destiny can be shattered. Come now, Naruto. Tear off the seal, and I will assist you in overcoming him. Naruto's gaze was clouded with confusion as a 4th tail emerged behind him. A colossal and terrifying vortex of chakra surged forth, enveloping the surroundings with an oppressive force. Alarmed, Kakashi produced a talisman. This was specifically designed to seal the chakra of the 9 tails. Just as he intended to act, Niji's figure moved with swiftness that surpassed Kakashi's. In a flash, Niji, having unlocked the 5th gate, darted forward at an astonishing speed and stood before Naruto in an instant. For symbol seal, Niji's palm pressed against Naruto's abdomen, and a barrier materialized. Cursed Hyuga brat. Next time, I shall. The seal of the 9 tails was reinforced once more. Deprived of the 9 tails' power, Naruto succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness entirely. In the distance, members of the Hyuga clan were left in utter shock. What technique is this? Is that boy truly a genius? He has devised an entirely new technique that the Hyuga clan has never possessed. In the realm of taijutsu, we are no match for him. We must swiftly report to the clan head. The 3 figures vanished. Inoki cast a sidelong glance. Have the Hyuga members departed? As the Tsuchikage, he was acutely aware of the situation surrounding the rock village, and he had deliberately refrained from intervening with the Hyuga members, intending to observe the spectacle. However, it appeared that the main branch had fled. It seems the branch family has surpassed the main family. Inoki's gaze shifted to Niji and Naruto in the arena. His eyes filled with murderous intent, tempered by a hint of envy. The 2 young ninjas from Konoha possess such formidable power. I cannot confidently withstand even a single Rasengan from them, and Niji's mastery of taijutsu. Inoki narrowed his eyes. This confrontation had lasted barely 5 minutes. The 2 genin from Konoha unleashed jutsu and taijutsu of an elite caliber. He recognized the Rasengan, a technique of the 4th Hokage, renowned throughout the ninja world during the 3rd Great Ninja War, as the yellow flash and the blue Rasengan left their mark. What truly astonished Inoki, however, was Niji's technique. a self-created taijutsu of considerable power, classified as A rank, augmented by the Bajiquan, even without tapping into sage techniques. This Hyuga Niji already exuded the aura and depth of a shadow-level ninja. Inoki recalled the taijutsu techniques of Infinite in the 8 trigrams, Dragon Flash. The 8 trigrams, Dragon Flash resembled the Rasengan, and Inoki was not surprised that Niji could develop such a technique, as it was akin to standing on the shoulders of giants. What truly set Inoki's perception apart was the taijutsu concept of infinity. This taijutsu principle transcended his comprehension, seemingly sharing similarities with his dust release. A taijutsu version of dust release? Inoki had never imagined that someone could invoke the effects of dust release through taijutsu. This meant that the rock village had 2 generations of ninjas who were outclassed by a mere child from Konoha. Contemplating this, he could not help but gaze at Lee Rock, who was joyfully chatting beside Hey Tuesday. It is said that the young scions of the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans are not the strongest. Rather, it is Lee Rock who stands as the mightiest among the new generation of Konoha. Just how formidable could he become? Inoki could not suppress a sigh within. Konoha has continuously produced exceptional talents. When will the IWA ninja rise up and assert themselves as the foremost village in the shinobi world? In his heart, he mused that in this generation of IWA ninjas, even without considering the yet-to-show Lee Rock, just Naruto or Niji alone could easily overpower the entire young generation of IWA. The youth of IWA are not merely dwindling, they have never truly emerged. Deidara is regarded as the strongest among Iwa's youth, yet after this battle, Inoki did not believe Deidara could triumph over Niji or Naruto. Unbeknownst to Deidara, Naka's thoughts were far from his concern. He was solely focused on his art. In the upcoming battle, Shikamaru from the Sand Village would face off against Konoha's Tenten. Deidara yearned for all battles to conclude swiftly, his mind consumed by the new art conceived by Lee Rock. In the viewing area, Shikamaru swiftly entered the arena. She cast her gaze upward toward Tenten. Upon hearing Deidara announce the name of Konoha, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She fervently hoped it would not be Lee Rock from Konoha. When Tenten's name was finally revealed, Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that this Tenten was the weakest among Konoha's ranks. In the previous Chunin exams held in Konoha, she had opted to surrender immediately. Surrender, for my wind release, is precisely your nemesis. There is no need for you to. Shikamaru's thoughts were interrupted as Tenten had already materialized in the arena. Although it seemed somewhat impolite, she could not refrain from speaking. Tenten raised her head, fixing her gaze on Shikamaru. Surrender, for my wind release counters yours perfectly. You need not risk injury. What? Shikamaru was taken aback by such audacity from a previously timid opponent who had surrendered without a fight. You heard me correctly. I do not wish to harm you. With that, Tenten hurled a kunai towards Shikamaru, signaling the official commencement of their duel. Futile. Shikamaru tilted her head slightly, effortlessly evading the thrown kunai as if it were a mundane occurrence. Even if you were to throw that 1,000 times, it would still be. Very well. Then, I shall throw it 1,000 times. Tenten unfurled her scroll. Double rising dragons. The scroll transformed into 2 silver streaks that intertwined in the air, resembling colossal dragons soaring upward. Bang! Countless ninja tools emanated a chilling gleam as they soared forth from the scroll. Anger flickered across Shikamaru's face. I already told you. Such tactics are utterly useless. Do you not understand? With a sudden flourish, she opened her 3-star fan. Wind release. Great sickle weasel. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, morphing into terrifying wind blades that surged toward Tenten. Every gust of wind cut with unparalleled precision as if imbued with life, weaving an impenetrable net of tempest in the air. The entire arena transformed into a hunting ground for the fierce winds, with Tenten as the prey. The countless ninja tools summoned by her twin rising dragons were scattered like mere toys within the wind-laden realm created by Shikamaru. From the spectator's stand, Shikamaru inquired, Hey Niji, aren't you going to intervene? Tenten is clearly no match for that sand ninja. Niji, having just concluded his own battle, leaned against the wall, eyes closed in recuperation. Upon hearing Shikamaru's question, he refrained from opening them. Tenten is strong. I have faith in her, just as she believes in my victory. If you are concerned for that sand ninja, you may halt the match. The truth is, this contest has been decided from the very beginning. Noticing the rigidity in Niji's tone, Shikamaru remained unfazed, well aware of Niji's disposition and recognizing that his prowess justified such an attitude. His gaze shifted back to the arena, where he began to discern the underlying truth. In the tempestuous realm conjured by Temari's wind, Tenten stood resolute, not yielding an inch. nor displaying even the slightest sign of retreat. So that is it, Shikamaru thought, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He comprehended Niji's implication. The match had concluded before it truly began. In the arena, Tintin remained amidst the howling winds. The blades of air tore at her garments, revealing faint traces of blood upon her skin. A flicker of resignation crossed her eyes. Indeed. The limitations of ordinary ninja tools proved insufficient. With a sigh, she lamented her predicament. Temari, having caught wind of this sigh, shouted, "Give up. Don't make a fool of yourself." Suddenly, her pupils contracted in shock as Tintin vanished from sight. In the next instant, a chill gripped her neck. Behind her, Tintin emerged, her orange-hued eyes glinting ominously, a kunai poised against Temari's throat. "Ah, I see." Temari's peripheral vision caught sight of the kunai she had initially hurled, now inscribed with intricate seals. "Is this sage art?" she stammered. "No, this is Konoha's space-time ninjutsu." Tintin clarified. "Yield, and spare yourself further humiliation. You are no match for me." Temari, feeling the weight of defeat, exhaled in resignation. "I concede," she declared decisively. Tintin had triumphed without resorting to sage art. Should she unleash her full potential, Temari stood no chance. Casting a glance towards the anxious Shikamaru in the stands, Tintin withdrew her kunai. Prior to the match, Rock Lee had mentioned Shikamaru's apparent affection for Temari, advising against inflicting too much harm to preserve her dignity. With a swift motion, Tintin approached the spectator stand, settling beside Niji. He opened his eyes. "You were slower than I anticipated," he remarked softly. "I wish to test whether victory could be achieved without employing the Flying Thunder God technique in ninjutsu, but alas, it proved futile." The two engaged in hushed whispers, while Shikamaru, standing nearby, let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly utilized his authority to call a halt to the proceedings. It appeared that Tintin possessed a greater understanding of social intricacies than Niji. Henceforth, any dealings with Niji would necessitate prior consultation with Tintin, Shikamaru mused internally. At that moment, within the arena, other matches were unfolding. The other 12 of Konoha's elite took to the field one after another, and overall, their victories outnumbered their defeats. Notably, the Sand Ninja seemed to be experiencing a streak of misfortune, as Kankuro encountered Konoha's undefeated warrior, Shino Aburame. The bout lasted a mere 10 minutes, culminating in Kankuro's defeat. On Konoha's side, the two losses were suffered by Shikamaru's teammates. Choji fell to the Cloud Ninja, Darui, and Ino succumbed to Omoi. The prowess of the Cloud Ninja should not be underestimated. After witnessing the events, Inoki's heart sank as he lamented the state of this Chunin exam, held on the Rock Ninja's home turf. Thus far, not a single Rock Ninja had succeeded in passing the examination. They had all become mere experience fodder for the other 4 great ninja villages. How infuriating! Inoki seethed with impotent rage, shifting his gaze to the last Rock Ninja remaining, Kuratsuchi, his own granddaughter. Why, oh why, had the matchups unfolded in such an unfortunate manner? With a forceful thump on his back, Inoki expressed his frustration. In the final match of the Chunin exam, Kuratsuchi was set to take the stage, and she undoubtedly bore the greatest misfortune. For her opponent was none other than the strongest of Konoha's younger generation, Rock Lee. In the arena, Rock Lee stood confidently on the field, casting his eyes towards Kuratsuchi still hovering above. "Darling, come down and take your beating," he declared, nearly causing the audience to burst into laughter. Is Konoha planning a union with the Rock Ninja? How could we in the Cloud Village be oblivious to such momentous news? Someone remarked. Didn't you see them holding hands in the previous trial? What more could one expect? In the spectator's stance, Kuratsuchi felt her temples throb in response to the murmurs around her. All right. Without waiting for Deidara to announce the combatants, Kuratsuchi propelled herself into the air. Water style, water trumpet technique. She consistently employed the super light heavy rock technique, floating cautiously above while maintaining a safe distance from Rock Lee. She dared not engage him in a physical confrontation. The terrifying punch he delivered that fateful night still haunted her. Lava style, lime solidification technique. Kuratsuchi expelled lime from her mouth, combining it with water to create cement, intending to trap Rock Lee. He remained steadfast, allowing Kuratsuchi's ninjutsu to ensnare him in place. Water style combined with lava style? Rock Lee contemplated. Water style, 10,000, perfect completion. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, Water style. Water surge wave. Upon achieving perfect mastery of the water style, Rock Lee finally reached a state where whatever he shouted would manifest. In an instant, a column of water suddenly surged into the air, swirling with the ferocity of a tornado. Then, the water vortex erupted violently, transforming into an endless river that even engulfed the spectators among the ninja. To perform such an advanced form of water release in the arid land of Earth was truly astonishing. Kakashi was filled with admiration. Yet, this was not merely water release. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and executed earth release. Earth wall, successfully blocking Rock Lee's torrent of water. This was the second Hokage's water release. Kakashi gazed at Rock Lee in the arena, not overly surprised. After all, as the host of the Three Tails, it was understandable for him to possess such abilities. However, what transpired next shattered the understanding of everyone present. Rock Lee scooped up a handful of lime from the ground and flung it into the air. Black Earth, uncertain of Lee's intentions, remained exceedingly cautious, distancing herself further. As long as she kept her distance, even such an exaggerated water release could not threaten her. Just as Black Earth finished her thought, a cold voice echoed in her ears. Rock Lee clapped his hands together. Earth release. Rockfall. He glanced at the panel. Earth release. 10,000, 10,000, perfect completion. With perfect mastery of earth release, he could achieve the level of clapping his hands and manifesting whatever he desired. Rock Lee clapped his hands again. Earth release. Rockfall. In the arena, no rocks descended from above, leaving the crowd bewildered. Black Earth, in a bid to defend against Rock Lee's rockfall, utilized Earth Prison technique. However, after a while, nothing changed in the arena. She realized that Rock Lee's Earth release did not seem as formidable as his water release. Evidently, his Earth release was not as refined. Kakashi activated his Sharingan. Focusing intently on the scene, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The level at which Rock Lee executed his techniques was undeniably enticing. It appeared that the technique executed by clapping was somewhat unstable. Kakashi's initial enthusiasm cooled down gradually. Fortunately, it seemed that the technique had failed. Black Earth peered through the Earth prison at Rock Lee below, exhaling a sigh of relief. She had yet to conceive an effective method to surpass Rock Lee. Surrendering outright would be too humiliating. After all, this was the home ground of the Rock Shinobi, and as the last of her kind. She felt compelled to give it her all. At that moment, a panicked roar erupted from Noki. Black Earth, surrender. Naki's face was a mask of shock as he gazed upward. Is this Earth release? He was rendered speechless. The scale of this Earth release was indeed extraordinary. Having served a lifetime as the Tsuchikage, he had never witnessed such an exaggerated display of Earth release. Gradually, Kakashi also sensed something unusual. His Sharingan trained on the sky. Lee, have you lost your mind? In an instant, everyone looked up. Boom. The roof of the arena shattered abruptly. A boulder the size of a meteor continued to plummet, slowly tearing through the sky. Each second of its descent striking fear into the hearts of all and crushing their hopes one by one. Amidst the crowd, despair and shock surged like a tide. With eyes reflecting an unprecedented void and helplessness, as if the apocalypse had arrived, leaving no one to escape. Surely, this is not a feat attainable by mere mortals. Is that individual from Konoha intent on exterminating us all? What audacity! Does Konoha seek to ignite a war among the ninja realms? Faced with such a cataclysmic scene, Noki could no longer remain passive. Everyone, flee the arena at once. Upon hearing Naki's voice, the crowd snapped back to reality, frantically attempting to escape. Now, let me attempt to thwart this jutsu. Noki prepared to take action, when suddenly, the figure of Kuratsuchi emerged in the sky. Do not underestimate me, she declared, forming hand signs. Rock fist technique. Super lightweight and heavyweight rock technique. Kuratsuchi relentlessly pounded her fists against the enormous boulder above. Simultaneously, she employed the super lightweight and heavyweight rock technique on the stone. Boom. The colossal rock shattered, with half crashing toward the audience and the other half plummeting into the arena. Kuratsuchi obliterated the portion heading toward the arena, while the half aimed at the spectators was caught by Noki, whose frail form could not afford the brutality with which Kuratsuchi shattered the stone. Noki could not help but reminisce about the joys of youth. Cradling the half boulder, he soared toward the open ground beyond the arena. Inside the arena, countless scattered rocks rained down, dust swirling chaotically, rendering the entire arena a scene of disarray. Kuratsuchi fixed her gaze intently on Rock Lee. Is this all you can muster? She gasped, her words a facade of bravado. At that moment, she could hardly maintain the super lightweight and heavyweight rock technique, collapsing onto the ground. Rock Lee, undeterred, slightly trembled his legs and freed himself from the concrete. To withstand that last earth release technique, I acknowledge your prowess. You are indeed a worthy adversary. He performed a few simple stretches. Now, As a gesture of respect, I shall demonstrate my ultimate body technique. This is my true artistry. Rock Lee surveyed the chaotic arena. Within it, ordinary ninjas were fleeing. Yet, amidst the swirling dust, several figures remained fixated on Rock Lee. These figures were the elites and masters from various ninja villages. Kakashi, Niji, Tenten, Maki, Darui, Kankuro, CHG, and others were all intently focused on Rock Lee. They had intended to depart. But upon hearing Rock Lee's declaration of his ultimate body technique, they halted in their tracks. They recalled the first battle when Niji unleashed the ultimate body technique. A sublime display that could obliterate all, leaving many inspired. What extraordinary body technique could the strongest of Konoha's younger generation, the adept Lee, unveil? His ninjutsu was already exceedingly formidable. They yearned to witness his martial prowess, perhaps gleaning insights for themselves. Especially Deidara, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. After such a long wait, it was all for Lee's artistry. Come forth. Let me behold your newly conceived ultimate art. Within the arena, the duel awaited. Lee Rock felt shadows forming at the corners of his eyes. 8 gates. 5th gate. Open. In sage mode. Enhanced by the 8 gates and the chakra of the tailed beast, Lee Rock stood resolutely, his chakra coalescing into a formidable battle armor. You would do well to concede now. Your strength is insufficient for a ninja. A life of domesticity, raising children and tending to household affairs. Is your destined path? Lee Rock spoke softly. Haida was already inclined to surrender. The overwhelming chakra made her nearly falter, extinguishing any notion of resistance. However, upon hearing Lee Rock's flippant remarks, a surge of indignation welled up within her. Such a life was far from her desires. I would sooner perish here than accept that, Haida declared, standing tall. As the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, I will never yield, not even in death. Bring it on. She formed hand seals. Earth release. Hardening technique. Earth release. Earth spear. A sturdy shell enveloped her, and she expelled a mouthful of clay. Earth release. Giant clay technique. A colossal clay giant materialized before her. Haida gazed at Lee Rock, eager to gauge the disparity in strength against the foremost ninja of Konoha. Come forth, she shouted. Lee Rock nodded. Is that so? He reached into his pocket and produced an explosive tag, rolling it up. Following that, he retrieved 2 flash bombs. Bang, bang. The bombs were thrown, catching some off guard as their vision was engulfed in a blinding yellow light. A yellow flash? Is that a combination of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan? Kakashi was the first to comprehend. This yellow flash bomb was familiar to him, a signature technique of his mentor, Minato Namikaze. In the arena, Lee Rock's voice resonated. Now, brace yourself. No one can withstand this technique. Whoosh. Lee Rock's figure vanished from sight. He formed the Tiger Seal. Konoha's secret taijutsu. Ultimate technique. 1,000 years of pain. His finger made contact with an indescribable part of the clay giant. What followed was an advanced version. The explosive tag on his finger suddenly ignited. I shall call this the mutual enhancement technique. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed. In the spectators' area of the arena, Kakashi hastily retreated. He could not bear to watch further, fearing that this technique might be associated with the Hitaki clan. Shikamaru, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Kakashi slipped away, cursing Lee Rock internally. He dares to pilfer techniques and misuse them. What would become of Lee Rock after this Chunin exam, Kakashi could not foresee. However, he, Kakashi Hitaki, had certainly earned a spot on the Iwagakure's blacklist. This technique had evoked trepidation during the Second Great Ninja War, and many survivors from Iwagakure still remembered it. And there is an advanced version. Kakashi muttered in frustration. Yet he still regarded Shaoli as a genius. That advanced technique could indeed be termed the ultimate art. Enhanced by the yellow flash bomb, everyone could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Shaoli extending his finger, resembling a golden touch. Coupled with the explosive power of the mutual detonation talisman, even Kakashi felt a stir of temptation, albeit it required considerable finger dexterity. Boom. Kakashi vanished from Shikamaru's sight. Shikamaru scratched his head, realizing this was no longer mere trouble. It was a declaration of war. Ningxi, Tian, Maki, Darui, Kankuro, Choji, and the others from the 5 great ninja villages all trembled. They felt a tightening sensation at their backs. Who was that person in the arena? Ningxi inquired seriously. His Byakugan activated. Tian responded earnestly, I don't know. In any case, he isn't one of our Konoha people. Ningxi, let us leave. The two departed the arena, pretending to be unacquainted with Rock Lee. The remaining shinobi from the other 4 great villages exchanged bemused glances, and they too chose to exit the arena. Even Deidara could not resist retreating. The new art invented by Xiao Li was indeed formidable, yet its manifestation was excessively abstract. Within the arena, only Anoki, who had just finished dealing with a massive boulder, remained in the spectator seats. His expression was grim. As the smoke of the explosion dissipated, the fishnet armor on Kuratsuchi's legs lay in tatters, revealing large patches of fair skin that hinted at her long and delicate legs. Meanwhile, Rock Lee's finger rested between Kuratsuchi's thighs in a most unspeakable location. The scene felt as though time had come to a halt. Kuratsuchi's face flushed crimson. You. Her mind went blank, her body rigid. After a prolonged silence, Kuratsuchi covered her face and fled the arena. This is art, Rock Lee exclaimed, feeling the warmth at his fingertips as he shouted towards the outside of the arena. He was still entranced by the sight of those partially revealed beautiful legs. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from the spectator seats. Dust release. Outer world separation technique. Anoki gathered chakra in his hands, thrusting them forward. A transparent cubic barrier materialized, seemingly imbued with tremendous destructive power. You, the wicked taijutsu brat from Konoha, have tainted the rock shinobi with your taijutsu secrets. I shall sever you, the source of this pollution, Anoki declared, pushing his hands, sending the barrier hurtling towards Rock Lee. Swish. The cubic barrier enveloped Rock Lee. You may be strong, young Konoha brat, but you are foolish. You should not have given me a legitimate reason to eliminate you. Anoki sneered coldly. Observing Rock Lee trapped within the barrier, he speculated that within Konoha, Rock Lee was undoubtedly being nurtured in secrecy as a shadow or a shadow's aid. His prowess was unparalleled among the current generation of Konoha. Indeed, when one surveyed the entire shinobi world, few from the younger generation could rival Rock Lee's exceptional abilities. This terrifying gap in combat power reminded him of a certain figure from the early days of Konoha. Should he continue to grow at this pace, he might one day become a Uchiha Madara without the Sharingan. Anoki clasped his hands together. The figure of Rock Lee vanished within the cubic barrier. Fortunately, you have insulted the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. This constitutes a diplomatic affront, and I possess ample justification to eliminate you. Even Konoha cannot object. Anoki turned away from the arena. He sighed inwardly. It was a pity to extinguish such exceptional talent. Alas, you do not belong to the Rock Ninja, do you? The figure of Rock Lee reappeared behind Anoki. He gently placed his hand on Anoki's shoulder. Nanny. Anoki trembled. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? When was the technique inscribed? He suddenly recalled the sun catcher that Kuratsuchi had gifted him. That was a present after the first trial and during the trial. All the sun catchers had passed through the hands of Rock Lee. You little brat. You began your scheme back then. Anoki gazed at Rock Lee in astonishment. Indeed. Rock Lee replied solemnly. He had activated Sage Mode and opened the 8 gates. At this moment, he felt somewhat weakened. Little brat, have you exhausted all your means? Anoki did not turn back, speaking nonchalantly. Not necessarily. Upon hearing Anoki's words, Rock Lee's left hand moved toward the long sword at his waist. Anoki suddenly felt an icy chill creeping down his spine, as if a raging sea lurked behind him. The slightest movement could bring about cataclysmic upheaval. This filled Anoki with trepidation, rendering him hesitant to act. Swordsmanship? Anoki finally turned around. He caught a glimpse of Rock Lee from the corner of his eye. Rock Lee stood still, his eyes deep and dark as night. Merely by virtue of that oppressive aura, Anoki felt a chill, as if he faced not Rock Lee, but an unparalleled divine sword capable of upheaving the heavens and the earth. The intensity of the aura caused Anoki to change color. Little brat, I acknowledge your strength. Anoki turned his head. He refrained from making a move and instead slowly walked toward the exit of the arena. However, you have insulted a Wagakure. You must provide me with an explanation. Anoki's footsteps halted at the entrance of the arena. Should there be no answer, I can offer you one. You may choose to become a rock ninja, and a Wagakure would spare no effort in protecting you henceforth. Anoki's voice echoed. Rock Lee fell silent. This was impossible. Becoming a rock ninja sounded appealing, but in truth, it meant being adopted as a son-in-law. Once he agreed, Anoki would dispatch individuals to closely monitor him, forbidding any further ties with Konoha. Meanwhile, Konoha would never allow its strongest of the younger generation to defect to another ninja village. Even if Tsunade sought peace and refrained from conflict with the Rock Ninja, she would undoubtedly send assassins after Rock Lee in secret. Anoki had presented a dilemma to Rock Lee. He could only choose between a Wagakure and Konoha. Kakashi, standing outside, overheard the conversation but chose not to intervene. The dilemma at hand required Rock Lee to make a choice. Once he sided with one party, the other would inevitably devise a countermeasure. Soon, Rock Lee conceived a flawless solution to this conundrum. A choice between two options. Either he would become a son-in-law of the Rock Village, or Inoki would demand an apology from Konoha under the pretext of diplomatic insult. Rock Lee was unwilling to choose either. As for matters of identity, he merely smiled. In truth, he possessed a remarkably noble status. Days later, news arrived of the daimyo of the Land of Rice's visit. The daimyo of the Land of Earth personally engaged in cordial exchanges with the daimyo of the Land of Rice. In the Rock Village, Inoki gazed at the orders issued by the daimyo, rendered speechless. He picked up the intelligence regarding the daimyo of the Land of Rice and scrutinized it closely. After a while, he raised his gaze to Rock Lee, who was in the office. With a resounding thud, Inoki slammed the intelligence report onto his desk. "You are the elder brother of the daimyo of the Land of Rice." Inoki straightened his posture, staring at the photograph of TOS. The daimyo of the Land of Rice, with his head wrapped in bandages, then glanced at Rock Lee. "Are you truly brothers? Speak the truth to me." Inoki was beside himself with frustration. He had presented Rock Lee with a dilemma, yet Rock Lee chose neither option. Instead, he wielded the identity of a third party, that of the daimyo's family, to intimidate the Tsuchikage. This identity was so formidable that even if all 5 Kage were to unite, they would still find themselves at a disadvantage. The power of the daimyo surpassed that of the Tsuchikage. Rock Lee had previously found this peculiar. But after TOS ascended to the position of daimyo, he acquired a wealth of information regarding the daimyo. The existence of the daimyo had persisted for ages, tracing back to ancient times, deeply entrenched through generations, with each individual acknowledging the daimyo's status in their hearts. During the initial establishment of the ninja villages, there existed an individual capable of altering this dynamic, the first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. He dedicated himself to peace and was not adept in political machinations, a domain where his brother Tobarama excelled. However, regrettably, both brothers were oblivious to economic matters. At this juncture, the daimyo of the Land of Fire recognized the terrifying martial prowess of the Senju brothers and extended an invitation. The daimyo of the Land of Fire would assist in managing the economy of the ninja village, while Konoha would provide military strength for the expansion of the Land of Fire. This arrangement was mutually beneficial. Initially, the relationship between the ninja village and the daimyo was cooperative, even when the daimyo later assumed complete control over all economic lifelines. They maintained a collaborative relationship with the ninja village, unlike the current oppressive state. However, all this changed due to the daimyo's apprehension of Hashirama. Hashirama was aware of this situation. Although he was not skilled in political schemes, it did not imply ignorance. He simply detested intrigue. He recognized that the increasingly inflated power of the daimyo posed a latent threat. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. If the ninjas continue to be preoccupied with seizing the power of the feudal lords and managing the economy, they will undoubtedly become ensnared in a whirlpool of power struggles. The prowess of the ninjas will stagnate, and in the next great war, Konoha shall vanish from this world. Hashirama had finally managed to set the ninja villages on the right path, only for Uchiha Madara to intervene once more. After the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama lacked the energy to address the issues concerning the feudal lords. Consequently, he could only watch as they gradually grew in power. By the time of the second Hokage, Tobarama, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities, researching ninjutsu, balancing the Uchiha's influence, establishing the ninja academy, and setting up the Umbu, among various other duties. However, he paid little attention to curbing the feudal lords, viewing them as insignificant compared to the malevolent Uchiha. During this period, the feudal lords thoroughly consolidated and integrated their control over the economic lifelines, forming a complete economic operating system. By the third Hokage's era, his strength was far inferior to that of his predecessors. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's time, the feudal lords had already positioned themselves at the pinnacle over the ninja villages. The third Hokage was powerless to effect change, ultimately relegating the ninja villages to mere military resources beneath the feudal lord's authority. It was not until the Fourth Great Ninja War that an individual emerged who could alter this paradigm. Unfortunately, the seventh Hokage, Naruto, was a lover of peace, disinterested in power struggles, and lacking in economic acumen. "Indeed, I can have my brother Tsu come over. There is no doubt about that," said Rock Lee, his expression devoid of emotion. "The land of rice fields is entirely his. It is merely that he lacks the time to act as a feudal lord." Upon uttering these words, Inoki slumped helplessly in his chair. I am truly getting old. Inoki sighed, waving his hand. You may leave, but do not return to Awagakure, or I shall unleash my entire force to pursue you day and night. Beside him, Akatsuchi expressed a flicker of astonishment, taken aback by Rock Lee's connections and capabilities. It was astonishing that he could maintain such relations with the feudal lord of the land of rice fields, compelling even his typically unyielding grandfather to concede. As Rock Lee exited the office, he did not return to Konoha with Kakashi, Shikamaru, and the others. In the tower, Deidara incredulously asked, Are you asking me to become the finance minister? A finance minister is responsible for managing the economy. If it involves handling explosives, he excels. But managing an economy could collapse in mere days. Indeed, Rock Lee nodded. I require someone like you, who can bring the economy of the land of Earth to ruin. The feudal lord of the land of rice fields, Su, has already sent word that he has bribed the feudal lord of the land of Earth to secure a position as a financial minister's advisor. Bored, Deidara expressed his reluctance. Rock Lee anticipated this reaction and gazed at Deidara with a mysterious countenance. If you can dismantle the economy of the land of Earth without leaving a trace, I shall teach you the art of explosive tags. This proposition stirred Deidara's interest immensely. The ultimate technique that flattened an entire forest had indeed left a lasting impression on him. All right, Deidara agreed, and only then did Rock Lee depart from the Rock Village. This marked his first endeavor to engage with a major nation. The economic condition of the Earth country can hardly be described as dire, yet it is also not thriving. Among the 5 great nations, its economy occupies a middling position. Were it not for the constraints imposed by its geography, the economic state might have been even more prosperous. This indirectly indicates that the Earth country's feudal lord is not inept. There are indeed individuals effectively managing its economy. Lee's mindset was straightforward. He believed that a lunatic like Deidara could not possibly destabilize the Earth country's economy, and it was likely that Deidara would struggle to approach the core of the feudal lord's power. However, with Kakuzu preoccupied with capturing tailed beasts and lacking personnel by his side, Lee had no choice but to allow Deidara to take the lead for the time being. Several days later, just as Lee was about to leave the Earth country, he received a message from Jiraiya. Thank you for providing me with intelligence on pain. I have confirmed its accuracy. However, my current mission is to persuade Nagato to return. The final words on the back of the letter read, You and Naruto will ultimately be the ones to change the ninja world. I firmly believe this. Lee sighed. Even after notifying Jiraiya in advance about pain, he still chose to confront his former disciple. Glancing at the map, Lee noted that the Rain Country lay nestled between the Earth Country and the Fire Country. Since it was along his route, he decided to pay a visit. He folded the map away, reflecting on Jiraiya as a source of regret. Since their paths had crossed, he might as well lend assistance if possible. Lee recognized that his current strength was not enough to confront pain, but escaping was still an option. He hoped there was still time. Thus, Lee set off toward the Rain Country. Half a day later, Lee crossed the border of the Earth Country. Just 2 kilometers ahead lay the Rain Country. Pain. At present, the Rain Country was enveloped in a constant drizzle. Lee was well aware that this was Pain's Rain Tiger Freedom technique. The moment he set foot in the Rain Country, he would undoubtedly be detected by Pain. He decided to leave a mark for safety. Pulling out a kunai, he thrust it forcefully into a nearby tree. Once he confirmed that it was firmly embedded, he stepped into the Rain Country. The Rain Country, a realm of forgotten ruins, was perpetually shrouded in a veil of rain. Yet, even the persistent downpour could not cleanse the scars and shadows that lingered here. As Lee entered the borders of the Rain Country, he spotted a village faintly visible through the curtain of rain in the distance. The hidden rain village? Lee donned a straw hat and proceeded cautiously through the village. He keenly sensed that something was amiss in the hidden rain village. It differed from his recollection. He remembered its suffering from internal strife, under the poor governance of Hanzo the Salamander, leading to its inhabitants facing hunger and destitution. However, the current atmosphere of the hidden rain village did not evoke a sense of ruin. Instead, there was an undercurrent of vitality. Something was not right. Lee Locke gazed at the shops and pedestrians lining the streets. The villagers, with expressions devoid of emotion, hurriedly walked with heads bowed, never lingering in front of the stores. Their eyes flickering with fear and submission. Beneath the veil of rain, Lee Locke sensed that the entire rain-hidden village was shrouded in an atmosphere of oppression and gloom. The drizzle seemed to bear an immensely heavy burden, silently proclaiming the oppressive danger of rain hidden. The villagers' inner voices were swallowed by the fine rain, leaving only the sound of footsteps and the occasional distant murmur of commands, creating a unique melody for this village. Walking under the rain, Li Lok conformed to local customs, donning a conical hat and cloak as he hurried through the storm. After a brief inquiry for information, he began to understand the source of this oppressive atmosphere. Here, only one voice was permitted, the praise of pain. Was this the will of a deity? Li Lok looked up at the somber, gray sky. The Rain Tiger's free technique, capable of manipulating the weather, was a remarkable display of power. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He knew he had been discovered, yet he did not retreat. Having come this far, he felt undeterred. Moreover, Pain had little time to consider a mere 17-year-old boy. Jiraiya was the true adversary worthy of his attention. Li Lok raised his gaze to a bar named Intimate Paradise. Upon entering, he was greeted by the server's inquiry. What would you like to drink? However, the menu was not comprised of beverages, but rather images of various women. Scanning the room, he pointed to a voluptuous woman. That one, Handan. Very well, please wait a moment. Soon, Handan approached him, her figure indeed reminiscent of Tsunade. Young sir, you're quite young to be here, she remarked. Her surprise evident. This was her first encounter with such a youthful client. Is it not permissible for me to come? Li Lok raised an eyebrow. Of course, but I worry you might not be able to resist, Handan replied with a faint smile. Her concern was not for his restraint, but rather for his financial means. How much do you earn in a day? Li Lok inquired suddenly. Handan lifted a glass of wine. Depending on the customer's orders and tips, I can earn up to 100,000 Rio on busy days, but at least 3,000 Rio on quieter ones. She raised her glass in a toast to Li Lok. He did not drink. Instead, he retrieved 100,000 Rio notes from his wallet. Today, I wish to book you. He placed the bills on her thigh. Handan's heart raced as she gazed at the million Rio resting on her leg. It seems I have encountered a big spender, she exclaimed. How would you like to play, my lord? Her enthusiasm surged as she wrapped her arms around Li Lok's, playfully nudging him. I enjoy playing the Minotaur. Under the rain, Li Lok and Handan, clad in raincoats, made their way towards a private residence. Upon entering, Handan shed her raincoat. Come, this is my home. That wretched spirit has yet to return from his mission. The clothing on Shugong has gradually diminished. Indeed, Li Lok is struggling to endure. Yet, his expression remains unchanged. Wait, Li abruptly halts Shugong. What? Shugong is perplexed. The youth before her exhibits no urgency, which surprises her. This is hardly exhilarating. I shall wait for your wretched spirit to return before. Such a scenario would be far more thrilling. Li Lok reclines on the sofa, resting with closed eyes. Upon hearing this, Shugong's countenance darkens. Are you not putting me at risk of being discovered by my husband? This complicates matters. Shugong's tone grows increasingly irate. Slap. A wad of cash is thrust onto Shugong's face. Hastily, she gathers the scattered bills from the floor, and upon a cursory glance, it amounts to yet another 100,000. Oh dear, master, how would you like to play this? I am entirely at your service. It's not impossible in front of my husband. Yes. Now put on your clothes and send a message to your husband, stating that there is a matter at home requiring his urgent return. Li Lok gazes out the window. The rain has ceased outside, signifying that Jiraiya has commenced his battle with pain. Very well, master, please hold on. Shortly, Shugong dispatches the letter. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man enters the residence. Shugong, I almost couldn't make it back. Fortunately, the Angel Lord detained that ninja. Who is he? The middle-aged man queries curiously. Before Li Lok can respond, Shugong suddenly falls into his embrace. This is my new master. Shugong whispers enticingly into Li Lok's ear. Slap. Li Lok swiftly delivers a sharp slap to Shugong. Get lost. In an instant, he positions himself behind the middle-aged man. Take me to the location where the Angel Lord just engaged in battle, or else you shall perish. Li Lok presses a blade against the man's neck. I refuse to take you there. Crack. Li Lok lifts his foot and crushes the man's toes. You have 9 chances to respond, after that. You need not walk again. The middle-aged man, not particularly brave to begin with, surrenders to Li Lok's ruthless methods, ceasing his struggle. He leads Li Lok away from the residence. Just before Li Lok closes the door, he glances back at the terrified Shugong. That money is for you, and moreover, I am the pure love war god. In the hidden rain village. In a water pool, Jiraiya uncovers Pain's true identity. So it is. Boom. Below the surface, a Juropath suddenly seizes Jiraiya by the throat. Alas, you've discovered it too late. In the air, the 6 paths of pain launch their assault. Their black rods aimed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, having lost an arm, finds his sage mode expired, leaving him powerless. Is this the end? Jiraiya reminisces about the past. Naruto, I entrust you with the future of the ninja world. Boom. Jiraiya's body fell heavily to the ground, his gaze somewhat vacant. Master Jiraiya, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. The Deva Path Pain observed the gravely injured Jiraiya, his black rod poised to strike downward. Crack. What? Deva Path Pain stared at the broken rod in his hand. Who is it? A figure clad in black appeared before Pain. It was Rock Lee from Konoha. Both Jiraiya and Shinsaku's pupils widened in shock. As he caught sight of Lee, Jiraiya intended to convey vital information to him, yet his throat was rendered useless, preventing any words from escaping. Noticing this, Shinsaku immediately turned to Lee. Little Lee, these pains are. I understand. I possess a wealth of information. Upon hearing this, Shinsaku fell silent. Lee turned his attention to the gravely injured Jiraiya and let out a sigh. Though we may not have shared many interactions, I still hold great respect for your deeds. He gazed at the unconscious Jiraiya. Jiraiya, a true hero, as the guide of the prophesied child. He relinquished the power and status of Hokage to embark on the path of seeking the prophesied one, silently contributing immensely to Konoha and Tsunade. In Lee's heart, he did not agree with Jiraiya's choice to sacrifice himself for Naruto's growth, yet this did not diminish his admiration for Jiraiya. Lee turned to Shinsaku. Master Shinsaku, I entrust Jiraiya to your care. Shinsaku nodded, releasing the summoning technique. Subsequently, the unconscious Jiraiya vanished from the sight of Lee and Pain. Pain made no attempt to intervene. His expression remained indifferent. Rock Lee, the Deva Path Pain's Rinnegan, adorned with swirling patterns, turned towards Lee. Just that single glance sent tremors throughout Lee's body. The beautiful eyes were indeed a formidable force in the ninja world. The intensity of Pain's Rinnegan brought an overwhelming pressure upon Lee, a sensation he had not experienced since mastering Sage Technique. I remember you. Kakuza seemed to mention you, the leader of the bank organization. I never anticipated that you would also be the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Deva Path Pain had no intention of engaging in battle, as he still required funds. The bank established by Lee held significant utility for the Akatsuki organization. However, he noticed the beast within Lee. Indeed, I came solely to rescue Jiraiya and do not wish to engage in combat with you. Seeing that Pain was willing to converse, Lee decided to test his persuasive abilities. In truth, I find your ideology of peace quite agreeable. No sooner had Lee spoken than swish. The black rod and projectiles surged forth simultaneously. You may comprehend suffering, but... Deva Path Pain extended his right hand. My suffering surpasses yours. Universal pull. In an instant, Lee was drawn towards Pain. Meanwhile, the other Pains began their assault. This is madness. It has truly gone berserk. Lee Locke did not resist the gravitational pull of the heavenly path Pain. Instead, he allowed himself to be drawn closer. As he approached within a yard of the heavenly path Pain, he angled his narrow blade. Sage mode. He relaxed his entire being, relinquishing his fear of death. With a swift motion, he unleashed a slash. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the blade. The intent to kill surged forth like a tumultuous tide from the gleaming edge. The blade's essence cleaved through the fabric of life and death. Pain's eyes widened in shock. Did he discover something? It was food. After 4 long days, he had finally found sustenance. How delightful. On that rainy night, as the Leaf Village ninjas invaded. The haunting memories of the night he lost his parents resurfaced in Pain's mind, shaking him to his core. The sorrow of losing his loved ones overwhelmed him once more. As a child, Nagato had wandered alone after losing his parents, enduring starvation until he met Conan and Yahiko. No. The heavenly path Pain's face contorted in anguish. Once again. It was a dreary, rain-soaked day. Yahiko had chosen to sacrifice himself under the kunai of his friend, hoping to save Conan. As Yahiko fell into Nagato's embrace, the visions of a beautiful future he had described could never be realized or witnessed. An ocean of despair engulfed Nagato, tears streaming down his face. The heavenly path Pain felt this anguish deeply. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air before the heavenly path Pain. He had no time to unleash his almighty push before being cleaved in two. This was the rudimentary sword intent that Lee Locke had comprehended after entering Sage mode. The essence of his blade severed the ties of the past. A heart-wrenching roar escaped the lips of the heavenly path Pain. Upon witnessing Lee Locke's blade strike Yahiko's lifeless form, Nagato clapped his hands together. Earth. Explosion. Star. The words escaped Pain's mouth. Unforgivable. This time, Nagato was truly filled with a murderous intent. The fate of Jiraiya mattered little to him. After all, he would eventually submit to the divine. Thus, he did not intervene to stop Shinra from performing the reverse summoning technique. However, Lee Locke was different. The desecration of Yahiko's remains was an unforgivable sin. This was divine retribution. A highly concentrated black sphere of chakra materialized in the sky. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from the ground. The other 5 pains simultaneously executed their most powerful techniques. Nagato vowed to obliterate Lee Locke in a single strike. He had intended to engage in a meaningful discussion. But alas, Lee Locke soared skyward, sighing heavily. His current strength was still inferior to that of Pain. Until we meet again, Nagato. With that, Lee Locke vanished in an instant. Where is he? Inside a tower, Nagato roared in fury, his madness directed at Conan. Conan, find him. Help me locate him. Nagato had lost all rationality. Conan gently reassured him, having sensed the entirety of the Rain Village. There was no trace of Lee Locke. He must have employed some form of space-time ninjutsu to escape the village. Conan continued to soothe Nagato, gradually guiding him back to sanity. He released the Earth Explosion Star. Breathing heavily, gather everyone. We must accelerate the pace of capturing the tailed beasts. Additionally, Conan, swiftly prepare a location. I intend to personally visit Konoha. Nagato glanced at Yahiko's severed corpse. Summon Kakuza back. He wished for Kakuza to return and stitch together Yahiko's remains. Understood. With a flick of her fingers, Conan transformed a piece of white paper into a bird that flew away into the distance. Outside the Rain Village, Rock Lee gasped for breath. Beneath his feet lay a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. This was his contingency for a hasty retreat. This move had completely drained his sage chakra. Lee dared not linger. The 8 gates. Second gate, open. He activated the second gate and raced towards the border of the Land of Rain. 2 days later, Rock Lee finally left the territory of the Rain Country, exhaling a sigh of relief. He stepped into the Land of Fire, steadily making his way towards Konoha. Jiraiya should have been returned to Konoha by Miyaboka Mountain, Lee speculated. Now possessing the 3 tails within him, he would inevitably find himself at odds with the Akatsuki organization. According to Kakuzu's intelligence, the Akatsuki had successfully sealed the 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. Their next target would likely be the Cloud Village. The overall strength of the Cloud Village is considerably weaker than that of Konoha. The Akatsuki would surely prioritize eliminating the weaker targets before turning their sights on Konoha. Time was running short for Rock Lee. The only means capable of contending with Pain was the 8 gates. He murmured to himself. The sword intent was merely at the novice level. This technique could only catch an opponent off guard. Should he attempt it again in a direct confrontation, Pain would certainly be prepared, and Shinra Tensei would counteract this attack. Rock Lee saw only one path, to diligently refine his sword intent. Only by elevating it to an intermediate or even perfected level before Pain's invasion of Konoha could he hope to truly slay the 6 paths of Pain. Days passed, and Rock Lee returned to Konoha. He entered the dilapidated wooden house and lay on the bed. For once, he allowed himself to think of nothing. Taking a day to rest, Niji and Tintin, after the conclusion of the Chunin exams, did not return to Konoha but ventured to the Land of Rice. Currently, in Konoha, Lee had only Guy and Kakashi as acquaintances. It seemed there was yet another familiar face. The following day, Rock Lee visited the Konoha hospital to see Jiraiya. Konoha Hospital. Jiraiya has yet to awaken from his coma. According to Tsunade's diagnosis, he has emerged from danger. It is merely a matter of time before he regains consciousness. Naruto sits by the bedside, enveloped in a haze of confusion and despondency. His defeat to Niji during the Nin exams has shaken his faith in his ninja way for the first time. Just as he grapples with uncertainties about the future, he is struck by the devastating news of Jiraiya's grievous injuries. Naruto gazes at Jiraiya, a figure he deeply respects. The elder taught him ninjutsu and accompanied him in training, nurturing a profound bond that has blossomed within his heart. To Naruto, Jiraiya is not merely a mentor, he embodies the role of a father. Jiraiya has provided Naruto with the kind of companionship that feels akin to family, a blend of paternal guidance and mentorship. Naruto lifts his gaze to Jiraiya's empty left sleeve, anguish evident in his eyes. The last time he faced the loss of such a revered elder, the 3rd Hokage had perished in battle, imparting to him the harsh realities of the ninja world. This occasion feels even more grave. Memories from the past 3 years of training swirl in Naruto's mind, each moment a testament to Jiraiya's burdensome legacy. Despite the fade of a carefree and flirtatious master, Jiraiya carries immense weight upon his shoulders. Naruto fights back tears, nearly losing the fatherly figure he cherishes. Creaking open, the hospital room door reveals Rock Lee, who enters bearing flowers and fruit. How is he? I heard he is out of danger, Lee inquires softly. Upon seeing Lee, Naruto stands and bows slightly. Thank you for saving Master Jiraiya. It's nothing, Lee replies casually. Such a remarkable hero should witness the moment you become Hokage. At the mention of Hokage, Naruto's pupils widen, followed by an overwhelming sense of confusion. Observing Naruto's reaction, Lee suggests, shall we step outside for a moment? He places the flowers and fruit beside the bed and turns to leave. Hesitating briefly, Naruto finds himself inexplicably following Lee outside. On the hospital rooftop, the sunset spills like molten gold across the horizon, painting the sky in gentle shades of orange and red. The leaves shimmer in the waning light, their edges adorned with a delicate golden lining, exuding vitality. A gentle breeze carries the refreshing coolness and earthy fragrance, prompting Lee to reflect on the beauty of time. Is fate truly unbreakable? He muses. From behind Lee, Naruto's voice emerges, tinged with uncertainty about the past and confusion about the future. Can it be? He asks. Yes. Lee affirms confidently. Really? Indeed, it can, Lee reiterates, provided one possesses sufficient strength. Naruto approaches Lee, following the latter's gaze to behold a vision reminiscent of a dreamscape. The two stand in silence, gazing into the distance, savoring the unique tranquility and comfort that twilight bestows. At that moment, everything on the rooftop radiates harmony and beauty, as if time has slowed, allowing them to forget the mundane troubles and clamor of daily life. Gradually, Naruto's inner turmoil and anxiety begin to subside. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever, Naruto murmured. Rock Lee shook his head. Peace is fleeting, war is eternal. I shall ensure that the ninja world remains in harmony. Naruto's wavering resolve in the path of the ninja grew steadfast once more. But how? I am certain I can achieve it. What is the concrete plan? I am confident that I can accomplish it. Though Naruto remained uncertain of how to proceed, he believed wholeheartedly in his capabilities. Such is Naruto's spirit. Rock Lee opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. He had intended to say something, but ultimately, it transformed into a mere sigh. This pure-heartedness is indeed a rare treasure. Such single-mindedness can sometimes be advantageous. I have faith in you. When you become Hokage, remember to treat me to ramen. With that, Rock Lee's figure vanished from the rooftop. A faint smile graced Naruto's lips. Excellent. Ichiraku ramen, here I come. His face radiated confidence as he descended from the rooftop. Back in his humble abode, Rock Lee had a simple dinner. He refrained from countering Naruto's fervent declarations. It was futile to argue with someone so resolute. Only reality serves as the best teacher. Hokage, such a modest ambition. Rock Lee subtly enhanced his rapport with Naruto. The future Hokage was nearly a certainty, yet Rock Lee's identity destined him to be unable to contend with those of noble lineage. Moreover, his aspirations extended far beyond that of merely being Hokage. The ninja world is vast. The world itself is immense. By leveraging his resources and connections, he aimed to consolidate all power and achieve unification. That was Rock Lee's true objective. As it stands, the land of rice and the land of iron have entirely fallen under Rock Lee's influence. The land of earth is currently under siege. The sand village exists in name only, and due to its harsh environment, Rock Lee had no immediate plans to act. First, he would thoroughly conquer the land of earth, utilizing the prestige of great nations to completely absorb the surrounding smaller lands, before turning his attention to the land of wind and the land of lightning. As for Konoha and the land of fire, that formidable obstacle would be his final target. Days passed. Rock Lee once again visited the hospital to see Jiraiya. Jiraiya had awakened, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the nurse. Excuse me, Miss Nurse, do you have some free time lately? I would like you to accompany me outside. No, your body requires 6 months of rest. That is Lady Tsunade's order, the nurse replied, her expression turning sour as she exited the room. Honestly, the nurses in Konoha lack warmth, Jiraiya grumbled. This is a hospital, not a leisure house. Nurses are not meant to be overly cordial, Rock Lee remarked as he entered the room. Jiraiya looked at Rock Lee and nodded. You are right. The thought of waiting another 6 months before I can venture out for materials is unbearable. You could send a shadow clone to scout around, Rock Lee suggested. Jiraiya sighed. That won't do. Tsunade insists on transplanting the first Hokage's cell arm for me. I cannot use ninjutsu for the next 6 months. He gestured toward his empty left sleeve. Rock Lee's heart stirred. This is the reason why he continuously sought out Jiraiya. Rock Lee surmised that Tsunade would certainly not stand by and allow Jiraiya to suffer a severed limb. She would inevitably resort to the cells of Hashirama. The cells of Lord Hashirama? Rock Lee was at a loss for how to broach the subject. Such a thing was beyond the reach of even the higher echelons of Konoha. These cells belonged to the Senju clan, and unless the Senju were willing to speak, no one could hope to acquire them. Of course, the audacious Orochimaru could procure them, given his peculiar relationship with Tsunade, as well as his connections with Danzo and the third Hokage. If he were to take them for research, no one would oppose him. But Rock Lee was in a different position altogether. He had no idea where to even begin to steal them. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Do you desire them as well? He was a man of considerable stature, both in intellect and capability. Observing Rock Lee's repeated visits and his fervent discussions regarding the Hashirama cells, Jiraiya quickly deduced his intentions. Haha, do you believe I would say I don't want them? Rock Lee retorted. I do not believe you, Jiraiya replied, biting into an apple. I wish to know what you intend to do with the Hashirama cells. Jiraiya harbored a deep gratitude for the life-saving favor Rock Lee had rendered him. However, he could not shake the image of a familiar figure from his mind, the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Jiraiya's unwavering principle was Konoha. Anyone who posed a threat to Konoha could be eliminated, even if they were his beloved Tsunade, his dear friend Orochimaru, or even Naruto. Konoha represented an absolute boundary for him. He was intent on discerning Rock Lee's motives and whether they posed a threat to Konoha. I have two objectives. Rock Lee pondered for a moment. First, to prepare against the imminent threat of the Akatsuki. As the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, the Akatsuki will not spare me. I require any means to enhance my strength. Second, I wish to obtain a sample of Lord Hashirama's cells for my friend Niji, to see if it could free him from his cage. Rock Lee was not lying. Fabricating falsehoods before a man of Jiraiya's caliber would be easily scrutinized and swiftly unraveled. Is that so? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he regarded Rock Lee. After a pause, he sighed. Next time, I shall speak with Tsunade. As for whether she will agree, that is beyond my control. Thank you, Rock Lee expressed as he stood to leave. Do not thank me yet. Let me make it clear that if you ever engage in actions that endanger Konoha, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, Jiraiya cautioned. As Rock Lee exited the infirmary, he reassured, rest assured, I'm not like Orochimaru. I have my principles. Is that so? Jiraiya mused, watching Rock Lee depart. Upon hearing Rock Lee's first objective, he almost resolved to refuse his request. The notion of a caged bird stirred something within Rock Lee. He still held bonds of friendship. Rock Lee's second objective, to aid Niji, was precisely why Jiraiya found himself inclined to acquiesce. It seemed that the Hyuga clan was destined for tumultuous times ahead. Days passed. Tsunade visited Jiraiya, expressing her frustration. This Hokage position should be yours. It's utterly exhausting. Upon entering the hospital room, she shed the facade of the formidable Hokage. However, she soon witnessed Jiraiya playfully flirting with a nurse, prompting an awkward response from him. Tsunade, why didn't you knock? The nurse, upon noticing Tsunade, hurriedly bowed and exited the room. Tsunade's irritation simmered beneath the surface as she struggled to contain her temper. My volatile temperament. Listen, there is something important we must discuss. Wait for me in the Pure Land. We can deliberate after my demise. Hold on. This is a hospital. Your punch could disturb the other patients. With a decisive thud, Tsunade's anger was momentarily quelled as she lightly punched Jiraiya on the head, causing it to swell. If I weren't concerned about disturbing the other patients, you'd be a goner today. Be grateful, she stated coolly while seated before his hospital bed. Thank you for your mercy, Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya chuckled. They exchanged casual banter, during which Tsunade lamented the burdensome responsibilities of the Hokage role, feeling overwhelmed, and Jiraiya offered her comforting words of encouragement. If Tsunade were to step down, it would fall to Jiraiya, who dreaded the myriad duties accompanying the position even more. By the way, how is Lord Hashirama's cell progressing? Tsunade inquired with curiosity. It will take some time. Do you have an urgent matter? Jiraiya replied. Tsunade had received intelligence indicating that the Akatsuki seemed to be capturing tailed beasts within the hidden cloud village. Raikage, known for his hardline stance, had not sought assistance, leaving Tsunade unable to provide support. She sent a warning ahead for Raikage to prepare, noting that currently, the Two Tails and Eight Tails remained safe. During this period, nothing significant had transpired in Konoha. I'm not in a rush. A few days ago, Rock Lee came by and inquired about Hashirama's cells. Jiraiya hesitated before revealing this information. Oh, he desires my grandfather's cells? Tsunade responded. Indeed, I just wanted to inform you. The decision rests with you. No problem, though it may be a hassle. I lack the time to seek him out. When he visits you again, just let him know to wait, Tsunade replied calmly. Jiraiya was taken aback. Hashirama's cells were extraordinarily precious, and since they belonged to Tsunade's grandfather, it was one thing to consider giving them to an old friend. Their decades-long bond had recently shown signs of warming, which made it more acceptable. However, Lee was an outsider, and a rather inscrutable one at that. "What are your thoughts on Rock Lee?" Jiraiya asked. "Difficult to read," Tsunade admitted, "but I can ascertain one thing." After examining Jiraiya's health and putting away her stethoscope, she continued, "He is not a second Orochimaru. He has many people who care for him. Guy, Neji, Kakashi, Naruto, and others hold him in high regard. That is sufficient." Haha. Indeed, Jiraiya chuckled in agreement. As the two spoke of Orochimaru, they inevitably reminisced about the past. Sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, bathing the immaculate hospital room in a warm glow. Tsunade picked up the book resting on the bedside table, glancing at it while engaging in conversation with Jiraiya, her gaze tenderly drifting over his face from time to time. They exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding flowing effortlessly between them. In the room, apart from the occasional soft hum of medical equipment, only their gentle discourse and intermittent laughter wove a sweet and heartwarming melody. The following day, within the dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee received a message from Jiraiya, his heart soaring with joy. He had not anticipated Tsunade's swift agreement. The Hashirama cells had stabilized. Yet he remained uncertain about their potential for simplification. Lee held little hope. The system could only simplify ninjutsu and taijutsu, while cells belonged to a realm of physical augmentation, beyond the system's reach. He prepared a simple dinner and, after eating, quietly opened the door. 8 gates. 99489148100 million. 7th gate. In another 6 months, he would unlock the 8th gate. Time flew by, and a month slipped past. Rock Lee sat in front of the wooden house, gently polishing his narrow blade, its edge marred by numerous fine nicks. This sword had withstood countless battles alongside him, yet it had reached its limits. With a delicate swing, Lee felt his swordsmanship confronted by an unprecedented bottleneck, as if he had brushed against an invisible barrier, making further progress elusive. Yet, this step could not be rushed. He would have to rely on the Hashirama cells. Sage techniques could momentarily allow Lee to touch the essence of his blade, while the Hashirama cells might enhance his physical attributes. "Is something the matter?" Lee inquired softly. From ahead, Shikamaru and Hinata emerged from the depths of the forest. "We have a mission from the Hokage that requires your assistance. Will you come?" This task was personally selected by Shikamaru, who, though not particularly strong in combat, had taken on the role of team leader. The team needed a sensory type for balance, and he initially sought Neji. However, Neji had not returned to the village after the Nin exams with Tenten. As a fallback, he approached Hinata, and while the other selections were already made, Shikamaru knew he needed a strong and reliable companion, prompting him to think of Rock Lee. "What is the mission?" Lee asked. "There has been a spy from the land of crafts infiltrating Konoha, and they seem to be searching for tailed beasts. The Hokage has tasked me with investigating." The land of crafts? Lee recalled it as a small nation known for crafting ninja tools. He was in need of a sturdy blade. "Let us go." In the village of Konoha, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Rock Lee made their way slowly towards the gate. Along the path, Hinata turned to Rock Lee and said, "My father has sent someone to search for the whereabouts of Neji." She then glanced at him again, adding, "I need to check on Naruto. I'm worried he might act recklessly if left unattended." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru quickened his pace, soon distancing himself from Hinata and Rock Lee. He wished to avoid becoming entangled in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. Rock Lee, noticing Shikamaru's departure, chuckled softly. Shikamaru is a trustworthy companion. Though he has one flaw, he dislikes complications. "Rest assured, Neji is safe," he reassured her. "Is that so?" Hinata still felt a tinge of worry, but chose not to voice it further. Before long, they arrived at the Konoha gate, where they found Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, Naruto, Sakura, Ino, and Shino gathered. To Rock Lee's surprise, the Sand Ninja duo was also present. Gaara has been captured, and it seems the higher-ups have decided to return him for reasons unknown. Prompting this notification to the Sand Ninja, Shikamaru explained. Rock Lee remained non-committal about this news. The strength of the Sand duo had fallen significantly behind his own, posing no threat, and thus he was more intrigued by Shikamaru's mention of Gaara's return. "What is Danzo up to?" Rock Lee pondered. Ever since Tsunade took office as Hokage, the upper echelons of Konoha had been virtually under Danzo's complete control, becoming an autocracy. The decision to return Gaara to the Sand was undoubtedly Danzo's. Moreover, The strength of the four heavenly symbols was formidable in smaller nations, but in Konoha, where exceptional talents abound, they were merely insignificant players, yet they managed to abduct Gaara. The Umbu must have truly let their guard down. Rock Lee found it hard to fathom Danzo's motives. The Sand Duo, sensing no malice from Rock Lee, breathed a sigh of relief. Shikamaru sighed as well. It's all so troublesome. It seems none of these individuals are easy to manage, yet I must rely on them to complete our mission. He contemplated, glancing at the group. Their task was to retrieve Gaara and investigate the intentions of the four heavenly symbols. Should they pose any threat to Konoha, they would need to be eliminated. After a moment of thought, Shikamaru turned to Sakura, saying, "You are the only medical ninja in the team. Should anyone be injured, we will require your assistance." "No problem," Sakura replied eagerly. "Does anyone have any questions? If not, let us set off." With that, the group dashed towards the village's exit. Rock Lee examined the map, noting that the four heavenly symbols had left the land of fire and were heading towards the land of rivers. The strength of the four heavenly symbols was not particularly impressive. He recalled the situation in the land of crafts, where the four heavenly symbols intended to use Gaara's Jinchuriki chakra to resurrect the founding ancestor of the land of crafts. To resurrect the founding ancestor of the land of crafts? Lilac placed his right hand upon his waist, gently stroking the hilt of his narrow blade. He had no intention of obstructing the four celestial phenomena. In fact, he intended to occasionally hinder his companions to prevent them from catching up with the four celestial phenomena and disrupting the resurrection of Qiming. Lilac gazed ahead. Since Qiming was the progenitor of the land of craftsmen, his skills in forging ninja tools must be unparalleled. This narrow blade of mine requires an upgrade. In the land of rivers, within the forest, the four celestial phenomena were advancing. "We will reach our destination within half a day," said Bao Gui, glancing back at the unconscious Gaara contained within the ninja tool. "Isn't this a bit too smooth?" Bao Gui felt that something was amiss. They had infiltrated the foremost of the five great nations, the Hidden Leaf's Umbu, and abducted a Jinchuriki while retreating safely. Everything seemed far too effortless. The five great nations had indeed fallen. The Hidden Leaf's Umbu was so easily overwhelmed. One could only imagine the weakness of the other four ninja villages. It is time for the land of craftsmen to flourish. They remain unaware of the power of our ninja tools, so there is no need for excessive concern. As long as we resurrect the progenitor Qingming, the five great nations shall surely perish. Bao Gui nodded in agreement. Regardless, the Jinchuriki, Gaara, behind him was indeed genuine. Alongside the progenitor Qingming, what could the five ninja villages possibly do? Leaf has reinforcements approaching. The four celestial phenomena hastened their steps upon spotting the members of the Leaf behind them. "I will hold them off," Dragon Eye declared. "Water Tiger." "You go with Dragon Eye," Bao Gui instructed, turning to Water Tiger. "Understood." Meanwhile, Lilac observed two members of the four celestial phenomena remaining to obstruct them and felt a sense of foreboding. After all, this was the 12 Little Strong alongside the Sand Ninja siblings. The two weaklings ahead would likely not last even 5 minutes. "Naruto, can you handle this?" Shikamaru inquired. Recalling Naruto's formidable strength after unlocking Sage Mode, particularly the terrifying Raisin Shuriken that left a lasting impression during the Chunin exams. Although that technique could not be used again, overcoming them should pose no problem. "Leave it to me." Naruto charged forward. Shikamaru nodded. "Hinata, Ino, assist Naruto. The rest follow the enemy." "Yes," Hinata and Ino replied, joining Naruto in the confrontation. Lilac melded into the ranks, feeling a sense of urgency, not due to concern for his comrade's safety, but rather the fear that they might not endure until Qingming's resurrection. "I must devise a plan," he thought. "Continuing along this path is untenable." An hour later, Peacock, one of the four celestial phenomena, halted, intending to impede the advance of the Leaf's forces. Suddenly, Lilac let out a piercing scream as he fell from the tree to the ground. Boom! His body crashed heavily to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. This scene left Shikamaru in shock. "Flee. Everyone, immediately retreat and abandon the mission." Shikamaru commanded decisively. All were left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. "Hey, Shikamaru. What is happening? Is it an enemy technique?" The group halted, gazing at Shikamaru. "No time for questions. We must flee, scatter, and regroup at the borders of the land of fire." Confusion spread among them. Yet with Shikamaru as their leader, known for his cautious nature, they complied and dispersed. Shikamaru cautiously eyed the peacock not far ahead, approaching Rock Lee's side, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Is the enemy truly this powerful? He pondered, shocked that even Rock Lee had fallen so swiftly. In Shikamaru's mind, Lee was undeniably the strongest among the younger generation. He believed Lee could single-handedly confront their entire group. Now, witnessing the mightiest fall so easily, Shikamaru dared not imagine the consequences should the enemy truly strike. What's wrong? Shikamaru inquired anxiously. Rock Lee, clutching his neck in agony, gritted his teeth in pain. Is it an illusion? Shikamaru recalled that Lee had not trained in Jinjutsu. He moved his fingers, attempting to dispel it. Release. Yet, Lee's condition failed to improve. His gaze shifted to Lee's neck, and realization dawned upon him. This was not an enemy attack. Things were about to become much more complicated. In the forest, the peacock observed the fleeing leaf ninjas. Huh, why are they running? With her dual swords in hand, she appeared momentarily perplexed. After observing for some time, she concluded that the leaf shinobi were not merely acting. She decided to test the waters. Wind release. Whirling wind. A violent whirlwind erupted from the ground, surging towards Rock Lee and Shikamaru. Whoosh. The two were instantly swept away by the fierce gust, their bodies marked with new wounds. The peacock laughed heartily at their state. Indeed, the leaf is composed of such weaklings. It seems the 5 great ninja villages have fallen to this extent. She chuckled, declaring, today, you shall be the first sacrifices for the revival of the land of crafts. With her swords crossed, she unleashed, wind release. Wind slash. A powerful gale, imbued with cutting winds, hurtled towards Rock Lee and Shikamaru. In the distance, Rock Lee lay unconscious, while Shikamaru braced himself against the looming threat. His concern was not for the peacock, but rather for the presence of Orochimaru nearby. That must be a curse mark. It was documented in Sasuke's intel, indicating he had experienced a similar condition. This was Shikamaru's greatest worry. According to the information he had reviewed, Sasuke and Orochimaru's movements were shrouded in secrecy. No one knew their whereabouts or their intentions. No. Orochimaru. Lee seemed to regain some consciousness, managing to speak. Are you alright, Lee? Hey, damn it. Before Shikamaru could delve deeper, Lee succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Whoosh. The fierce wind struck. The wind slash tore through Shikamaru's body, causing several lines of blood to erupt. Pain coursed through him. Wind release. Had I known, I would have asked her to stay. It is all wind release, yet I wonder who is stronger. Shikamaru pondered. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from the peacock, striking with a fierce wind slash. Damn it. Shikamaru kicked the unconscious Rock Lee behind a large boulder, striving to close the distance to the peacock. It was futile. The leaf's incompetence, you can only blame your unfortunate circumstances. The peacock unleashed a flurry of wind slashes. Shikamaru found himself with no place to evade. The shadow imitation technique lacked sufficient range. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Whoosh. A violent gale surged from behind, neutralizing the peacock's wind slash. You're so weak. Temari paused, her 3-star fan in hand, smiling at Shikamaru. Wind release is truly my nemesis. Shikamaru felt helpless. The opponent had discerned the range of his shadow imitation technique and continually attacked from a distance using wind release. Temari, upon hearing the mention of wind release, became intrigued. Why have you returned? Shikamaru inquired. A bug from your side flew past Temari's fan. It was that bug guy from your place. He said you were in danger. Shino. Shikamaru couldn't help but recall Shino's figure. That guy has an unexpectedly meticulous nature. What? Starting to speak sweet nothings. You all seem to misunderstand the situation. The peacock's cold voice interjected. This remark made Temari feel somewhat uncomfortable. She indeed harbored some feelings for Shikamaru. As for Shikamaru, he felt that Temari was not as troublesome as he had imagined. Shut up. What are your true intentions? Temari retorted sharply. Intentions? It wouldn't hurt to tell you. The peacock chuckled softly. We aim to resurrect the progenitor of the land of crafts, Saimai. He will surely forge powerful ninja tools to end the reign of the 5 great nations. The peacock laughed heartily. I see. It seems it's time to get serious. Shikamaru fixed his gaze on the waterfall behind the peacock. He approached Temari and whispered softly in her ear. Can you make the waterfall as flow stronger? Temari felt an unusual warmth near her ear, stirring something within her. Yet, this fleeting sensation quickly extinguished in her heart. As the princess of the sand, she had been rigorously trained since childhood. As a ninja, one must not be swayed by emotions. In the tumultuous ninja world, even those fortunate enough to meet and come together may not end up with a favorable conclusion. Sometimes, couples from opposing factions, due to their differing stances, may mercilessly thrust their kunai at one another. This is the cruel reality of the ninja world. Temari had always borne the burden of two troublesome younger brothers. She had held herself to strict standards. Emotion was a taboo for her. Can you do it? Shikamaru's words brought Temari back to reality. I can. Temari nodded. Her response was simple. Wind release. Wind cutter. A blade of air shot towards the peacock. The peacock scoffed. Wind release? Huh. Let me show you the power of ninja tools. The peacock's sword clashed against the wind blade. Whoosh. The wind release unexpectedly rebounded, targeting Shikamaru. To think it could bounce back. Shikamaru's face reflected panic as he frantically waved his 3-star fan. Dozens of wind blades were sent flying in a chaotic manner. At least from the perspective of the peacock, the wind blades appeared to be erratic. Has he already lost his composure? The peacock chuckled, swiftly evading several wind blades. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall bury you together. Do you have any last words? What? The peacock suddenly found herself unable to move. Shikamaru sighed in relief. The shadow imitation technique had succeeded. Observing this, Shikamaru bit his finger and made a swift motion with his fan. Her heart unsteady. She dared not let the peacock utter any more words of affection or burial. Summoning. Dance of the Scythe. She conjured a white weasel wielding a large scythe. The weasel swung the scythe with ferocious force, its attack range vast, as trees and boulders were blown down and shattered. The peacock too was struck down, plunging into the lake. Only then did Shikamaru and Shikadai take a moment to rest upon a tree. A bug flew from the treetop into the distance. After a while, everyone gathered once more around Shikamaru. Hey, Shikamaru, what just happened? Ino complained. Shikamaru, with a resigned expression, pointed to the still unconscious Rock Lee and briefly explained. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Shikamaru's willingness to remain behind for their safety was commendable. My bugs are still following them, Shino remarked, gazing ahead. They seemed to have halted before the valley. After Shino spoke, everyone turned their attention back to Shikamaru. Sakura, Lee is in your care. Shino, leave one bug behind. Should anything unexpected occur, Sakura, immediately have the bug inform us while the rest continue the pursuit. Understood. The group departed, leaving only Sakura and Rock Lee in the ravaged forest. Sakura approached to tend to Rock Lee's injuries. She released chakra from her hands. Healing technique. Placing her hands on Rock Lee's chest, surprise flickered in her eyes. You aren't injured? Sakura questioned, bewildered. Rock Lee opened his eyes, his pupils deep as the night, as if the gateway to an abyss had burst open, exuding an endless aura of terror and bloodlust. I am gravely injured. I apologize for the trouble. His calm tone only added an indescribable authority to his presence. Sakura involuntarily recalled Rock Lee's frenzied appearance in the Forest of Death and the rumors circulating among the rock ninja. A shiver ran through her. I understand. You're gravely injured. Please lie still. In the valley, the light sword in the hands of the tortoise moved, summoning the peacock's dual swords, the dragon's eye teeth, and the infinite steel armor from afar. Beside him, a semicircular iron cage closed tightly. Within the cage, Gaara was struggling in agony. It's futile. Struggling is useless. Quickly, transform into the guardian crane. The tortoise laughed heartily, sensing that the gathered chakra was nearing its peak. Boom. A surge of chakra suddenly erupted from the iron cage, shattering the mountain stones. From within, an iron coffin soared into the air, its lid flung open, revealing a decayed corpse. What followed was a moment destined for miraculous witness. In the shadows, Shikamaru did not rush to act. The chakra emanating from the treasure turtle was overwhelmingly formidable, creating a tempest that rendered them unable to approach. Such chakra was nearly on par with the fifth gate opened by Lee, was it not? Naruto gazed in astonishment towards the treasure turtle, while Temari and Kankuro were indifferent to whether the deceased would return to life. Their focus remained steadfast on the iron cage beside the turtle. Hey, Shikamaru. If that monster within Gaara were to emerge, Shikamaru formed hand seals. Shadow mimicry technique. A black shadow transformed into a thin line, darting swiftly from beneath Shikamaru's feet towards the treasure turtle. Huh. Unable to resist, are you? The mouse from Konoha, the treasure turtle said, leaping backward. I have heard of Konoha's shadow techniques. He then formed his own hand seals. Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate ninja tool conceived by our founder, Lord Saimai of the Artisan Ninja Village. He laughed heartily. Lord Saimai, please inhabit my being. Revive, Lord Saimai. The treasure turtle's form dissipated into bubbles, replaced by Saimai's decaying corpse visibly swelling within the coffin. The founder of the Artisan Ninja Village, Saimai, stepped forth. This technique of resurrecting the deceased was a first for the onlookers, who were awestruck by Saimai's emergence. I am Saimai. Manifesting after a century as the ultimate ninja tool of the artisan ninja village within the ninja realm. A blinding light flashed, clad in infinite steel armor. Bearing the dragon eye's dark blade on his back, with a radiant sword standing upright from his abdomen and dual peacock swords in his hands. An even more ominous and potent chakra surged forth. My long-held ambition is finally realized at this moment. The reign of the 5 great ninja nations is nearing its end. From henceforth, the artisan ninja village shall reign supreme, standing at the pinnacle of ninjas. Saimai laughed heartily, feeling an overwhelming power within himself. You are but a swarm of ants. I, as a god, am willing to suddenly. A cold voice resonated from behind Saimai. Are you skilled in forging ninja tools? Rock Lee had awaited Saimai's resurrection. This had been his strategy to buy time while feigning weakness. Nanny. Saimai gasped in shock. His chakra was immensely dense, almost materializing. Yet someone dared to approach him in such a state. Who are you? Submerge in my power, and I shall grant you. Cough. Lee seized Saimai by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Be silent, clown. Without even resorting to sage techniques or the 8 gates. Lee relied solely on the power of the 3-tailed beast within him to overpower the founder of the artisan ninja village. With a gentle flick of his left hand, he demonstrated his might. The tools of Saimai shattered instantaneously. What? Saimai's pupils trembled. This was his ultimate tool, yet it succumbed to such a feeble assault. That's why I call you a clown. You're deluded, still standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, utterly oblivious to your own limitations. Lee Rock released Saimai, who fell to the ground in a daze. Nearby, the iron cage that ensnared Gaara also disintegrated. Gaara was already partially transformed into his tailed beast form, half of his body embodying Shikaku, yet a flicker of consciousness remained. Lee Rock. Death. Gaara remained haunted by the events of the Chunin exam. Boom. A fierce wind swept through, unsettling the others. You all retreat. I will take it from here, Lee Rock commanded Shikamaru and the others. It must be done. Everyone else. Fall back except for Naruto. The power of a tailed beast is far too terrifying for them. Shikamaru led the others away. Naruto approached Lee Rock. Lee, how should we deal with this guy? Let him stay. He is of use to me. Lee Rock glanced at Saimai. Understand? An outdated relic of the past. Now, if you wish to avoid returning to your grave, forge me a fine blade. Lee Rock unsheathed his narrow sword and tossed it to Saimai. Aren't you skilled in crafting ninja tools? Get to work. Lee Rock's fierce demeanor exuded an aura of intimidation that made Saimai tremble. Monster, you're a monster too. Saimai cried out in terror. Haha, you're absolutely right, said the 3-tailed beast. Show him your strength. Boom. A terrifyingly massive turtle appeared before Saimai, causing him to stagger back in fright. Lee Rock released his tailed beast transformation and approached Saimai. Do not waste my time any longer. If you cannot forge a satisfactory ninja blade today, I shall sever your limbs and hang you at the entrance of the artisan ninja village. Lee Rock spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Saimai completely capitulated. As the progenitor of the artisan ninja village, the thought of being hanged at its gates was utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, Gaara had succumbed entirely to the sleep technique, his tailed beast fully revealed, leaving Naruto troubled by its wind techniques and sealing jutsu. Haha, I'm finally out, Shikaku exclaimed, the sound reverberating amidst the winds. What is happening? How is it that upon my emergence, I encounter the 3-tailed and 9-tailed beasts? Truly unfortunate. Shikaku complained incessantly. I too find it unfortunate. Let me send you back. Lee Rock clapped his hands together, entering Sage mode. Sage Art. Lightning Release. Thunder Punishment. The sky darkened ominously, as countless bolts of lightning descended. Lightning Release is particularly effective against sand, causing immense pain to Shikaku. Shikaku wailed in agony. Is this how the 3-tailed beast operates? Shikaku finally understood why Lee Rock could command the 3-tailed beast. He concentrated his hands. The sand formed an impenetrable round shield around its body, deflecting the thunder from the skies. Die. Wind Release. Sand Scattering Bullet. Gaara roared. Naruto, standing nearby, could not intervene. In that moment, he realized the vast chasm separating him from Lee Rock, despite both possessing sage techniques. Take Chi-Ming and go. I will handle this. Lee Rock instructed Naruto. Understood. Naruto seized the narrow blade from Chi-Ming and sprinted into the distance. 8 gates, 2nd gate, open. Lee Rock felt his speed surge once more. After evading the sand bullets, he hurled a kunai. The kunai embedded itself in the sand shield atop Gaara's head, which was bracing against the lightning strike. Brush. Flying Thunder God technique. Li Rock's form suddenly materialized above Gaara. Now, I shall sprinkle some explosive tags into your eyes. Boom. Gaara roared in fury, sensing the imminent threat. Li Rock clapped his hands together, summoning a gigantic sealing barrier in the air. This is a sealing technique. Gaara gasped in shock. The seal within Gaara's body, crafted by the Sand Ninjas, was feeble, allowing for a potential escape. However, Li Rock's sealing barrier was of an entirely different caliber. Gaara, adept in sealing techniques himself, could perceive the formidable strength of Li Rock's seal. No. Gaara attempted to utter further words. An explosive tag fluttered from Li Rock's long sleeves, landing at the corner of Gaara's eye. Boom. The explosive tag detonated violently. Gaara writhed in agony on the ground. Bajiquan sealing technique. Seal. A colossal sealing barrier enveloped the one-tailed beast. Seal. In an instant, the one-tailed beast was sealed within Gaara's body. Li Rock swiftly scooped up the unconscious Gaara and departed. In the distance, onlookers witnessed the enormous form vanish, instantly aware of Li Rock's intervention. What level of strength does he possess? Shikamaru murmured. I don't know. That immense sealing barrier. I cannot fathom what technique that was. Sealing a tailed beast is something even Kakashi-sensei might struggle to accomplish. Perhaps, with his sage abilities, he has already attained the prowess of a Kaga-level ninja. Coupled with that terrifying sealing technique, it's likely. Silence enveloped the group. They felt a profound disparity in their abilities. Although Naruto had also learned sage techniques, he was still within a realm of comprehension. However, Li Rock existed on an entirely different plane of ninja strength, one that was utterly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Qingming, overhearing the conversation, realized the extent of his error. His face flushed with embarrassment. His earlier proclamations about ending the era of the 5 great nations and standing at the pinnacle of ninja prowess now seemed utterly foolish. According to the discussions around him, there were still dozens of ninjas in the 5 great nations who matched Li Rock's caliber. Qingming dared not contemplate it further. He could only feel relieved that Li Rock shattered his imperial dreams. Otherwise, donning that ultimate ninja gear to challenge the 5 great nations would have led to his utter defeat. The figure of Rock Lee emerged. Gaara. Temari's gaze shifted to see Gaara, unconscious, slung over Rock Lee's shoulder. She hesitated to demand Gaara back. In her predicament, Temari turned to Shikamaru for assistance. Shikamaru sighed. Lee, the Hokage's orders do not concern me. Rock Lee retorted. He just tried to kill me. I have a principle. Once someone strikes against me, I will ruthlessly crush them, obliterating their entire lineage. Not even the Hokage's commands, nor those of the feudal lord, hold any weight with me. Rock Lee articulated these deadly words with a calm demeanor, his strength affording him the audacity to do so. Temari fell silent, feeling a chill. What a hassle. Shikamaru shrugged. Consider it a favor owed to you. Exactly. You are a wise man. Your favor outweighs the importance of the tailed beast. This was Rock Lee's intention. He cared little for Gaara's fate, but controlling Gaara meant controlling Temari. Their sibling bond created the perfect opportunity for Temari to reclaim Gaara, should she miss this chance. It might never come again. As long as Rock Lee remained obstinate, Temari had no choice but to plead with Shikamaru. Rock Lee anticipated this. Shikamaru, being astute, would surely grasp his intent. The person is now in your hands. With a shake of his shoulder, the unconscious Gaara was propelled towards Temari. She caught Gaara and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. I must take my leave now. Thank you once again. Casting a glance at Shikamaru, Temari hurriedly departed with Kankuro and the unconscious Gaara. She feared that Rock Lee might suddenly retract his concession. Wait. Temari and Kankuro trembled at the sound of his voice. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to remind you. I have reinforced the seal. From now on, without Gaara's consent, Shikaku shall not emerge. Be wary of the Akatsuki. Thank you for the warning. Temari and Kankuro fled without looking back. Rock Lee watched the sand shinobi vanish from sight before turning to Kiyomi. Kiyomi shuddered, having realized the truth. Among them, Shikamaru was the nominal leader, yet Rock Lee was the true authority. So, have you decided how to forge this blade? Rock Lee inquired calmly. However, the more composed he appeared, the more fearful Kiyomi became. In his mind, Rock Lee was a capricious monster, quick to kill over the slightest provocation. I have thought it through. I assure you it will satisfy you. Kiyomi collapsed to the ground, stealing a glance at Rock Lee, stammering. Speak quickly, delay, and you shall lose your chance. I need time. 3 months. In 3 months. I will forge the perfect blade in my mind. Kiyomi hurriedly declared. Very well, return to the village of craftsmen. I will send someone to keep watch over you. All right. Thank you for sparing my life. Kiyomi hastily made his way towards the land of craftsmen. Upon hearing Lee Rock speak, he dashed away swiftly, even preparing in his heart to forge a tool for a hasty escape, should he encounter such a situation again. Lee Rock and the others proceeded towards Konoha. This matter is not my responsibility, Shaoli. You should discuss it with Lord Hokage. It's too troublesome, Shikamaru casually remarked as he walked ahead. Qingming harbored intentions to attack Konoha and the 5 great countries, despite lacking the strength to pose any real threat. However, such thoughts were deemed unacceptable. This was a grave offense. The proper protocol dictated that Qingming be returned to Konoha for the Hokage to adjudicate. Lee Rock acted beyond his authority, which could incite the Hokage's ire, and Shikamaru was unwilling to bear the consequences. Fear not. I shall explain the situation to the Hokage. This matter does not concern you. Lee Rock chuckled lightly. This fellow genuinely wished to avoid any trouble. Shikamaru gradually slowed his pace, distancing himself from the group. Were you doing this on purpose? Shikamaru asked unexpectedly. Lee Rock remained silent. You deliberately used the curse mark on your neck to delay me, intending for Qingming to be resurrected, didn't you? Haha. I see through you. You truly are remarkable, Lee Rock jested. Shikamaru fell silent, his brow furrowed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This guy, he has anticipated all my thoughts and responses. Shikamaru felt a deep unease regarding Lee Rock's inscrutable nature. Not only was he formidable in strength, but Lee Rock also exhibited exceptional intelligence. Reflecting on the situation when Lee Rock's curse mark activated, Shikamaru initially found no cause for suspicion, until he recalled Lee Rock's remark during his panic. It's not Orochimaru. Lee Rock had said this intentionally, knowing that once the curse mark manifested, Shikamaru would surely distance everyone. And when Shikamaru found himself ensnared in fierce combat, apprehensive of the potential presence of Orochimaru, Lee Rock had timely reminded him, allowing him to remain unrestrained. To have anticipated my innermost thoughts, what extraordinary cunning. Shikamaru was taken aback. Such a situation was something he had only witnessed in his father, Shikaku, and the 3rd Hokage. Completely seen through, with no secrets left to hide. I have taken note of your favor, but be aware, my debts are not so easily repaid. Lee Rock remarked with a smile. If you require assistance, though I doubt I can be of any help. This was the very source of Shikamaru's headache. In terms of strength and intelligence, Lee Rock surpassed him. Regarding connections, as Shikamaru understood, Kakashi, Naruto, Jiraiya, and even the Hokage enjoyed favorable relations with Lee Rock. There seemed to be no area in which he could offer assistance. Yet, it was precisely for this favor that Lee Rock had schemed against him. Just for this favor. What a nuisance. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, Tsunade scrutinized the mission handbook submitted by Shikamaru. The details provided within were remarkably clear. In the section Evaluating Strength, the assessment reads simply, ninja tools are adequate, but the individual is too weak. Tsunade turned her gaze towards Shizen. Dispatch someone to take control of the artisan village. But Lady Tsunade, the artisan village has always maintained a neutral stance. Breaking this unwritten rule could provoke discontent among other ninja villages. Shizen expressed her concerns. The office chair turned slightly as Tsunade gazed out the window. Now is the opportune moment. The rock village is too distant to intervene, and the Mizukage has just ascended to power, leaving them vulnerable and preoccupied with their own affairs. The sand village lacks the strength to contend with us. And as for the cloud village, Tsunade had received whispers of intelligence indicating that the cloud village was fully focused on protecting their Jinchuriki against the Akatsuki. It was likely that Reikage would not concern himself with such a minor village as the artisan. Understood. Shizen felt a sense of relief wash over her upon hearing Tsunade's words, and she exited the office. The world seemed to be undergoing a peculiar transformation, a situation never before witnessed in centuries. Tsunade harbored some apprehension regarding the future. With this thought in mind, she too left the office. In a dim chamber of the Konoha hospital, a tall cabinet housing petri dishes stood, where samples of Hashirama's cells floated in nutrient solution. The cabinet was connected via pipes to an intelligent temperature control system, ensuring the cells thrived in optimal conditions. Tsunade entered the darkroom. Surveying the walls adorned with scrolls and charts, detailed records from her research sessions. Only a month remains until completion, she mused as she perused the experimental logs. Within the cabinet, one arm had already begun to take shape, with data readings indicating no issues, making it ready for transplantation. However, The other two required additional time. Tsunade severed the pipes surrounding the first cabinet and extracted the initial arm. Summon Jiraiya to this location. Yes, two members of the Umbu vanished from the doorway. Moments later, Jiraiya entered the dim chamber. Is there really a need for such urgency? He inquired with a grin. Some complications have arisen in the artisan village. This presents the best opportunity for Konoha to take control of it, and I require your assistance. Commanding an entire ninja village necessitates formidable strength. Currently, there were only a handful of individuals within the village capable of independently managing a ninja village. The artisan village, you say? Jiraiya nodded. If we wish to fully seize control, you are indeed the only one who can lead this endeavor. For other ninja villages, sending a few Chunin and Jonin would suffice. But the artisan village is different. The 5 great ninja villages are all eager to absorb it, as it would provide a continuous supply of ninja tools and significantly enhance the strength of lower-ranked ninjas, without a figure of both power and renown to oversee it. The other 4 great villages would undoubtedly create turmoil. Currently, the only individual possessing such prowess, who also enjoys the trust of Tsunade, is Jiraiya. Thus, let us commence. Jiraiya ascended the operating table as Tsunade, and 2 nurses initiated the procedure. After half a day, Jiraiya emerged from the dim chamber, flexing his arm. It appeared he could seamlessly summon sage techniques, and the potency of his other jutsu had also augmented. Jiraiya's thoughts drifted to Rock Lee. No wonder that lad covets the cells of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya made his way toward the village's outskirts as the sun dipped below the horizon. At the entrance of Konoha, Rock Lee sat upon a bench. Oh, noticing Lee waiting in the distance, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? Jiraiya approached the bench. Lee nodded. I too am headed to the Tool Ninja village. Lee replied nonchalantly. The two set off together toward the village. Along the way, Jiraiya couldn't help but inquire, how do you acquire such extensive information? His curiosity about Lee deepened. As an ordinary citizen, previously lacking in strength, how could he obtain detailed intelligence about pain? Later, he also learned of the information regarding Hashirama's cells. Such means of obtaining intelligence left Jiraiya astounded. I am not affiliated with Danzo, you needn't worry. Lee did not directly address the source of his information, yet he provided Jiraiya with some reassurance. Jiraiya, too, was probing for information. Typically, a 17 or 18-year-old boy would have revealed himself by now. Is that so? What are your thoughts on Danzo? Danzo? Lee pondered why Jiraiya would pose such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, he possesses formidable strength, surpassing that of the 3rd Hokage, capable of slaying shadows. Yet, his ambition far exceeds his virtue. Lee evaluated succinctly. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent. Lee's assessment was remarkably accurate, aligning with Jiraiya's own impression of Danzo. You must have a purpose for your visit to the Tool Ninja village, correct? Jiraiya remarked casually. I require a blade, one that can accompany me through endless battles. And Saimai from the Tool Ninja village specializes in forging ninja tools. That is the reason I sought his revival, Lee elucidated. He surmised that Shikamaru must have conveyed all the details to Tsunade regarding Saimai's resurrection, as Shikamaru would not withhold such information. Lee feigned the onset of a curse mark to delay the others, ultimately facilitating Saimai's revival. Shikamaru would certainly document this in the mission report. Jiraiya's inquiry likely stemmed from Tsunade mentioning this matter. Thus, Lee candidly acknowledged it. Lord Jiraiya, I often find conversing with you somewhat exhausting. Our relationship cannot be deemed particularly close, yet it is certainly better than that of strangers. If you have something to ask directly, please do not beat around the bush. Lee remarked with a wry smile. Jiraiya had been subtly probing. His methods resembled those of elite operatives from a past life. What appeared as casual conversation, with inquiries into trivial matters, often yielded the answers he sought from the responses provided. Haha, your thoughts are too heavy, unlike those of a youth. That fellow Naruto is quite different from you. Jiraiya chuckled. In truth, there is nothing much I wish to inquire about. By the way, I have heard that the Hyuga clan has been rather unsettled lately. Just as Jiraiya finished speaking, Rock Lee let out a sigh. There is no need for such elaborate questioning. I am unaware of Niji's whereabouts, and even if I did know, I could not possibly divulge that information to you or Tsunade. Rock Lee asserted resolutely. He gazed ahead at Jiraiya. In my heart, Niji, Tenten, and Teacher Guy are my esteemed mentors and friends, their significance surpassing that of Konoha. Jiraiya did not turn back. He continued to walk slowly forward. Is that so? Jiraiya paused in his stride. He slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Rock Lee. If in the future, An irreconcilable conflict were to arise between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, and Konoha stood with the main family. What would you do? Upon hearing this, Rock Lee also halted. He remained still in the shadows, his eyes sharp as blades, emanating a chilling aura and an imperceptible sense of danger, causing the birds and insects in the forest to fall silent. If Konoha is your bottom line, then Niji, Tenten, and Teacher Guy are mine. This undoubtedly signified Rock Lee's unwavering resolve. Is that so? It seems that Tsunade and Danzo will have to make a choice. Jiraiya mused inwardly. At the craft village, Jiraiya and Rock Lee arrived at the village gates. Lord Jiraiya, two Chunin, adorned with the Konoha headband, stood guard at the entrance and respectfully bowed upon seeing him approach. Nothing significant has occurred lately, has it? Jiraiya inquired. Nothing at all. The Mist Village sent someone over. But upon learning that Konoha had taken control of the craft village, there were no further developments. One of the guards replied. Jiraiya nodded. It is customary for the Mist Village to send envoys. Given the proximity, they must always be on the lookout for opportunities. Unfortunately, the Mist Village's information was delayed. Tsunade had already dispatched personnel to secure the craft village, and the village leader, Saimai, had no objections to this. Seeing no openings to exploit, the Mist Village ultimately retreated. One of the gatekeeping Chunin led Jiraiya and Rock Lee inside. Lord Jiraiya, this is where Saimai usually resides, the Chunin remarked. That is all right. You may return to your post. Yes. The Chunin departed. Jiraiya turned to Rock Lee. I have heard that the sword Saimai is forging for you is nearing completion. Jiraiya walked towards the residential building, with Rock Lee following closely behind. I am also eagerly anticipating that sword, Rock Lee replied. The two gently knocked on the door of the residence. Konoha, Jiraiya, and Rock Lee have come to pay a visit, Jiraiya announced. Although Konoha is currently the de facto ruler of the craft village, it is still essential to observe the proper courtesies to avoid offending Saimai in the craft village. They waited for a while. No sound emanated from within. Jiraiya frowned. They had fulfilled the necessary formalities, yet Saimai had been discourteous. This could not be blamed on him. He glanced at Rock Lee, who nodded in agreement. Body flicker technique. As his form became ethereal, he effortlessly traversed the threshold of the dwelling and stepped inside. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of murder erupted violently. What is happening? Jiraiya was taken aback. This malevolent presence was profoundly daunting. Even a mere wisp seeping through the door's crack sent shivers down his spine. Was it Orochimaru? Pain. With a swift strike, Jiraiya shattered the door. Before him stood Rock Lee, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, a pitch-black narrow blade poised before him. Boom. A fleeting glance was enough to unleash an onslaught of murderous intent. The world before him transformed instantaneously. On the battlefield, the heavens were shrouded in oppressive dark clouds, obscuring the sun's light, illuminated only by the occasional flash of lightning, akin to the scythe of death cleaving through the abyss of darkness. The ground was awash with blood, surging like a river, reeking of iron and the mournful cries of the dying. In the distance, mountains of corpses loomed, piled high like a forest of bones, glistening with a chilling sheen in the dim light. Limbs and severed body parts lay scattered, mingling with weapons and blood, creating a grotesque tapestry reminiscent of hell. The wind carried faint wails, and the air was thick with the stench of death and the lingering pulse of chakra. What a horrifying battlefield this is! Jiraiya, who had witnessed the Second Shinobi World War, recalled that the terror of that conflict paled in comparison to the horror laid bare before him now. The dread and despair that permeated this arena were etched deeply into his heart, leaving him instinctively retreating a step. Boom. Once more, the world before Jiraiya shifted dramatically. Inside the dwelling, the black blade lay still, its cold radiance subdued but unable to mask the overwhelming murderous intent it exuded. The blade trembled slightly, as if the surrounding air was contorted by an invisible force, forming dark vortices that devoured the faintest glimmers of light. The murderous aura enveloped the blade like ink, swirling with an unsettling malevolence and madness, eroding the hearts of men and awakening their primal urges for slaughter. Jiraiya immediately shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the blade's lethal gleam. He grasped the ensnared Rock Lee and pulled him away from the dwelling. Once outside, the crimson hue in Rock Lee's eyes gradually receded. What was that just now? Tremors coursed through his body, cold sweat soaking his back. It was the murderous intent emanating from that blade. Jiraiya inhaled deeply. It was his first encounter with such a fearsome weapon. The 7 ninja swordsmen paled in comparison to that black blade, It seemed almost childlike. Jiraiya marveled. Just moments ago, Rock Lee had also been ensnared in that boundless battlefield. Unlike Jiraiya, he had become a member of the ninja allied forces. Opposite them stood a cloaked figure, their visage obscured. A mere glance caused Rock Lee's eyes to burn with pain. The dark-clad ninja wielded a bloodied narrow blade, and with each step he took, another fell beneath him, mercilessly reaping lives with his unyielding edge. In an instant, the battlefield had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The blood of the Ninja Alliance converged into a river, flowing ceaselessly. The crimson tide surged, with countless souls struggling within, ultimately becoming a part of the blood sea in vain. Lee Rock exerted every ounce of strength, employing all manner of techniques, even resorting to the corpse demon sealing technique, a desperate measure that would lead to mutual destruction. Yet, with a single stroke, his opponent wielded a blade that even the Grim Reaper would shy away from. In the eyes of the cloaked ninja, there was no trace of compassion, only a chilling intent to kill and an insatiable thirst for power. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the aura of death, leaving Lee Rock in despair. In the end, as he fell beneath the blade, the entire battlefield succumbed to silence. That blade. Haha, I am thoroughly satisfied. Lee Rock gasped, laughing heartily. This was the blade he had long desired, an unparalleled weapon of lethal intent. You cannot wield such a blade, Jiraiya cautioned. Lee Rock fell into silence. Jiraiya spoke the truth. It was unimaginable how the weapon was forged, encapsulating such terrifying murderous intent that Lee Rock indeed could not master it. At that moment, Qingming approached from a distance. You have arrived. The intel stated you would not be here until tomorrow, he said calmly. However, his words caused Jiraiya's brow to furrow. Lee Rock also sensed something amiss. The gatekeeper ninja had been unusual. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. He swiftly dashed toward the entrance of the craftsman village. Lee Rock chose not to follow Jiraiya. He deemed it sufficient for Jiraiya to handle the matter. Qingming, was that blade in the house crafted by you? Lee Rock inquired. Qingming nodded. How did you manage to enter this residence? Lee Rock questioned, puzzled. Qingming's abilities did not even match that of a Konoha Nin. Lee Rock doubted Qingming could withstand the murderous aura emanating from the blade. Oh, I wear this whenever I enter or exit. I plan to carve this stone, inscribed with a spell, into the hilt to suppress the blade's murderous intent. Qingming produced a palm-sized jade stone from his bosom. A few days ago, a small meteorite fell into the sea south of the Land of Crafts, leaving behind a terrifying chakra. Near the meteorite, I discovered this jade stone. By the way, there was also an eye next to the jade stone. Seemingly connected to Konoha, Qingming retrieved a wooden box from his garment. Upon opening it, a Bajiquan appeared before Lee Rock. A Bajiquan? Lee Rock gasped in astonishment. Recalling Qingming's mention of the extraterrestrial meteorite and the inscribed jade stone. The Tsutsuki clan from the moon? Lee Rock pondered. Noticing Lee Rock's fixation on the Bajiquan within the box, Qingming extended the wooden box to him. Here, take it. Konoha's Bajiquan is a hot potato. Qingming chuckled. Having just defected to Konoha, if it were discovered that he possessed the eye of their strongest clan, it would grant Konoha the opportunity to eliminate him. Very well, I shall inform Lord Jiraiya, Lee Rock replied, securing the Bajiquan. This object is likely the eye of the Tsutsuki clan from the moon. Well, I entrust this to you. I will devote myself entirely to forging that blade. For the next 7 days, I will remain within my chamber, undisturbed, Qingming stated. The creation of advanced ninja tools demands utmost concentration. A single misstep in detail could result in a significant diminishment of the tool's power, Qingming explained to Rock Lee. Rock Lee nodded. During this time, I shall guard the front of the residence. Very well. With that, Qingming entered the dwelling, and the door closed behind him. Rock Lee took a few steps before sitting down on the ground, vigilantly watching over the residence. He tucked the wooden box into his embrace and waited in silence. After a while, Jiraiya's figure appeared from a distance. What news? Rock Lee inquired. It is a Nin from the mist. Jiraiya had just captured the guarding Nin using the frog mouth binding technique, extracting information from his lips. It seems the Mist Village does not intend to relinquish the Craft Ninja Village. To be precise, they do not wish to give up the Bajiquan, which is linked to the meteorite that fell on the sea a few days ago, Jiraiya said slowly, sitting beside Rock Lee. I am curious as to why a meteorite from beyond the heavens would contain the Bajiquan. Jiraiya mused aloud, though his peripheral gaze remained fixed on Rock Lee. Rock Lee fell silent, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, he reached into his robe and retrieved the wooden box containing the Bajiquan. This is the Bajiquan brought by the meteorite. Qingming obtained it and handed it to me. The Byakugan is inherently a treasure of the Hyuga clan, a fact well known. And coupled with the resources acquired by the leader of the craft ninja village, it rightfully belongs entirely to Konoha. Rock Lee should have surrendered the Byakugan to Jiraiya, however. He merely opened the box for Jiraiya to glimpse before closing it once more and ostentatiously returning it to his robe. For he understood that if he relinquished it, Jiraiya would undoubtedly deliver it to the Hyuga main house, never to return it to him. Oh, Jiraiya seemed unconcerned. The Byakugan is of little importance. My relationship with the Hyuga clan is not particularly strong. I am merely curious if there are other Byakugan clans elsewhere. This was Jiraiya's true interest. He had an instinct that Rock Lee was well aware of the origin of this Byakugan. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that there is only one Hyuga clan in the ninja world, and this Byakugan has no connection to them. Rock Lee withheld any information regarding the Tsutsuki clan from the moon. If he were to divulge this, Jiraiya would undoubtedly grow suspicious. While the information about the ninja world could be overlooked, Rock Lee's knowledge of the moon would certainly provoke curiosity. I see. What do you intend to do about this Byakugan? Jiraiya asked. I plan to transplant it. Rock Lee gazed into the distance, having made up his mind. The Byakugan can significantly enhance his strength, and combined with the cells of Hashirama, perhaps one day he could attempt to awaken the Rinnegan. This offers a substantial assurance for survival in the imminent Fourth Great Ninja War. Once the Rebirth Eye is activated, one might truly dance amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Jiraiya squinted his eyes and inhaled sharply, astonished by the audacity of the young man before him. To implant the Byakugan would be tantamount to openly declaring war against the Hyuga clan. Although the Hyuga may not vocalize their dissent publicly, they would undoubtedly exert every effort in secret to eliminate Rock Lee, ensuring that the Byakugan does not disseminate beyond their lineage. The higher-ups in Konoha would not only refrain from interference, but would also subtly encourage such actions to curry favor with the Hyuga. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya would be compelled to publicly denounce Lee's actions. Jiraiya pondered deeply, at the age of 18. He could never have dared to stand against the entire village of Konoha. He fully understood the implications of this matter. You are aware of what this signifies, aren't you? Jiraiya reiterated. I am fully aware, Lee affirmed resolutely. Well, the matter of implanting the Byakugan is something you must pursue independently. Tsunade and I cannot assist you with that. You should comprehend this. Yes, I will find someone to do it, Lee replied softly, already harboring a candidate in his heart. A silence enveloped them before Jiraiya's voice broke through once more. If you find yourself with nowhere to turn, you may return to Konoha. Tsunade and I will grant you an Umbu identity. Within our jurisdiction, that is the extent of our assistance. When faced with a choice between Lee and the Hyuga clan, Tsunade and the higher-ups would undoubtedly side with the latter. All Jiraiya could offer was a means for Lee to conceal himself should he find himself pursued to the brink of despair. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya, Lee expressed his gratitude. This gesture already signified a degree of recognition from Jiraiya. Umbu, huh? Lee contemplated, disinclined to pursue that path. The world is vast. There are countless places to go. He did not wish to end up like Kakashi, who had been sidelined in the Umbu for a decade due to the Hokage conflict, only to be reinstated a decade later when the third had solidified his position. Such precious time wasted in the shadows was something Lee vehemently wished to avoid. Moreover, he believed that after acquiring the Byakugan, it would be time to confront the Hyuga clan alongside Neji. By the way, Lord Jiraiya, is that mist ninja still within the mouth of the toad? Lee inquired unexpectedly. Jiraiya paused, surprised that Lee was aware of his secret technique. What are your intentions here? He asked. With a clap of his hands, the surroundings transformed into the gastric wall of the toad. On this wall, a middle-aged ninja wearing a mist village forehead protector struggled incessantly. Give it up, you cannot escape, Jiraiya remarked nonchalantly. With the alliance treaty among the 5 great nations, do you not fear the wrath of the daimyos for your actions? The mist ninja exclaimed defiantly, though he appeared to be more bluster than strength. The alliance treaty was little more than a scrap of paper in his eyes. Everything has fallen into their hands, cast away into the sea, and yet they stubbornly refuse to acknowledge it. Even if the esteemed leader of the water country were to come personally, there would be no remedy. However, what he did not anticipate was that Rock Lee was filled with trepidation. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya, while our relationship with the Mist Ninjas may not be particularly strong, it is not antagonistic either. The 2 great ninja villages have maintained a cordial rapport, and our actions are unjust, Rock Lee asserted with fervor, his chest thumping audibly. Jiraiya's face contorted with indignation. What? You dare to defy my orders? This is my domain. He scoffed. You insolent fool. With a disdainful snort, Jiraiya summoned the stomach wall of the Todowasu, ensnaring Rock Lee within it. Humph. You a mere commoner? Do you truly believe yourself significant? Were it not for the Hyuga clan's intercession, I would never have brought you to engage in the artisan's trials, Jiraiya remarked coldly. You shall remain here to reflect alongside this spy, while I have numerous matters to attend to in the artisan village. Such a waste of time. With that, Jiraiya formed a series of seals and vanished from Rock Lee's sight. Are you all right? The Mist Ninja inquired, unable to contain his curiosity once Jiraiya had departed. Rock Lee shook his head. I am fine. I apologize. Our two ninja villages should be supporting each other. I will certainly persuade Lord Jiraiya, he declared earnestly. His youthful and sincere demeanor began to assuage the lingering doubts of the Mist Ninja. By the way, I am Rock Lee, a Chunin from Konoha. May I ask your name? I am Mitani Inari, a Chunin from the Mist, he replied softly. Rest assured, Mitani-san, I will ensure your safe return. Rock Lee vowed. Mitani Inari was skeptical of Rock Lee's ability to persuade Jiraiya. He had witnessed the prowess of the legendary Sannin firsthand. I have heard that the water country is splendid, perched upon the sea. The scenery must be breathtaking, Rock Lee expressed with longing. Mitani nodded vigorously. Indeed, many people, after soaking in the hot springs of the hot water country, often travel to the water country for leisure. The views are magnificent. How wonderful. Once we are free, you must take me to explore the water country, Mitani-san. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly oblivious to any discussions regarding the ninja villages. Within the confines of the toad's stomach, time passed unnoticed. Eventually, they grew weary from their discourse. Unlike your youthful vigor, I find myself rather fatigued. I shall rest for a moment, Mitani admitted, feeling drained. Rock Lee smiled and nodded, gradually succumbing to slumber as well. Time slipped away until Jiraiya reappeared within the toad's belly. Let this serve as a lesson. Will you dare to defy me again? He thundered. I will not. I was wrong. It was the Mist Ninja who intruded upon us first. It was my error, Rock Lee hastily confessed. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and led Rock Lee away from the confines of the toad's stomach. Within the depths of the rock toad's belly, only disappointment lingered for Mitani Oto. It seemed I could never return. Mitani Oto had not eaten in quite some time, and his vision grew increasingly blurred. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, a tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. His sight gradually sharpened, revealing Rock Lee before him, bearing sustenance. Only this bread will suffice for now, Mitani thought, as he was starved and cared little for the nature of the food before him. Anything but gravel would do. He devoured a few bites of the bread, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Don't worry, big brother Mitani, I will surely rescue you. I am looking forward to exploring the land of water with you, Rock Lee declared. Mitani nodded, though internally he held no hope. I have come here at Lord Jiraiya's behest to interrogate you. Do you possess any inconsequential information? It would aid me in fulfilling my duty, Rock Lee spoke quickly. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Mitani's heart. So it was all for the sake of intelligence. Inconsequential information, you say? I do have something, Mitani replied, lowering his gaze in contemplation. Lord Ao places great importance on that Bajiquan, he stated. Thank you, big brother Mitani. Rest assured, I will rescue you, Rock Lee exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his lips curving into a smile reminiscent of a passionate teacher. Mitani, however, offered no response, having relinquished all hope of ever escaping alive. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Rock Lee reappeared within the belly of the rock toad once more. Mitani, utterly famished, found himself devoid of the strength to lift his head. Lee fed him some food with gentle care. Big brother Mitani, the opportunity has arrived. Lord Jiraiya is currently engaged in battle with the Mist Ninjas, Rock Lee proclaimed, forming hand seals with both hands. His gestures were clumsy and slow. Yet Mitani distinctly felt his body detaching from the belly wall. Let us go. Rock Lee lifted the weakened Mitani and vanished from the belly's grasp. The scenery before Mitani transformed abruptly. The sea breeze swept in, brushing against his cheeks, carrying a hint of salt and the essence of freedom. The gentle sound of waves caressing the shore filled his ears, akin to the most enchanting symphony in existence. You are free now, big brother Mitani, Rock Lee exclaimed joyfully, as if his own liberation were at hand. This radiant smile and the beauty of the scene around him touched Mitani deeply, and tears welled in his eyes. Lee, just days ago, I thought you were merely seeking to extract information from me. I am truly sorry. Mitani bowed in apology. Rock Lee helped him up, saying, It's all right, big brother Mitani. Trust is fundamental between people. I hope that the future of both Konoha and the Mist can reflect our bond, as if we were brothers. Rock Lee said emphatically, growing increasingly animated, only to suddenly trip over a branch at his feet. The wooden box slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact and revealing the white eye within. What? The white eye? Mitsuya's heart stirred with intrigue. His purpose for infiltrating the artisan ninja village was to ascertain the whereabouts of the white eye. Unexpectedly, after searching high and low, he found it without much effort. Coughing slightly, Rock Lee hastily tucked the wooden box away. Brother, you must keep this safe. If others were to see it, ill intentions may arise. Mitsuya spoke earnestly. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Mitsuya. I will keep it close and ensure no one else lays eyes on it. As for you, Brother Mitsuya, you are no stranger. Rock Lee nodded fervently, his expression serious as he clutched his abdomen tightly. Mitsuya wished to say more, but distant shouts interrupted. Retreat. It's the legendary three ninjas. We stand no chance. The urgency escalated. As long as we reached the waters of the Land of Water, even the three ninjas would not dare to openly attack us Mist ninjas. A cry for help echoed nearby, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce battle. The chakra unleashed was terrifying. Brother Mitsuya, you must escape quickly. If Lord Jiraiya captures you, I won't be able to save you. Rock Lee's face was etched with concern. Understood. Without further contemplation, Mitsuya expressed his gratitude to Rock Lee before plunging into the water, disappearing from sight. Safe travels. Brother Mitsuya. Rock Lee waved fervently. After a moment, Rock Lee's smile faded. With a flicker, he returned to the artisan ninja village. These past few days of acting have exhausted me, he sighed. Haha, wasn't this your idea in the first place? Jiraiya laughed heartily beside him. The entire charade had been a ruse, with a singular aim, to make Mitsuya witness the white eye in Rock Lee's possession. Are you so certain that the Mist Ninja will take the bait? Jiraiya inquired. Fear not. The Mist Ninja possesses a white eye. He knows its capabilities better than anyone. During peacetime, he would never dare invade Konoha, but now, a wild white eye lies before him, Rock Lee replied with confidence. I refuse to believe you won't be tempted. Meanwhile, in the Land of Water, within the Mist Ninja village, Ao observed the returning Mitsuya. Are you certain the white eye resides with the Chunin named Rock Lee? Ao fixed Mitsuya with an intense gaze. Mitsuya nodded earnestly. Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. That boy seems to be an impulsive fool. Not only did he free me, but he also inadvertently revealed the white eye he possesses. I see. You may leave now. Yes. Ao furrowed his brow, recognizing the ploy for what it was, a strategic feint to lure him in. Jiraiya's cunning scheme. This white eye is indeed rare. It seems I must pay a visit after all. Ao did not believe he could match Jiraiya's prowess. Thus a plan began to form in his mind. The Akatsuki organization has always been in pursuit of the tailed beasts, yet their perspective on the three tails remains unknown. In the Craft Ninja Village, Rock Lee stands guard before a residence, while Jiraiya busies himself with the village's affairs, a realm in which he finds himself utterly inept, leaving him overwhelmed in recent days. In a stroke of necessity, Shikamaru has been dispatched from Konoha to assist Jiraiya in managing the daily matters. Currently, the internal situation of the Craft Ninja Village is stabilizing. The villagers, inherently averse to conflict, initially harbored fears regarding Konoha's complete takeover. However, as they observed Jiraiya's relatively restrained conduct and the absence of persecution towards their former leader, Akiyo, the villagers gradually resumed their daily lives and work. From a distance, Rock Lee could hear Shikamaru's complaints. On the lush green lawn, bathed in sunlight, Lee reclined peacefully, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Beneath the blue sky adorned with white clouds, a gentle sea breeze caressed him, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. He found himself harmoniously intertwined with nature, relishing this serene time. Shikamaru approached and lay down beside Lee. I truly envy you. I wish I could simply lie here, gazing at the clouds all day without a care. How delightful that would be, he remarked, squinting at the drifting clouds above. Isn't Lord Jiraiya, in essence, akin to that fool Naruto when it comes to handling affairs? Lee chuckled. Best not to speak recklessly. Shikamaru replied, aware of the weight his family name carried. The Nara clan has long been a significant pillar within Konoha's medical system, and their stature has only risen since Tsunade's ascent, seemingly edging closer to parity with the Hyuga clan. As a scion of a prominent family, Shikamaru dared not speak ill of Jiraiya, despite his true sentiments. Indeed, Jiraiya possesses greater aptitude in administrative matters than Naruto, albeit marginally so. To ascend to a higher position, One must shoulder greater responsibilities, Lee casually remarked. Your future burdens will far exceed these. If you wish to relax, you'll first need to rise above everyone else. Shikamaru contemplated Lee's words, his mind reflecting on them. It appeared that the mist ninja were making moves. He placed the intelligence scroll beside Lee, revealing not only the presence of Ao from the mist but also the Mizukage. Terumi-me. Terumi-me? Lee opened the scroll and cast a cursory glance. The feudal lord of the Land of Water. Upon hearing of Konoha's takeover of the Craft Ninja Village, sent the Mizukage personally to extend congratulations, accompanied by guards Ao and Chujiro. It seems Lord Jiraiya will likely be detained by the Mizukage. This is undoubtedly a ploy of seduction, Shikamaru observed, casting a sidelong glance at Lee, who appeared indifferent to the situation. Ao's formidable strength and Byakugan were well known, and according to Jiraiya's intelligence, it seemed that the mist had employed a member of the Akatsuki. Shikamaru rose, marking the end of his leisure. He had a multitude of tasks to assist Jiraiya with that afternoon. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, it appears that someone has been relaying intelligence to the Akatsuki organization. As the Jinchuriki, you have barely set foot outside the village when operatives from Akatsuki have already accepted a commission from the Hidden Mist. Do not even think about using this information to repay my favor. I am privy to more than you realize. The individuals involved include one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, along with an old acquaintance from Konoha, Itachi Uchiha. Rock Lee, with his eyes closed, maintained an air of nonchalance. He had previously received intelligence from Kakuzu, indicating that Kisame and Itachi were the ones accepting the commission this time. While the Akatsuki may appear to have stringent management, each member operates with their own network. Intelligence is shared internally and sold externally. For instance, Kakuzu commands a group of powerful ninjas handling affairs on his behalf. These are remnants of his former cadre. Similarly, Scorpion and Kisame also had their own subordinates when they defected from their respective villages. This explains why the defection of a high-ranking ninja can result in significant losses for their village. Itachi possesses his own unique sources of intelligence, which Lee suspects likely stem from the higher echelons of Konoha. Pain, Konan, and Obito represent a faction within the organization. The Akatsuki is, in essence, a complex coalition of various factions, and the organization does not oppose the personal development of individual power. Only the 2 madmen, Deidara and Haiden, have chosen to join Akatsuki in solitary fashion. What a troublesome situation. Upon realizing that Rock Lee was already aware of more intricate details, Shikamaru hurriedly departed, knowing that he could not fulfill his intention of repaying a favor. Meanwhile, Lee gazed ahead at the residential houses, quietly awaiting the moment when that black blade would be completed. Among the wielders of ninja swords, which one truly possesses greater strength? Lee murmured, his voice carried away by the sea breeze. However, the operatives from the Hidden Mist arrived sooner than anticipated. That evening, Mizukage Terumi-me, accompanied by a retinue of guards, arrived in the Land of Crafts. Jiraiya and Shikamaru personally received her. To his surprise, Terumi-me was remarkably youthful, her stature rivaling that of Tsunade. Cough. Shikamaru, witnessing Jiraiya's awkward demeanor, hastily cleared his throat. Jiraiya then smiled sheepishly. It is my honor to be compared to Princess Tsunade. Terumi-me flashed a smile, though inwardly she wished to unleash a torrent of boiling mist upon Jiraiya. Please, have a seat. Jiraiya gestured for her to sit. I have heard that Konoha has taken control of the craftsman's village. Will the subsequent sales of ninja tools to the other 4 great ninja villages be at a higher price? Terumi-me inquired directly. If it were that old man, that Tsuchikage, I would certainly inflate the price tenfold. But for you, Mizukage, I can offer a 20% discount. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Shikamaru, feeling resigned, understood that money does not materialize from thin air. The economy of the Fire Country is no different. The monthly tribute to the daimyo must not be neglected. Thus, offering a discount of 20% on the Water Shadow undoubtedly necessitates a price increase of 20% for the other villages. I must express my gratitude to Lord Jiraiya for this. I feel an instant camaraderie with you. As night falls, shall we find a place to converse intimately? The collar of Tsunade's garment seems to droop even lower, much to Jiraiya's delight as he nods enthusiastically. Splendid. This aligns perfectly with my desires. He wholly disregards Shikamaru's caution, leading Tsunade to his abode. What a predicament this has become. Shikamaru glances at Aoi and Chuji in the office. My apologies. May I escort you both on a tour of the Craft Ninja Village? Shikamaru proposes. I am feeling rather fatigued. Chuji, Why don't you accompany Shikamaru on the tour? It would be beneficial for you to gain some experience on your first outing. Aoi suggests to Chuji. Yes, indeed. Chuji responds, somewhat bashful. Sensing this, Shikamaru initiates conversation, gradually engaging Chuji as they explore the factory where ninja tools are crafted in the Craft Ninja Village. Aoi returns to the room, awaiting quietly. After a brief moment, a bird alights at the window. Aoi retrieves the intel from the bird's leg. The message originates from Mitani Onitsu. Lord Aoi currently. Rock Lee is alone in front of the residence of the Craft Ninja leader, Kayamizu. Aoi incinerates the intel with a quiet cough. Two Chunin guards enter the room. This is indeed an opportune moment. Aoi observes the two. Bang. The two dispel their transformation technique. Kisame and Itachi nod in acknowledgement. We each have our desires. The Byakugan is yours, while the Jinchuriki will be ours. Kisame reiterates. No issue. The Mist Village has no interest in the Jinchuriki. Very well, Kisame. Let us proceed to capture the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. The two vanish into the night's embrace. Under the cloak of darkness, Rock Lee emerges from his tent. So it is Brother Mitani. Rock Lee greets him with enthusiasm. Haha, I didn't expect to see you so soon, little Lee. Mitani Onitsu responds with a grin that doesn't quite reach his eyes. His mission is to delay Rock Lee until the assassination is accomplished. Upon success, he shall be promoted to Special Jonin, an enticing prospect indeed. After this visit concludes, Brother Mitani will take me on a tour of the Land of Water. Rock Lee states with a smile. No problem. In a few days, I shall show you the 8 lakes of Ninju. The scenery there is quite splendid. Thank you ever so much. It's nothing. After all, you are destined to die. What? Brother Mitani, what do you mean? From behind Rock Lee, Kisame materializes from the ground, swiftly severing Rock Lee's head with a single stroke. Hearing that he is the brother of the daimyo of the Land of Rice and the grandson-in-law of the Tsuchikage, I expected more from him. Kisame remarks, somewhat taken aback. The ease of the success is quite unexpected. Without mentioning identities, it is indeed unthinkable that the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails could be so easily slain. Kisame remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. Bang! The decapitated body of Rock Lee transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating without a trace. What? Shadow clone. Kisame immediately scanned the area. The anticipated attack never materialized. Mr. Itachi, can you discern where that fellow is? Kisame inquired. There was no sign of Rock Lee here, however, within that house. Something extraordinarily terrifying seemed to lurk. Even my Sharingan cannot penetrate it. Uchiha glanced towards the residence of the crafting ninja leader, Seimei. A chaotic and ominous aura filled the space, almost tangible. A mere glance sent chills down his spine. It must be some sort of ninja tool. Yet this does not concern us. Capturing the Three Tails takes precedence. Uchiha Itachi observed Mitsuki Kiyoshi. Upon seeing the Sharingan, Mitsuki's eyes instantly glazed over in confusion. After a brief moment, his eyes turned white, and his body lay limp on the grass, devoid of life. What is the status? Kisame asked. According to his intelligence, this mist ninja was unaware that Rock Lee was a shadow clone. If I am not mistaken, Rock Lee should presently be with Ao. Uchiha Itachi gazed into the distance. It seems we have been deceived. At this moment, within Ao's residence, he lay resting upon his bed, yet his slightly trembling form revealed his inner turmoil. The Byakugan. Another Byakugan. Ao's heart raced with excitement. It was this very Byakugan that had granted him strength, elevating him into the upper echelons and transforming him from an ordinary citizen into a prominent figure within the Hidden Mist. With 2 Byakugan, I shall become the leader of the High Ga clan in the Hidden Mist. Ao envisioned the splendid future that awaited him after acquiring the Byakugan. Boom. A violent explosion echoed from afar. Unable to restrain himself, Ao rose to gaze outside. It appeared that the Akatsuki had made their move. The direction of the explosion aligned with the location of Rock Lee, as per the intelligence. After a while, Kisame's figure materialized within the room. What is the outcome? Have you found it? Ao asked, suppressing his excitement. Kisame nodded, tossing a wooden box to Ao before vanishing. As Kisame disappeared, Ao eagerly opened the box. A Byakugan lay within, gleaming ominously. Haha, wonderful, my long-held wish. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past Ao's neck, leaving a trail of crimson. Ao's pupils contracted in shock. It was only then he noticed a minuscule sealing technique inscribed at the bottom of the box. Flying Raijin. Ao's consciousness faded. Rock Lee reached out, intent on extracting the Byakugan from Ao's right eye. However, the sealing talismans adorning Ao's ears instantaneously obstructed Lee's fingers. With a swift motion, Rock Lee severed Ao's ears, then removed the Bajiquan before vanishing from the room. Some time passed. In a dimly lit room, Kisame and Itachi Uchiha appeared. Their intentions clear as they sought to claim the Bajiquan. Where might he be now? Kisame inquired. Itachi shook his head. He has already acquired the Bajiquan. His next move will likely be to conceal himself, he replied, casually gesturing towards a shadowy corner of the room. It seems our mission has ended in failure. We must depart. Capturing the Jinchuriki from Konoha is a formidable task. If we linger, Jiraiya will soon arrive, and he is not one to be trifled with. With that, Itachi's figure began to fade away. Next time, Pain will personally venture to Konoha to seize him. Let us go, Kisame. Kisame's form similarly dissipated into the shadows. An hour later, Rock Lee emerged from the corner of the room. He had been present all along, having prepared the Flying Thunder God technique at various locations. Regrettably, the Black Blade was yet to be forged. Otherwise, he might have had the opportunity to detain them. While Kisame remained oblivious to Lee's presence, Itachi, blessed with the Sharingan, was acutely aware of him. However, Itachi chose not to reveal this knowledge, instead subtly imparting information to Lee. This revelation confirmed Lee's suspicion. Itachi was indeed a double agent. His communication lines severed, forcing him to divulge intelligence to Lee at this juncture. It seemed that the third Hokage served as Itachi's liaison. Establishing a singular line of communication, Lee did not exit Ao's chamber. With a decisive clap of his hands, he invoked the transformation technique, assuming Kisame's likeness. Complete with the Samahata slung across his back, he boldly strode towards Jiraiya's quarters. Inside the room, Jiraiya wore a lecherous grin, engaging in pleasantries with Tsunade, who was feigning interest. Their negotiations had escalated from an 8-fold discount on ninja tools to a mere 5-fold. Suddenly, their expressions shifted. Who goes there? With a thunderous crash, water style, great waterfall technique, surged forth, inundating Jiraiya's room. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade found themselves atop the tumultuous waters. Members of the Akatsuki? Jiraiya frowned. You've come to capture the Three Tails Jinchuriki, I presume? The Three Tails? No, you misunderstand. The Three Tails belongs to Pain. We have different objectives, Kisame retorted. Swiftly forming hand seals. Water style, great shark bullet technique. A colossal water projectile hurtled towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. Water style, water dragon bullet. Tsunade countered, utilizing her ninjutsu to obstruct Kisame's assault. She turned to Jiraiya. This Akatsuki member was once part of our village in the mist. Leave this to me, Jiraiya-sama. You should go protect the Three Tails. Jiraiya hesitated, then nodded slightly before vanishing from sight. Seizing the opportunity, Kisame unleashed a barrage of water-style techniques, relentlessly assaulting Tsunade from afar. Is this the extent of your progress over the years? Tsunade challenged, her hands clapping together as she unleashed a torrent of highly corrosive acid, ensnaring Kisame within its expansive reach. Indeed, she is the Mizukichi. However, my mission has been accomplished, and Itachi should have succeeded. It is time for me to bid farewell to my beloved Mizukichi. Wait. Bang. Kisame's form vanished in an instant, leaving only Terumi Mei in a state of bewilderment. If he is not the Three Tails Jinchuriki, then what exactly was his mission? Terumi Mei fell into deep contemplation. In the distance, a wailing cry interrupted her thoughts. Mizukichi-sama, Aoi-sama. He. After CHG and Shikamaru completed their visit, they returned to their quarters. As they passed by Aoi's room, a metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Upon entering, they discovered that Aoi was already dead. The Bajiquan was also nowhere to be found. Aoi. Was Kisame's task to seize the Bajiquan? Terumi Mei swiftly made her way to Aoi's chamber. Inside the tower, upon witnessing Aoi's lifeless body, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Although she and Aoi were not particularly close, he had worked tirelessly to secure her position as Mizukichi. The Akatsuki, behind her, CHG, and the guard unit were filled with indignation. My condolences, Jiraiya approached her, his demeanor shifting from frivolous to solemn. This was our oversight. We failed to ensure proper defense. Henceforth, all of Kirigakure's ninja tools will be sold at a 40% discount. He stated gravely. This somewhat comforted Terumi Mei. After a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze to Jiraiya. Not enough. It must be a 30% discount. Very well. Jiraiya responded. Terumi Mei clenched her fists tightly. She commanded the guard unit to retrieve Aoi's remains and exchanged brief words with Jiraiya before departing from the hidden mist village that night. This visit was brief, and their departure was swift. Once the Kirigakure personnel had left, Rock Lee and Shikamaru emerged. Did it go as planned? Jiraiya inquired. Indeed. Lee opened a wooden box in his possession, revealing two Bajiquan. Jiraiya nodded. Previously, he had doubted that a feigned injury could deceive Kirigakure. But Lee was certain that Aoi would indeed come to the hidden mist village. It seems that Mizuki's Terumi Mei is unaware of the Akatsuki's activities. It is likely that Aoi had a clandestine agreement with them, or perhaps she is deliberately feigning ignorance, Lee remarked. He had transformed into Kisame and fought Terumi Mei. She appears to be oblivious to the existence of the Akatsuki. That woman is not as simple as she seems. She must have realized something, Jiraiya replied. At that moment, upon the vast sea, a grand vessel sailed eastward. Bang! Terumi Mei struck the mast with her fist. Mizuki-sama, should we issue a bounty on the Akatsuki members? CHG asked. No need. Terumi Mei inhaled deeply, her expression remaining composed, though a hint of coldness glimmered in her eyes. This matter involves Konoha as well. Konoha? CHG exclaimed in astonishment. Terumi Mei walked towards the deck, gazing out over the boundless sea in silence as the sea breeze tousled her hair. Under the moonlit sky, the sea roared in a pitch-black fury, its depths unfathomable. A man may be innocent, yet possessing precious treasures may bring forth his downfall. Let this matter rest here. It shall not be discussed again. The fog of the hidden mist cannot bear animosity towards either the Akatsuki or Konoha at this moment. The corners of Terumi Mei's eyes twitched slightly. However, remember this. Both Konoha and the Akatsuki will one day exhibit their frailty, and the life of Ao must seek retribution. A grand vessel sailed towards the east, gradually disappearing into the night. The following day, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Rock Lee stood vigil outside a residence. Jiraiya and Shikamaru approached. It should be today, right? Jiraiya inquired. Indeed, Rock Lee affirmed with a nod. 7 days had passed, and the black blade was to be forged successfully today. I too am eager to witness the prowess of that ninja blade, Jiraiya remarked, his expression suddenly shifting. The ground trembled violently. Boom. A chilling, piercing aura erupted from within the residence, instantly draining the natural energy within a 100-mile radius. What is this? Jiraiya, Rock Lee, and Shikamaru could not help but gaze towards the dwelling. A realm of darkness, as deep as ink, enveloped the residence, seemingly repelling all light. After a brief moment, swish, the entire dark domain vanished in an instant. Saimai emerged from the residence, a black narrow blade in hand. Mission accomplished, Saimai declared. Drenched in sweat, yet satisfied with the black blade, Rock Lee accepted the sword, infusing it with chakra. Buzz. A terrifying malice surged forth. The murderous intent, palpable as a physical force, rippled around the blade, distorting the very fabric of space. The chakra infused by Rock Lee coalesced with the murderous aura, forming a black domain that instilled fear. An exceptional blade. Rock Lee gazed at the black sword, which floated before him. The dark, mist-like chakra intertwined with light, resembling a sovereign's descent, poised to inscribe future legends. Rock Lee stepped forward, extending his right hand to grasp the black narrow blade. The blade was named Heaven's Mandate. Buzz. The black blade quivered. Rock Lee swung it towards Jiraiya. Haha, splendid. Jiraiya clapped his hands, activating his sage art in an instant. He swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning. 5 elemental life gate. Boom. 5 colossal gates materialized from thin air, adorned with grotesque beasts and twisted phantoms, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers down the spine. Come, let us see just how formidable your blade truly is. Jiraiya smiled at the advancing Rock Lee. Nearby, Shikamaru stood in awe at the display of power. The sheer magnitude of the 5 gates made him acutely aware of his own insignificance, extinguishing any notion of resistance. Little Lee, Shikamaru gazed at Rock Lee, who showed no fear or trepidation. Sage art. Activate. Rock Lee's eyes glimmered with determination, confidence radiating from his very being. Swish. The blade's brilliance sliced through the air. Lee Rock brandished his black narrow blade, slicing through the air with a profound darkness, akin to an emperor in swift motion or a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an unstoppable and magnificent aura as he forcefully struck forward. Whoosh. Boom. The blade's radiance traversed through 4 layers of the Rashomon, ultimately halting at the 5th. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. After all, this was the defensive ninjutsu of the first Hokage. He had only recently managed to grasp it after transplanting Hashirama's cells. What a terrifying blade's glow. This was merely a standard strike. The blade, formed from sage chakra, had astonishingly shattered 4 layers of Rashomon. Once he activated the 8 gates, he should be able to break through the 5th layer, Jiraiya mused. What was happening? Shikamaru observed Lee Rock standing motionless before the 5th Rashomon. his posture frozen in the act of striking. It seemed he was contemplating his swordsmanship. Jiraiya did not dismantle the Rashomon. Suddenly, the sky darkened as tumultuous winds surged, gathering ominous clouds, and thunder began to rumble incessantly. This is. Jiraiya gazed up at the heavens in astonishment. It was as if the earth and sky were filled with boundless fury. Lightning intertwined with howling winds, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Lee Rock held his blade horizontally across his chest. The entire world appeared to freeze in that moment. Is this the essence of intermediate sword intent? Lee Rock sensed a verdant mist forming above Jiraiya and Shikamaru, a beam of light that occasionally dispersed like clouds and sometimes coalesced into a green pillar. He could not discern it clearly. The mist seemed both real and illusory. Lee Rock then turned his gaze to the fifth Rashomon before him. On the Rashomon, a brilliant crimson blood column stood out, with malevolent spirits intertwining with the blood mist above it. With this strike, I can sever causality, Lee Rock murmured. From the Destiny Blade, a surge of chakra erupted forth. The crimson blood column shattered. Boom. The fifth Rashomon disintegrated into ashes, scattering into the air. Both Jiraiya and Shikamaru were left in shock. Jiraiya had not even seen Lee Rock execute the strike. The fifth Rashomon had collapsed into dust. What have you done? Jiraiya inquired as Lee Rock sheathed his blade. I have comprehended a deeper layer of sword intent. That last strike was my sword intent. I see. Previously, Jiraiya regarded Lee Rock merely as a junior, confident in his ability to defeat him even with sage techniques and the 8 gates. But now, having witnessed the essence of Lee Rock's recent strike, his evaluation could be summarized in 4 words: unfathomably profound. Such power could no longer be perceived merely as that of a junior. Next, I would like to ask Lord Jiraiya for a favor. Lee Rock sheathed the Destiny Blade. Your matters are quite troublesome, sighed Jiraiya. In the land of craftsmen, within a room near the seaside, various medical instruments were arranged throughout, all secretly transported from Konoha by Tsunade. Lee Rock gently caressed the cursed seal on his neck. Revive. Orochimaru. He first engraved the sealing technique of the cursed seal upon himself. Once the seal was successfully cast, Lee Rock gently raised his left hand and declared, "Release the cursed seal." He then formed a reverse hand sign. A sharp pain surged through his neck. With a deep breath, Lee Rock bore the agony, awaiting the transformation of the cursed seal. In a fleeting moment, the seal began to rotate, and Orochimaru's form gradually emerged from it. This astonishing scene left Jiraiya, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. His expression was one of complexity. Orochimaru, having personally slain his master and committed heinous acts, had repeatedly plotted the destruction of Konoha. Yet, he was also a comrade with whom Jiraiya had shared countless life and death moments, a bond that lingered in his heart, hard to forget. Faced with the resurrection of this old acquaintance, Jiraiya felt neither joy nor anger. "So, we meet again, Jiraiya," Orochimaru's voice emerged, heavy and foreboding. Jiraiya remained silent for a while before finally speaking. "Indeed, you are quite difficult to kill," he sighed, coming to a realization. Meeting an old friend. One who was both an enemy and a companion. What lay ahead was merely Orochimaru's attempt to once again annihilate Konoha. And he and Tsunade would strive to thwart him once more. This time, it's about that child seeking you. Our matters can wait, Jiraiya said lightly. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru turned to see the weakened Lee Rock. "I didn't expect it to be you. I thought Sasuke would be the one to revive me," he remarked, licking his lips with a hint of disdain. "Don't dwell on Sasuke. He is currently on the path of vengeance. Once his vendetta concludes, you will no longer be a match for him." Lee Rock gasped for breath, the pain in his neck becoming unbearable. He gently touched his neck, and the cursed seal vanished. "I need your assistance in transplanting the Bajiquan." Lee Rock produced a wooden box from his garment. "Oh, the Bajiquan?" Orochimaru opened the box, his eyes reflecting a trace of disdain. "This eye has its limits, inferior to the Sharingan. How about this? The 3 of us join forces. Jiraiya and I will take on 7 foes, while you confront Sasuke. Once we succeed, I will assist in your transplant. You won't be leaving today. Save your strength and proceed with the transplant." Lee Rock formed a hand sign. The entire room was enveloped in a colossal barrier. He reclined upon the operating table. "The 4-symbol seal, is it?" Orochimaru had long sensed the existence of the sealing technique. "I never imagined you could master such forbidden arts, it seems, Jiraiya." "You too have changed," Orochimaru chuckled, refraining from further words as he began the transplant of the Bajiquan for Lee Rock. Days later, Lee Rock opened his eyes. Before him lay a complete view of Orochimaru's chakra pathways and flow. He raised his head and gazed through the window, observing the surroundings. In the distance, within a kilometer, all was laid bare before him. The intricate patterns of insect wings upon the foliage were vividly discernible. So this is the Bajiquan? Lilac rose and expressed his gratitude, clasping his fist in respect toward Orochimaru. Are you not afraid that I might make some moves during the surgery and eliminate you? Orochimaru suddenly inquired, gazing at Rock Lee on the operating table. Only science must remain unsullied. You are not the protagonist. It is all too easy to topple everything. Anyone can achieve it, be it you, Tsunade, or Pain. However, what truly matters is whether one can devise an effective means of reconstruction after the fall. Rock Lee rose and made his way towards the door. He paused at the threshold, offering Orochimaru one final piece of advice. Rather than riding the winds, it is wiser to observe the tempest unfold. Orochimaru fell silent. The assertion that science must remain unsullied bore no weight. He was indifferent. He cared not for anything in this world. Yet, Lee's subsequent remark, rather than riding the winds, it is wiser to observe the tempest unfold, stirred something deep within him. Orochimaru harbored his own pride, with ambitions that soared higher than the heavens. He had resolved to transform everything upon witnessing the darkness and decay within the higher echelons of Konoha. To instigate change, one must dismantle everything and start anew. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the very order of the shinobi world. Yet, every step Orochimaru took was a success. Thus, he deemed the world filled with mundane individuals, unable to perceive their destinies, futilely struggling until they became mere dust in the annals of history. Only he, Orochimaru, was the true destined one, the individual fated to alter the course of the shinobi realm. Until, of course, he was unexpectedly slain by Sasuke. In that moment, Orochimaru came to the realization that he was merely one among the ordinary folk of the world. The young shinobi of Konoha had also matured. Orochimaru gazed calmly at Rock Lee's departing figure. Then, I wish to witness your methods. As Rock Lee exited the room, the barrier of the four symbols sealed dissipated. It seems it's time to reminisce, Jiraiya. Boom. A tremendous tremor resonated within the room, followed by the appearance of myriad serpents in Gamabunta. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Their method of rekindling old memories was rather unique. Rock Lee lay on the grass, intrigued by the spectacle. Giant Rasengan, Triple Rashomon, Ninja Art, Needle Guardian, Serpent's Wrath Formation, Sage Art, Eight-Headed Serpent. Their battle raged from dawn until dusk. Ultimately, Jiraiya, utilizing sage techniques, managed to barely gain the upper hand over Orochimaru. Are you convinced? Jiraiya grasped Orochimaru by the neck, relishing the moment. I concede. Orochimaru admitted defeat. Do you still wish to destroy Konoha? Indeed. Orochimaru was nothing if not honest. Boom. The two resumed their fierce duel, feeling a bit famished. Rock Lee departed from the seaside and returned to the hidden craft village. Shikamaru was busy attending to administrative matters. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up. It's about time. The administrative affairs of the hidden craft village are finally on track. By the way, I just received intelligence concerning Niji. Shikamaru glanced at Lee's recently transplanted Byakugan, letting out a slight sigh. Oh? Rock Lee raised an eyebrow. Niji was cultivating in the land of rice fields. Could it be that he has been branded a traitor by the higher-ups? That is not the case. Shikamaru rummaged through the thick stack of administrative documents on his desk. Ah, here it is. You will understand upon reading this. He handed the intelligence manual to Rock Lee. Upon opening the document, Lee discovered that the Hyuga clan had encountered turmoil. Niji Hyuga had slain a member of the main family, prompting the clan to declare him a rebel and request a warrant for his apprehension from Konoha, a request that Lady Tsunade ultimately rejected. The intelligence was somewhat lengthy. Lee continued to sift through the pages. The central section of the manual detailed numerous confrontations between Niji and the main family. He noted that Niji had consistently incapacitated those sent from the main family to assassinate him, with only one instance resulting in a fatality, which occurred when a member of the main family had harmed Tintin. Was this not courting death? Lee felt that Niji's actions in slaying that member of the main family were entirely justified. He resumed his examination of the intelligence. On the final page, Niji's whereabouts were indicated. Tintin had been ambushed and abducted by the main family, and Niji Hyuga was currently in pursuit from the land of rice fields, though he had now fallen into the hands of the main family. Konoha, the Hyuga residence, within the main house. Hyuga Hayashi gently lifted a cup of steaming tea from the table, his gaze fixed upon Niji before him. Niji, he began. I am unable to alter the traditions of the Hyuga clan. Once the caged bird is ensnared, there is no reprieve. I truly apologize for this. Hayashi's previously stern demeanor softened, his tone becoming somewhat gentler, resembling that of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger kin. You shall remain here, as I would regard you as my own son. We, the Hyuga, cannot allow outsiders to mock us. Niji remained silent, his lips sealed. The oppressive confinement within the depths of the Hyuga dungeon, under constant surveillance, rendered him unable to voice any rebellious thoughts. Your silence, does it signify lingering anger? Hayashi's voice retained its warmth. He had recognized Niji's potential in the profound arts of taijutsu, which spared him from invoking the caged bird's fatal decree. This matter had become common knowledge throughout Konoha, with all eyes awaiting the spectacle of their disgrace. At this juncture, it was imperative that they set aside past grievances and reconcile, demonstrating the strength of the Hyuga clan to the onlooking masses. Finally, Niji exhaled a heavy sigh. Yes, head of the clan. Ah, splendid. As for that girl named Tintin, fret not. Hinata has already taken her from the dungeon, and they are currently residing together. Hayashi waved his hand, signaling the withdrawal of all hidden sentinels surrounding the room. He reasoned that instead of assigning people to monitor Niji, it would be wiser to keep a close watch on Tintin. Controlling her would suffice, for Niji was merely a branch family member, easily disposed of at any moment. From now on, you shall remain at home, tasked with teaching Hinata the ways of taijutsu until she comprehends the essence of the art. Niji inhaled deeply and nodded. Understood. Good. Excellent. Henceforth, you may partake in the meetings of the Hyuga family council. Hayashi finally placed the cup of tea on the table, indifferent to whether Niji's loyalty was genuine or not. In truth, Niji's life or death was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was Niji's mastery of taijutsu. With a light chuckle, Hayashi exited the room, envisioning the future grandeur of the Hyuga clan. Once he departed, Niji trembled, his fists clenched tightly. After a moment, he suppressed the fury surging within him. Outside the door, he heard Hinata's voice call out, "Brother Niji." He rose and stepped into the corridor. "Miss," he replied, his tone icy and piercing, sending a chill through Hinata, who dared not meet his gaze. "Father sent me to find you to learn taijutsu." "Brother Niji." "I apologize. I had no idea father would act in such a manner. Tintin is in my room. You may go see her." Hinata, having just learned of the past from other clan members, felt a deep sense of guilt within her, yet she was at a loss for how to articulate it. "There is no need for that. Let me first teach the young lady the martial arts." Niji was acutely aware that the vicinity of Tintin was undoubtedly rife with watchers. He could not see Tintin at all. With a swift motion, Niji began to demonstrate Tai Chi. He elaborately explained the nuances of the techniques and the principles of force application. Once he finished his demonstration, Hinata remained standing there, motionless. Niji assumed she had not grasped the concepts. He repeated the demonstration once more. "If there is anything the young lady does not understand, please feel free to inquire." Niji stood respectfully to the side. Hinata glanced around, confirming the absence of any observers, and approached Niji. "Brother Niji, tonight you should take Tintin away from the back mountain. I will assist you, young lady." "You misunderstand. I do not intend to leave the clan," Niji replied, stepping back to create distance between them. Hinata stood there in a daze, at a loss for words. "Young lady, is there anything about Tai Chi that remains unclear?" Niji inquired again. I understand." Hinata, unsure of how to assist Niji, continued to practice Tai Chi. As night fell, Niji returned to his room. The lights flickered on. In a fit of rage, he struck the wooden table before him, shattering it to pieces. How infuriating! He gazed into the mirror, the mark of the caged bird glaringly prominent. "I have been overly optimistic," Niji chastised himself. Since joining Class 3, he had been living a carefree and pleasant life. The mark of the caged bird on his forehead gradually faded from his mind during this time in the land of rice. He even forgot the existence of the caged bird until the day the main house's assassins came to his door, seizing Tintin while he was away. As night descended, a figure appeared before Niji's door. "The clan leader has a task for you to complete," the man outside stated. "Understood. Please leave the task scroll at the door." Niji replied, donning his loose robe and placing his forehead protector to conceal the caged bird mark. However, the man outside did not depart. "You need to personally receive the task scroll." The voice echoed once more. Niji glanced towards the door. The man was using the Bajiquan to peer into the room. Humph. Niji's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the Hyuga clan would treat him with such disregard, daring to use the Bajiquan to invade his privacy. This was strictly forbidden within the Hyuga clan, yet this person had done so without a hint of shame. Niji struggled to suppress his anger. Do you enjoy observing my room's arrangement so much? Come in, then. Since the individual was so keen on scrutinizing his space, Niji decided to let him enter and observe to his heart's content. With a swish, the sliding door opened. A middle-aged man, eyes activated, stepped into the room and gently closed the door behind him. Here's the task scroll. Please take a look. Niji accepted the scroll. But when he noticed the man lingering, his anger surged once more. That's enough. Do you truly think I have a good temper? Niji glared intensely at him. Leave. The man remained expressionless. Open the scroll and take a look. I observed you. Before Ningxi could utter that curse, the scroll in his hand suddenly unfurled. Upon it was inscribed a character resembling a person. Summoning technique? Boom. Tian, battered and bruised, emerged from the scroll. Tian? Ningxi hastily examined her injuries. I am fine, Ningxi, Tian replied weakly. Leaning against Ningxi, she felt a semblance of comfort. What happened? Who are you? Ningxi inquired, directing his gaze towards the middle-aged man. It is Li Lok, Tian whispered. Li Lok? That cannot be. Ningxi repeated in disbelief. The man was a member of his clan. Those Bajiquan eyes were indeed capable of perceiving all truths. It is truly me. Otherwise, who would dare take such a great risk to rescue someone from the Hyuga estate? Li Lok dispelled his transformation technique, reverting to his true appearance. Why have you become so disheartened? Li Lok had intended to jest with Ningxi, but it seemed his temper was rather heightened. Thus, he had no choice but to unveil the scroll and summon Tian forth. My spirits cannot be lifted. Ningxi sighed. He regarded Li Lok's Bajiquan. Where did you acquire those Bajiquan? Ningxi was acutely aware that Li Lok's Bajiquan was not obtained from the Hyuga clan. The branch family members, upon demise, would have their Bajiquan destroyed to prevent leakage. As for the main family's Bajiquan, while there could be instances of external distribution, the Hyuga clan held significant influence in Konoha. Should a member of the main family fall into enemy hands, Konoha would intervene to compel the return of the Bajiquan without requiring the clan's direct involvement. Of course, there existed situations where the enemy refused to return the Bajiquan, prompting Konoha to publicly declare an unceasing pursuit of that individual. One was dropped from the moon, and the other was taken from Ao of the Mist Village, Li Lok revealed without reservation. The news of Ao's demise and the events in the artisan village would be accurately reported by Shikamaru and Jiraiya. The intelligence dossier had already been prepared, but was currently being withheld at Li Lok's request. He wished to dispatch the information only after assisting Ningxi in resolving the issue of the caged bird, thereby easing his burden significantly. I have come this time to assist you in addressing the caged bird, Li Lok stated. In the dead of night, within the Hyuga manor, Ningxi's pupils widened in shock. His heart raced uncontrollably. The caged bird had perpetually plagued him, an affliction without remedy. With Tian's abduction, he had initially contemplated a violent reprisal. However, the caged bird's seal upon his forehead forbade such actions. Once in Konoha, a member of the main family could activate the caged bird. The only reason they had yet to eliminate him was their desire for his mastery of physical techniques. Once Hinata mastered the limitless, it would herald Ningxi's demise. Even now, cradling Tian, Ningxi dared not flee. The Hyuga clan was rife with Bajiquan users. Any indication of his intent to escape would result in the main family invoking a curse upon him. Are you certain you can help me eliminate the caged bird? Ningxi asked, a tremor of excitement in his voice as he shakily removed his forehead protector, revealing the seal of the caged bird. Li Lok pondered for a moment. I am uncertain. It could be an attempt that may fail and potentially inflict some harm upon you. I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you want me to proceed? Li Lok inquired. Absolutely. Niji responded without hesitation. He was well acquainted with Li Lok's cautious nature. During their missions, Li Lok often mentioned the possibility of failure, which implied a 50% chance. If he expressed confidence, it indicated an 80% likelihood of success. Conversely, if he used the term certain, it meant 100% assurance. Niji took a deep breath. Regardless of whether I may suffer harm, I will not hold you accountable. Please proceed with all your might. Niji placed 10 upon the bed and turned to Li Lok. We must act swiftly. 10 has vanished, and the clan members must have already noticed. Li Lok nodded. He retrieved 4 scrolls, which flew to the corners of the room. These were prepared prior to their arrival. The 4 purple sun formation. 4 violet pillars of light erupted, enveloping the dwelling. What is that? The 4 purple sun formation. Have we received any notifications? None. Report to the clan head. We are being invaded. The members of the Hyuga clan hastily gathered towards the 4 purple sun formation. Deep within the estate, in a separate courtyard, a loud bang echoed. Hyuga Hisashi's countenance darkened. A living person has vanished, and it is within the Hyuga clan's estate. Below, a clan member reported that Tintin had disappeared. Hisashi understood that Tintin had undoubtedly been taken away, and the reason this news had only just reached him was due to Hinata's concealment. Were it not for Hinata being his own daughter, he would have struck her down in that moment. Useless. Failing in training and only causing trouble. Hisashi cursed inwardly. Before he could dispatch anyone to search, another disturbance arose within the Hyuga estate. The four purple sun formation. Who is it? Hisashi gazed toward the direction of the formation. Niji. It was indeed he who had taken Tintin, that individual possesses Bajiquan. A murderous intent ignited in Hisashi's eyes. He formed a hand seal. Kill. Hisashi activated the caged bird technique. Alas, it proved ineffective. Humph, a sealing technique. A thought crossed Hisashi's mind. Disseminate the order. Niji Hyuga has betrayed the clan, colluding with outsiders, committing fratricide, and has bestowed the Bajiquan upon outsiders. All members of the Hyuga clan, encircle the four purple sun formation. Once the formation dissipates, eliminate everyone within without mercy. Yes. Hisashi watched as the clan members began to relay the commands. He too donned the armor of a jounin. That Bajiquan does not belong to the Hyuga clan. Yet it provides me with an excellent justification for eliminating Niji. Hisashi had always perceived Niji as a formidable threat to the clan's authority. If the next clan leader were someone as decisive as Niji, it would be a cause for concern. However, the next clan leader is Hinata. Hinata is his biological daughter. And Hyuga Hisashi understands her well. She is not a person of ruthless disposition. If Niji were to harbor ill intentions, the main family could suffer grave losses in an unforeseen turn of events, especially with that enigmatic Rock Lee, whose methods oscillate between the virtuous and the nefarious. Should the two join forces, it could very well overturn the heavens. The Uchiha clan's formidable prowess in battle remains vivid in memory. Hyuga Hisashi is also concerned that eliminating Niji indiscriminately might provoke a backlash from the branch family. Thus, he has acquired a perfect rationale. Hinata, do not blame me. This is the fate that befalls Niji. He donned his battle attire and swiftly approached Niji's room. Father, the individual inside seems extraordinarily powerful, though Hanabi is still young. Her strength cannot be underestimated. In fact, to some extent, she has already surpassed Hinata. Hyuga Hisashi nodded. The Hyuga clan possesses the Bajiquan. The situation within the room is crystal clear. What is he truly intending to do? Hyuga Hisashi pondered inwardly. Boom. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted, obliterating the entire dwelling. Rock Lee and Niji appeared before all the members of the Hyuga clan. Sage mode, activate. Natural energy surged within him as his right hand moved toward his waist. Swish. The destiny black blade was drawn. Boom. A colossal aura of murderous intent permeated the entirety of the four purple flames formation. My blade's intent can sever causality. Rock Lee activated his Bajiquan, gazing at Niji. Two massive threads of causality pierced the sky from atop Niji's head, one red and one green. With the Bajiquan, the threads of causality became even more pronounced. The red thread was particularly thick, nearly dominating half of the four purple flames formation. Ka. The enormous red thread of causality, sensing a threat from the blade's intent, transformed into a gigantic avian creature in an instant, lunging towards Rock Lee, intent on ensnaring him. Indeed, this is the caged bird. Rock Lee felt the weight of this causality. He gently caressed the blade. 8 gates. The 7th gate. Open. An overwhelming chakra materialized, filling the entire formation, intertwining with the murderous intent to create a terrifying realm of darkness. The avian creature born of causality was repelled outside this deadly domain, screeching furiously. Rock Lee looked upward. Sever causality. Swish. Chakra erupted from the destiny blade, transforming into an intangible blade, cleaving toward the colossal avian creature. The creature let out a mournful cry. Crack. The red thread of causality above Niji's head was completely severed. It seemed something had vanished. Niji could not perceive the thread of causality, yet he gently touched his forehead. It was gone. The mark of the caged bird slowly dissipated from above his head. Wow. Outside the four purple flames formation, all the members of the Hyuga clan witnessed the vanishing mark of the caged bird on Niji's forehead, including several from the branch family. They stared blankly at the formation. The caged bird is an inescapable curse seal, a concept deeply ingrained in their very bones. Yet, it has been broken. I must be mistaken. The caged bird has disappeared. It is that man in black. What has he done? It is unclear, but it seems to be related to that blade. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They could not perceive the invisible blade forged from the intertwining of causality and the intent of the sword. They merely witnessed Li Lok drawing his sword, only to sheath it again in a mere breath, without striking a single blow. The caged bird within Niji's mind dissipated. In contrast to the shock of his clan, Hinata Hayashi felt the most profound astonishment. He could scarcely believe it. The caged bird had vanished. Hayashi's complexion paled. He had lost the means to control Niji's fate. Within the confines of the four purple flames formation, Niji took a deep breath. His gaze fixed intently upon Hinata Hayashi amidst the throng. At the Hinata estate, as the formation was dismantled, Niji, Li, and Tintin found themselves encircled by hundreds of individuals. Among these were not only members of the Hinata clan, but also other affiliated families. Yet, the trio exhibited no trace of anxiety. Li Lok sat upon the ruins, gently caressing the destiny blade. Niji, do you require my assistance? No need, Li. Just look after Tintin for me. Understood. Niji nodded, with no further worries. He stood atop the ruins, calmly surveying the hundreds below, many of whom were familiar faces and elders from his clan. Esteemed elders, today's conflict is a matter of personal grievance and concerns none of you, Niji proclaimed, stepping forward, gradually escalating his aura. Niji Hinata has betrayed the clan. Kill him, Hayashi bellowed. Niji halted, a killing intent emanating from him. Should anyone dare to act, he would not hesitate to respond with ferocity. Contrary to his expectations, however, the members of the Hinata clan parted to create a path leading directly to Hayashi. You are rebelling. Hayashi's countenance darkened. Your methods are formidable. The discord between the main and branch families has been suppressed for decades, during which the Hinata clan has flourished. Yet, discord cannot be stifled. Niji advanced slowly yet purposefully towards Hayashi, his pace quickening. No one wishes to become the next branch family member. Boom. In an instant, Niji stood before Hayashi. His speed astonishing. The 8 trigrams field unfolded. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Niji's palms struck repeatedly, creating a vast tapestry of palm shadows that sealed off all of Hayashi's escape routes. The gust of wind from his strikes carried an extraordinary blend of scorching heat and icy chill, amplifying the power of his gentle fist technique tenfold. Each palm strike reverberated through the air, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. By integrating the opposing chakra attributes of water and fire into his 8 trigrams technique, the explosive clash of these conflicting elements further enhanced the might of his gentle fist. Hayashi's eyelid twitched. The prowess of his nephew had surpassed that of the main family, even subtly overshadowing him. This young man truly deserved the title of genius. The tide has turned. Hinata Hizashi was acutely aware that his prowess in the 8 trigrams gentle fist was no match for Niji's. With his escape route effectively blocked, he resolved to employ his most formidable defensive technique. Niji's eyes narrowed slightly as he faced the heavenly spin, refusing to retreat even a step. Such stagnation. It is time for you to concede. Niji's palms suddenly halted. Transforming his hands into fists, he swiftly compressed his chakra at the tip of his punch. The way of Tai Chi, blending hardness and softness. The chakra on Niji's fist turned black, appearing motionless, yet continuously rotating, thereby exponentially amplifying the force of his blow. This technique, I learned it from that fool Naruto. With a powerful strike, Niji unleashed his fist. Steel fist. Boom. The so-called strongest defensive technique, the heavenly spin, was instantly breached, creating a substantial opening. Niji moved forward, standing before Hinata Hizashi. What? Hizashi gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Niji's strength had ascended to such heights. This was Niji without utilizing Sage Mode, capable of shattering the heavenly spin and developing a technique that fused the opposing elements of water and fire. Heavenly spin. Niji activated the heavenly spin, encompassing a limited area that could only accommodate 2 individuals. Hizashi found himself ensnared within Niji's technique, unable to escape. Your time is at an end. Niji swiftly formed a sword-like gesture with his fingers, directing it towards Hizashi's heart. Young man, do not be too impetuous. Just as Niji's fingers were about to strike Hizashi's heart, a figure effortlessly shattered Niji's heavenly spin, his right eye and hand wrapped in bandages. Yet he grasped Niji's sword-like fingers with his left hand alone. It was. From a distance, amidst the ruins, Rock Lee opened his eyes after sharpening his blade. He gazed at the individual. Dance. In a flash, he appeared beside Niji. Dance's strength was not to be underestimated, causing Lee to feel a twinge of unease. Oh? Dance's left eye was narrow, and he lazily regarded Lee. Are you intending to bully this 70-year-old man? A commotion arose from the crowd. Members of Konoha's upper echelon, alongside the Root and Umbu, began to manifest around the High-GA estate. This ends here. Mitsudomi In and Tsuki Kaharu emerged from the throng, their gazes fixed upon Lee and Niji. Have you had your fill of chaos? This is Konoha, not a playground for your antics. Disperse at once. Koharu's words floated lightly, igniting even greater fury in Niji's eyes. Chaos. Since the age of 3, I have been caged like a bird. Konoha has never intervened. Now, as Hizashi faces death, the higher-ups of Konoha make their appearance. Sigh. For the greater good, the Akatsuki organization is capturing Jinchuriki, and other major ninja villages are watching Konoha closely. We cannot afford internal strife at this juncture. Mitsudomi In sighed softly. As he spoke, he surveyed the surrounding Umbu and Root members. The implication was unmistakable. As long as Niji and Rock Lee dare to engage, they shall be deemed renegades of Konoha, which will exert its utmost to eliminate such traitors and quell this tumult. Niji, regardless of your actions, I stand by your side. With a dagger held at an angle, Rock Lee exhibited no fear. Tintin's figure also appeared beside Niji. Niji, I am here as well. Fret not. My strength is sufficient to deal with ordinary Umbu. Niji felt a surge of gratitude within, to have such friends in this lifetime. He felt no regrets. Thus, today I shall take a stand. Just as Niji's intent to kill coalesced, he caught sight of Hinata in the distance, her face etched with anguish and tears. Ultimately, Niji sighed. He withdrew his hand and stood still. Hyuga Hizashi collapsed before Niji, utterly weakened. You have a remarkable daughter, Niji remarked before turning to depart. Rock Lee and Tintin followed closely behind as they exited the Hyuga estate. Danzo and the higher-ups of Konoha did not intervene. The youth displays commendable discernment. Silence, old hound. Speak again, and I shall await you at your doorstep tonight, ready to slay your son and grandson. Mito Gaten was about to offer praise, but was swiftly rebuffed by Rock Lee. Humph, young one. Mito Gaten feigned indifference. Yet a sense of trepidation lingered within him. Rock Lee was unlike Niji. No matter the circumstances, Niji would never harm the weak, the elderly, or women. However, he had perused the intelligence on Rock Lee. He was a man without restraint, morality, benevolence, all utterly irrelevant. Once offended, he was capable of any atrocity. Mito Gaten genuinely feared that Rock Lee might come to kill his progeny. He even prepared to dispatch Umbu to bolster security near his residence upon returning. Enough. Let us attend to our own affairs. Anyone who spreads rumors of today's events beyond Konoha shall be deemed a traitor. The Hyuga estate gradually began to return to normalcy. Yet, Danzo's gaze lingered on the departing figures of Rock Lee and Niji, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. Shouldn't I add a touch of Byakugan to this arm? In the Hidden Leaf Village, Rock Lee, Niji, and Tintin prepared to depart, knowing that this journey would mark a point of no return. Tintin felt a twinge of nostalgia. Should we wait for Teacher Guy to bid farewell? She inquired, having learned from Hinata that Guy would return today. Never mind, Rock Lee replied, shaking his head. The trio was now, in essence, labeled as traitors, albeit without the Hokage's decree, thus evading any pursuit. Guy remained loyal to the Hidden Leaf. Should his disciples forsake their village, it would weigh heavily upon him. Niji sighed in agreement. Lee is right. Let us leave. As night fell, the villagers soon pursued them, comprising the Umbu and the Hyuga clan. Niji's Byakugan allowed him to see further than Lee. 2 kilometers away, a joint squad of Umbu and Hyuga was swiftly advancing through the darkness. Lee furrowed his brow, feeling that the response was excessive. A chilling intent to kill surged forth as he dashed back. Niji did not intervene. He was not one to fight against 7. His acknowledgement of the Hyuga clan prevented him from striking against his kin. However, Lee harbored no such reservations. In mere moments, the dozens of Umbu and Hyuga fell lifeless in the dense forest, leaving behind a single terrified member of the Hyuga clan, who pleaded, "Please, do not kill me." It was the clan head's orders. Rock Lee's tone remained calm as he decisively snapped the man's neck. He then hurried to catch up with Niji and Tintin. We are not leaving. We shall return to the Hidden Leaf, Lee declared. Departing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to relentless pursuit. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Lee's eyes. Among those who pursued were not just the Hyuga clan, but also the Umbu. Hizashi could not mobilize the Umbu. Since Hizashi and Danzo wished to play their games, Lee was more than willing to engage. Days later, the feudal lord of the Water Country issued a bounty. The Hyuga clan of the Hidden Leaf, disregarding the peace of the shinobi world, brazenly assassinated the Mist's elite Jonin, Ao, and seized his Byakugan. A reward of 100,000 ryo was placed on any member of the Hyuga clan. This was merely the public bounty. Li, having transformed, discreetly visited the underground exchange to investigate. The bounty on Izashi reached an astonishing 5 million ryo, surpassing even Kakashi and Asuma Sarutobi. Even Nin couldn't help but send congratulatory messages inquiring about the situation. Li halted their inquiries, for Niji was also listed, with a bounty of 40 million ryo, second only to the clan head. I merely informed Mei Terumi of a method to avenge Ao, and she eagerly implemented it, Li mused. Mei mistakenly believed that the Hidden Leaf and Akatsuki had conspired to kill Ao. Thus, the intrigue deepened. When Rock Lee dispatched a message to Kagaya Mei, suggesting an alliance between Konoha and the Akatsuki, she promptly sought out the daimyo of the Land of Earth and issued a proclamation. Concurrently, the daimyo of the Land of Earth retaliated with a declaration, vehemently denouncing the actions of the Hyuga clan. Surrounding nations, including the Land of Rice, the Land of Iron, the Land of Tea, and the Land of Snow, joined in solidarity with their own announcements. Observing an opportunity, the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village allied with the Land of Earth to exert pressure on Konoha. Only the Land of Wind remained inactive. This turn of events caught the daimyo of the Fire Country off guard, amplifying his sense of urgency. A misstep in this matter could lead to the Fourth Great Ninja War, pitting the Fire Country against the 3 other major nations and their smaller allies. In the Hokage's office, chaos ensued. "What on earth are you doing?" the daimyo of the Fire Country exclaimed, having rushed to Konoha overnight. He chastised the village for its actions. Tsunade, confronted with the daimyo's fury, lacked the assertiveness of her grandfather. "I apologize. I will rectify this matter. Please grant me 3 days." "1 day." The daimyo interrupted her. "You have only 1 day. If this is not resolved, I will sever all economic ties with Konoha." After delivering his ultimatum, he departed with his entourage. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk in frustration. "Rock Lee, you've landed us in a mess," she shouted. She had received messages from Shikamaru and Jiraiya, and was acutely aware that the incident involving the Byakugan was orchestrated by Rock Lee. However, the narrative circulating in the ninja world claimed that the Hyuga clan had seized the Byakugan from the Mist Village Jonin, Ao. Tsunade quickly deduced that Rock Lee was behind the turmoil. Even if the Byakugan was not taken by the Hyuga clan, the nations would be forced to accept it. This was no longer merely about the Byakugan. Several countries were poised for conflict, and if Konoha mishandled the situation, it would serve as a pretext for war. This was a calculated scheme. Moreover, what infuriated Tsunade most was that this incident was not initiated by the Akatsuki. Yet, upon the news reaching the public, the Akatsuki, busy capturing tailed beasts in the hidden cloud, had to step forward and declare responsibility for the incident, simultaneously implicating Konoha. This left Konoha with no opportunity to refute the claims. The Akatsuki had decisively quashed any dissent. The Hidden Mist also provided conclusive evidence that Ao had indeed perished in the Land of Earth, where Konoha had taken control of the artisan village. The actions of the 3 major nations were partially motivated by their fear of Konoha's growing power following its takeover of the artisan village. Tsunade felt a surge of determination. The current predicament presented her with a choice. Opting for the Hyuga clan would mean publicly disclosing information and sacrificing Rock Lee to take the blame, thereby branding him as an enemy of the entire ninja world. Choosing Rock Lee, however, would necessitate burying the relevant information and allowing the Hyuga clan to handle the matter internally. This was a gamble, forcing Tsunade to weigh the stakes. Going all in was her signature approach. She placed her trust in Jiraiya and equally believed in Rock Lee's potential to transform the entire ninja world. Tsunade approached the fractured desk, retrieving the intelligence regarding the Byakugan that Shikamaru had sent. With a decisive snap, she ignited her lighter and incinerated the documents. "This time, I wager you shall fare well, little imp." After confirming the destruction of the intelligence, Tsunade proceeded to the higher echelons of Konoha to deliberate on the matter. In merely 2 hours, an accord was reached between Tsunade and the upper echelons of Konoha. This situation necessitated the Hyuga clan to take a stand. As evening descended, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the thunder rumbled ominously. Within the Hyuga estate, Hayashi Hyuga confronted a formidable choice. Before him stood Hinata and Hanabi. Konoha demanded that the Hyuga clan surrender the perpetrator. The term perpetrator was rather ambiguous. Konoha merely referred to the culprit without specifying an individual. This left Hayashi with the burden of making a choice. Clearly, those from the branch family would not suffice, as they could not quell the excuse of the 3 great nations. The perpetrator must be someone of significant importance within the Hyuga clan. Hinata and Hanabi were present in the room, with Hanabi still too young to comprehend the impending ordeal. However, Hinata sensed her father's troubled thoughts. Father, alas, I must burden you, for Hanabi possesses considerable talent and is more suited to inherit the Hyuga legacy than you. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, casting a stark light that rendered Hinata's face pale as she trembled. This was her first encounter with the ruthless nature of noble clans. For the sake of familial interests, even a biological daughter could be sacrificed. Hayashi took Hanabi and exited the room, leaving Hinata in a daze. Father. She sat there, lost in thought. Within the estate, Hayashi returned to his chamber, his eyes filled with sorrow. He sighed. I am sorry, I have no choice. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the door. No, you still have a choice. With a thunderous clap following the rain, Niji stood outside, drenched by the downpour, his expression calm. Niji implores the clan head to embrace death. In the Hyuga clan's meeting hall within the village of Konoha, Hayashi Hyuga occupied the seat of honor. Below him, on his left, sat a venerable elder of considerable repute, while to his right were the stalwarts of the younger generation. As clan leader, we could abandon Konoha. But if we cannot protect our clan, why exert ourselves in vain? One voice echoed. You are still too young. Defection is not so simple. We have been warned by the three great nations, and should we choose to betray Konoha now, there will be no refuge left for the Hyuga clan in this vast ninja world. What shall we do? Hayashi surveyed the clamorous assembly of his clansmen. He inwardly sighed. Their voices rose in fervor, yet no one dared to step forward to take responsibility for the clan. Even the younger pillars of strength hesitated, and the older members clung to their lives in fear. Enough. Hayashi's sharp command silenced the tumult, and all eyes turned towards him, recognizing his resolute decision. I shall be the one to take action. A stir of shock rippled through the assembly. Clan leader, allow me to go, implored an elderly member of the main family. You are still young. I have lived long enough. Let me seize this moment. Very well, Hayashi nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, the elder stood frozen, caught off guard. Not everyone possesses the courage to face death. Are you not going? The elder asked, embarrassment evident in his expression. Knowing I am going, you should return to your seat. If anyone dares to speak out again, I will personally cast them out to atone. The elder, chastened, returned to his seat, and the room fell silent once more. Next, we must determine who shall succeed me as clan leader. Who do you believe is suitable? Hayashi inquired. I believe Lady Hinata is appropriate, suggested the elder on the left, garnering nods from his peers. This faction favored the establishment of a leader over a youth. On the right, another voice chimed in. I think Lady Hanabi is more fitting. The younger stalwarts, having fought for the Hyuga clan, preferred the more talented and battle-ready Hanabi. The two factions exchanged glances, falling silent as they awaited Hayashi's decision. From his elevated position, Hayashi observed the expressions of his clansmen, noting the glimmer of greed in many eyes, the alluring temptation of power that few could resist. His two daughters, Hinata timid and Hanabi still young, would face peril should he fall. This assembly would surely seek to undermine the rightful heir, resorting to even more insidious methods to usurp the position of clan leader. Such dark secrets lingered in the shadows of many clans, save for those with a singular lineage. With a heavy heart, Hayashi sighed once more. I shall now announce the successor to my position as clan leader. He clapped his hands, signaling the unfolding of a new chapter. Niji, clad in white garments, entered the room. The next clan leader is Hyuga Niji, announced Hyuga Hizashi. The assembly below, with unanimous discontent, voiced their dissent. Absolutely not. This individual is audacious and shows no respect for his elders. How can such a person befit the position of clan leader? This young lad is far too inexperienced to bear such a great responsibility. Under his leadership, the Hyuga clan will surely descend into chaos. Indeed, this boy lacks the qualifications. I see a rebellious spirit in him. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of condemnation. Niji remained composed, approaching Hizashi and taking his seat calmly. In terms of strength, can any present here claim to surpass me? Niji surveyed the young pillars of the Hyuga clan to his right. The assembly fell silent, awestruck by Niji's fearsome prowess demonstrated days prior. He then turned to the elders on his left. Regarding experience and status, I have just been appointed as an elite jonin by the Hokage. Does this not qualify me? He produced the appointment letter and thrust it before the elder who had been most vociferous in his criticism. The elder trembled visibly. A flicker of disdain crossed Niji's eyes as he stood and addressed the assembly. Now, I am the clan leader. Who is in favor, and who is against? Silence enveloped the room. Niji's might was sufficient to render the entire clan speechless, and with the endorsement of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, who would dare oppose him? Hizashi's expression was complex as he observed the clan members. Only Niji could command their respect. Had Hinata or Hanabi been in his position, it would have been futile. The previous night, Niji's words, "Please, head of the family, go to your death," had profoundly shaken Hizashi's heart, reminding him of his brother, Hyuga Hizashi, who had willingly sacrificed himself for Niji. "Now, it is my turn," Hizashi thought as he rose. "The Hyuga clan is entrusted to you. I am free of worry." Hizashi stepped toward the door. With Niji at the helm, the future of the clan would not be any worse than during his own tenure. Moreover, his two daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, had a good rapport with Niji. Upon reaching the threshold, the setting sun cast a golden glow, illuminating his figure dressed in wide robes, his expression serene, devoid of fear or sorrow. "After my death, there will be no more divisions between the main and branch families." With a swift motion, Hizashi drew a kunai, a line of crimson splattering against the doors of the assembly hall as his body crumpled heavily to the ground. "Clan leader!" The assembly cried in despair. Niji gazed at the fallen Hizashi, exhaling a soft sigh. All grievances dissipated with Hizashi's demise. "We shall collect the body of our clan leader. The Hyuga clan will provide an explanation to the shinobi world," Niji commanded. Outside, preparations commenced immediately to recover Hizashi's body. In the distance, Rock Lee and Tintin observed this scene. Behind them, Hinata and Hanabi were weeping inconsolably. "Father!" Despite Hinata's near sacrifice by Hizashi, witnessing her father's death filled her with profound sorrow. Such familial bonds are not easily severed. Throughout the river of time, countless pioneers transform into a myriad of stars, illuminating the path for future generations, Rock Lee consoled. Upon hearing the words, Hinata and Hanabi felt a modicum of solace. At the very least, their father had perished as a hero. Rock Lee cast a glance at Tintin, signaling her to keep an eye on Hinata and Hanabi. Tintin nodded in acknowledgement. Rock Lee then took his leave. In the conference hall, Niji proclaimed, "From this day forth, the Hyuga clan shall no longer be bound by the rules of the main and branch families. I shall sever the shackles of the caged birds for all those of the branch." Outside, the branch family members were filled with excitement, yearning to no longer be held captive by their limitations, destined to remain subservient for generations. Rock Lee began to methodically cut the ties of fate for each of the branch family members. As the caged birds gradually vanished, the expressions of gratitude among the crowd intensified. In response, Rock Lee merely smiled, attributing the initiative to Niji's wishes. The original branch family members felt an even deeper gratitude towards Niji. Niji surveyed the multitude of branch family members outside and denounced his first decree as the new head of the family. In the future, there will be significant changes. Within the Hyuga clan, the capable shall rise, while the incapable shall fall. Only those with talent may ascend to high positions within the clan. He detailed a comprehensive system for evaluating merits and began to assess the various abilities of the clan members, redistributing their roles accordingly. The Hyuga clan, now bereft of a clan leader, found stability within a single day. This unexpected turn of events drew the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha and other prominent clans. Niji Hyuga, who would have thought that such a young boy possessed such prowess, and that Rock Lee by his side is no ordinary character. We must first eliminate the Hyuga supporters. Within a dwelling, Danzo narrowed his left eye, pondering the peril that the Hyuga clan posed. He disseminated a rumor that Rock Lee had acquired the Bajiquan from the hands of Mist Ching. Indeed, in the residence of the Hyuga clan within the hidden Leaf village, Lee Rock recently experienced what it meant to live as a scion of a prominent family. He found himself in a life where everything was provided for him, and any dissatisfaction was promptly addressed. What sheer indulgence! Lee Rock marveled. However, this leisurely existence was short-lived. A piece of news began to circulate throughout the ninja world. Lee Rock, a chunin of the Leaf village and the elder brother of the feudal lord of the land of Rice, possessed the Bajiquan. The origin of this rumor remained a mystery, yet it stirred a greater commotion than the previous upheaval caused by the Hyuga clan. In the land of water, Terumi May even issued a formal announcement, traveling to the Leaf village to verify the information personally. Other nations followed suit with a joint proclamation. "Have you heard the news?" Niji, who was preoccupied with family matters, immediately sought out Lee Rock upon receiving the intelligence. Lee Rock remained unfazed, nodding slightly. Why the fuss over such a trivial matter? What? Niji was momentarily taken aback. "You are the head of the Hyuga clan. Just issue a statement to the three great nations, declaring that my Bajiquan is a transplant from the Hyuga clan, and they will quiet down," Lee Rock said with ease. He had his own suspicions about the source of this leaked information. Niji slapped his forehead. As the clan leader, his word carried immense weight within the Hyuga. granting him the highest authority. How could I have overlooked such a simple solution? He chuckled. After engaging in light conversation with Lee Rock, he retreated to his chambers. After a while, a message was disseminated from the Leaf Village, confirming that Lee Rock's Bajiquan was indeed derived from a member of the Hyuga clan, a fact personally verified by the clan's leader. With this announcement, the three great nations ceased their objections. The following day, Kakashi and Guy arrived at the Hyuga residence. Niji instructed the servants to prepare a feast. "It has been a while, my dear teacher Guy," Niji remarked as he and Tintin set aside their family affairs to join Lee Rock, Guy, and Kakashi in camaraderie. "You have all grown considerably. Niji, you have even become the head of the Hyuga clan," Guy observed as dishes were continually served. "Fortune has favored us." Niji recounted the recent events, omitting Lee Rock's involvement while merely mentioning the incident involving Lee Rock and the caged bird. This was at Lee Rock's request. "For some matters were destined to remain concealed. I never imagined you would become so formidable. Lee, do you now feel that fire of youth igniting within you?" "Indeed." Lee Rock replied wearily. He turned to Kakashi. "Aren't you on a mission in the Hidden Cloud Village?" Weeks prior, the Hidden Cloud had exhibited great strength. The Eight Tails, Killer Bee, had slain Scorpion of the Akatsuki, while Haiden escaped. The Akatsuki was furious, and all members, save for Pain, converged upon the Hidden Cloud Village. Consequently, the Eight Tails was captured, and the Akatsuki was in pursuit of two individuals from the Hidden Leaf. Their whereabouts had recently been discovered. The Akatsuki organization collectively launched an assault on two puppets, resulting in injuries to the Reikage. The Hidden Cloud Village could no longer withstand the onslaught and sought assistance from Konoha. Kakashi, along with Naruto and Sakura, was among the first to respond to the call for aid. "A change of personnel," Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. "It appears to be an order from the higher-ups. In a few days, the mission confirmation documents should be dispatched." Upon hearing this, not only were Rock Lee, Niji, and Tintin astonished, but even Guy wore a look of surprise. "Hey, Kakashi, why wasn't I informed of this?" Guy questioned, as an elite jonin and the team leader for the mission. He found it perplexing that he had no inkling of the developments. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings before casting a mysterious glance at the group. "The matter is not yet settled. It seems there has been some contention among the higher-ups. However, I surmise that the likely outcome will be for your team to replace us in the Hidden Cloud." As a former UMBU member, Kakashi possessed superior intelligence compared to Guy. A mere civilian, he took a couple of bites of the salt-grilled mackerel before grimacing at its inadequacy. "This mackerel is poorly prepared. It's been pickled too long. And the grilling was insufficient, rather disappointing." He then addressed them. "You can discuss this matter amongst yourselves. What about my belongings?" Kakashi extended his hand towards Rock Lee. "What?" Lee responded, looking bewildered. "The manuscript? Didn't you just return from the artisan village? What about the manuscript for Jiraiya-sama's sequel to Ica Paradise?" Kakashi sat up straight, fixating intently on Lee. "Oh no, I forgot." Lee's heart raced, his hand faltering as he reached for his food. "You hesitated just now, didn't you?" No, I didn't. Have you forgotten?" "No. It's just that Jiraiya-sama forbade me from taking the manuscript." He said to wait until... Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed. Kakashi had already activated his Raikiri. "You little brat. During the Chunin exam in the Rock Village, I taught you so many jutsu, exhausting my chakra. All for that manuscript, and you dare. It's unforgivable." Lee's excuse was evidently flimsy, and Kakashi was on the verge of a breakdown. "Hey, Kakashi. There is no need to be so serious. Lee might die." Guy attempted to intercede, but Kakashi remained unmoved. Niji also offered a token gesture of advice, albeit directed at Lee. "Lee, it's best to retreat." Tinin nodded earnestly at Lee. "If all else fails, just use the Flying Thunder God technique to get home." Lee, feeling awkward, realized he had forgotten about the manuscript. He had initially deceived Kakashi into teaching him the 5 elemental jutsu by using the manuscript for Ica Paradise as leverage. Yet, after spending such time with Jiraiya in the artisan village, he had completely overlooked this matter. "I apologize, Kakashi-sensei. I shall promptly seek out the whereabouts of Lord Jiraiya. I promise to deliver next time, as it is a pact between men," Lee Rock declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi sheathed Raikiri. "The agreement pertains to the future. For now, you owe me a compensation." Kakashi picked up his chopsticks and sampled the miso eggplant once more. This time, he was quite pleased. The sauce had thoroughly permeated the eggplant, resulting in a delightful flavor. "I wish to endeavor in the art of sage techniques," Kakashi remarked. He had long been aware of the location of Miyaboka Mountain from Naruto. However, Jiraiya had previously cautioned Kakashi that one could not practice sage techniques with insufficient chakra. Thus, Kakashi pondered upon Lee Rock. Previously, he had no-tailed beast and possessed minimal chakra, and the same could be said for Neji and Tenten. Yet, they had all mastered sage techniques. Kakashi believed there must be a secret to this. Kakashi-sensei. Lee Rock hesitated. Your chakra is too scant. To learn sage techniques, one must first comprehend Tai Chi-O? Tai Chi? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. Lee Rock glanced at Neji. Indeed, it is this martial art, Kakashi-sensei. Neji rose and demonstrated the forms of Tai Chi right then and there. Hesitant, Neji specialized solely in Tai Chi at present. His proficiency in this discipline surpassed that of Lee Rock. I have taken note. Thank you. Kakashi activated his Sharingan and, in an instant, recorded the movements of Tai Chi. This was precisely what he had come for. Mastering the essence of the fist is the prerequisite for grasping sage techniques. Once you have acquired that, Kakashi-sensei, you may proceed to Mayaboka Mountain and register my name. Lee Rock retrieved paper and pen, meticulously sketching a map of Mayaboka Mountain before handing it to Kakashi. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Tsunade sat alone on the left side of the sofa, while Danzo, Mito Gaeton, and Tika Shikamaru occupied the right side. It was evident that they had come to inform Tsunade about the third squad's deployment to assist the Hidden Cloud. Indeed, the situation concerning the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud was dire. With a sudden burst of rage, Tsunade rose and overturned the sofa. Is the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud in peril while that of Konoha is not? She exclaimed, her immense strength causing the sofa to shatter beneath her foot. The sound of splintering would made Mito and Tika's eyes widen in shock. They were already opposed to the mission, but Danzo had too much leverage over them, forcing them to acquiesce. Fortunately, this matter posed little risk to the village. Furthermore, since Neji had become the head of the Hyuga clan, they had nearly entirely aligned themselves with Hokage Tsunade, significantly diminishing Danzo's influence within the village. After some contemplation, Mito and Tika reluctantly agreed to Danzo's proposal. However, they were unprepared for Tsunade's fierce response, as she asserted her authority as Hokage. Tsunade, the stability of Rock Lee as a Jinchuriki is questionable, and the strength of the Three Tails is not formidable. In contrast, Naruto is far easier to manage, Mito hesitantly ventured. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days when the fourth Hokage was in power. The fourth, Minato Namikaze, had a relatively shallow foundation and a lower status, making their words carry the weight of a decree. Even if he wished to decline, he had to provide a reasonable justification. But now, Tsunade's status was unparalleled. As Hokage and the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, there was no one in Konoha with a lineage more illustrious than hers. Mito and Tika felt dwarfed in her presence. Let it be known, as long as I hold the position of Hokage, this order shall not be issued, Tsunade declared resolutely. She glanced towards the door and commanded, Shizune, convey my message. The support for the Hidden Cloud will not be retracted. Kakashi shall continue as team leader for the mission. Understood. Shizune's footsteps faded as she departed. Danzo sighed and finally rose to take his leave. In that case, I shall take my leave. He began, but Tsunade coldly interjected, no need for farewells. With a chuckle, Danzo leaned on his cane and slowly exited the Hokage's office. As he walked, Mito and Tika did not follow him out. Ah, the position of Hokage is indeed enviable, he mused. Suddenly, with a crack, his cane splintered into pieces. His expression darkened. If that is the case, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Danzo returned to the root organization's base and summoned Yamano Kaze with a wave of his hand. To contact the feudal lord, mention the intertwined fates of the Hokage and the rogue ninja Orochimaru, as they conspire with Jiraiya in the Hidden Craft Village, partaking in clandestine activities. Yes, Yamashiro disappeared from sight. Danzo summoned Yamanaka Ino. I require you to accomplish a task. Danzo's voice carried a weight. Yamanaka knelt on one knee. Please issue your command, leader. I will go to any lengths to fulfill it. Ino declared resolutely. Very well, Danzo nodded. His tone suddenly lightened. I need you to disguise yourself as Orochimaru and assassinate the feudal lord. Upon hearing this, Ino's eyes widened in shock. This task is utterly insane. It has not been undertaken in centuries. What? Have you faltered? It seems you have lost the will of the root. Danzo's voice echoed ominously. He formed a hand seal with his left hand. Pain surged through Ino's mind, causing him to shudder. Yes, I understand. When shall we act? Ino inquired, bowing his head. Tomorrow night. Understood. Ino left the room, expressionless. Danzo remained seated in his chair, sunlight streaming through the aged wooden window into the room. He gazed at the light, his pupils filled with a ravenous desire for power. Hokage, it is time for Shimura Danzo to claim his turn. Dark clouds obscured the sunlight, plunging the room into shadow, leaving only Danzo's maniacal laughter echoing. Outside of Konoha, in a dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. Beside him, Yamanaka Shino, devoid of expression, was diligently capturing mosquitoes. Recently, the summer heat had been relentless, and upon returning home from the Hugo estate, Lee had been tormented by the incessant buzzing of insects. By chance, Shino encountered Rock Lee during his solitary training and was beckoned to assist in capturing the pests. "You say, my training direction is misguided?" Shino pondered as he directed the insects. "Indeed," Lee replied, lightly fanning himself, a gentle breeze wafting from the fan, offering a moment of relief. "In my youth, I once crossed paths with a female ninja from the Miao region, whose mastery of insect manipulation was extraordinary. I nearly fell victim to her prowess, unable to leave my bed." Lee reminisced, slowly recounting the encounter with a touch of nostalgia. Who would have thought there existed a greater master of insects than those of the Yamanaka clan? Shino, aware of Lee's formidable strength, recognized that among the younger generation, he was unparalleled, even considered the finest among the 5 great ninja villages. Captivated by Lee's recounting of past events, Shino found himself immersed in the vivid imagery of their breathtaking confrontation. Miao region? Shino recalled Lee mentioning those words several times. "Ah, what was the name of that master?" Understanding dawned, Shino nodded. "Can one still locate that master? I wish to become a disciple." Lee shook his head. "No. That master has passed away. During her lifetime, she did not take on apprentices, only steeds." Oil Girl Shizuna felt a tinge of disappointment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mosquitoes began to swarm Lee once more. No, he had grown lethargic in his efforts to swat them. Observing this, Lee cleared his throat. "Ahem. However, I possess her methods for utilizing insects." In truth, Lee did not speak in falsehoods. In his past life, he ventured into the Miao territory, braving the Miao village alone, where he was unmatched. Ultimately, the village chief intervened, a master of the Gu path. Their confrontation was evenly matched, both exhibiting heroic spirit. The chief, unable to cast a curse to end Lee life, found kinship with him, and they shared a drink together. During the gathering, that Gu master had once remarked that his time was short and entrusted his knowledge to Lee, beseeching him to take on disciples in his stead. Lee had acquiesced. He had also delved into the study of Gu insects, but had made little tangible progress and subsequently abandoned it. Later, before he could fulfill the chief's request to take on disciples, he was transported to this otherworldly realm by a truck. It is said that there are 3 most powerful Gu insects: the heavenly dragon Gu, the Qilin Gu, and the divine silkworm Gu. Noticing Oil Girl Shizuna once again diligently swatting mosquitoes, he began to speak slowly. "On the hottest day of midsummer, at noon, one must place the 9 most poisonous insects into a coffin, bury it in the earth, and allow them to devour one another until only a single venomous insect remains. Then, for 49 days, one must continuously nourish it with internal energy, with chakra to transform it into the heavenly dragon Gu." After finishing, Lee took a sip of water. His words served as an enhancement for Shizuna. Note that these poisonous insects must be those without legs and wings. And what about the Qilin Gu and the divine silkworm Gu? A rare excitement appeared on Oil Girl Shizuna's face. Merely hearing of this method filled her with the conviction that these Gu insects must be exceedingly powerful. Well, in the forest, Lee slowly recounted the methods for the other 2 Gu insects. The production techniques were similar. However, the Qilin Gu required 9 poisonous insects with legs but no wings, while the divine silkworm Gu necessitated insects with wings but no legs. Lee stated calmly that the first 2, the heavenly dragon Gu and the Qilin Gu, were relatively easy to obtain. However, the divine silkworm Gu had long since vanished in the great Xia of his previous life, as such winged, legless insects did not exist in the world. Nevertheless, this realm is the ninja world. As far as Lee was aware, there were several varieties of winged, legless insects within the Death Forest. Hey, remember what I've said, but don't stop swatting those mosquitoes, alright? Lee sensed that the mosquitoes seemed to swarm around him anew. Oil Girl Shizuna hurriedly redoubled her efforts to swat them. Once the heavenly dragon Gu is formed, it behaves like a celestial dragon, soaring and twisting in flight. In battle, a mere snap of the fingers can penetrate even chakra once it enters an enemy's body. Their life and death lie within your thoughts. The Qilin Gu, once released, can devour an enemy's chakra, nourishing itself, akin to the effects of the shark skin blade. The divine silkworm goo. This particular parasite has never been witnessed, even by the master who imparted the art of goo. Lilach murmured. According to the descriptions in the texts, the divine silkworm goo is notoriously ferocious, resembling a silkworm and delighting in the consumption of mulberry leaves, hence its name. He continued. This goo is formless and intangible, capable of transforming into myriad substances. It requires human flesh every 3 years. Failure to satiate its hunger will result in a backlash against its master. Its power is formidable once the divine silkworm goo bites an enemy. It can cast lethal curses across distances, disregarding any barriers. The methods to counteract these 3 types of goo are also meticulously documented in the texts, which Lilach has thoroughly comprehended. He intends to prepare the countermeasures in due course. The capabilities of these parasites are exceedingly treacherous. One may perish without even realizing how. One must always remain vigilant. In truth, Lilach harbored knowledge of another type of goo that he did not disclose to Shino. The texts also chronicled the existence of the immensely potent 3-corpse goo. The 3-corpse goo is so overpowering that there exists no method of mitigation, and its creation is exceedingly sinister, which is why Lilach refrained from elaborating further. Thank you. From this moment onward, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Shino exuded an air of sophistication. His words were few, yet his achievements were remarkable. Both in prowess and intellect, he was of the highest caliber. Lilach perceived him as a valuable asset and contemplated enlisting his support against the Akatsuki organization and the impending 4th Great Ninja War. No need for pleasantries. We are all comrades of Konoha. Lilach's eyes shifted. He gazed into the distance where a ninja, his eyes concealed by a mask, was hastening toward them. Lilach noted that the figure bore a slight resemblance to Shino. Do you have a brother? What? Shino remained absorbed in thoughts of the goo's power, failing to register the inquiry. There is someone approaching who bears a resemblance to you. Lilach recalled the individual, Toryun of the Root organization. What could he want? At that moment, Lilach was uncertain whether Toryun was approaching him or Shino. As they spoke, the silhouette of Toryun became increasingly discernible. He appeared somewhat anxious. Brother? Shino furrowed his brows. He had learned from his father that Toryun had joined the Root organization. His father had cautioned him to be wary of Toryun in the future. Upon seeing Shino and Lilach, Toryun gradually slowed his pace, signaling that he bore no ill intent. Shino, I am unable to enter the clan's residence. I heard you were out, so I had no choice but to seek you out. A hint of concern shadowed Toryun's brow as he glanced at Lilach. Who might this be? Noticing his brother's apparent camaraderie with Lilach, he inquired. A comrade, Shino succinctly replied. I see. Toryun understood his brother well. He was typically taciturn, with only insects as companions. For someone to be acknowledged as a comrade by him indicated a profound level of trust. I wish to have a private conversation with you. Toryun stated. My apologies, but I just remembered I have matters to attend to. Lilach, ever perceptive, excused himself. The conversation between the brothers seemed somewhat superfluous. Thank you. Tsugen took note of Lilach's proactive departure and developed a slight fondness for him. After a while, Tsugen exited the forest, heading towards the gates of Konoha. Along the way, he gently nodded at Lilach, who responded with a smile and a nod in return. The two brushed past each other, with Tsugen continuing northward, crossing the boundary of Konoha, and making his way towards the residence of the Fire Country's daimyo. As night fell, he paused briefly, igniting a campfire. Tsugen consumed a modest portion of dried provisions, preparing for sleep. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying murderous intent surged forth. This was the technique of Naruto. Tsugen remained unfazed, intertwining his fingers. Release. The killing intent did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified, nearly rendering his legs unable to support him. What? This is not an illusion. It is pure murderous intent. A surge of alarm coursed through Tsugen. Such a terrifying aura, one he had only witnessed emanating from Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. Do not move, or you shall perish. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, echoed from behind Tsugen. A kunai pressed against his neck, causing his body to stiffen. Any movement would surely lead to his demise. What has Danzo instructed you to do? A long tongue slid down, licking Tsugen's forehead protector. Orochimaru. A flurry of thoughts raced through Tsugen's mind. In an instant, he suspected that his brother, Jinai, might have divulged sensitive information. The mission to assassinate the daimyo while disguised as Orochimaru was known only to Jinai. Go ahead and kill me, Yun Tsugan stated calmly. He would never divulge any information. Ah, I recall now. Danzo once placed a curse mark at the root of my tongue. The tongue of calamity seal. Orochimaru clapped his hands together. For symbol seal, a complex sealing technique surged from Yun Tsugan's body, gradually entering his mouth. Ultimately, the technique formed a barrier that ensnared the tongue of calamity seal. Speak. My patience is limited, Orochimaru said ominously. Yun Tsugan remained silent. Since you are Orochimaru, I am unlikely to survive this night. You must understand that I have collaborated with Jiraiya. I will take lives, but I would never harm a Konoha ninja. For Jiraiya is far too earnest, Orochimaru remarked. Upon hearing this, Yun Tsugan felt a slight sense of relief. Lord Danzo. No. Danzo intends for me to assume your guise to assassinate the daimyo. Upon speaking, Yun Tsugan's tongue began to tremble. Consolidate. Orochimaru swiftly clapped again, executing another four-symbol seal upon the root of Yun Tsugan's tongue. Observing that the tongue of calamity seal did not erupt, Yun Tsugan relaxed completely. He sensed that the terrifying murderous intent behind him had vanished. Orochimaru sheathed the kunai and approached Yun Tsugan. Is this so? Orochimaru pondered for a moment. You may continue with your mission, but this time I require you to assume the guise of Danzo. Orochimaru paid no heed to Yamanaka Torian. He leisurely sat beside the campfire, casually tossing a few dry branches into the flames. If you go, Danzo will be handled by me and the Hokage. If you refuse, I shall spare your life, yet I will return to Konoha and take the life of your brother. Did you not promise Lord Jiraiya? I was merely deceiving you. Yamanaka Torian was aware that Orochimaru had once been a member of the Root organization and had encountered various descriptions of him. Unpredictable. This was Danzo's assessment of Orochimaru, and now it appeared quite accurate to Torian. He took a deep breath. I can go, but how can I trust you? Yamanaka Torian chose to wager his life for his brothers. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's figure gradually melted into the ground. I have already implanted another jutsu beneath your tongue. Whenever I desire it, you shall utter Danzo's commands. Orochimaru vanished before Yamanaka Torian. The lives of your entire clan and your own choose one. The following day, in the land of fire, at the residence of the daimyo, the estate nestled against the mountains and beside the waters, its scenery breathtaking. The outer walls were fortified with towering stone ramparts, adorned with exquisite carvings depicting the symbols of the daimyo's honor in the land of fire. The grand black wooden doors stood tall, bearing the daimyo's flag that fluttered gently in the breeze. A man with long black hair and golden elongated pupils arrived at the daimyo's estate. Yamanaka Torian paid no mind to Orochimaru's suggestion. Lord Danzo, I shall never betray Root in Konoha. Years of cultivation and indoctrination rendered Yamanaka Torian incapable of betraying Danzo. There is a barrier ahead. He did not rashly enter the daimyo's residence. The formidable stone ramparts were imbued with barriers, and hidden sentinels lurked in the surroundings. Should he be discovered, not only would he fail his mission, but he would also meet a gruesome end. At that moment, a retainer approached the main residence, and the guards did not impede his entry. The barrier remained dormant. The retainer hastily entered the main house. After a while, the retainer exited. Yamanaka Torian employed the Earth Dragon concealment technique, hiding beneath the ground, and followed the retainer closely. As night fell, the retainer returned once more. The guard still did not obstruct his passage. It seemed this esteemed retainer frequented the daimyo's estate often. The retainer entered the main house. Suddenly, the massive barrier flared open. Who goes there? In an instant, countless hidden presences turned their gaze upon the retainer who triggered the barrier. Transformation techniques could not evade the barrier's scrutiny. Any individual employing ninjutsu would set off the alarm barrier. The retainer was Yamanaka Torian in disguise. Have I been discovered? No matter. Yamanaka Torian transformed into Orochimaru's likeness. That individual appears to be a certain ninja from Konoha. I feel as though I have encountered him before. In the distance, the lord of the land of fire, Yin Shurgang, was abruptly disturbed. Surrounding him were 5 formidable ninjas, exuding an air of great strength. My lord, that man is a rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru. A rogue ninja from Konoha? Yin Shurgang's expression darkened. Recently, Konoha had been plagued by incidents. Now, a rogue ninja had audaciously infiltrated his residence. Is it true that Konoha cannot even eradicate its own renegades? Yin Shurgang murmured. He cast his gaze towards the Orochimaru transformed by the oil woman, Torian. The samurai stood no chance against the illustrious Orochimaru. All present bore witness as Orochimaru abandoned the corpse of a retainer and fled from the lord's abode. Do not pursue. Prioritize the protection of the lord. came the command. Yes. Yin Gang approached the lifeless body of his retainer. It was Kurosada Ichifu. Fury surged within Yin Gang's eyes. A rogue ninja from Konoha had brazenly invaded the Lord's residence and slain his retainer. Issue a bounty across the land of fire. Yet, before Yin Gang could finish his words, a sealing technique suddenly manifested upon the corpse, expanding rapidly as if on the verge of exploding. This is bad. It's poison. The guardian ninjas beside Yin Gang swiftly formed hand seals. Seal. A sealing technique enveloped the corpse, preventing the explosion. Evacuate the Lord from this place. Yin Gang was shielded by the surrounding guardian ninjas as they departed from the main entrance. However, they had barely gone a short distance when a disturbance arose from the shadow of the retainer's corpse. A figure abruptly emerged from the shadows. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. A fierce gale surged forth, instantly disrupting the formation of the guardian ninjas. One of the guardians shielded Yin Gang. His gaze fixed warily upon the emerging figure. You are Shimura Danzo from Konoha. The guardian's pupils widened in shock. Danzo laughed heartily, directing his gaze towards the Lord. The Orochimaru you just encountered was also my transformation. I did not expect you to possess some level of skill. Henceforth, I shall usurp the lordship. The name of Shimura Danzo shall resonate throughout the land of fire. Rock Lee had been following Torian closely, feeling a sense of unease. As anticipated, Torian ultimately obeyed Danzo's command, transforming into Orochimaru to assassinate the Lord. Lee, concealed in the shadows of the retainer, waited until Torian made his escape. He then transformed into Shimura Danzo to assume responsibility for the act. This is rebellion. This is treachery. Konoha has turned against us. Yin Gang seethed with rage. Before he could issue a command, a kunai was hurled at him. Clang. The guardian ninja blocked it just in time. As the kunai veered off course, Flying Thunder God. Lee's figure instantly appeared beside the guardian ninja. He gently touched the bodies of the guardian and Yin Gang. A sudden surge of dark energy coursed through them. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Lee vanished once more, distancing himself from the Lord's estate. In the land of fire, the feudal Lord Yin fell weakly to the ground. His body limp. His gaze remained fixed on the spot where Rock Lee had vanished. Shimura. Danzo. It was only in his dying moments that Yin comprehended the truth. The figure impersonating Shimura Danzo was not the real one. The genuine Shimura Danzo would never engage in such foolishness as direct assassination. However, the surrounding samurai and guardian ninjas had all witnessed the scene. They were aware of Danzo's true identity and deemed it improbable that he would undertake such an act. Yet, the identity of the true culprit remained a mystery, and no one wished to delve deeper into it, for such an endeavor seemed thankless. At this moment, what was required was a scapegoat to appease the various factions. It was Shimura Danzo from Konoha who killed the feudal lord, shouted one of the guardian ninjas. In an instant, a consensus was reached among all present. It was indeed Shimura Danzo who had slain the feudal lord. In a forest within the land of fire, Rock Lee sprinted with fervor. He needed to return to Konoha with utmost urgency. With the feudal lord's death, the ninjas of the entire land of fire would likely be barred from action. If he failed to reach Konoha in time, he would surely be caught in the ensuing turmoil. The vassals and samurai, desperate for an outlet for their frustrations, would undoubtedly seize all ninjas abroad. Rock Lee had no desire to hide. Such evasion would be a waste of precious time. Now, it was up to Konoha to determine the course of action. As dawn broke, Rock Lee returned to Konoha. At the gate, he encountered oilwoman Torian. Good morning. Rock Lee greeted him cheerfully. Torian was faster than Rock Lee, unaware of the events that had transpired. Out training so early? No wonder your skills surpass those of my brother, Torian replied, his mind preoccupied with other thoughts. Since that night when Orochimaru had threatened him, he had not seen the man again. Moreover, Orochimaru had spared his life and continued to assign him tasks. Torian couldn't shake the feeling that this behavior was inconsistent with Orochimaru's usual conduct. Don't mention it. I barely had time to train before I encountered Orochimaru. Thankfully, I managed to hide. He hurriedly left Konoha, muttering something about the feudal lord. Rock Lee casually remarked. The feudal lord? Torian's heart tightened at the mention of the name. He froze momentarily, turning to face Rock Lee. Did you hear what he said in detail? Torian asked in a low voice. I didn't catch it all, but I vaguely heard Orochimaru mumbling something about the feudal lord's death and how I transformed into Danzo. I shouldn't be discovered, but Danzo is in trouble now. Rock Lee feigned contemplation. Danzo? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Torian's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Not Danzo. It's Danzo. This is terrible. News of the feudal lord's demise spread swiftly through the land of fire. reaching nearly all the 5 great nations. In an instant, the world trembled. Konoha, Hokage's office. Have you located Danzo's whereabouts? Tsunade inquired, her face a mask of fury. With a single punch, she shattered her desk, a spectacle she had now repeated for the 81st time. The news of the feudal lord's death had arrived, leaving her momentarily stunned. By the time she set out to confront Danzo, he had already vanished from the village. After a brief pause, Tsunade came to a realization. Danzo had been framed. And this incident bore a striking resemblance to the previous debacle involving the Hyuga clan, an utter lack of recourse. The feudal lord was indeed deceased, and Konoha was obligated to provide an explanation. Currently, the feudal lord's estate was embroiled in a struggle for succession. A statement must be issued before the new lord was established. Announce that Shimura Danzo has defected, and anyone who encounters him is to execute him on sight. Tsunade commanded. On the sofa, Mito Gate Inn and Tsurugi Kamichi found themselves at a loss for words. They had always sided with Danzo, but now it seemed they had miscalculated. In addition to this crisis, they needed to swiftly secure sufficient funds, as the feudal lord had severed Konoha's financial support. Mito Gate steeled himself to speak. He and Tsurugi Kamichi served as advisors to Konoha. Beyond making significant decisions, they were responsible for receiving funds from the feudal lord's estate and reporting on Konoha's economic status. This effectively meant they controlled a vital artery of Konoha's economy, which was why Tsunade had tolerated them thus far. However, the situation had changed. With Danzo's flight, they could very well face repercussions contingent upon Tsunade's pursuit of accountability. A financial crisis, indeed. Tsunade pondered for a moment. I have a solution. From now on, the financial matters of Konoha will be overseen by Shizen and Shikamaru. Ensure a smooth transition. Tsunade turned to gaze out the window. The situation regarding Danzo had become overwhelmingly chaotic. If Mito Gaiden and Tsurugi Kamichi were to be punished now, any further missteps on their part could tarnish her reputation significantly. What Konoha needed at this moment was development. Tsunade spoke softly. Mito Gaiden and Tsurugi Kamichi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. Tsunade had merely stripped them of their financial authority without imposing any substantial penalties or making public declarations, allowing them to enjoy their twilight years in peace. Thank you, Lady Hokage, they said as they rose to express their gratitude. It is nothing. You may leave, she replied, as they exited the office. It dawned upon Mito Gate Inn and Tsurugi Kamichi that they had aged. They arrived at the front of the administrative building just as Rock Lee approached from a distance. Good afternoon, esteemed advisors, Lee greeted them. Good afternoon. We have resigned. Currently, the advisors of the village are Shikamaru and Shizen, Tsurugi Kamichi replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Well, take care, Lee said as he entered the administrative building, summoned there by Tsunade. Upon entering the office, he found Tsunade already waiting for him. Currently, Konoha finds itself ensnared in a financial crisis. I have heard that the feudal lord of the land of Rice has a favorable relationship with the banking organization. I would like to inquire if you could facilitate an introduction to the leader of this banking organization, Tsunade inquired. Certainly, who shall accompany me? Lee Rock responded. Shizen and Shikamaru, he added, nodding. Very well, but let me clarify beforehand that the feudal lord cannot compel the bank. The banking organization operates on high interest. Once they lend their money, a greater sum must be repaid in the future, Lee Rock cautioned. In truth, the bank operates under his dominion. It is inconceivable that they would offer Konoha financial assistance without expecting something in return. He intends to seize this opportunity to monopolize Konoha's economic resources, thereby severing its ties with the feudal lord, making it easier to exert control over Konoha in the future. That is acceptable, I comprehend. As long as the interest does not become exorbitant, Tsunade replied. Frequent visits to the casino have made her well acquainted with the nuances of financial dealings, her threshold being an interest rate lower than that of customary gambling debts. Very well, I shall proceed to the land of Rice with Shikamaru and Shizen to negotiate. Lee Rock declared. Go ahead then, Tsunade said, her apprehension alleviated. With Lee Rock's connections, the endeavor was bound to succeed. It merely remained to be seen what the final interest rate would be. Lee Rock departed the office and sought out Shikamaru, who was seated on the rooftop, gazing comfortably at the clouds drifting across the sky. What a nuisance, Shikamaru lamented, as Lee Rock appeared on the rooftop, even before he could disclose the task details. Hey, pay attention. Shizen, clad in battle attire, exclaimed. What is the task this time? Shikamaru reluctantly straightened his posture, directing his attention to Lee Rock and Shizen. We are heading to the land of Rice to resolve Konoha's financial predicament, Lee Rock explained. Let us proceed. It appears this mission does not involve combat. So it shouldn't be too troublesome, Shikamaru remarked, having little to prepare. The three departed Konoha together. Along the way, Lee Rock gleaned information about the Yamanaka clan from Shikamaru. It was rumored that a notable member of the Root organization had returned to the Yamanaka clan, and there seemed to be a division within the clan regarding this member's fate. Oh, Lee Rock leaped from branch to branch, pressing forward. What was the eventual resolution? Shikamaru's family was, after all, one of the most prominent clans in Konoha at present, and news among the noble families circulated swiftly. The member stayed. Having been persuaded by Shino to convince the clan elders, Shikamaru reported. I see, Lee Rock replied nonchalantly. He advocated for the return of the Root member to the Yamanaka clan. The Yamanaka brothers had undoubtedly benefited from Lee Rock's goodwill. At present, among Konoha's major clans, the Uchiha clan had been entirely ostracized from the noble families due to Danzo's machinations, with no clan acknowledging their standing. Many of their members had scattered in flight. The Hyuga clan was largely aligned with Lee Rock, and the Yamanaka clan, having received Lee Rock's guidance, would inevitably side with him in the future. This included the Nara clan, which stood firmly behind Shikamaru. Essentially, Lee Rock had nearly consolidated influence over all the significant clans in Konoha. Next, it is imperative for that emotionally burdened individual to emerge and shatter this ninja realm. Lee Rock mused internally. At that point, reassembling it would be considerably simpler. 3 days later, Lee Rock, along with Shikamaru and Ino, arrived in the Land of Rice. Crossing the border, the landscape of the Land of Rice appeared drastically transformed since Lee Rock's last visit. Even in the small border villages, the inhabitants were either toiling in the fields or drawing water from the streams, their faces adorned with smiles, while children frolicked at the village's edge, their laughter resonating throughout the fields. Unlike the previous desolation, it seemed that Tosu's governance was commendable, Lee Rock thought to himself. The following day, the trio arrived in Kazahana City. The daimyo of the Land of Rice, Tosu, personally welcomed them and escorted Lee Rock, Shikamaru, and Ino to the bank. Inside the bank, Kakuzu was absent, and a middle-aged man was currently in charge. It was evident that he understood the authority Lee Rock wielded behind the scenes. The two parties negotiated the terms of a loan, and after the middle-aged man pretended to haggle, he ultimately settled on an annual interest rate of 20%, signing the contract once he observed Lee Rock's silence. Shikamaru and Ino each ventured off to explore the Land of Rice briefly. At this juncture, the bank's manager discreetly approached Lee Rock. Leader, the middle-aged man said respectfully, I have just received intelligence from Lord Kakuzu. There is news regarding Danzo. Lee Rock accepted the scroll of intel. Upon unrolling it, he discovered that Danzo had surfaced in the Land of Lightning and had joined the Akatsuki organization. Lee Rock was taken aback by Danzo's swift actions and his apparent foresight in plotting an escape route. It seemed that a visit to the hidden cloud was now necessary. Leaving the Land of Rice, Lee Rock did not return to Konoha but instead journeyed northeast. Upon entering the territory of the Land of Lightning, his pace slowed. This nation was nestled amidst towering mountains, rendering the paths treacherous. According to the intelligence, Danzo had yet to leave the Land of Lightning. Lee Rock navigated swiftly across the rugged terrain, yet countless mountains lay ahead. The intel indicated that the Eight Tails had been captured by Sasuke, while the Raikage was desperately trying to intervene but was besieged by the Akatsuki members who had come to assist. The Hidden Cloud's lack of information on the Akatsuki nearly cost the Raikage's life. 2 of the woodmen were also captured by Haiden, prompting a full retreat by the Akatsuki. Karabi was likely forced to sever his tail to survive. After traversing 5 great mountains, Lee Rock came to a halt, utterly exhausted. Perhaps it was futile to attempt to train his stamina. He had only covered a tenth of the journey. Clapping his hands together, he invoked the Earth Release Technique, Super Lightweight Rock Technique. His form levitated, soaring into the air, heading towards the location provided by Kakuzu. As night fell in the Land of Lightning, in Inazuma City, Danzo walked along a narrow path in the city, supported by the woodmen and Haiden. Hey, old man, don't overexert yourself. Let me carry you for a bit. Haiden called out from behind Danzo. Danzo's expression darkened. He, a prominent figure in Konoha's upper echelons, had inexplicably fallen to the depths of serving the Akatsuki organization, enduring the incessant drivel of that fanatic. The Oil Woman clan. I was careless. Danzo suspected that Tsunade had colluded with the Oil Woman clan to covertly assassinate the daimyo, subsequently pinning the blame on him. Fortunately, he had other intelligence sources and received news of the daimyo's demise in advance, allowing him to flee early. He had escaped. Yet the vast world offered no sanctuary for a ninja bold enough to assassinate a daimyo. Consequently, Danzo had no choice but to join the Akatsuki, biding his time in obscurity until the tides of fate shifted. Old man, at your age, why not retire in Konoha? Is the pension insufficient for a decent living? Haydn inquired. Danzo's mastery of chakra control far surpassed that of Kakuzu. He regarded Haydn's incessant prattle as nothing more than idle chatter. Old man, I heard you killed the daimyo. What gave you the audacity? Haydn continued to pester him. Noticing that Danzo remained unfazed, he lost interest. You are vastly inferior to Kakuzu. This is quite dull. Haydn ceased his inquiries and silently trailed behind Danzo. In the main streets of the city, the flickering lights could not mask the tension and hostility that permeated the air. The moonlight washed over the cobblestone path, casting a tall silhouette. Danzo halted, gazing towards the foot of the mountain. Could it be a member of Konoha? Slowly, he approached that figure clad in black. Haydn, brandishing his three-bladed scythe, charged ahead. Joining the cult of the evil god, are we? Haydn laughed heartily. Bang! A flash of blade light cut through the air. Haydn was taken aback, as if thousands of blades were slicing towards him. This scene felt eerily familiar. It's you. Haydn's form flickered as he evaded the oncoming blade lights, each narrowly missing his throat. Is that all? Kakuzu overestimated you. What? The final blade light slashed diagonally through the night sky. It moved slowly, so slowly that Haydn found himself rooted to the spot, unable to evade. Memories flooded his mind. In the land of water, he was but a child, mocked by his peers as a fool. Unable to contain himself, he confronted them, yet his fists were no match for their numbers. Ultimately, he was overpowered and became the laughingstock among them. The ninja village's teacher not only refrained from punishing those who had attacked him, but instead advised Haydn to embrace peace and avoid conflict. This counsel struck a heavy blow to Haydn's young heart. From that moment on, he harbored a profound disdain for peace. Must I eliminate everyone around me? Haydn laughed heartily. This is splendid. The cult of the evil god seems tailor-made for me. I shall join. Haydn was elated. However, this period of joy was fleeting. He was deceived by the cultists, becoming a mere experimental subject, which only deepened his loathing for peace. Such notions were mere fabrications. It was this very conviction that enabled him to survive the experiments and gain the power of curses. Join the cult of the evil god. Haydn shouted exuberantly. Tawanzo merely observed a flash of blades slicing towards Fadewan, who, rather than evading, displayed an expression of exquisite delight, until the final shout rang out. Fadewan was severed by the blade, his head tumbling to the ground, rolling incessantly. How painful! The scene before Fadewan vanished. He gazed at the approaching Rock Lee, his eyes filled with fury. We are acquainted. How could you greet me with a blade? Hey, what are you doing? Rock Lee extended his right foot and lightly pressed down on Fadewan's severed head, burying his face into the earth. I can't see. Hurry and summon Kakuzu to help stitch my head back. Fadewan mumbled in a muffled tone. No need, Rock Lee replied, glancing at Tawanzo. I'm not sure if you possess any brains. It appears to be all the same. This remark struck a nerve in Fadewan. His headless form brandished the three-pronged scythe, charging at Rock Lee. In response, Rock Lee effortlessly kicked Fadewan's headless body, sending it crashing into the city wall. A genjutsu? No, my Sharingan reveals no illusions. Tawanzo mused, never underestimating his opponent. Having experienced the Shinobi World War, he understood the necessity of exerting full effort even against a seemingly trivial foe. You little brat. I sensed your danger back in Konoha. Tawanzo gradually unwrapped the bandages from his right hand, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Tawanzo inhaled deeply, expelling a tempest that coalesced into a projectile, hurtling towards Rock Lee. Yet, Rock Lee advanced step by step, effortlessly slicing through the air. With a swift motion of his blade, he cleaved the vacuum great sphere in two, the halves soaring past him. Boom. Fadewan's headless form, having just emerged from its struggle, was once again slammed into the city wall by the vacuum sphere. What is your objective? Tawanzo inquired, retreating cautiously. He had studied Rock Lee's intel. The latter excelled in taijutsu, with the 8 gates being the pinnacle of physical combat, while his swordsmanship was equally remarkable, though he seldom utilized ninjutsu. Tawanzo continued to unleash wind-based ranged attacks against Rock Lee. My objective is to protect the will of fire, Rock Lee stated nonchalantly, his form darting swiftly, evading several gusts of wind. Tawanzo, naturally, dismissed Rock Lee's words. He had heard of the will of fire his entire life and had never believed in it. In that case, once I capture you, I shall interrogate you thoroughly. With a swift motion, Rock Lee slashed once more. Tuanzo turned to evade. Was that a miss? Tuanzo caught a glimpse of the blade's aftermath in his peripheral vision. What? Where did the blade's light go? On the main road. Senju Tobarama planted 2 fingers on the ground, sensing the approaching enemy. Surrounding him were Sarutobi Hizashi, Mito Kazan, Narashikaku, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Toraifome, all gathered together. Now, we require someone to hold the rear. Who among you will stay to obstruct the enemy? Boom. Tuanzo's mind reverberated with shock as long-buried memories surged forth like a tide. The intent of the blade. Cut through the past. There are 20 enemies. Tobarama Senju utilized his sensory techniques, calculating the enemy's movements. When he opened his eyes to behold the elite forces of the Gold and Silver Brothers, Mito Kazuma surveyed the surroundings, realizing that in such dire circumstances, someone must serve as bait to divert the pursuers, thereby enhancing the survival odds of the others. Bait. To lure the pursuers would surely be a death sentence. Then, who shall it be? This question reverberated in everyone's ears. A surge of warmth filled Danzo's heart. As a ninja, this moment was precisely when he must sacrifice himself to protect those of utmost importance. Step forward. Why can I not move? Danzo's hands trembled as a torrent of emotion surged within him. Sarutobi, you must be eager to step forward now. Thus, I cannot fall behind. Step forward. Move for me. Why can I not voice this? I shall hold the rear. Sarutobi Hiruzen volunteered to become the bait. For reasons unknown, upon hearing those words, Danzo felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Why do I no longer tremble? Just moments ago. Tobarama sensed Danzo's hesitation and rose to address Hiruzen. Hiruzen, starting tomorrow, you shall be the new Hokage. Boom. Danzo's body jolted, realizing that hesitation would lead to defeat. His aspiration to become Hokage was irrevocably dashed at that moment. I shall never surpass you. The resentment in Danzo's eyes was deeply concealed. Until the news of his old friend, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's demise, reached him. Strangely, Danzo felt a flicker of relief within. There was no time to mourn for his fallen comrade. What lay ahead was the moment of his own ascension to Hokage. Alas, when Tsunade stepped forward, his long-held desire was once again thwarted. Why? Why does fate not favor me? Anger surged within Danzo's chest, compelling him to employ any means necessary to attain the title of Hokage. This very resolve led him to be scorned by the 5 great nations, relegating him to serve Akatsuki. Whoosh! A blade flashed before Danzo's eyes, bringing his memories and life to an abrupt conclusion. Such terrifying swordsmanship. Even my Sharingan could not perceive it. Itachi's Genjutsu may not be your equal, but with this blade, you think to slay me. How could it? Danzo coughed up blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Rock Lee sheathed his blade. You wish to inquire why Izanagi did not activate, correct? Shadows danced at the corners of Lee's eyes as he entered Sage mode, instantly appearing beside Danzo and gently patting his shoulder. Above Danzo's head, a massive red thread of causality was severed at that moment. This is my 2nd layer of sword intent, which has severed your ties with the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan in your right arm was not innate but usurped. With the severance of causality, your defeat is assured. Rock Lee forcefully tore off Danzo's right arm. Bang! A scroll materialized. Tobarama's right arm has been sealed within a scroll, a precious treasure that Rock Lee has long coveted. You wicked little imp. For the sake of the shinobi world, for peace. No, this is impossible. Tobarama roared, struggling with his last breath to invoke the 4-symbol seal. However, incantations began to emerge from his body. This is the 8 trigram seal. Tobarama glared at Rock Lee in fury. For peace? Rock Lee turned away. Stop your nonsense. From the very beginning, it has all been for your own sake. The tragedies you have caused are now spreading in another form. If you possessed even a shred of the will to protect the fire, you would not have ended up in this disgraceful state. Rock Lee picked up Haiden's severed head and sealed his mouth, then hoisted the severely injured wooden puppets onto his shoulder. Do you wish to know my assessment of you? At these words, Tobarama lifted his head with great effort. Though his sight was blurred, he fixated intensely on Rock Lee, desiring greatness while clinging to your own safety. Forgetting righteousness for petty gains, you are neither a hero nor a tyrant. Rock Lee's figure gradually faded into the darkness of night. It matters not if you cannot be a virtuous man like the 3rd Hokage. Every person has their own selfish desires, myself included. Yet, your villainy lacks even the thoroughness to be considered a true failure. With a heavy thud, Tobarama collapsed to the ground. If only I could return to that time, I would surely. The last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguished. At the city gate, Rock Lee held Haiden's head in one hand and his body in the other, with the two wooden puppets slung over his shoulder. He gazed ahead as two figures clad in red cloud cloaks approached him. Sasuke, long time no see. Rock Lee greeted with a smile. How bothersome, just go away. Sasuke retorted disdainfully, barely remembering who Rock Lee was. He had come for Tobirama. You carry the two wooden puppets, so where is Tobirama? Sasuke asked coldly. Inside the city. Rock Lee pointed behind him. Sasuke peered into the city gates. Tobirama lay in a pool of blood, clearly deceased. That guy was my rival. With a swift motion, Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan. His eyes, like twin moons in an abyss, gleamed with a chilling light, embodying the unique allure of the Sharingan. In that moment, it was as though Sasuke could perceive the essence of all things and the secrets hidden deep within their souls. Beside him, Obito soared into the air. This is going to be entertaining. Obito had long heard of Rock Lee's name. The land of rice was seemingly under his control. Rock Lee's actions were neither wholly righteous nor entirely wicked. He established banks to lift the residents of the land of rice from suffering, only to turn around and incite war, plunging them back into chaos. Providing unlimited funds to the Akatsuki while simultaneously aiding Konoha on several occasions, such as rescuing Jiraiya and eliminating Danzo, effectively amounts to indirectly supporting Konoha. Obito remains uncertain of Rock Lee's true intentions and harbors doubts about his strength. It is a fitting moment to assess his abilities. With a resounding boom, Sasuke activated his Susanoo. A brilliant purple radiance erupted around him, cleaving the night sky in twain. The intertwining purple light enveloped Sasuke, manifesting a divine warrior. Clad in impenetrable armor, with arcs of violet lightning swirling around him, exuding an awe-inspiring presence akin to a celestial deity. Susanoo, the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, unveiled itself before Rock Lee in a most astonishing manner. Indeed, Susanoo was profoundly impressive. Rock Lee experienced an unparalleled sense of oppression in close proximity to this magnificent force. In terms of sheer momentum, Sasuke's aura at this moment was several times more formidable than that of Jiraiya and Orochimaru combined. This is not an opportune moment. I have no desire to engage with you. As for your words, I shall leave them to that fool Naruto. Rock Lee spotted Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai racing towards them from a kilometer away. I am aware of Itachi's whereabouts, if you wish to know as well. You must distance yourself from that masked man and await my message. In an instant, Rock Lee vanished from Obito and Sasuke's sight. That was the Flying Thunder God technique of my master. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Shikamaru was reporting on the recent financial status of the village. Tsunade sighed in relief upon hearing the news. The selection of the daimyo from the Land of Fire had been finalized. Yet there was no mention of financial support for Konoha. Having recently assumed the role of Hokage, she had previously been constrained by Danzo and the higher-ups. Now, it was astonishing that someone had managed to frame Danzo for the assassination of the daimyo. Tsunade was both shocked by the audacity of the assassin and delighted by the turn of events. With the accusation against Danzo solidified, this presented the perfect opportunity for Tsunade to consolidate her power. Even the rights of Midogate's Flame and Tenten were seized alongside his. In the current Konoha, Tsunade was the true Hokage. However, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. The assassination of the daimyo had placed Konoha under severe collateral responsibility. The cessation of military funding was almost fatal, especially with the Akatsuki organization drawing ever closer. Fortunately, due to Rock Lee's connections, the interest rate was only 20%. As long as they could repel the Akatsuki, the daimyo's residents would surely reinstate financial support for Konoha, making the repayment of this loan feasible. Shikamaru analyzed. Is there any news about Lee after the Land of Lightning? Tsunade inquired anxiously. In terms of both economy and combat strength, Rock Lee's assistance was of strategic importance to Konoha. No, Shikamaru shook his head. That guy has always been a lone wolf. So there is no need to worry too much. Lee's strength and battle experience mean that unless the three Sannin or the Akatsuki collectively team up, he can likely escape unscathed. In contrast to Tsunade, Shikamaru had a deeper understanding of Rock Lee. Having completed several missions with him, Shikamaru recognized Lee as a stabilizing force. Whenever Lee took action, Shikamaru felt assured, needing no intricate strategies. He could simply charge forth. This simplicity alleviated much of the burden. Shikamaru had analyzed Lee's capabilities, comparing him to his mentor Asuma. Ultimately, he concluded that Rock Lee could contend with three Asumas. Lee's hidden cards were numerous and pivotal. If played, even in the worst-case scenario, he could escape with ease. It seems you know him quite well, Tsunade remarked, feeling slightly reassured by Shikamaru's words. His analytical prowess had always been commendable. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed through the room. Hokage-sama, the latest intelligence from the land of lightning. Ino, looking anxious, placed the report on Tsunade's desk. Intelligence? Tsunade examined the latest report brought by Kakashi, feeling a slight shock. Danzo is dead. She carefully perused the document. Danzo had lost his right eye, and it was impossible to determine if it was a Sharingan or a Byakugan. Most likely a Sharingan, Tsunade deduced. The Hyuga clan was currently a flourishing top-tier family, and no one in the ninja world dared to brazenly seize Byakugan. However, the Uchiha clan was a different story. Following the night of the massacre, the Uchiha had completely fallen from grace. Without the nominal protector of Konoha, the accumulated hatred of decades and the insatiable greed for the Sharingan surged forth like a tide. The scattered Sharingan outside were difficult to quantify. Nevertheless, the Sharingan was exclusively propagated within Konoha, and the village would never permit ninjas from other villages to interfere. Each prominent family within Konoha harbored a few Sharingan, concealed for the purpose of studying ocular techniques. The orchestrators of the Uchiha clan's massacre were none other than Danzo and the higher-ups. Thus, the origin of his Sharingan remained a mystery. Tsunade contemplated inquiring with the former advisors. Soon, Mito Gate-in and T-Rin Sh Haru arrived at the office, there to transfer financial responsibilities to Shikamaru and Shizune. Take a look at this intelligence, Tsunade said, withholding nothing. Despite the constraints they imposed upon her, she trusted their loyalty to Konoha. Mito Gate-in glanced at T-Rin Sh Haru, and they exchanged subtle nods. Tsunade's actions were clear. She aimed to reassure them that she would not act against them. In turn, she sought information from them. We cannot be entirely certain, but it is highly probable that the eyes belonged to Shui, as we know Danzo had transplanted Sharingan. An event occurring on the eve of the massacre. I see, Tsunade responded, promptly issuing orders for Kakashi to dispatch individuals to continue tracking the whereabouts of the Two Tails. It was likely that those who abducted the Two Tails Jinchuriki were the same individuals who seized Shirsue's eyes. Shizune departed the office, while Mito Gate-in and T-Rin Sh Haru continued to hand over the previous financial reports to Shikamaru, imparting to him the nuances of financial management. Tsunade lowered her gaze, resuming her review of the intelligence. The subsequent reports detailed information regarding Danzo. It was suspected that his right arm was composed of Hashirama's cells, which had been violently severed and now lay lost. As for Orochimaru, Tsunade could surmise without doubt that it was indeed the result of Orochimaru's experiments. Previously, Orochimaru had engaged in clandestine activities within the Root organization, and this opportunity had granted him access to Hashirama's cells. Speaking of her grandfather's cells, those two petri dishes were nearing completion. She tucked the intelligence away. Besides the Akatsuki, who else was monitoring the Jinchuriki? Tsunade turned her gaze to Shikamaru. I will be away for a few days, no more than a week. During my absence, you are responsible for all matters within the village. If you find yourself unable to make a decision, you may come to the Konoha hospital to seek me out, she commanded. What a hassle, Shikamaru muttered, staring at the thick stack of documents on his desk with a sigh. This was likely the accumulation of a month's worth of administrative duties. Tsunade clearly found the handling of administrative affairs cumbersome and had resorted to evasion. This Hokage possessed commendable skills, yet she was rather lazy, often opting for a high-stakes gamble. Shikamaru was aware of the recent upheaval within the Hyuga clan, and Tsunade had also dispatched individuals to consult him regarding the matter. However, Father Rukyu strictly forbade Shikamaru from intervening. This matter pertains to the affairs between the daimyo's residents and Konoha, involving the esteemed Hyuga clan, and seemingly orchestrated by unseen forces. A slight misstep could plunge the Nara clan into endless troubles. Consequently, Shikamaru feigned illness to excuse himself from the situation. Tsunade, unable to comment further, turned her attention to high-stakes gambling, which left Shikamaru quite astonished. Her governance style starkly contrasted with that of the third Hokage. Inside Konoha Hospital, within a clandestine chamber, a labyrinth of pipes connected two immense incubators, with nutrient fluid continuously circulating. Let us proceed with the transplant for Hyuga Niji first. The remaining portion shall await the return of Lee for surgery. Tsunade instructed the Umbu stationed outside to summon Niji. After a brief interval, Niji entered the dimly lit room. Lord Hokage, he acknowledged. After assuming control of the Hyuga clan, Niji had made his allegiance unmistakably clear. The Hyuga clan would forever remain loyal to Konoha and the Hokage. This assurance greatly relieved Tsunade, as the clan's internal turmoil had not burdened her. Are you prepared? Tsunade inquired. Yes, Niji replied. 3 days later, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hokage. No need for thanks. Strengthening Konoha against the Akatsuki is indeed commendable, she replied. It is the duty of the Hyuga clan to contribute to Konoha. After expressing his thanks once more, Neji exited the chamber, feeling a renewed surge of strength within himself. Yet, during this time, he found himself haunted by recurring dreams of an unfamiliar scene. A grand temple housing a colossal statue of a sage, behind which flickered a pair of crimson-yellow eyes. Each time Neji sought to discern the nature of those yellow eyes, he would awaken. The statue felt eerily familiar. And the temple was certainly not a location within the ninja world. Neji chose not to disclose this matter to Tsunade, believing it to be a secret belonging to the Hyuga clan. He resolved to investigate further in the clan's archives. Upon leaving the hospital, Tsunade instructed the nurses to maintain the surgical equipment for future use. She returned to the Hokage's office, where the once mountainous stack of documents had vanished. Shikamaru sat slumped in the chair, appearing utterly drained, as if all vitality had been sapped from him. Lady Tsunade, your return is truly fortuitous. He managed to muster. I can no longer bear it. I must take a 3-day leave, and I implore that no one disturb me during this time. Without awaiting Tsunade's consent, he wearily exited the office. Tsunade remained expressionless as she sat in the chair, contemplating the now clear workload. Excellent. With Shikamaru having resolved the accumulated administrative tasks, I shall let things pile up for another month. I will then claim that Jiraiya encountered a crisis, and I must go to his aid while allowing Shikamaru to handle matters, she mused inwardly. At that moment, Shizune entered the office. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi has returned, she announced. Oh? Tsunade turned her gaze toward the door, where Kakashi stood holding an intelligence scroll. In the land of lightning, the mission can be considered accomplished. Kakashi remarked with a light chuckle as he entered the office and handed the intelligence scroll to Tsunade. Upon opening the scroll, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tsunade's eyes. Did Lee truly eliminate Danzo? She inquired, incredulously. The prior intelligence had mentioned a confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke, leading her to speculate that Danzo's demise was likely orchestrated by either the Akatsuki or Sasuke himself. After all, Sasuke, being a member of the Uchiha clan, had a legitimate motive to reclaim his Sharingan. However, the intelligence delivered personally by Kakashi was beyond reproach. This information was sent to me by Lee, who is currently in the land of rice and will return in a few days, Kakashi stated. After encountering Sasuke in the land of lightning, Naruto had a brief skirmish with him before Sasuke departed. Subsequently, a ninja from the feudal lord of the land of rice delivered the intelligence, prompting Kakashi to hasten back to Konoha. What of the 2 Jinchuriki? Tsunade inquired further. The report made no mention of that matter. I suspect that Lee also took the 2 tails Jinchuriki, yet he did not reference it in his report. Rather, the stance from the Cloud Village is quite ambiguous. They have forsaken their support for Konoha, Kakashi speculated. Let us wait for Lee's return to discuss it further. Presently, I can only question Rock Lee in detail upon his return. This time, he may very well be promoted to Jonin. No, it should be Elite Jonin. Tsunade mused internally. At that moment, Rock Lee was in the land of rice, receiving a report from Tor's. Within the grand estate of the feudal lord in Kazekage City, Lee listened intently to Tor's briefing. The economic situation of the land of rice is now second only to the land of lightning. Has the land of lightning established a bank modeled after ours? Lee inquired. Tor's nodded affirmatively. Indeed, currently all of the 5 great nations, save for the land of lightning and the land of fire, have banks operating within their borders. As for the land of fire, Konoha is preparing for its establishment. Yet the land of lightning and the Cloud Village seem to be on guard against us. During this period, he had been attending various banquets in his capacity as the feudal lord, which allowed him to forge connections with the feudal lords of surrounding smaller nations. This facilitated the complete expansion of the bank. The previous economic aid request from Konoha had also aligned with the bank's establishment, and it was only a matter of time before the land of fire successfully established its presence. We shall return the 2 tails to the land of lightning and subsequently release the information that the 8 tails Jinchuriki has severed his own tail to survive, while in truth, he remains concealed within the Cloud Village, Lee stated calmly. The recent full-scale operation by the Akatsuki to capture the 8 tails had not resulted in thorough devastation. It scarcely even inflicted significant harm. It may no longer be feasible. We cannot return the 2 tails Jinchuriki. Tors hesitated before speaking. Lee turned his gaze toward Tors, who immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. That penetrating white gaze made him feel as though his very essence had been laid bare. My lord, you seem to have misunderstood. It pertains to Kakuzu. I am at a loss for words. This matter is rather absurd. TOS found himself momentarily at a loss. Kakuzu? Rock Lee narrowed his eyes. Just days prior, he had entrusted Haiden and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to Kakuzu's care. Kakuzu, being the head of the bank, could not afford to make a mistake. Should any issues arise, Rock Lee would not hesitate to eliminate him. Feeling the chilling aura of Rock Lee's murderous intent, TOS shuddered. My lord, you misunderstand, Kakuzu. And the two Jinchuriki appear to be somewhat off. TOS hurriedly explained. What exactly transpired? Rock Lee furrowed his brow. Could it be that Kakuzu has killed the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? Be clear. Rock Lee commanded. TOS cleared his throat softly. It seems they have become involved with each other. Hence, I must say, the current Two-Tails Jinchuriki cannot be returned. After uttering this, TOS stood quietly to the side. What? Rock Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. He had considered various scenarios involving Kakuzu's oscillation between the Akatsuki and the bank, even the possibility of Kakuzu killing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki for a bounty, or perhaps his desire to establish himself as a king. Yet, this thought had never crossed his mind. How did that old bull manage to pull this off? Damn! Rock Lee chuckled with a hint of exasperation. In the commercial district, Kakuzu was leisurely strolling alongside the two Jinchuriki. He was perplexed as to how he ended up with them. A few days prior, he had hastily sewn Haiden's head back on before sending him off. Kakuzu had always found chatterboxes to be the most bothersome. However, that very act of stitching up Haiden's head had earned him the respect of the two Jinchuriki. As Kakuzu perused the bounty list, he noted that the two Jinchuriki were not listed, suggesting they could be dealt with. Thus, they became entangled together. In front of a shop selling pet cats, one of the Jinchuriki spoke softly, "This ragdoll cat is so adorable." Kakuzu turned to look at the cat, which was priced at 10 million ryo. This amount was nearly equivalent to the bounty on a jonin. At that moment, Kakuzu finally grasped the source of this feeling. He had earned so much money that he had become desensitized, gradually losing his passion for wealth. However, now, as the two Jinchuriki spent money lavishly, Kakuzu rediscovered the meaning of earning. Buy it, Kakuzu stated succinctly, pulling out his money with resolute determination. The bank he represented, backed by the 3 great nations and over 10 small ones, was his unwavering confidence. I do not wish to purchase this cat. The expression of the two Jinchuriki immediately soured. She glanced again at the ragdoll cat within the shop. If you insist on buying it, I shall reluctantly accept. Kakuzu, unperturbed. Produce the money. Buy. In the land of fire, before the dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee returned to Konoha yesterday. He visited Kakuzu and the 2 members from the Hidden Rain. Regarding this unconventional romance, he found himself at a loss for words. However, Kakuzu had developed a vulnerability, positioning himself as an adversary to the Akatsuki organization, which greatly reassured Rock Lee. In contrast, the banking web being laid out in the land of lightning seemed less urgent. News of the Eight-Tails' struggle for survival had already been disseminated. Now it was up to Pain to respond. Rock Lee awaited the news in silence, which significantly hindered Pain's progress. Next, I must attend to this prized possession. Rock Lee retrieved 2 scrolls. Within these scrolls, one sealed Shirsue's Sharingan, while the other contained Danzo's right arm. Uncertain of how many Hashirama cells Tsunade had cultivated, he pondered whether he could replace his entire body with those cells and thus unlock the Sage body. Rock Lee shook his head. He had utilized Jiraiya's favor to secure Tsunade's agreement on this matter. Tsunade was unlikely to provide an abundance of Hashirama cells. With Danzo's right arm, I can unleash his Anaji. Rock Lee felt a surge of exhilaration. He glanced at the panel. 8 gates. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 000 8th gate. Rock Lee had now fully mastered the 8 gates. With his Anaji at my disposal, I can open the gates 9 times. Such a trump card is unparalleled. Faced with the impending arrival of Pain, Rock Lee finally felt a sense of relief. He also entertained the notion of training in the dead demon consuming seal. Yet, he remained uncertain whether his Anaji could counteract the effects of the seal. Rock Lee was hesitant. He truly did not dare to gamble. Should his Anaji fail to negate the dead demon consuming seal, he would be rendered a fool. With a sigh, Rock Lee stored the scrolls away. In the distance, Kakashi approached slowly. Lord Hokage, please come with me, Kakashi said, looking at Rock Lee. I have nearly mastered the essence of Tai Chi as he spoke. Kakashi struck a nearby tree with a punch. Bam! The tree did not even tremble. However, Rock Lee, possessing the Byakugan, perceived the truth. The tree's exterior remained intact. Yet its interior had already been obliterated by Kakashi's hidden strength, resembling a hollow husk. Kakashi's talent surpassed even Niji's. Rock Lee couldn't help but think. Niji had taken 6 months to successfully cultivate his hidden strength, with Rock Lee's guidance. In contrast, Kakashi, in just 3 months, had achieved the same without any instruction, all while continuously undertaking missions. To this, Rock Lee could only conclude, effort can surpass genius, but it can never exceed a genius who works hard. How about it? Kakashi inquired. Potential for Hokage, Rock Lee jested. Becoming Hokage is far too troublesome. Kakashi, sharing a somewhat similar disposition with Shikamaru, seemed to agree. I am heading to Miyaboka Mountain to attempt training in sage techniques. Kakashi turned and walked away. Rock Lee gazed at the departing figure, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Did Kai-sensei, Niji, and Tenten not speak to Kakashi? He couldn't help but recall the feast of insects they had endured together on Miyaboka Mountain. Having braved the rain without offering Kakashi an umbrella, Lee made his way towards the Hokage building, already beginning to mourn Kakashi in his heart. The next day, news from Tsunade arrived. Rock Lee, bearing a scroll, ventured to the Konoha hospital. In the dim underground chamber, Tsunade donned a surgical gown. Beside her stood a large cabinet filled with petri dishes, within which the cells of Hashirama floated in nutrient solution. You must rest here for the next 7 days until the rejection reaction subsides completely, Tsunade stated, not rushing to operate on Lee. She extended her hand towards him. You have Tobi's right arm and Shirsue's eye, correct? Bring them to me. I will perform the transplant. A smile graced Lee's face. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. He handed her the 2 scrolls. Upon hearing the term sensei, Tsunade chuckled lightly. Don't mimic Jiraiya. Tsunade formed a series of hand seals. With a loud bang, from the scrolls emerged a Sharingan eye and a right arm adorned with multiple Sharingan. Tsunade examined the arm. Tobi has indeed acquired a significant amount of Grandpa's cells. She pondered for a moment. Now, with these cells combined, your body will be largely filled with Grandpa's cells. You may struggle to control them, and they could consume you. I want tea, Lee stated calmly, approaching the surgical table. He lay down, affirming, Are you certain? Tsunade inquired once more. Absolutely, transplant them all. My chakra and physical strength are sufficient to master these cells, Lee asserted confidently. This was his prime opportunity to obtain Hashirama's cells, should he miss it. Tsunade would not perform the transplant again. Lee also possessed enough confidence to fully control the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. Seeing Lee's unwavering resolve, Tsunade seized her persuasion. The surgery will take some time. Be prepared. Thank you, Lee replied, closing his eyes. In the dim chamber, time passed unnoticed. When Lee finally opened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. In his ordinary state, he found himself not weaker than in sage mode. Closing his right eye, he opened his left to reveal Shirsue's Sharingan. However, in terms of perceptive ability, the Sharingan fell short of the Byakugan. Lee clapped his hands together. Genjutsu. Kage Kenkei no Jutsu. Nearby, guarding his bedside, Tenten furrowed her brow. Release. Tenten swiftly disconnected Lee's oxygen tube. Instantly, Lee felt excruciating pain radiate through the left side of his body, a consequence of the transplant's rejection reaction. Why are you using Genjutsu on me? Tenten retorted coldly. This Genjutsu isn't very strong, she thought, fully aware that Lee was merely toying around. Should you dare to test the potency of my illusionary arts again, it shall not merely involve the oxygen tube. Silent reinserted the oxygen tube and meticulously examined Lee Rock's condition, briefly compiling a diagnostic report before departing the dim chamber. Lee Rock managed a wry smile, having assumed that Silent would possess some vulnerability to his jutsu, and casually inquired if there were any remaining Hashirama cells. To his astonishment, Silent effortlessly dispelled the illusion. This also underscored Lee Rock's nascent mastery of the Sharingan and his inexperience with illusion techniques. Nevertheless, he had the system at his disposal. Detecting that the host is employing an illusion, would you like to simplify? Simplify. Simplification successful. Illusion. Gaze. This. Lee Rock felt a momentary pause within. A mere gaze could surely invite considerable trouble. The Hashirama cells remained insufficient. He needed to devise a way to persuade Tsunade to part with a few. Presently, he possessed a substantial quantity of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan. Yet the Rinnegan eluded him. This indicated a deficiency in some regard. Lee Rock quietly sensed the power within him, recognizing that it was precisely those remaining Hashirama cells that he lacked. With only a small fraction of his body composed of Hashirama cells, broaching the subject was delicate. Having exhausted his favors with Jiraiya and Tsunade, Lee Rock found himself unable to ask further. Any attempt to do so might not meet with their approval. He began to contemplate the idea of approaching Orochimaru. Half a month later, within the depths of the Konoha Hospital's underground chamber, Tsunade and Silent entered the dim room. The rejection reactions had subsided. Tsunade assessed Lee Rock's physical condition. Lee Rock shot Tsunade a pointed glare. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, presuming she may have inadvertently caused Lee Rock discomfort during the examination. However, Lee Rock swiftly turned to glare at Silent as well. After that, he directed his gaze at the two accompanying nurses. "You see, Lady Tsunade, I was right. Something is amiss, isn't it?" Silent remarked from her position nearby. Over the past 2 weeks, she had frequently monitored Lee Rock's post-operative state. Each visit met with his disdainful glances. Initially, she thought she had been overly forceful with the oxygen tube, but after several days, she discerned that something was indeed wrong and urgently summoned Tsunade. Tsunade furrowed her brow. "This shouldn't be happening. I performed the surgery myself. The transplantation of cells is a simple task for me. Even more Hashirama cells than these would be easily and perfectly transplanted. Yet now, it seems there is an issue." She turned to Lee Rock, inquiring, "Do you feel any pain or abnormalities?" Lee Rock shook his head. Before him, the display read, "Illusion, 21,000 beginner. This progress was far too slow." The lack of personnel was a hindrance, and he needed to be discharged promptly. Lee Rock mused inwardly. Knowing that achieving mastery of the illusion would grant him control over the Kodo Amatsukami, a pivotal technique for his future, he must elevate his skills to perfection without delay. Tsunade conducted another examination, putting away her stethoscope as she began to ponder. Where had things gone awry? Tsunade was perplexed. After observing for a while longer, she contemplated the possibility of a rejection response related to the Sharingan. She noticed that when Rock Lee glared, the Sharingan appeared somewhat unusual, and there was a fluctuation in his chakra. Indeed, a few days later, during this period, Tsunade and Shizen visited for multiple examinations. This time, Rock Lee had only glared at Tsunade and Shizen once in the first 2 days, after which he ceased to do so. He was eager to be discharged from the hospital. There were no issues left. The rejection response had dissipated, and he no longer glared at them. "Discharge granted," Tsunade declared, inscribing the approval on the last page of the discharge papers with a flourish. She and Shizen exited the underground chamber, leaving the remaining procedures to the nurses. At last, he was discharged. Rock Lee inhaled the long-mist air as he arrived at the Hyuga estate. Inside the room, Niji set aside his tasks and turned his gaze towards Rock Lee. "Did you experience any peculiar dreams during your surgery?" Niji inquired. He had sifted through extensive family records and ancient texts, searching for information on the scale armor, yet he had been unable to piece together a complete picture. Remembering that Rock Lee also possessed the Bajiquan and had undergone the transplantation of Hashirama cells, he posed the question. "Dreams?" Rock Lee shook his head. His sleep quality had been exceptional. Over the past half-month, he had not dreamed at all. What dreams? A vague suspicion stirred within Rock Lee. His Bajiquan was an implant. Unlike Niji's pure-blooded Hyuga lineage, in the starry sky, there existed a temple, within which stood a statue. I could not discern its features, but could see through the Bajiquan a pair of crimson-yellow eyes behind the statue, constantly pulsating. Yet, every time I attempted to observe closely, I would awaken from the dream, Niji recalled. Indeed, a chill ran down Rock Lee's spine. It seemed that after Niji's transplantation of Hashirama cells, he was on the verge of awakening the Otsutsuki bloodline, a tale linked to the progenitor of chakra. Rock Lee gradually recounted ancient events to Niji. That statue was likely the one of Yumura, and the yellow eye behind it was most probably the Rinnegan. Rock Lee picked up a piece of confectionery and placed it in his mouth. "Do not dwell on it. Our current strength is insufficient for spatial movement. Even if we were to reach the moon, we would likely be unable to break the ceiling jutsu." Niji nodded. He glanced at the Hashirama cells within his chest. Once Sage Mode was activated, Niji would also be able to utilize Wood Release, greatly enhancing his physical vitality. "You just mentioned that if there were more of the first-generation cells, perhaps one could awaken the Rinnegan?" Niji's heart raced at this tantalizing prospect. The notion of the Rinnegan echoed persistently in his mind. However, merely possessing the first-generation cells is insufficient. We also require the cells of the Uchiha clan, such as the Sharingan. Rock Lee pointed to his left eye, pondering deeply. However, the Uchiha clan now consists of only a few remaining members, each possessing formidable strength and a stroke of fate that makes them difficult to eliminate. You might consider an alternative path, gathering the Byakugan from the deceased members of the Hyuga clan to forge the Rinnegan. This route would be more suitable for you. Niji nodded in agreement. Before becoming the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi had already handed over dozens of Byakugan. Hizashi had served as clan head for over a decade. Yet he was unaware of the purpose behind collecting these Byakugan, only knowing it was a tradition passed down from their ancestors. Niji sealed the Byakugan within a scroll, preserving them carefully. In addition, he required the clan emblem stone from the Tsutsuki clan. Rock Lee produced a gem-sized stone from his pocket. This was a remnant from the creation of the Destiny Blade. The intricate patterns on the imperfect stone, as surmised by Rock Lee, represented the Tsutsuki clan's emblem. How many Byakugan are needed? Niji could not help but inquire. I am uncertain, but the more, the better. I recommend aiming for 1,000 Byakugan before attempting. Rock Lee advised. Niji fell silent. He possessed only a little over 700 Byakugan, which had been passed down since the Warring States period. A time when the Hyuga clan suffered heavy losses, resulting in the accumulation of such a number. Yet now, in this era of peace, where could he find so many Byakugan? Do not act rashly. If you were to resort to extreme measures like a night of clan extermination, it would be counterproductive. Rock Lee quickly interjected, sensing Niji's fluctuating expression. He feared that Niji might impulsively unleash the Rinnegan in a fit of rage. Such a Niji would be someone Rock Lee could no longer trust. You misunderstand. I would not go that far, Niji replied, lifting his gaze with a fleeting gleam in his eyes. I was merely contemplating whether to disturb the graves. What? Rock Lee exclaimed, astonished. Is the Byakugan clan truly this unhinged? One speaks of annihilating the entire clan, and the other of digging up ancestral graves. I was jesting. Niji laughed heartily. The Byakugan of my ancestors are already within my scroll. I was actually contemplating whether to hasten marriages. It is possible that in this lifetime, I may not awaken the Rinnegan, but if my family members strive diligently, perhaps the next generation may. That is indeed a clever approach, Rock Lee sighed in relief. He believed his own actions were already quite extreme, yet Niji's remark about disturbing graves surpassed his own audacity, which was uncharacteristic of him. He felt a twinge of apprehension. Rock Lee trusted Niji deeply. Should Niji become someone willing to resort to unscrupulous methods to gain power? He feared he could not entrust more significant matters to him in the future. Stop urging me, it is quite bothersome. Rock Lee leaned against the shoji door, gazing at the fish in the pond outside. In my previous life, I was pressured too much, and in a moment of anxiety, I abandoned my studies to engage in underground fighting. Your urging might provoke some traitorous shinobi within the clan. Indeed, that is true. Excessive pressure is detrimental. Niji ultimately could not hold back any longer. He forcefully slammed the information manual onto the table. I was about to ask, why have you been glaring at me this whole time? At the Hyuga residence, Rock Lee felt a bit embarrassed. After simplifying his illusion technique, he needed to cast a piercing gaze at others. However, he could not simply roam outside and stare at random people, even in the hospital. His intense gaze at Tsunade and Shizune had already aroused their suspicions. This is my method of training. I cultivate my illusion techniques this way, Lee remarked candidly. He had specifically ventured into the Hyuga clan's territory to keep a watchful eye on Niji and Tintin. Oh, I see. Niji's brows twitched slightly. Although he had long been aware of Lee's peculiar training methods, he could still sense Lee's gaze upon him, even while attending to family matters, thanks to his Byakugan. By the way, where's Tintin? I haven't seen her around. Lee felt it was unreasonable to focus solely on Niji. Tintin went out on a mission with Guy-sensei. I was quite busy and had to decline. Oh, I understand. What about Hinata? And Hanabi? Enough already. Niji's gaze shifted. Why don't you use the shadow clone technique? Wouldn't that expedite your training? A spark of inspiration struck Niji. Right. How did I not think of that? Lee exclaimed with a clap of his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang. Hundreds of Lees materialized in the room. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan's reception hall was spacious enough. What are you staring at? This is my training method. One clone exclaimed. Hey, why did you strike? What are you looking at? What are you going to do about it? Boom. One of the clones even unleashed a wide-range water release jutsu. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Niji quickly formed hand seals, managing to contain the waters spread within the room, thus preventing chaos from erupting. Quick. Dispel the technique. Niji commanded, his Byakugan scanning the multitude of Lees, unable to discern which was the original. Dispel. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones vanished in an instant. Niji grabbed Lee by the collar. You've wrecked my family's reception hall. Aren't you supposed to be rich lately? Pay for the damages. Niji glared at the disarrayed reception hall. Lee, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved his hands in protest. I know you're upset, but please, don't be hasty. How did you activate Sage Mode? Sage Art. 8 trigrams Dragon Roar Arrow. A dragon's roar echoed through the air. After a while, Li and Niji departed from the Hyuga estate. Are you serious? Li winced. Having just received a punch from Niji in sage mode. You stared at me for an entire morning. I couldn't hold back any longer, Niji replied calmly, trailing behind Li. This was the price Li had to pay for his relentless gazing. The Hokage Bank is established, and you're invited to the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Li rubbed his eyes, surprised that, as the bank's hidden owner, he had not heard of such an event. Niji nodded. It's an invitation from Lady Tsunade. She has invested in the bank, and the heads of the major clans will attend to show her respect. Li Rock suddenly halted in his tracks. Who permitted Tsunade to invest? What? Who allowed this? A sense of panic surged within him. She is a notorious high-stakes gambler. What if her urge to play strikes, and she empties the bank? This is unacceptable. What on earth is Kakuzu up to? Li furrowed his brow. How could he not be informed about this matter? Not even a notification. Are you unaware? Aren't you the largest shareholder? Niji inquired, somewhat taken aback. Li had previously discussed this issue with him. I seem to have forgotten. Let's go take a look, Li replied, uncertain of Kakuzu's intentions. Deciding to investigate first, the two made their way to the commercial district. The bank stood at the very heart of the area. The shop fronts blazed with life. Intricately carved with the golden emblem of the Leaf Village, its gold paint chipped yet shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding grandeur. Above the entrance hung a heavy plaque, engraved with bold, gilded characters that read bank. Before the bank, Tsunade beamed as she greeted the heads of several prominent clans who had come to offer their congratulations. Nodding continuously. Oh, you all have arrived, Li, Niji, Tsunade exclaimed warmly upon seeing the two approach. Hokage-sama, I wish to congratulate the bank on its prosperous endeavors. The Hyuga clan is prepared to deposit 100 million ryo, Niji stated with a bow. Excellent, excellent. Tsunade's smile widened, with the Hyuga clan leading the way. The other families would surely not dare to offer less than this amount. Tsunade understood that this figure had been collectively agreed upon by the noble families. Turning her gaze to Li, Tsunade remained silent, yet her intentions were unmistakable. Li arrived empty-handed. He hadn't anticipated being put on the spot. I am but a commoner. He hesitated before stating a figure. I will deposit 1 million ryo. As soon as he uttered this, the smile vanished from Tsunade's face. How much? 10 million ryo. Eh? Tsunade's expression gradually grew icy. 50 million ryo. Truly. You are the one I have my eye on. Come, please enter. Tsunade's cold demeanor melted away, replaced by a welcoming smile. Niji stepped inside first. Inside were primarily the heads of noble families. Without the leader of the Hyuga clan present, they were hesitant to make any decisions. Outside, Li couldn't help but glance at Tsunade. Hokage-sama, I recall that the person responsible for this bank is from the land of rice, correct? Li inquired. Upon hearing Li's question, a look of confusion crossed Tsunade's face. What? You do not know? What? A sudden unease gripped Li as he noticed the perplexity on Tsunade's face. This shouldn't be the case. Hadn't the feudal lord of the land of rice informed her? Tsunade produced an information scroll and handed it to Li. This is news just received from the Umbu. After passing the scroll to Li, she resumed her attentions to the guests. Li stepped back a couple of paces and unfurled the scroll. What the hell? Is this for real? The latest intelligence from the land of rice has emerged. The land of rice has succumbed to an invasion by the Akatsuki organization. The daimyo of the land of rice has sustained severe injuries, leaving the entire daimyo's residents nearly incapacitated. The head of the bank has appeared, suspected to be affiliated with the Akatsuki, and currently, the bank's headquarters is devoid of both personnel and resources. Their precise whereabouts remain unknown, but according to the covert division's conjectures, the Akatsuki has reclaimed the bank. Li Rock's hands trembled as a fierce aura emanated from his entire being. Has that scoundrel Kakuzu betrayed us for wealth? Li Rock gazed at the Konoha Bank before him. This implies that the Konoha Bank has been devoured by Tsunade. Truly, it is disheartening to have spent years hunting geese only to be blinded by their pecking. Li Rock stowed away the scroll. What's wrong? Tsunade inquired, noticing Li Rock's peculiar state. He shook his head. I must return to the land of rice, after all. That is my brother. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She had never perceived Li Rock as the biological brother of the daimyo of the land of rice, merely considering him to have fortuitously established a connection with the ruler. Do you require support from Konoha? Not at the moment. 2 days later, in the land of rice, Li Rock arrived at the daimyo's residence, where 2 samurai obstructed his path. The atmosphere surrounding the residence was tense, with a strict order preventing anyone from approaching the daimyo's abode. Who goes there? Do you have permission to enter? The two samurai drew their swords, barring Li Rock's passage. Li Rock shot them a sharp glare. Genjutsu. The two samurai stood frozen in place, subsequently bowing respectfully towards Li Rock. Please enter. They gestured for him to proceed. Li Rock entered the daimyo's residence. With a swift movement, he employed the technique of invisibility, stealthily infiltrating the main quarters. The room was suffused with the scent of medicine. A cat meandered by the window, occasionally twitching its nose towards the source of the aroma. By the sickbed, Sak and Kin stood vigil beside Tors. Who goes there? Sak extended his hands, unleashing a sonic wave. It is I. Li Rock dispelled his invisibility. He clapped his hands together. Water release, water barrier technique, which countered the impact of the sonic wave. The samurai outside, alerted by the commotion, immediately rapped on the door. What has happened? It's nothing. Merely the cat causing a ruckus. Just ensure you keep a vigilant watch outside, Sak hastily assured. The samurai then dispersed. My lord. Sak and Kin addressed Li Rock with utmost respect. Indeed, Li Rock nodded, casting his gaze upon the bed. Tors was now wrapped in even more bandages, his body covered, with faint traces of blood seeping through. How is he? Li Rock inquired. He is currently out of danger, Kin replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. She had always been under Tor's care, regarding him as an older brother. Had it not been for his desire to protect her and Sak, Tors could have easily fled. My lord, this is the intelligence left behind by Kakuzu. Sak presented a scroll. Li Rock accepted it and unfurled the parchment. Li, the leader Pain, suddenly appeared. I had received no prior intelligence about this. In order to protect the wooden person, I had no choice but to surrender all my funds to Pain, which I assure you I shall repay in full one day. Furthermore, it seems that the Akatsuki organization is planning an assault on Konoha. This information was left behind by Kakuzu. Rock Lee moved his fingers, and a flicker of flame rose, igniting the scroll. So, what are your intentions? Rock Lee glanced at the cat by the window. What? Sak understood not why Rock Lee would pose such a question. My lord. This is a stray cat that can adopted a year ago. There shouldn't be anything. Before Sak could finish, the cat by the window spoke. How did you discern that? This cat is a two-tailed beast. The three tails informed me. Initially, Rock Lee had not noticed the cat by the window until the three tails within the ceiling barrier flicked its tail, indicating that the cat was indeed the two tails. Kakuzu has placed a sealing technique upon me, which I cannot unravel. For now, the land of rice is secure. I do not wish to go to Konoha. A highly intricate sealing technique appeared on the cat, rendering it unable to utilize chakra. Even when Rock Lee gazed through both Byakugan and Sharingan, he discerned nothing amiss. He could not ascertain the nature of the seal. He thought it plausible that Kakuzu, having lived long, would master one or two ancient sealing techniques. Very well. Do as you wish. Rock Lee left behind a bottle of Nara clan's secret medicine. During this time, do not cause any trouble, especially with that cat. Ensure it is well guarded, lest the samurai capture it and stew it. Rock Lee cautioned. If the two-tailed beast were to be captured by the samurai, it would be quite the predicament. When Kakuzu returns, there would be no explanation. Initially, Rock Lee intended to take the two-tailed beast to Konoha, but it seemed the beast had an aversion to Konoha, so he did not insist. Understood. Sak and Kin replied respectfully. Indeed. After briefly explaining the usage of the Nara secret medicine, Rock Lee departed from the daimyo's residence. Before the gates of Kazekage, a figure awaited for a considerable time. Sasuke donned a pure white kimono, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on its back, and a purple cord belt secured at his waist, with the legendary Kusanagi sword sheathed. You have finally arrived. I have rid myself of that Obito fellow and severed ties with the Akatsuki. Now, tell me, where is that man? Sasuke's expression was filled with murderous intent as he turned his gaze towards Rock Lee, who was approaching. That left eye. Is it Shirsue's eye? Sasuke noticed the Sharingan in Rock Lee's left eye. Rock Lee walked slowly until he stood before Sasuke. I do not know the exact whereabouts of the 1-against-7. I possess no intelligence regarding him. Rock Lee spoke softly. Sasuke's demeanor turned icy. Is that so? Then you are of no further use. The Kusanagi sword crackled with lightning. In a flash, the bolt surged towards Rock Lee. With a swift motion, Rock Lee had already positioned himself behind Sasuke. Do not rush into action. While I may not know the exact location of 1-against-7, I am certain he will inevitably arrive at a specific place. You need only to wait there. Rock Lee placed his right hand upon Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, evidently losing his patience, exclaimed, Susanoo. A surge of purple chakra enveloped his form. In that moment, Lee's hand, resting on Sasuke's shoulder, twitched slightly. I have assured you, he will certainly go there. All you must do is wait. Boom. Rock Lee unleashed his sage technique in the 8 gates, immense power surging forth from his right hand. Crack. The half-formed Susanoo began to crack. How is this possible? Sasuke's face was etched with disbelief. Under the weight of this power, even his Susanoo struggled to maintain its form. I have no reason to deceive you. Rock Lee retracted his hand, dispelling the sage technique in the 8 gates. Where is it? Sasuke ceased his use of Susanoo. Konoha. 3 days later, Rock Lee and a bard entered Konoha. The moment they stepped into the village, the sensing barrier reacted abnormally. Immediately, a patrolling jonin approached to investigate. It turned out to be Lee. The immense chakra had led them to believe there was an enemy incursion. Ao of the mountain city breathed a sigh of relief. Who is this? He is a bard I encountered during my training journey. He wishes to gather material in Konoha. I will report this to Lady Tsunade. Understood. Ao vanished in an instant. Rock Lee and Sasuke, disguised as the bard, entered Konoha. Unexpectedly. Your status in Konoha has risen significantly. Sasuke noted Ao's respectful demeanor, indicative of a jonin addressing a superior. This suggested that Rock Lee now held a rank higher than that of a jonin. An elite jonin, perhaps? Sasuke mused inwardly. This places him on par with Kakashi. By the way, is Kakashi around? Sasuke inquired. No need to worry. He has gone to Mount Myaboku for training and will not return for a while, Rock Lee reassured. Aware of Sasuke's concern regarding Kakashi recognizing him, considering Sasuke was a rogue ninja, and a particularly dangerous Uchiha renegade at that. As they walked along the path, no one recognized Sasuke's true identity. Not even Shikamaru noticed anything amiss. Until, that is, Naruto emerged from Ichiraku Ramen. Hey Lee, who is this beside you? Naruto asked, his expression filled with confusion as he gazed at Sasuke masquerading as the bard. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. In front of Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto had grown considerably taller, suspicion evident in his eyes. Haven't we met somewhere before? Naruto circled Sasuke, scrutinizing him. A jolt of alarm shot through Sasuke. I had forgotten about this guy. Rock Lee stepped in front of Sasuke, blocking Naruto's view. This fellow is my friend. Isn't it a bit rude to pry like this? Rock Lee said softly. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, but for some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that this. What shall we call this writer? Naruto inquired with a chuckle. Right assistant. Lee Rock fabricated a name on the spot. Naruto's laughter faded, and his expression grew serious. Why does he remind me of Sasuke? This revelation sent a shiver through Lee Rock. Had it truly been discovered? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead. No matter how one looked at it, he bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke. Alas, I had hoped that fellow had reconsidered and returned to the village, Naruto lamented. After offering another apology, he turned to leave. Lee Rock and Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Right assistant? That name would be easily seen through, wouldn't it? Sasuke whispered. It matters not. I intend to report this matter to the Hokage, Lee Rock replied nonchalantly. You intend to inform Tsunade about this? Sasuke's wariness intensified. He could never fully trust Lee Rock. In his mind, Lee Rock seemed much like Madara, possessing his own agenda and manipulating him. This was Konoha, had this been the past. The higher-ups and Hokage might have been at odds, perhaps neglecting their vigilance. However, now the entire leadership was under Tsunade's command, and the village's defensive strength was evident. Lee Rock led Sasuke to the dilapidated wooden house. Your identity cannot remain hidden from Tsunade, he stated, opening the door. He planned to prepare a meal to quell their hunger. Sasuke followed Lee Rock into the wooden cottage, his gaze drawn to the shabby surroundings. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. According to the intelligence I received from the Akatsuki, you are the one pulling the strings behind the bank. Surely you are not lacking in wealth. Sasuke expressed his astonishment at Lee Rock residing in such a modest abode. In his view, the wealthy, such as merchants, noble families, and feudal lords, resided in grand mansions, surrounded by throngs of servants. Lee Rock's humble appearance led Sasuke to doubt that Lee Rock even possessed as much wealth as he did. A mountain's height matters not. A celestial being grants it renown. Lee Rock remarked lightly, deftly wielding his knives, showcasing his culinary skills. Sasuke refrained from responding to Lee Rock, casually taking a seat while gazing out the window. The serene atmosphere of the forest seemed to gradually soothe his troubled mind. What was his true objective? Sasuke's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lee Rock busily cooking. Although he possessed the Sharingan, which could perceive all, he was unable to fathom the depths of the human heart. Shortly thereafter, Lee Rock presented the meal. Sasuke took a bite and found it rather palatable. You need not constantly be on guard around me. My sole purpose is to enlist your aid in stopping Itachi. In this regard, our objectives align, Lee Rock remarked as he ate. He remained uncertain of a 1-against-7 confrontation strength. This was the only individual within the Akatsuki whom Lee Rock truly feared, his danger level even surpassing that of Pain. An assault by the Akatsuki on Konoha was merely a matter of time, Lee Rock speculated. After being struck down last time, Pain is unlikely to be overconfident. Once the attack on Konoha commences, the Akatsuki organization will undoubtedly engage in direct confrontation. Even when fighting as a group, one must not underestimate them. The one known as 1-against-7 will arrive in Konoha. However, it remains uncertain whether they might betray their own. Rock Lee is uncertain. Yet, with Sasuke as a potential weakness, the situation changes dramatically. Regardless of whether 1-against-7 aligns with Konoha or Akatsuki, a confrontation with Sasuke is inevitable. After this battle, 1-against-7 should find peace in the earth. For those who cannot be controlled, only resting in the earth can bring Rock Lee solace. Sasuke remains silent on this matter, harboring doubts. The strength of Rock Lee is formidable. It is perplexing that such a powerful individual requires assistance from someone weaker. It seems conspiratorial, no matter how one contemplates it. Enough of this. I shall negotiate with the Hokage. In an instant, Rock Lee vanished from sight. Sasuke's expression shifted. Once again, it was the Flying Thunder God technique. This individual possesses remarkable speed and strength, and their trump cards are far from exhausted. In the Hokage's office, there was a knock. Enter. Rock Lee pushed the door open, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Sitting at the desk was Shikamaru, not Tsunade. How is it you? Has Tsunade stepped down? Rock Lee inquired with a smile. Shikamaru, lethargically sifting through a mountain of paperwork, replied, Lady Tsunade has not stepped down. She claimed to be ill today and required my assistance with administrative duties. Honestly, such a flimsy excuse is quite bothersome. He sighed, despite his reluctance. He processed the various administrative and financial matters with noticeably increased efficiency. Consequently, the Nara clan's standing in the village continued to rise, nearly rivaling that of the esteemed Hyuga clan. Among the noble families, the Nara and Hyuga clans are often referred to as Konoha's two great families. Regarding this notion, Shikamaru's father felt somewhat uneasy. Fearing to offend the Hyuga, he sought out Niji. Niji, however, remained unfazed, merely stating that he had a good relationship with Shikamaru and hoped that in the future, both clans could contribute to Konoha's prosperity. Only then did Shikamaru's father breathe a sigh of relief, maintaining publicly that they do not compare to the Hyuga clan and attributing their rise to the support of others. You are here regarding the matter of that bard, are you not? Shikamaru spoke. Indeed, Rock Lee confirmed. On his way back to the village, he had encountered Shikamaru, who had also met the bard and found nothing amiss. My silence does not imply ignorance. That fellow is Sasuke, isn't it? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. Oh, how did you deduce that? Rock Lee was genuinely taken aback. Shikamaru was not particularly familiar with Sasuke and lacked the powerful bloodline limits. It was surprising he could unveil Sasuke's disguise. It was merely a guess, Shikamaru said, placing the documents into a folder. The immense chakra, the aura of a person not to be trifled with, and their reticence, all suggest they do not resemble a mere bard. He then lifted his gaze to Rock Lee. The individual in question appears to possess a profound familiarity with the circumstances surrounding Konoha. And the only two individuals I can conceive of who could compel you to engage with Konoha are Orochimaru and Sasuke. Shikamaru extracted a substantial stack of documents from the formidable pile before him, gently tapping the topmost sheet. Currently, Orochimaru is under stringent surveillance in the Hidden Craft Village. And this document contains the latest intelligence regarding him, thus the person beside you can only be Sasuke. This revelation certainly spares me considerable explanation. Rock Lee reclined on the sofa, his attention firmly fixed on Shikamaru. Lacking ambition, yet possessing extraordinary intellect, he is truly a natural talent for leadership. You may glare at me, but why do you appear as though you wish to devour me? Shikamaru felt a twinge of trepidation. The unabashed intensity of Lee's gaze left him feeling inexplicably anxious. Do not mind it. This is a newly developed training method of mine, intimidating others to enhance one's strength. Is that so? Shikamaru remarked as he completed yet another request from the Land of Frost. His orders continued to flow from the messenger pigeons. Regarding Sasuke, I conferred with Lady Tsunade, and she has consented to allow Sasuke to temporarily reside in the village, albeit under strict monitoring. This surveillance task has fallen upon your shoulders. Ensure that Konoha does not descend into chaos, Shikamaru stated. Lee raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tsunade indeed places significant trust in him, permitting him to manage such a sensitive matter involving the Uchiha clan. This is advantageous for Lee, as the growing prestige and power bode well for his future influence over Konoha. By the way, the financial support from the Land of Rice has ceased, and there has been no news regarding the economic aid from the Fire Lord. Tsunade asked me to inquire if you have any solutions. Shikamaru, still focused on his administrative duties, kept his gaze lowered. Konoha can endure for the time being. The previous financial assistance from the Land of Rice was substantial enough to sustain Konoha for half a year. However, relying solely on past provisions is not a sustainable strategy. So, you have been waiting for me here. Lee had initially believed that Tsunade placed complete trust in him by allowing him to handle the situation with Sasuke independently. However, it appears to be yet another instance of mutual benefit. The economic support from the Land of Rice will not be permanent in 3 months. The Land of Rice's lord can re-establish a bank to provide further assistance. Additionally, Konoha's bank is not merely for show. It must begin attracting the residents of the entire Land of Fire to deposit their funds, seizing the opportunity during a crisis at the bank's headquarters. Tsunade has taken control of Konoha's banking system. Lee harbored no resentment regarding this matter. What does Tsunade know of economics? She is merely a reckless gambler. With the bank in her hands, it is only a matter of time before it collapses. By then, Lee can easily find someone to acquire it. Even if Tsunade does not relinquish it willingly, he will seek opportunities to short sell. He would never engage in the act of creating garments for others to wear. Although it is said thus, our understanding of the specific operations of the bank remains rather limited. The headquarters of the bank in the Land of Rice has been deserted, and currently the most prosperous branch operates within the borders of the Land of Earth. However, the daimyo of the Land of Earth, influenced by the recent assassination incident involving Danzo, has declined Konoha's request for talent recruitment. Shikamaru did not articulate this directly. Within the confines of his desk lay a classified document, locked away, a piece of intelligence from the Akatsuki organization. It revealed that Rock Lee was, in fact, the true leader of the bank, while Kakazu merely served as an employee. Tsunade, observing the bank's stagnation, had prompted Shikamaru to gauge the situation. Haha. In terms of intellect, your mind far surpasses mine. I am merely a hot-blooded underachiever devoted solely to training, Lee remarked with a smile. This is truly troublesome. By the way, news from the hidden cloud indicates that the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki has been captured. Shikamaru, noticing Lee's feigned ignorance, chose not to press further. Indeed. It is likely that the Akatsuki will soon make a move against Konoha. We should bolster our defenses in the meantime, Lee estimated, noting that extracting the Eight-Tails chakra would take at least 7 days. After 7 days, the Akatsuki may well commence their invasion of Konoha. Following a discussion on defensive strategies, he departed from the office. Upon returning to the dilapidated wooden cabin, Lee discovered an unexpected figure awaiting him. You're back. In front of the cabin, Yamanaka Shino and Sasuke had been sharing an awkward silence for some time. What brings you here? Lee inquired, taking a seat on a stone bench and gazing at Shino. I have successfully cultivated my cursed technique, Shino proclaimed, revealing his right hand. A dark shadow coiled around his index finger, and upon glancing upward, one could see his entire arm adorned with seals. And the divine silkworm? Lee, utilizing his Sharingan and Byakugan, scrutinized Shino but detected no anomalies. Right here. The shadow behind Shino flickered slightly, revealing its transformation into a shadowy form. Lee nodded, acknowledging that Shino, now possessing such abilities, could easily ensnare the unwary. Sasuke furrowed his brow, recalling that prior to leaving the village, Shino had not been so inscrutable. Thanks to your guidance, I have grown stronger. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Shino offered earnestly. Indeed, we are friends, no need for formality, Lee replied nonchalantly. Shino proceeded to inquire about various methods of cultivating cursed insects, to which Lee provided detailed responses. Thank you. I must take my leave now. Very well. Sasuke, listening intently, felt a chill run down his spine. The entity known as cursed insects seemed exceedingly treacherous, making him feel as though insects were crawling upon him. The following day, Lee awoke early only to find Sasuke had vanished. Damn it, where could he have gone? Fearing that Sasuke might have wandered off, Lee hastily prepared to pursue him. But before he could make a move, a sound emanated from outside the cabin. It is already 10 o'clock, and your laziness hardly suggests that you are a disciple of Guy. Kakashi has been outside. Guy, with fiery eyes, exclaimed Lee. Show him our youth. With a clap of his hands, a moment later, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted. Guy's physical prowess was significantly enhanced. Did you not also practice sage techniques? Come on. Kakashi, let us settle this once and for all. Kakashi sighed, for he had come seeking the manuscript for the sequel to Intimate Paradise from Lee. Take this. Leaf Gale. Guy launched a kick. Reluctantly, Kakashi activated his sage techniques, which were instantaneous and slightly superior to Guy's. Ah, so he was merely avoiding Kakashi. I thought he couldn't resist fleeing. Lee Rock sighed in relief. As long as Sasuke remained, there was hope. He observed the increasingly distant Kakashi and Guy with a wry smile. After a while, Sasuke approached from afar. Kakashi practiced sage techniques? He had been secretly watching, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes upon witnessing Kakashi's mastery. Yes, I taught him. Interested in learning? Lee Rock remarked casually. Not really, Sasuke replied, showing no interest. His focus was solely on honing his ocular powers. At this moment, in the land of rain, within the highest statue of pain, Devapath, Konan, Obito, Zetsu, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame, Kakuzu, and Haiden were all gathered. Illusionary 9 Dragon Sealing. Devapath clapped his hands. The outer path statue expelled its tongue, drawing in the chakra of the 8 tails. This time, Killer Bee could not escape the Akatsuki's pursuit. Days passed, and the 8 tails was captured, leaving only the 2 tails, 3 tails, and 9 tails. Devapath turned to Kakuzu. I have received intel confirming that the 2 tails Jinchuriki is hidden in Konoha. Kakuzu's dark green eyes met Devapath's, revealing a calm demeanor. As if he were unperturbed by the act of deceit, making it impossible for Pain to discern any signs. Then, only Konoha remains, Devapath murmured. Capturing the 8 tails had taught him that even gods could falter. Therefore, he resolved to strike as a collective. It is Konoha's turn, Devapath declared, glancing at Konan. She nodded gently. I have procured the explosive tags, and I have also bribed the new daimyo of the Land of Fire. They will no longer provide protection for Konoha. Devapath spread his arms, addressing the group. Now, it is time for Konoha to feel suffering.